Lynch found himself traversing a world that closely resembled the Marvel Universe, having acquired a signing-in system. Successfully signed in at Stark Tower, reward. The martial art Indestructible Body. Successfully signed in at Kamar-Taj, reward. The divine ability small teleportation of the three realms. Successfully signed in at the Asgardian Pantheon, reward. The title of mountain deity. Successfully signed in at Ego the living planet, reward. The 36 transformations of the celestial patterns. Chapter 1. Lynch, why haven't you submitted the draft I asked for? Inquired a woman clad in a sleek black suit, her gold-framed glasses accentuating her commanding presence. She appeared to be in her 30s, with short hair and an unremarkable appearance. However, her decisive demeanor was a rarity among women, leaving a lasting impression on anyone she encountered. Lynch reclined in his chair, lazily responding, Sister Hong, the draft has long been completed, it merely awaits printing. Sister Hong, whose surname was Zhou and given name Hong, was one of the two envoys of the Dragon Kingdom stationed at the embassy in the Big Apple. Her exceptional capabilities had resolved numerous conflicts and frictions between the Dragon Kingdom and its counterpart during her 2 years in the city. Moreover, Zhou Hong was Lynch's direct superior. As for Lynch, he served as Zhou Hong's secretary, though not in the conventional sense. His daily responsibilities involved attending various meetings between the two nations and drafting speeches for Zhou Hong. Lynch. Zhou Hong glared at Lynch, who appeared drowsy and disheveled, her frown deepening. Were you last night? You reek of alcohol. With an icy demeanor, Zhou Hong retorted, you went to bar last night? Knowing you had to work today, you chose to indulge in drinking? If you're not interested in this job, you might as well leave. With that, she turned on her heel, departing from Lynch's office without a backward glance. Once Zhou Hong was gone, the weariness in Lynch's eyes vanished, replaced by a bitter realization. Damn, how did I end up in the Marvel Universe, particularly in the Big Apple, a place teeming with heroes and villains? And now I become an envoy. Lynch glanced at the identification badge hanging from his chest. He had been an ordinary Sunto graduate student on Earth. Just before his unexpected journey, he had been enjoying a night out with close friends, having watched Avengers Endgame, and was now savoring drinks and skewers at a roadside barbecue stall, discussing their futures. After consuming a bit too much alcohol, Lynch seemed to remember a truck barreling towards him on his way back to the dormitory, followed by a blinding flash of white light. He had found himself inhabiting the identity of the original owner, donning a luxurious suit in place of his casual t-shirt, and suddenly possessing a plethora of memories that were not his own. Lynch shook his head, forcing himself to regain focus. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. The fact that he had arrived in the Marvel Universe was undeniable, and now he needed to contemplate how to survive in this perilous world. He cast a glance at the calendar on his desk. On July 5th, 2009, if his memory served him correctly, the invasion of Earth by the Kyrita people was expected around August 2012. This meant he had a mere 2 years to devise a plan for preserving his life in the impending days. Moreover, he was not entirely without resources. Like many who traversed into the Marvel Universe, Lynch had acquired his own unique advantage. In the upper right corner of his vision, a red icon pulsed incessantly. This red icon represented a book, its cover devoid of any text, and Lynch had confirmed that only he could perceive it. Beneath the red tome, a line of small text appeared. Sign-in location discovered. Dragon Country Diplomatic Office in Big Apple City. Remaining sign-in attempts for today 1. Available sign-in attempts for this location 1. Would you like to sign in? Lynch's eyes brightened, his heart racing with excitement. A sign-in system? This was one of the most advantageous abilities often bestowed upon protagonists in various novels. With this sign-in system at his disposal, how could he possibly fail to survive in the Marvel world? He silently thought, sign in, success, sign-in complete. Congratulations, host has received a Shaolin Great Rejuvenation Pill. Shaolin Great Rejuvenation Pill. Consuming it grants 30 years of internal energy for those who have not practiced martial arts. There is a certain risk of exploding upon consumption. Use with caution. A subtle glow enveloped him, and a sandalwood box materialized in his hand, containing the newly acquired rejuvenation pill. As he opened the box, an enchanting aroma of rare medicinal herbs wafted forth, invigorating his spirit with merely its scent. Gazing at the pill, which was the size of a lychee, Lynch felt a pang of anxiety. According to the system's warning, those untrained in martial arts faced a risk of fatality if they consumed the Shaolin Great Rejuvenation Pill. To eat it or not to eat it? Ultimately, Lynch resisted the impulse and tucked the pill into his pocket. Noticing that the red icon in the upper left corner continued to flicker, he promptly reopened the sign-in system. Success. First sign-in. Special sign-in reward acquired. Revised Evil Repelling Sword Manual. Note: as a special reward, this manual has been modified by the system, requiring no self-castration, and its power surpasses that of the original. Would you like to claim your sign-in reward? Yes, Lynch silently affirmed. A torrent of profound information, infused with a hint of mystical energy, surged into his mind. The Secrets of the Evil Repelling Sword Manual, a powerful martial arts manuscript from Jin Yang's novels, unfurled within him. Lynch became completely immersed in the experience, and in a trance, it seemed as though figures clad in crimson were gracefully wielding their swords before him. The figures moved with unparalleled swiftness, leaving behind fleeting shadows. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 swords were unleashed. Simultaneously, a mysterious energy suddenly emerged from within, originating from the Dantian and coursing along the meridian pathways delineated in the evil-subduing sword manual, continuously circulating and unblocking the previously obstructed channels. It was only after 49 cycles that this enigmatic energy began to dissipate. Within Lynch's meridians, an exceptionally vigorous and scorching true energy perpetually circulated, adhering to its original path. Lynch's mind was flooded with a plethora of memories knowledge concerning the cultivation of internal power, vivid scenes of combat and strife, detailed anatomical diagrams of the human body, and descriptions of cultivation realms. The descriptions of the realms were not derived from the evil-subduing sword manual, but rather were provided by the system. In the realm of martial arts cultivation, one first engages in martial practice before delving into the path, transitioning from martial prowess to enlightenment. The system delineated 7 distinct realms, markedly different from those found in the cultivation novels of his past life. Chi refinement, innate, dharma, manifestation, earth, immortal, celestial immortal, golden immortal, and grand luo golden immortal. The recently acquired evil-subduing sword manual permitted cultivation only up to the pinnacle of chi refinement. According to the system's guidance, the higher his cultivation level, the more substantial the rewards he could obtain through sign-ins. However, each time Lin Chi acquired a technique or skill through sign-in, he swiftly mastered it with the system's assistance, comprehending every aspect without a hint of confusion. Moreover, the system aided Lin Chi in grasping the newly acquired techniques. At this juncture, with the system's aid, Chu Xiao had already learned the evil-subduing sword manual and had circulated it for 49 cycles, surpassing the threshold of the Qi refinement stage. In a mere few minutes, Lin Chi transformed from a delicate diplomat, entirely lacking in physical prowess, into a martial arts master proficient in combat and strife. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Chi was suddenly struck by an overwhelming stench, noticing an unidentifiable layer of dark filth that had inexplicably coated his body. At that moment, Zhou Hong, frustrated by Lin Chi's failure to deliver the manuscript for the upcoming press conference, stormed into his office. Lin Chi, where's the manuscript I requested? Why hasn't it been delivered? What does that smell? As Zhou Hong approached Lin Chi, she pinched her nose and rushed out of the office, leaning over the trash can to retch. Embarrassed, Lin Chi scratched his head, realizing that the odor emanating from him was indeed unbearable. He felt nauseous just from smelling it himself. The office door creaked open slightly, and Zhou Hong's head peeked in, her eyes bloodshot and her once immaculate makeup now smudged by tears. Lin Chi, did you soil yourself? Zhou Hong scolded angrily. Where's the manuscript? Hongjia, do not call me that. Just hand over the manuscript, and I'll declare that you can leave early today. Go wash yourself, Zhou Hong shouted. Yes, Hongjia, the manuscript is on the desk. You can come back to retrieve it shortly. Lynch responded, subsequently grasping his briefcase, and with a sense of defeat, departed the embassy amidst the peculiar gazes of his colleagues. Social demise, perhaps it was time to relocate to a different city and start anew. Settling into the driver's seat of his Jeep, Lynch ignited the engine and released the handbrake, swiftly steering towards the direction of his abode. Destination: the vibrant borough of Queens in the Big Apple. Chapter 2. Lynch drove swiftly towards his residence located in Queens, the very neighborhood where Peter Parker resided, and as fate would have it, Peter Parker happened to be Lynch's neighbor. How fortuitous. Just a couple of days prior, that young lad had dropped by Lynch's home for a delightful Chinese meal. And in his departure, he had surreptitiously taken with him a package of instant noodles, specifically the coveted mushroom and chicken flavor sent from his homeland. However, it appeared that the lad had yet to be bitten by the spider, for in the recollection of his past, Parker still donned a pair of thick glasses. As Lynch navigated the roads, he suddenly noticed a police car trailing closely behind him in the rearview mirror. At the officer's signal, Lynch had no choice but to pull over, placing his hands upon the steering wheel. The police here were markedly different from those in his home country. They were not as accommodating and were always armed with sidearms. Failing to comply with their directives could easily result in a hail of bullets. Moreover, as a diplomatic personnel, Lynch was acutely aware of the necessity to adhere to the laws of this land. Rolling down his window, Lynch addressed the approaching white officer holding a notepad. "May I inquire what the issue is, officer?" "Sir, please provide your driver's license and identification," replied the officer, casting a fleeting glance at Lynch, his eyes momentarily betraying a hint of disdain. Although the flicker of contempt was subtly concealed, Lynch was perceptive enough to detect it. During his 2 years in this country, he had encountered numerous instances of discrimination, including a few African Americans who had mockingly pulled at their eyes in his presence. Despite standing at a height of 6 feet, his slender frame and black-rimmed glasses lent him an air of vulnerability. Lynch retrieved his credentials and handed them over to the officer. By all accounts, his documentation was in order. He was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding the aura of a successful individual. The Jeep he drove was unmistakably valuable, making it improbable for him to be deemed a threat. Yet, the officer scrutinized the documents repeatedly before finally returning them to Lynch. "Sir, your credentials are in order. You may proceed," the officer said, leaning closer to the window as he handed back the identification. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor emanating from Lynch. "What is that smell?" The officer's pupils dilated as he abruptly drew his sidearm, aiming it squarely at Lynch's head, and shouted, "Step out of the vehicle. I suspect you are concealing a corpse inside." Lynch, feeling helpless, prepared to comply with the officer's command to exit the car. But then a sudden realization struck him. If he were to lower his hands to open the door, he might provoke the officer to pull the trigger, believing that Lynch intended to retrieve a weapon for self-defense. Even if, in the aftermath, it was proven that Lynch was indeed unarmed and his identity verified, the officer would likely face minimal repercussions for his actions. Lynch furrowed his brow, refusing to disembark the vehicle as instructed by the white officer. "Get out of the car." The officer shouted again. "I believe it prudent to keep my hands on the steering wheel. I fear you might assume I am armed," Lynch replied coolly. A flicker of anger flashed in the officer's eyes as he gripped his firearm with one hand and forcefully yanked the car door open with the other, dragging Lynch out and roughly pinning him against the vehicle. He was fully aware that Lynch could not possibly be concealing a corpse within. Yet jealousy over the luxurious car driven by a man of Chinese descent fueled his desire to humiliate Lynch. Lynch's expression turned dark. Even a mud statue could muster some ire. "Are you not concerned about facing complaints for such brutish conduct?" he inquired in a low voice. "Complaints? Do as you wish." The officer sneered as he leaned closer to Lynch's ear, his tone dripping with disdain. "What right does an inferior like you have to drive such an expensive car? You look like a gorilla from a circus in that suit. Oh, you reek. Surely, you haven't just dealt with a corpse?" The officer laughed, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, the stench of alcohol wafting from his breath. Lynch retorted with a cold smirk. "Stench? Yours is far worse. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Moreover, is it permissible for police officers to consume alcohol while on duty?" The officer, incensed by Lynch's words, growled. "It seems I must teach you a lesson to make you remember." With that, he raised the butt of his gun to strike Lynch's midsection. In an instant, a flash of crimson ignited in Lynch's eyes. He broke free from the officer's grasp and evaded the blow. In a swift movement, the officer's 1911 found itself in Lynch's possession, pressed against the officer's temple. "What lesson do you intend to impart?" Sweat beaded on the officer's forehead as he feigned calmness. "Please, remain composed. Do not do anything irreversible. I am merely executing my duties, with no intention to offend." Lynch chuckled in response. "No intention to offend? Your previous words beg to differ." With that, he disengaged the safety on the weapon. "I must inform you that I am not a citizen of your country. Should I take your life, the government of the United States has no jurisdiction over me." Furthermore, Lynch gestured to the dash cam affixed to the windshield, its lens capturing the entire exchange. A flicker of fear crossed the officer's eyes. "Sir," he stammered, "prepare for the news. I have decided to send everything that just transpired to the media. How about the Herald? I've heard they have strong backing and are unafraid to offend the government." Lynch taunted. He then relinquished the officer, returning to his vehicle. "Sir, please return my handgun," the officer pleaded. Lynch's lips curled into a cold smirk as he casually tossed the handgun aside, striding away with an air of indifference. The white police officer hurriedly retrieved the weapon, aiming it at Lynch's departing vehicle, and pulled the trigger. Click, click. Puzzled, the officer watched as Lynch dropped several gleaming .45 caliber bullets from the car, which clinked on the ground. What a buffoon. Through the rearview mirror, Lynch caught a glimpse of the officer's dazed figure. Encountering such troublesome matters on the very first day of his arrival was quite exasperating. With a sigh, he took out his phone, downloaded the footage of the past 10 minutes from the dashboard camera, and uploaded the video to his account, tagging the Big Apple City Police Department and the Longtime Daily. He accompanied the post with a caption, "Do all national police officers harbor such discrimination against Asians and abuse their power?" Though his Twitter following was modest, barely exceeding 1,000, his unique status as a diplomat from the Dragon Kingdom stationed in Big Apple City ensured that this tweet would not fade into obscurity. It would soon ascend to trending status. Once the issues of racial discrimination and abuse of power emerged, the white police officer would likely find himself dismissed from duty. Chapter 3. After a half-hour drive, Lynch finally returned home. As he opened the door, a yellow blur rushed toward him. It was a Shiba Inu named Urshao, whom Lynch had raised for several years. He had adopted the dog shortly after graduating back in his homeland and had brought it with him when he moved to this country. Urshao leaped into Lynch's arms, enthusiastically licking his face. "What are you doing?" Lynch exclaimed, pushing Urshao away with an annoyed glare. "Why are you licking me?" The dog tilted its head in response. "You must have eaten something foul." Frustrated, Lynch feigned a strike, prompting Urshao to quickly retreat beneath the table. Lynch sighed in resignation, shedding his clothes and tossing them into the washing machine before dashing into the bathroom. Half an hour later, he emerged feeling rejuvenated, wrapped in a pristine white towel. "Woof." Urshao wagged its tail, barking at Lynch. "I know. You're such a glutton." Lynch retrieved a generous amount of dog food, filling a bowl, and added 2 eggs and some raw beef. After changing into a clean outfit, he entered the kitchen to prepare himself a sumptuous dinner. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lynch opened the door to find a handsome, white teenager standing before him. His neighbor, Peter Parker. "I brought you some potatoes," Parker said, holding up a bag with an awkward grin. Lynch rolled his eyes and turned back toward the kitchen without shutting the door. "Just leave the potatoes on the dining table." The little spider placed a potato on the dining table and beckoned to the silly one. However, the silly one ignored the little spider, lying on the table and wagging its tail while munching on dog food. "It cannot comprehend English. You must speak in Chinese," Lynch remarked while chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Suddenly, the little spider recalled something and excitedly exclaimed to Lynch, "Lynn, do you know what happened at school today? You would never believe it." During lunch, Jian accidentally tripped while carrying her plate past me. I quickly reacted, catching her waist with one hand while securing the plate with the other. The little spider animatedly shared the events of the day at Zhongqing High School with Lynch. Recognizing the familiar scene, Lynch glanced up at the little spider, noting the absence of glasses on its nose. "Parker, didn't your school organize a trip to the Spider Museum yesterday? How did you know?" The little spider, not overly puzzled, continued with his tale. "Later, I performed a backflip." Lynch poured the last pot of soup into a bowl and then brought out 3 dishes and a soup to place on the dining table. A plate of glistening, fragrant shredded pork with green peppers, a small bowl of traditional Hubei dish braised pork with preserved vegetables, a bowl of rich tomato scrambled eggs, and finally, a large bowl of fragrant shrimp and tofu soup. "Dinner is ready," Lynch called out. The little spider, upon hearing this, eagerly ran over, skillfully serving a bowl of rice for Lynch before taking one for himself. "Wow, this is quite a feast." The little spider immediately picked up some shredded pork with green peppers and stuffed it into his mouth, then pointed to the braised pork with preserved vegetables, curiously asking, "What is this dish? I've never seen it before." "That is braised pork with preserved vegetables. Just eat it. I assure you, the taste is exceptional," Lynch replied succinctly. "Braised pork with preserved vegetables? What a mouthful," the little spider quipped before grabbing some preserved vegetables along with a piece of pork belly. "MMM." The little spider's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. "Lynn, this is truly delicious. Dragon Country cuisine is magnificent. Your culinary skills are remarkable." Lynch smiled quietly, not responding. He had known Peter Parker's family for 2 years. Upon his arrival in the country, he purchased this standalone villa, which had a 15-year ownership. According to Chinese tradition, when one moves into a new home, it is customary to invite neighbors over for a meal. The neighbors, Uncle Ben Parker and Aunt May, were kind and attentive to Lynch, and over time, they became quite familiar with each other. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, Lynch set down his utensils and lazily reclined on the sofa, instructing the little spider, "Remember to wash the dishes when you're done." "Okay," the little spider replied. Lynch turned on the large LCD television he had purchased for $3,000, just in time to catch the news. In his opulent villa, Tony Stark hosted an intimate gathering, which culminated in a fierce altercation with his friend, Colonel Rhodes. The television broadcast displayed Tony clad in his Iron Man suit, engaging in a vigorous brawl with Rhodes, fortunate that no one aside from the two of them was harmed. Lynch observed the chaotic scene on the screen, with debris flying and sparks igniting, contemplating that even if he were to master the sword of exorcism to its utmost level, reaching the 9th tier of chi training, he would still likely be no match for either of them. He resolved to remain cautious. One must not allow a modicum of self-defense to incite recklessness. The Marvel Universe was fraught with peril, teeming with nefarious organizations like Hydra, intent on world domination, and the mad Titan Thanos. who sought to gather the Infinity Stones to annihilate half of the universe's population. Above loomed the demonic lords, Mephisto and Hela, along with other malevolent deities. Casting covetous glances upon Earth, Lynch had made up his mind. He would not venture forth until he acquired a skill that rendered him invulnerable. Meanwhile, young Spider-Man, having finished the dishes, plopped down beside Lynch, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he watched Tony Stark in the Mark II armor on the television. So cool. Stark is just too cool. I wish I could get a picture with Mr. Stark. Lynch rolled his eyes at this exuberance. In another realm, Spider-Man's popularity far surpassed that of Iron Man. The young hero's demeanor resembled that of a long-established celebrity idolizing a mere novice. However, as Lynch beheld Spider-Man's youthful countenance, he began to speculate about his place within the Marvel Universe, suspecting that the universe he inhabited was not the cinematic iteration numbered 199999616. After all, in the events of Captain America: Civil War, Spider-Man had only just entered high school. Given that several years had passed since the narrative of Civil War, it seemed implausible that Spider-Man had been retained in Midtown High for 5 or 6 additional years. Despite the similarities between this world and the one he knew, Lynch unearthed memories that felt distinctly out of place. For instance, during his time as an exchange student in the UK, he had befriended the curator of the National Museum, a kind and erudite woman named Evelyn, where he had encountered the Sun Bible from Egypt. Additionally, upon graduating from university, he had traveled to Japan, spending time in a city called Kurosaki. He also recalled an incident from his youth, when he had been duped by a rotund vendor named Wong, who sold him a talisman made of yellow paper for a few $1,000s. Moreover, at the tender age of 8 or 9, he had encountered an elderly beggar who, brandishing several martial arts manuals, proclaimed him a rare talent in the martial arts, offering him the chance to select any book for just 1,000 yuan. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword, the Heavenly Ruined Foot, the 3-Point Return to Origin Chi, the I Jin Jing, and the Wind After Strange Gates. Lin Chi dialed the police. Chapter 4. After 9 o'clock at night, seated cross-legged upon his bed, Lin Chi practiced the internal techniques of the evil-repelling sword manual. With each cycle completed, the intense and domineering true energy within him surged forth, growing ever more potent. Simultaneously, a wave of carnal desire surged towards his mind. Fortunately, this desire was not overwhelming and easily contained by Lin Chi's self-discipline. He retrieved a Shaolin Great Rejuvenation Pill, broke the wax seal, and promptly placed it in his mouth. A bitter yet uniquely fragrant taste blossomed within his mouth. He did not hesitate, swallowing it whole. As the medicinal power spread, a warm current surged within his abdomen, prompting Lin Chi to close his eyes and channel his internal energy to refine the medicinal essence. After 4 to 5 hours, Lin Chi had successfully circulated the evil-repelling internal technique through 36 cycles, absorbing the majority of the medicinal power, with only a trace remaining in various corners of his body. Resisting refinement. Unlike the balanced and steady internal techniques found in Taoism and Buddhism, the evil-repelling sword manual is an extraordinary method, leaning towards the sinister rather than the righteous. The growth of true energy is remarkably swift, allowing an ordinary person to achieve what would take others a decade of arduous practice in just a few months. Although the version of the evil-repelling sword manual that Lin Chi practiced had been modified by the system, merely eliminating the need for self-castration, its essence remained unchanged. At that moment, Lin Chi's dantian was filled with an abundance of evil-repelling true energy, nearly overflowing, threatening to escape if he was not careful. In such a state, Lin Chi was compelled to break through his current realm. A surge of evil-repelling true energy coursed through his meridians and surged toward a specific acupoint within him. With a barely audible sound, the acupoint was instantaneously breached by the overwhelming true energy. Following this, the breached true energy entered a hidden meridian, where it was continuously concentrated, becoming denser and purer. When the true energy exited this meridian, its overall quality diminished slightly. Level 2 of Qi Training, Breakthrough. Lin Chi could easily sense that the speed of the evil-repelling true energy had escalated to a new tier. Moreover, the density of the true energy had significantly increased. If the previous evil-repelling true energy resembled a mass of air, it now resembled a gel-like consistency. Calming his mind, Lin Chi diligently continued to practice the evil-repelling techniques. After a quarter of an hour, he had transformed all the evil-repelling true energy. He then directed the true energy towards another acupoint. More than 4 hours passed, and as the first rays of dawn crept into the bedroom, Lin Chi slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his evil-repelling true energy surged forth like a tidal wave, breaking through several acupoints and opening 2 or 3 meridians. At this moment, the evil-repelling true energy flowed effortlessly along its designated meridian pathways, gradually growing stronger. As the night passed, With the aid of the Shaolin Great Pill, Lynch transcended from the first to the fifth level of Qi training. In contrast to when he had completely refined the Great Pill, where his dantian brimmed with the exorcising true Qi like a small pond, now the true Qi within him occupied only a modest portion of his dantian, resembling a small water tank. While the total amount of true Qi appeared to have diminished, this was a mere illusion. Compared to the gel-like essence at the second level of Qi training, the current exorcising true Qi could be likened to cotton. Lynch could sense that his sensory perception had sharpened, his body felt lighter, and his strength had increased significantly. With a mere thought, Lynch's figure flickered like a phantom, gliding silently to his wardrobe without stirring a whisper of wind. Standing before a full-length mirror, he was astonished to discover that he seemed to have become more handsome. His features remained the same, yet they radiated a peculiar and dominating aura. His once coarse skin had transformed to a fairer and more delicate state, without losing its masculine vigor. As Lynch scrutinized his reflection, he noticed that his vision was somewhat blurred. Assuming his black-rimmed glasses were dirty, he removed them and wiped them with his clothing. To his astonishment, upon taking off the glasses, his vision became remarkably clearer. "Is this really me?" Lynch murmured. In that moment, the world, once shrouded in a veil of mist, appeared strikingly vivid. Although he did not possess the extraordinary vision of his neighbor, the little spider, he found his eyesight had improved to over 20/20, nearly equivalent to his vision prior to developing myopia. Lynch had become nearsighted in junior high, neglecting the care of his eyes. Just yesterday, he had been a bespectacled youth with an 800-degree vision impairment. Yet now, his eyesight rivaled that of an Air Force pilot. Did the exorcising sword manual possess such effects? Lynch was both surprised and bewildered, speculating that perhaps this was a newly added feature following the system update. With the intent of remaining low-key, Lynch carefully removed the thick lenses from his black-rimmed glasses and reattached the frames to his nose. He resolved to procure a pair of plain glasses at a later time, choosing a sleek black suit, a burgundy tie, and a pair of brown leather shoes. He then exited his bedroom. After toasting 2 slices of bread and frying 3 eggs, he retrieved half a carton of milk from the refrigerator, thus assembling a makeshift breakfast. "Ah, I almost forgot about you," Lynch remarked as he poured half a bowl of dog food for Ursha, accidentally spilling a portion in the process. Before hastily heading out the door, on the road, as Lynch drove, he spotted a familiar figure. "Peter, missed the bus again?" Lynch chuckled. "Yes, Lynn," the little spider replied, somewhat dejectedly. At this moment, although he had acquired the physical prowess of Spider-Man, he had yet to master the art of web-slinging, rendering him unable to traverse to school in the agile manner of his heroic counterpart. "Get in the car. I shall drive you." "As it happens to be on my way," Lynch stated. The young spider's eyes brightened at this invitation, and he promptly opened the door to take a seat in the rear. "Hey, you little rascal, why are you sitting in the back? Do you take me for a chauffeur?" Lynch exclaimed with indignation. "And no, of course not," the young spider stammered, sheepishly scratching his head as he swiftly relocated to the front passenger seat. The vehicle set off, cruising along the road towards Midtown High School. "Lynn, I've been experiencing some peculiar changes lately," the young spider remarked. "I've noticed. You've removed your glasses and seem to exude a newfound confidence," Lynch replied. "That's not what I meant," the young spider clarified. "Is that Fleischer still bullying you?" Lynch suddenly inquired. He won't be able to bully me anymore," the young spider asserted confidently, a spirited gleam in his eyes. Lynch halted the car, his expression turning serious as he gazed at the 16 or 17-year-old before him. "Peter, listen closely. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Do not let momentary bravado lead you to make irrevocable mistakes." This was the first time Lynch had spoken so solemnly to him. To the young spider, Lynch was not merely one of his best friends. He was akin to an elder brother. The young spider looked at Lynch, somewhat bewildered by this sudden gravity, yet he ultimately absorbed Lynch's words, nodding earnestly. "Get out. We've arrived." "Oh right." The young spider slung his backpack over his shoulder, waved goodbye to Lynch, and stepped through the gates of Midtown High School. Chapter 5. The icon in the upper right corner of Lynch's vision flickered, prompting him to activate the sign-in system. Sign-in location detected, Midtown High School, Big Apple City. Remaining sign-in attempts for today, 1. Number of sign-in attempts allowed at this location, 5. Would you like to sign in? 5 attempts. It seems I shall be visiting Midtown High School frequently in the coming days. "Yes," Lynch murmured. "Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host has obtained a Spirit Gathering Pearl." Spirit Gathering Pearl. Wearing it enhances cultivation speed. Highly effective for practitioners below the innate realm, but its efficacy diminishes for those at the innate realm. Suddenly, a small, emerald-hued orb appeared before Lynch, resting in the palm of his hand. As his skin made contact with the Spirit Gathering Pearl, he felt the flow of his protective chi within accelerate significantly, increasing by approximately 10%. At the diplomatic mission of the Dragon Kingdom in Big Apple City, Lynch arrived at 8:54 a.m., just 6 minutes shy of being late. The meeting with government officials was scheduled to take place within the confines of the mission. Hearing from Hongjia, this meeting holds great significance, addressing certain sensitive issues pertaining to trade between the two nations. It is well known that in recent years, the Dragon Nation's economy has soared, inciting envy among numerous Western countries. While the state vigorously promotes infrastructure development, countless enterprises have emerged in the private sector, resulting in fierce competition, with many industry leaders expanding their businesses internationally. Each year, the trade surplus between the Dragon Nation and other countries reaches staggering amounts, soaring into the hundreds of billions. Consequently, many capitalists within those countries have grown restless. Unable to compete openly with the Dragon Nation, they have begun to employ underhanded tactics. For instance, they fabricated a pretext alleging that a senior executive of a prominent domestic enterprise had stolen confidential information from other companies, leading to the detention of that executive. The Dragon Nation entrusted this matter entirely to Zhou Hong, reflecting both confidence in her capabilities and a testament to her trustworthiness. At this moment, the conference room was filled with representatives from both nations, alongside several journalists from notable publications such as the Big Apple City Times and the Horn Daily. The atmosphere in the room was palpably tense, as both parties were seasoned negotiators, acutely aware of the decorum required. Although the meeting appeared to revolve around the fate of the detained executive, it was, in reality, a demonstration of the power dynamics between the two nations. The stronger side naturally exuded a more assertive demeanor. Regrettably, the era of the nation as the global beacon has long since faded, and the slumbering dragon of the East has awakened. Zhou Hong was the first to speak, her tone composed, revealing no trace of emotion, yet her words were razor-sharp. Mr. Robert, I would like to inquire about your country's motives in fabricating and distorting facts to forcibly detain Mr. Jiang from our nation. It is an established fact that Mr. Jiang is suspected of bribing a senior official in our military-industrial sector, the Hammer Project, and stealing vital secrets, replied the bald man in a suit with an air of calm. Established fact? Where's the evidence? Until now, who is this senior official you refer to? What secrets were stolen? Zhou Hong countered, her arms crossed, a cold demeanor enveloping her. Apologies, but these matters are classified, he replied, the word classified echoing throughout the conversation. Your government's conduct appears rather domineering. In our territory, we possess the right to act as we see fit, Zhou Hong retorted, a flicker of a smile gracing her lips. Very well, Mr. Robert. In that case, how does your country intend to address the situation regarding Mr. Jiang? Naturally, he shall submit to the court's judgment. Our legal system is robust and intolerant of provocation. According to international norms, your country has no authority to adjudicate matters involving our citizens. Furthermore, as members of the United Nations, such issues should be resolved by the International Court. Regrettably, Mr. Jiang is suspected of possessing critical confidential information, and thus cannot be handed over to the International Court at this time, Robert replied, his stance unwavering. He signaled to a few aides behind him, and shortly thereafter, several journalists in the conference room were asked to leave. The forthcoming discourse is not suitable for public knowledge. Naturally, Lynch is absent from the conference room. Being a recent graduate, still under 30, he is unqualified to be privy to many matters. At this moment, he finds himself in his office, resting his head on the desk in slumber. After a night spent cultivating his inner energy, he is rather fatigued. Taking advantage of the sparse attendance while Hongjia is still in session, he seizes the opportunity to catch a quick nap. Meanwhile, in a modest conference room at the diplomatic bureau, a man of Chinese descent in his 40s, clad in a brown trench coat, sits with his fingers interlaced, smiling at the bald figure across from him. Mr. Fury, how have you been? It has been several years since our last encounter. How curious it is that the director of the Spear Bureau has personally come to New Apple City. Are you not concerned about being unable to depart? I have the courage to come, hence I possess the assurance to leave, the Chinese man replies with an unwavering smile. Moreover, is your intelligence department merely idle? The Spear Bureau underwent restructuring a month ago, and has even changed its name. Fury's expression remains unchanged as he narrows his singular eye. Allow me to inform you that I am now the deputy director of the suspended Mirror Division. It seems my subordinates have indeed proven somewhat ineffectual. Oh. The Dragon Kingdom has made remarkable strides in these past 2 years, Nick Fury responds. I have nearly concluded my business. Zheng Xian rises and smiles at Fury. Fury's expression shifts. Aren't you here to negotiate with me? If you release my detained agents, we can arrange for Mr. Zhang's return. That will not be necessary. Zheng Xian states. What? Have you not received any news? Is the signal poor in this location? No sooner had the words left his lips than Fury's earpiece crackled with a report from his intelligence personnel. Sir, the headquarters has been attacked by an unknown source. Mr. Jiang has vanished from the detention chamber. The surveillance has been compromised, and no trace of the intruder has been found. Actually, it is not out of the question for me to release your agents, but it would require a trade, Zhang Xian proposes. What do you desire? From his pocket, Zhang Xian produces a photograph depicting a cube emanating a blue glow. Our mirror master has a particular interest in this item. Do not entertain such thoughts. Fury struggles to suppress an outburst of anger. Zhang Xian shrugs nonchalantly. Very well, then. Rest assured, we are not like you. We do not forcibly seize what does not belong to us. With that, he departs. Fury watches Zhang Xian's retreating figure, his expression darkening. Chapter 6 When Lynch awakens. It is already noon. His stomach growls, and he intends to rush to the cafeteria, but suddenly, an urgent need to relieve himself surges forth. Reluctantly, Lynch alters his course to the restroom. In the restroom, Lynch stood before the urinal, extracting his member. After a brief shudder, he instinctively let out a soft moan, completely oblivious to the presence of another individual entering the bathroom. Shaking himself off, Lynch fastened his trousers, only to discover a middle-aged Asian man beside him, staring intently. What is your problem? Why are you staring? Lynch retreated a step, his expression wary. I was merely admiring your looks, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Lynch's caution heightened at this remark. I'm not coming out. Zhang Xian found it peculiar that this young diplomat was actually a martial artist, possessing at least a mid-level mastery of qi cultivation. At Lynch's age, he had still been toughening his body, having yet to cultivate a single strand of true energy. A genius? A prodigy? As he watched Lynch exit the restroom, Zhang Xian fell into contemplation. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lynch noticed that a majority of the staff from the embassy were gathered for lunch. Liao Shu, I'd like a braised pork knuckle, a portion of mapo tofu, and, oh, also a serving of mouth-watering chicken, Lynch called to the plump uncle behind the counter. Master Liao's Sichuan cuisine was renowned, earning rave reviews from all who tasted it. It was said that his ancestors had served as imperial chefs, and although he inherited merely a fraction of their skills, he was unparalleled. As Lynch savored his meal, another individual suddenly took a seat across from him. What do you want? Lynch regarded the smiling middle-aged man with an unyielding expression. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Xian. He extended a hand. Lynch remained silent, gesturing to his badge before shaking hands with the man, his palms still greasy from the pork knuckle. Zhang Xian's lips twitched slightly. Mr. Lin, how long have you been in the country? For years, why? Lynch replied. Are you adapting well to life here? Zhang Xian inquired. Initially, there were some adjustments. But now I've made quite a few friends, Lynch shrugged. Have you considered returning to your home country for development? Zhang Xian pressed on. Not at the moment. I quite enjoy my current position. And who are you? Lynch asked, puzzled. I'm an expatriate sent from the domestic side to handle Mr. Zhang's matter. Zhang Xian began, but was abruptly interrupted by a confident, commanding voice. Oh, Lao Zhang, what are you doing here? Aren't you busy? Why haven't you returned home? Zhou Hong placed her tray on the long table and sat down beside Lynch. Hong Jia. Lynch ducked his head, offering a sheepish greeting. Your writing has improved. Quite commendable, Zhou Hong remarked, her beautiful phoenix eyes glancing at Lin Shi with rare appreciation. This is Lin, my young colleague. Zhang Xian gestured towards Lin Shi. My secretary. Zhou Hong raised an eyebrow. What? Are you interested in him? Zhou Hong found it rather peculiar. She was well aware of Lin Shi's character. A mere weakling and a homebody. How could Zhang Xian, the esteemed deputy director of the Xianying Bureau, possibly have any connection with Lin Shi? Although Lin, the young gentleman, possessed an admirable appearance, she indeed considered the prospect of recruiting him. Zhang Xian, with his arms crossed, inquired, Miss Zhou, might I persuade you to part with him? Zhou Hong pondered for a moment before replying. That is a question you must direct to him. I have no authority to interfere with his freedom. Young brother Lin, would you be interested in working under my command? Zhang Xian turned his gaze toward the silently observing Lin Shi. Lin Shi, perplexed, asked, why would I want to work for you? You haven't even introduced yourself. Zhang Xian smiled with a hint of exasperation. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhang Xian, currently in charge of international affairs. Lin Shi, upon hearing this, became even more bewildered. He glanced at his beautiful superior, Zhou Hong, who was engrossed in her meal, and remarked, as far as I know, these diplomatic matters here are typically handled by the ambassador, Mr. Su Tian, right? Haha, Mr. Su and I actually oversee different affairs. Zhang Xian responded, but I still don't understand why I would want to work for you. I can offer you a salary of $20,000 a month, along with the prospect of promotion. You're currently a third-class secretary, correct? If you agree to work under me, I could elevate you to a first-class secretary position. Zhang Xian stated confidently. Zhou Hong interjected, Old Zhang, that's a bit excessive, isn't it? Who seeks to poach talent in front of their superior? Aren't you indifferent? I've changed my mind. I've grown accustomed to little Lin and don't wish to part with him. Zhang Xian replied. realizing the swift change in a woman's disposition. He then turned to Lynch. What are your thoughts? Feeling Zhou Hong's piercing gaze, Lynch swallowed hard and replied, At this moment, I have no plans to switch jobs. Zhou Hong let out a satisfied hum and patted Lynch's shoulder, appearing pleased with his response. Zheng Xian shook his head in amusement, producing a black card from his pocket and handing it to Lynch. If you reconsider, you may call this number. With that, Zheng Xian turned and left the cafeteria. Lynch, what happened? I saw the video you posted on Twitter yesterday. Why did you get into a conflict with a police officer and seize their firearm? Zhou Hong inquired, her tone laced with concern, warming Lynch's heart. He chuckled lightly and replied, It's nothing much. The issue of racial discrimination here is quite severe. I've encountered such situations more than once. Next time you face a similar issue, don't act impulsively, call me. The country will always stand behind you, understand? Zhou Hong gently advised. Lynch took a deep breath and responded with a relaxed smile. Yes. You see, I have practiced a bit of self-defense to protect myself. I hope I haven't brought shame to the country. Self-defense? How come I was unaware of your skills? Zhou Hong blinked her beautiful eyes and fixed her gaze on Lynch, the faint fragrance emanating from her person causing his heart to race. Lynch discreetly stepped back a bit, stammering in response. I learned martial arts from my grandfather for a few years when I was young, but I later abandoned it for my studies. I've merely picked it up again. Raising his chin with a newfound confidence, he declared, Do not let my slender frame deceive you. Even a few burly men cannot come near me. Is that so? Zhou Hong's lips curled into an enchanting smile. Then you must demonstrate your skills for me. Lynch was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing as he scratched his head. I'm full now. I'll head back to the office. If you need anything, just call for me. With that, he picked up his empty tray and hastily retreated from the cafeteria. Zhou Hong shook her head, a bemused smile gracing her lips. This boy, even after all these years, is still so timid. Lynch was not timid. He was merely accustomed to being single. Unlike the flamboyant characters in other novels, Lynch was exceedingly reserved, having never been adept at conversing with women, often blushing after exchanging just a few words. Although he was quite handsome, youthful, affluent, and from a well-to-do family, he always presented himself as a disheveled bookworm, speaking with utmost sincerity, making it difficult for the girls around him to take an interest in him. Thus, at the age of 27 or 8, he had never experienced a romantic relationship. Furthermore, why would one not revel in gaming? Is it not enjoyable? Is a graphics card worth 9,800 not more appealing than a woman? What compels one to seek a romantic relationship? Chapter 7. At this moment, Lynch was typing away at the keyboard in his office. The title on the screen read in large characters, A Song of Ice and Fire, A Game of Thrones. As a time traveler, was it not a disservice to his identity to not indulge in literary imitation? This globally acclaimed fantasy novel from his previous life had become Lynch's primary objective. You may ask why he did not imitate old Lu's The Three-Body Problem. Is my three-body problem not worthy? It was not that Lynch did not wish to emulate it. Although this novel was renowned, he had never read it. I apologize for bringing shame to my fellow time travelers. Setting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Lynch skillfully typed on the keyboard, and before long, he had completed the first chapter and casually uploaded it to the forum. Just then, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was a call from Little Spider. Upon answering, he heard Little Spider's somewhat awkward voice on the other end. Lynn, could you come to Central City High School? Is there something wrong? Could you pretend to be my guardian? Lynch responded, perplexed. What have you done? I accidentally broke the basketball hoop at school, Little Spider admitted sheepishly. You know, if Uncle Ben finds out I caused trouble at school, he would kill me. Please, Lynn. You are my only hope now, came the plea from Peter's voice in the principal's office at Zhongqing High School. The principal, an elderly man with graying hair and thick reading glasses, inquired, Mr. Lin, may I ask your relation to Peter? I am a distant cousin of Peter. His father is the younger brother of my aunt's grandson. You see, we in the Dragon Kingdom place great importance on familial ties, Lin Shi replied earnestly, producing his diplomatic credentials. Beside him, Parker struggled to suppress his laughter. Isn't there a closer relative than that? To my knowledge, his legal guardian is his Uncle Ben. The old principal remarked, glancing at Lin Shi's credentials with a hint of bewilderment. Oh, they are traveling in the country and won't return for another week. Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. Ah, in that case, let us discuss the matter at hand. The principal adjusted his glasses. Peter must have informed you of the incident, correct? He damaged the basketball hoop. Such behavior is not to be condoned. Peter must take responsibility for this matter, the principal stated firmly. Lin Shi raised a hand, interrupting the elderly principal. What exactly are you implying? Moreover, I do not believe Peter is at fault in this situation. You claim he broke the basketball hoop. What does that signify? Does it indicate that Peter is mischievous and unruly? No. It merely reflects the dilapidated state of your school's basketball hoop. The quality is appalling. It is a fact that Peter damaged the hoop, and he must compensate for it with $800. The principal retorted, visibly irritated, asserting that Peter must also write a letter of apology and suspend himself for a week to reflect on his misdeeds. A flicker of shock and anxiety crossed Little Spider's face. This punishment seemed excessively harsh. If he were suspended, he could not hide it from Uncle Ben. What? Am I mistaken? Pray tell, has the principal lost his senses? Lynch reproached without regard for the principal's dignity. It is indeed true that your school's basketball hoop is of inferior quality. I have never heard of a hoop that can be shattered by a child weighing around 150 pounds. Your demand for Peter to compensate for the hoop is utterly unreasonable and contravenes your school's core educational philosophy. Furthermore, I have yet to address your school's liability. I now suspect that Peter may have sustained injuries due to your defective basketball hoop, and I shall take him to the hospital for an examination shortly. Should any issues arise, I will not hesitate to file a lawsuit against you. Let us see if you can win that case. Upon hearing this, the old principal turned crimson with rage, momentarily rendered speechless. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, "Very well, Mr. Lin. You win. Peter shall not be required to compensate the school for damages. Let us put this matter behind us." This was the first time he encountered a parent like Lynch, and he found him exceedingly difficult to deal with. Lynch led the young Spider-Man out of the office, and after walking a short distance, he inquired with keen interest, "Parker, what is the situation? How did you manage to shatter the basketball hoop?" "Lynn, you were incredibly cool just now." "It was the first time I witnessed the principal humbled," the young Spider-Man exclaimed. "As for the basketball hoop, Fleischer was bullying a classmate again, and I merely intended to teach him a lesson." "You resorted to violence?" Lynch narrowed his eyes. "No. I challenged him to a one-on-one basketball game and accidentally exerted too much force," the young Spider-Man replied awkwardly. "Was anyone injured?" "No," he shrugged. Lynch nodded. "That's good." The young Spider-Man's expression was filled with excitement, his tone brimming with pride. "You have no idea how Fleischer's face looked when I smashed the hoop. It was as delightful as a pickled cucumber left to sour for 3 months." The lad seemed a bit carried away. A smirk played on Lynch's lips as he decided to impart some wisdom to the young Spider-Man. Otherwise, this boy would eventually land himself in serious trouble. "Follow me." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lynch patted the young Spider-Man on the shoulder. "Where to?" "I have classes this afternoon," the young Spider-Man asked, puzzled. "Never mind that. Didn't I just tell the principal I was taking you to the hospital?" "You're taking me to the hospital?" "No, just come with me," Lynch said as he hopped into his Jeep, casually searching for a boxing gym on the navigation system. As a martial artist at the 5th level of Chi mastery, he hadn't had any sparring experience and felt a bit restless. The inexperienced young Spider-Man, with his tough skin and lack of exposure to the darker sides of society, would make for an ideal training partner. As for his work at the embassy, no worries. He had been particularly light on assignments recently, and he had skipped work before without consequence. If caught, he would merely face a minor deduction in his salary, a trivial matter for Lynch, who was not lacking in funds. Half an hour later, Lynch arrived at an obscure boxing gym. Upon entering, he noticed that while the facilities were somewhat outdated, a considerable number of individuals were present. A not particularly tall white man caught Lynch's attention. He was striking a heavy bag alone in the corner, his punches and footwork exhibiting a disciplined technique, making him a skilled amateur boxer. The man was drenched in sweat, his gray hoodie thoroughly soaked, and his fists radiated a fierce intensity, suggesting he had tasted blood and taken lives. In another corner, a tall white man with a mohawk noticed Lynch and Parker entering the gym, a glint of malice in his eyes as he remarked to his companion, "One a sissy, the other a little kid. Shall we stir up some trouble?" Beside them stood a man dressed as a boxing coach, wearing a beret, who warned, "Hey, don't cause any trouble in my gym." However, the mohawk-haired man dismissed the coach's words with disdain, clearly unconcerned by his admonition. Chapter 8. How may I assist you? What are the charges here? Lynch inquired of the young half-dragon man behind the counter, speaking in English. For many of the half-dragons these days had lost the ability to converse in Chinese. "It's $35 a month, which includes a locker. We open at 7 a.m. and close at 11 p.m., replied a Chinese man named Finro. "So, are you looking to join? Let's give it a try," Lynch said. Finro then handed both Lynch and Parker cards to fill out with their names and contact information. After completing the card, Lynch paid $140, covering 2 months' membership for himself and Spider-Man. Finro glanced at Lynch and Parker and asked, "Are you here to train for billionaire Jarelli's $5 million project?" Lynch looked at the promotional poster behind Finro, which announced the Spartan Championship hosted by Tap Company. He vaguely recalled it from a film titled Warrior. "No, just here for some casual fun," Lynch waved his hand dismissively. "Peter, come over and practice with me," waving at the dazed Spider-Man. Lynch donned a pair of boxing gloves and stepped into an empty square ring. Spider-Man, filled with enthusiasm, put on his gloves, and jumped into the ring for the first time, captivated by everything around him. Do you want to have a boxing match with me, Lynn? Spider-Man asked. Absolutely. How about a wager? Lynch replied, grinning broadly. He raised a finger and proclaimed, if you can land a punch on me today, I'll gift you a motorcycle. Are you serious? Spider-Man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lynch nodded. Let's get started, but if you lose, you must help me clean my place for a month. Deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Spider-Man agreed, his reflexes sharp and confidence soaring. Come on, Parker, Lynch said, placing his hands behind his back and nodding his chin at him. Ready. Peter Parker touched his fists together, then stepped forward, delivering a hook aimed at Lynch's abdomen. Spider-Man was certain of his success. Although he applied only a fraction of his strength, it was not a blow that could easily be evaded. He was also prepared to hold back, wary of injuring Lynch. Indeed, to Lynch, Spider-Man's punch, in both speed and power, rivaled that of a top-tier boxer. If Lynch had been the same as before, he would have been unable to evade it. With a slight bend at the waist, Lynch effortlessly dodged the punch. Spider-Man's fist narrowly missing his abdomen by mere centimeters. Close call, Lynch chuckled. The little spider was somewhat astonished, then changed tactics, striking towards Lin Chi's chin with a speed that had intensified compared to before. Lin Chi straightened up and evaded the punch, the gust of wind lifting his bangs. Almost, but not quite. The little spider, undeterred, accelerated his punches once more, nearly surpassing the limits of elite boxers. Though his fists moved with remarkable speed, they lacked any semblance of technique. Anyone with 2 years of boxing training could easily discern his vulnerabilities. Not only Lin Chi, but many present could deftly evade his strikes. Gradually, an increasing number of spectators in the boxing gym were captivated by the spectacle of their bout, gathering around the ring to witness the clash. Rather than a fair exchange, it resembled a one-sided assault by the little spider against Lin Chi, with each punch missing its mark. The boxing gym owner, Kubo, stood off to the side, arms crossed, watching the two with keen interest. He remarked to his assistant, "This young man of Asian descent is quite skilled. Yet, this youthful lad possesses extraordinary talent. With 2 years of training, he could very well become a world-class champion." On the stage, the little spider's offensive grew increasingly intense. Yet despite reaching the peak of his punching speed, he still could not graze the hem of Lin Chi's garment. "Is this all you've got, Parker?" Lin Chi taunted mercilessly. With gritted teeth, the little spider unleashed another left straight aimed at Lin Chi's cheek. Provoked by Lin Chi, his punching speed surged once again, nearing double that of an average person's. Lin Chi deftly turned aside to evade. At this moment, the little spider's strength and speed had far exceeded ordinary limits. Yet Lin Chi, a martial artist proficient at the 5th level of chi cultivation, matched him stride for stride. Moreover, the Bishia sword manual was inherently designed for speed. The little spider's attempts to land a hit were utterly futile. The little spider drew closer to Chu Shao, delivering a straight punch like a hammer aimed at Lin Chi's face, the distance between them less than half a meter. He had fully unleashed his potential. With both speed and power reaching their zenith, Lin Chi sidestepped the heavy blow, executing a quick maneuver that caused the little spider to lose his balance and fall to the ground in a disheveled heap. However, the little spider, resilient and tough-skinned, rose as if unscathed, though his expression revealed disappointment and frustration. It seemed he would indeed be stuck cleaning for Lin Chi for a month. Quickly regaining his composure, the little spider curiously inquired, "Lin, do you know any martial arts from the Dragon Country?" "Yes, just a little," Lin Chi replied. "Can you teach me the martial arts from the Dragon Country?" The little spider's face shone with admiration. The allure of Dragon Country martial arts was undeniable. Before Lin Chi could respond, a particularly arrogant voice interjected, "Ha, Dragon Country martial arts? Does he think he is Bruce Lee or something?" The voice was entirely unrestrained, and everyone present heard it loud and clear, their gazes shifting toward the source. In the corner, Tommy ceased his punching bag exercises. The rooster-headed fighter twisted his neck and leapt into the ring, rudely shoving aside the little spider, and approached Lynch with a face full of provocation, taunting. "Do you dare to face me in a match, Bruce Lee?" The rooster-headed fighter exuded an air of confidence, as if he had already secured victory over Lynch. "Very well," Lynch replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, though his gaze remained icy. Just as the tension between the two escalated, a boxing coach from the nearby gym interjected, "Hey, Plaque, this isn't appropriate. It's his first day at the gym. Mind your own business." He agreed to it himself. The rooster-headed fighter retorted, before gesturing towards a corner of the ring, indicating for Lynch to prepare, while he moved to another corner. "I'm willing to fight you, but there must be some stakes involved. Otherwise, it lacks excitement," Lynch proposed. "Fine by me. How do you want to set it up?" Lynch produced his wallet and extracted 4 crisp $100 bills. "You should also pull out $400 to stake against him." He indicated towards the boxing coach below the ring. "You seem quite affluent," the rooster-headed fighter remarked, a glimmer of greed flashing in his narrowed eyes. He then retrieved over $100 from his own wallet and borrowed over $200 from friends in the audience. As they both stood in the center of the ring, the rooster-headed fighter assumed a boxing stance while Lynch lounged casually, one hand behind his back and the other open. The referee, adhering to protocol, stated, "I trust you all understand the rules. Any means are permissible. You may strike down opponents. But no hits to the back of the head or other vital areas, and no kicking like in soccer." Both fighters nodded in acknowledgement. The referee wasted no time. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the referee's hand descended, the rooster-headed fighter immediately launched a punch towards Lynch. Although his speed could not rival that of the little spider, his skill was at a professional level, with movements executed flawlessly, making it difficult for an average person to predict where his punch would land. Thus evading it became nearly impossible. The rooster-headed fighter's punches varied in their feints and rhythms, yet each strike was deftly parried or evaded by Lynch, who remained with one hand behind his back. "Kid, is all you can do is dodge? Attack me," the rooster-headed fighter shouted angrily. In response, he received a sharp slap to his left cheek, leaving a distinct imprint. Stunned, the rooster-headed fighter's anger surged, and he retaliated with a kick aimed at Lynch's abdomen. Smack! Another slap landed on his right cheek. Fair play, the audience observed in astonishment, stifling laughter. The rooster-headed fighter was nearly driven to madness with rage. Yet his fist still failed to connect with Lynch. Gradually, his steps became erratic, his rhythm faltered, and his breath grew labored as he lunged forward, attempting to wrap his arms around Lynch's waist in a bid to employ grappling techniques. Lynch executed a stunning front flip, soaring over the head of the cocky opponent. Addressing the diminutive spider below, "Parker, allow me to demonstrate what true Dragon Kingdom martial arts entail." This proclamation was not merely directed at Parker, but also resonated with all those in the audience who held martial arts in disdain. In a blur, Lynch's figure darted behind the cocky opponent, delivering a precise strike to the nape of his neck, infusing him with a stream of exorcising energy. The opponent lost consciousness and collapsed onto the stage, his nose bleeding profusely. Chapter 9. The crowd lifted the fallen opponent off the stage, and it was several minutes before he groggily regained awareness. Lynch collected his rightful $800 from the boxing coach, using a clean towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. The spider presented him with a bottle of water, his face alight with admiration, inquiring, "Lynch, what martial art was that you just performed?" Unbeknownst to him, Lynch was swiftly usurping the idol status that Iron Man once held in his heart. "Pressure point striking," Lynch replied, noticing the spider's confusion. He elaborated, "It is a technique that strikes specific points on the body to achieve particular effects, enabling one to prevail over adversaries. However, only practitioners endowed with true energy can master such skills. You may regard it as a unique form of energy." Lynch grasped the spider's wrist, channeling a thread of exorcising energy into him. "What do you feel?" "Wow, it's warm, a bit hot," exclaimed the spider. "How astonishing. Is this true energy? Are you a superhuman, Lynch?" Lynch chuckled and shook his head. "No. Any martial artist who has reached a certain level can cultivate this energy, though the nature of the energy varies from one practitioner to another." "Can I learn it too?" the spider asked, hope gleaming in his eyes. "Have I ever mentioned teaching you martial arts?" Lynch scoffed. "Martial arts are not so easily acquired." The spider's expression fell. In truth, Lynch would not mind imparting martial arts to the spider, but he was unwilling to share profound techniques so readily. The treasures of a 1,000-year heritage from Huaxiao were not something he would hand over to an outsider without due consideration, even if he regarded the spider as a little brother. At that moment, their exchange was interrupted by another individual. "Brother, may we spar?" Tommy approached Lynch, and upon glancing at him, Lynch recognized the gray-clad man who had been practicing punches alone in the corner. His resemblance to Master Tommy was striking. "Sure. What do you go by?" Lynch inquired. "I am called Tommy," he replied. Lynch, recalling the details about Tommy, shook his head in lamentation for his troubled fate. This was reminiscent of a plot from a film he had watched in his previous life, centered on boxing, domestic violence, and family struggles. The film boasted an impressive rating of 89 on Douban, a rare gem in the realm of cinema. The protagonist, Tommy, hails from a fractured family, with an alcoholic boxing coach father who inflicts domestic violence upon his mother. Unable to endure the turmoil, Tommy, the younger son, flees with his suffering mother to a distant land. Meanwhile, Tommy's elder brother, Brandon, chooses to remain behind for the sake of his girlfriend, believing he would earn his father's favor and mentorship, only to be dismissed by the father for lacking talent. Ultimately, the father and son part ways. Years later, Tommy's mother succumbs to a painful death before him, unable to afford the exorbitant medication for her illness. Alone in the world, Tommy opts not to seek out his despicable father, but instead enlists in the military. After several years, during his service in Iraq, Tommy's unit falls victim to a friendly fire incident, resulting in the death of all his comrades, who were like family to him. Once again, he finds himself isolated, burdened by haunting memories. Disillusioned with the military, Tommy chooses not to return to his unit. Instead, after rescuing several soldiers from another unit who were also caught in the crossfire, he escapes across the Atlantic, leaving the battlefield behind. He is labeled a deserter, yet he embodies the spirit of a fearless warrior, marred by scars of his past. Upon seeing a promotional poster for a $5 million prize fight hosted by the wealthy Jarelli, he resolves to train under his father, a top-notch boxing coach despite his alcoholism. Tommy aims to win the prize to support the widow of his fallen comrade. Concurrently, Brandon's young daughter is diagnosed with a heart condition. Despite Brandon's rise to the middle class after years of hard work, he struggles to afford the exorbitant medical expenses. For the sake of his daughter, he is compelled to step back into the octagon. Thus, after many years, the brothers find themselves face-to-face once more in the arena. In a narrative typical of inspirational tales, Brandon triumphs over Tommy in the final match, claiming the $5 million prize through sheer willpower. Meanwhile, the notorious Tommy is apprehended by the military and faces a court-martial. Fortunately, his act of rescuing his comrades was captured on film, marking him as a hero despite being a deserter. Although the film does not disclose Tommy's fate, one might hope for a resolution that is not tragic. In summary, this is an uplifting and healing film that has left a profound impression on Lynch. Having watched it several times, breaking his reverie, Lynch inquires of Tommy, "Are you a veteran?" Tommy, somewhat guarded, responds, "How did you know? You possess a certain aura." "An aura of one who has taken lives," Lynch observes. A flicker of pain crosses Tommy's face. "Why do you wish to fight me? Do you consider yourself my equal?" Lynch continues, "It is evident that you are affluent and likely disdain the $5 million. But I have a pressing need for that sum. I propose a wager. Should I manage to withstand your assault for a full minute without succumbing, you shall impart to me the secrets of your esteemed martial arts." Tommy was acutely aware that he was no match for Lynch. Moreover, he possessed some knowledge of the customs and culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Understanding that martial arts are traditionally transmitted within the family and are typically reserved for males. Outsiders are seldom instructed, let alone foreigners. Lynch chuckled and asked, "And what if you lose?" Before Tommy could respond, Lynch continued, "If you lose, you shall become my disciple, in the traditional sense of the Dragon Kingdom." Tommy was taken aback by this proposition, yet he quickly acquiesced. Noticing Tommy's readiness, Lynch inquired, "Are you familiar with the traditional master-disciple relationship in the Dragon Kingdom?" Tommy nodded and uttered 4 words. "A master's command is akin to that of a father, albeit with a markedly unrefined pronunciation." Lynch was somewhat astonished. "You seem quite knowledgeable about our culture." "I majored in Chinese during my university years," Tommy replied, his voice hesitant. "My mother has always held a deep admiration for the Dragon Kingdom and has long dreamed of visiting the Great Wall." Another tragic tale, thought Lynch. He stepped onto the arena and beckoned to Tommy. "Are you ready?" he asked, as Tommy huddled in the corner, cradling his head to shield his neck and chin. Convinced that his strategy was sound, protecting his neck and chin would render it difficult for Lynch to incapacitate him, Tommy nodded, only to lose consciousness moments later. A few seconds passed before he awoke to find himself sprawled on the arena floor. "I lost," he murmured. Lynch leaned close to Tommy's ear and whispered an address before descending from the platform. "Come find me here on Saturday at 10 o'clock. Chapter 10 on the journey home. Lynch turned to the small spider beside him. "Parker, do you think I am formidable?" "Yes," came the response. "But what if I told you that there exist many beings in this world capable of effortlessly extinguishing my life, as one might crush an ant? What would you think?" "That is impossible." "Are you joking, Lynn?" Parker exclaimed in disbelief. Lynch's expression grew serious. "I am not jesting, nor am I exaggerating in the slightest. This world is far more perilous than the canonical Marvel Cinematic Universe." After a period of observation, Lynch concluded that this Marvel universe resembled a tapestry woven from countless worlds intertwined. At least as far as Lynch was aware, multiple independent realms coexisted within the territory of his nation, and their coexistence posed no conflict. The superhero team from what enterprises occasionally emerged to showcase their prowess. Just the other day, the front page of the Horn Herald announced the bankruptcy of the Umbrella Corporation. In a quaint town named Chester Mill, an impenetrable transparent dome suddenly materialized, isolating the interior from the outside world. The demon-hunting Winchester brothers. "Parker, this world is far more mysterious than you can fathom. Prior to this moment, did you truly believe you were my equal? I can assure you, if I wished to end your life, it would take less than 3 seconds." Spider-Man, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of defiance, yet he recognized the veracity in Lynch's words. "I am aware that you have undergone some remarkable transformations recently, and you likely perceive yourself as exceptionally powerful, having transcended the ranks of ordinary individuals. Allow me to inquire, can your body withstand bullets? The greater your abilities, the more imperative it becomes to conceal them rather than flaunt them indiscriminately. Otherwise, you may one day face dire consequences." If you believe your strength warrants a contribution to this world, then I urge you to don a mask, lest you endanger those around you. At 11:30 that night, in the solitude of his room, young Spider found himself leaning against the back of his chair, lost in contemplation, the echoes of Lynch's words resonating within him. He scrutinized his own heart, and ultimately conceded that he had indeed committed some missteps. His gaze fell upon the schematics for his web shooter and the half-finished red and blue costume on his desk, as he fiddled with the essential tools of his vigilante trade. In the adjacent room, Lynch opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath laden with exhaustion. He had just completed a round of internal energy cultivation, allowing the protective chi to circulate through his meridians for 49 cycles, thus completing a full circuit. As the energy within him surged, he also solidified his cultivation at the 5th level. Stepping outside, he gazed up at the stars. In a city plagued by light pollution, how could one possibly see the stars? Lynch settled into his understated yet luxurious Jeep and set off toward Midtown High. Today, the boxing gym he was heading to was also a potential checkpoint, but it was somewhat distant from Ricky's home, requiring more than an hour's drive. The streets were relatively deserted, for it was past 11, under the cloak of night. In Western capitalist nations, it is often observed that the larger the city, the poorer the security, a stark contrast to the situation back home. Just then, a dashing young man on a motorcycle appeared before Lynch, speeding down the opposite lane at no less than 120 miles per hour. He brazenly approached a building without flinching, and in less than 5 seconds, he vanished from Lynch's sight, leaving behind a trail of flames that lingered long after his departure. Several seconds later, a few police cars arrived, tardily. Having not even caught a glimpse of the young man's taillights, they could only follow the scorched traces left on the ground. Lynch stepped out to inspect the side of his vehicle, now marred by melted paint. Damn, isn't this fellow supposed to be in Mexico? After approximately 10 more minutes, Lynch finally arrived at Midtown High. Location of check-in found: Big Apple City Central High School. Remaining check-in attempts today: 1. Available check-in attempts at location. 4. Would you like to check in? Yes. Congratulations. Host, your luck is exceptional. You have obtained the. Is it not merely an ordinary martial art? How has it ascended to the level of? Lynch felt a twinge of confusion. However, as a deluge of information flooded his mind, his perplexity was swiftly dispelled. This, despite its seemingly mundane title, is indeed a profound compendium of martial arts, encompassing a journey from the surface to the depths of mastery. Rather than being merely a manual on boxing techniques, it is, in truth, a method of body refinement that progresses from external to internal cultivation. Unlike the methods of internal power cultivation, it employs the practice of boxing in conjunction with specific breathing techniques to refine one's vitality, thereby continually strengthening the body. The stages of and correspond to the 9 tiers of the internal cultivation phase. A practitioner in the stage can harness their entire strength into a singular force, wielding immense power. Those who reach the stage experience heightened senses, akin to the awareness of a cicada before the autumn breeze stirs. The stage enables a practitioner to potentially punch through the armor of a tank. The subsequent realm is referred to as the. In this stage, the essence of one's vitality undergoes a transformation into, which permeates the bones, skin, and flesh, bestowing formidable defensive capabilities upon the body. A powerful warrior can withstand a missile strike without sustaining a scratch. Moreover, such practitioners often surpass those who have solely focused on internal power cultivation. However, with every gain comes a loss. While innate practitioners of energy cultivation may extend their lifespan, theoretically living up to 2 centuries, body refiners deplete their original essence, and, in the matter of longevity, may find themselves no better off than ordinary individuals. As they age, their vitality inevitably wanes, leading to ailments and suffering. Of course, this distinction pertains only to the lower realms. All paths ultimately converge toward the extraordinary. Both body refinement and energy cultivation must eventually involve the cultivation of, which need not be elaborated upon here. Standing by the roadside, Lynch followed the ethereal silhouette in his mind, practicing the of, accompanying the corresponding breathing techniques. He could distinctly feel a warm current circulating within him, continually fortifying his skin, muscles, bones, and even his internal organs. Lynch's figure occasionally resembled that of a resplendent white crane, at times akin to a nimble old ape leaping deftly among the trees, or like a coiled serpent lurking in the grass, poised to strike. He could also evoke the image of a roaring tiger in the forest or a galloping steed racing across the plains. Should there be an enthusiast of Xingyi in the Dragon Kingdom, they would undoubtedly exclaim in awe at the remarkable finesse of this young man's martial prowess, which is on par with seasoned masters who have dedicated decades to the discipline. Moreover, the stances he employed bore a striking resemblance to the widely recognized forms of Xingyi, yet possessed an elusive quality that set them apart. After executing the 12 forms of Xingyi, Lynch gradually concluded his practice, exhaling a cloud of white vapor that lingered in the air for several dozen meters, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 11. In the ensuing Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, Lynch escorted Parker to school each morning, taking the opportunity to check in at Central High School. Wednesday was particularly fortuitous, as he acquired the 12 forms of Xingyi. However, Thursday's fortune waned, yielding only a basic manual on light body techniques entitled Flying on Grass. Fortunately, Friday brought better luck, with Lynch obtaining a manual on concealed weaponry known as Willow Leaf Dart. Although it was merely an ordinary technique, Lynch found its intricacies exceptional. This method excelled in speed, and unlike other concealed weapon techniques, the Willow Leaf Dart thrived on overwhelming force. Beyond 7 steps, the Willow Leaf Dart was swift. Within 7 steps, it was both rapid and precise. During these days, Little Spider had refrained from visiting Lynch's home for meals. According to old Parker, Little Spider returned home very late each day after school, often skipping dinner to seclude himself in his room, preoccupied with some unknown endeavor. The lights still aglow at 1 or 2 in the morning. Old Parker expressed concern and came to inquire about the situation. Lynch could surmise what Little Spider was engaged in, but chose not to disclose it. As children mature, they require a measure of personal space, and one cannot oversee every aspect of their lives. At the envoy's residence, Lynch pressed the final key, successfully completing a lengthy 4,000-word chapter, stretching and yawning in satisfaction. Over the course of 3 days, he had penned over 20,000 words. Given that Game of Thrones is an expansive epic, it unfolds slowly and with insufficient word count. It did not garner much attention on the forum, receiving only a handful of likes each day. Among the followers of his newly created account was a user named Yao Gong, who promptly liked his posts whenever he published content. Lynch thought little of it, merely considering Yao Gong a fellow netizen from his homeland. After uploading the latest chapter, within mere minutes, Yao Gong swiftly liked his post and left a comment. Excellently written. Liked it before reading. In another office, Zhou Hong set down his phone with a contemplative expression, murmuring to himself, "The author's prose is truly exquisite, with intricate descriptions." At this stage, one can already discern the vastness of the novel's universe, centered around power. However, the updates are rather sluggish, having only released 7 or 8 chapters. Alas, when will our domestic novelists craft a literary masterpiece that resonates across the globe? As the workday drew to a close, Lin Chi hastily departed from the embassy. A lack of enthusiasm at the end of the day hints at deeper issues. Instead of driving directly home, he ventured to an opulent commercial district in the Big Apple. Entering a weapon shop owned by a dragon descendant, Lin Chi greeted a frail, elderly man behind the counter with familiarity. "Old Gene, has the item I ordered yesterday been completed? I did pay an extra $300 for expedited service, so please don't tell me it's not ready." Old Gene grinned, revealing 2 prominent gold teeth. "Rest assured, I commenced work as soon as you placed your order last night, and by 5 this morning, it was all finished." He retrieved a cloth bag from beneath the counter and unfurled it to reveal a 4-foot-long sword, intricately engraved with a dragon. Crafted from a special alloy steel, the blade measured 814 centimeters in length, 32 centimeters in width, with a maximum thickness of 4 millimeters, weighing 114 kilograms. "I've sealed it as per your request. Be careful not to injure yourself." Lin Chi grasped the gleaming sword, gently flicking it with a finger, producing a crisp sound as the blade swayed slightly. "What a fine sword. I'm not exaggerating. With this craftsmanship, it would be considered top tier, even domestically." Old Gene chuckled. "Little Lin, what do you intend to do with this sword? I must say, we live in an era dominated by firearms. If you seek self-defense, a gun would serve you better. Look at the variety of weaponry I have here, including high-explosive grenades from Stark Industries. These are scarce commodities." Old Gene gestured to several grenades displayed on the counter. "No need for that," Lin Chi replied, fondly admiring the sword in his hands as he performed a graceful flourish. "I already possess a Type 3 submachine gun at home. I lack for firearms. This sword is merely a playful acquisition." "Oh my, you truly are full of surprises. I didn't anticipate that little Lin could also perform Dragon Country martial arts. Your swordplay is remarkably elegant." Old Gene exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "Ah, I'm merely showing off." Lin Chi modestly responded. "By the way, Old Gene, I would like to request your assistance in forging a few items." He then produced a hand-drawn sketch from his pocket, depicting a 3-inch-long willow leaf from multiple angles. "What is this?" Old Gene inquired, squinting at the rough drawing. "It's a willow leaf. Precisely the same size as a typical one," Lin Chi clarified. Old Gene chuckled knowingly. "Ah, this is for willow leaf darts, I assent it?" "Indeed," Lin Chi confirmed. "How many do you need? What material will you use?" Lynch inquired. "Let us start with 200. Ordinary steel will suffice." "How much will that be?" After a moment of calculation, Old Gene tapped a few keys on his computer and replied, "Exactly $525. "Very well," Lynch said, handing over the payment. "When can I collect the goods?" "In 5 days. This order is quite substantial." Nodding in agreement, Lynch pushed open the glass door and stepped out of the weapon shop. Behind him, Old Gene chuckled at Lynch's retreating figure. This lad is nearly equipped with a long sword, throwing darts, and a hero's ensemble. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Old Gene picked it up, hearing a deep, slightly raspy male voice on the line. "Old Gene, you must return to Kyoto at once." "What's the matter?" "Xiao Tian, my father wishes to see you one last time," came Hu Tian's voice from the other end. With a crash, the phone was hurled to the ground. Tommy was in the home of his inebriated father, originally intending to have him train him in boxing, but after witnessing Lynch's martial prowess, he reconsidered. Lynch had offered to take him as a disciple, a proposition he welcomed, given his keen interest in the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. "Tommy, we need to have a serious discussion." Tommy's father, Paddy Conlon, seated himself across from Tommy. A faint smile graced Tommy's face, yet it held no warmth, only coldness and mockery. "Care for a drink, Paddy Conlon?" He retrieved a bottle from his bag and presented it to Paddy, saying, "This is a gift from me. Mother always said to never arrive empty-handed." "She certainly did," old Paddy replied, "but I no longer drink." Tommy, taken aback. Tommy scrutinized his father and returned the bottle to his bag. Paddy rose and made his way to the coffee machine. Tommy surveyed the surroundings of this place he hadn't visited in over a decade, inhaling deeply as he remarked, "I quite admire the decor here." "Thank you for your appreciation," Paddy responded. Tommy's face twisted into a smirk of irony. The demon from years past had transformed into a refined, affable gentleman. Had age rendered him incapable of throwing a punch, or was he simply lonely, yearning for companionship? "There seems to be a distinct absence of women around here," Tommy observed. "Tommy, I am no longer in search of women." "Indeed, in this day and age, finding a resilient woman is no easy task," Tommy replied, flipping through a childhood album laid out on the table. "Here you go," Paddy said as he approached Tommy from behind, offering him a cup of coffee. "Coffee?" Tommy turned to see the cup extended towards him, astonished. "You don't offer a drink to someone you haven't seen in 14 years? Surely. That can't be right. I have already informed you, Tommy, that I have quit. It has been over 1,000 days since I last touched alcohol. Just a sip." With that, he reached into his bag for the bottle. Old Paddy shook his head resolutely and turned to place the coffee on the table. Tommy gazed at his back, eyes brimming with animosity, then took a swig from the bottle. His gaze fell upon a photograph from his youth. Capturing the moment he won a gold medal in a junior boxing tournament, reminiscing about the days when old Paddy had trained him. On the table lay a family portrait of his brother, Brandon. Despite 14 years of separation, he recognized his brother at once, the coward who refused to leave with him and their mother. He now taught in the vicinity of Philadelphia. Old Parker remarked, "Do you remember Tessa, his girlfriend? They have 2 beautiful daughters now. It seems you have found your faith. That is admirable." Tommy glanced at a glimmering silver cross and a Bible on the table, murmuring, "Mother prayed to God incessantly, yet he never revealed himself. I suppose he was busy on the construction site, redeeming those alcoholics." Tommy turned to look at old Paddy, leaning against the sofa. Old Paddy appeared unsure of how to respond, his eyes filled with shame. "So, you do not intend to inquire about her well-being? Or do you plan to continue your abstinence?" Old Paddy's voice was somewhat hoarse. "I understand," he began, but was interrupted once more by Tommy. Tommy shot a cold glare at old Paddy. "You understand? What do you truly understand? Do you know we fled west to escape you? When faced with adversity, we ventured north. After I quit drinking, I hired someone to find you. Was that one of the 12 steps in your sobriety plan? Or do you, as a person like yourself, require 24 steps?" Tommy took another hefty gulp of alcohol. "Did the person you hired tell you anything about us?" "He only mentioned that your mother passed away in Tacoma, and you were in the Marines at the time," old Paddy replied. "That is all. That is utterly dreadful. For you missed so many details. You ought to know she lingered in a dilapidated room without heat, suffering from severe coughing up blood, while I had to use holy water to cleanse her, as there was no health insurance. She longed for your friend Jesus to save her. Did anyone ever tell you that?" Old Paddy said nothing. Tommy, agitated, pointed an accusing finger at old Paddy, shouting, "Don't call me. You are unworthy." Tears welled in old Paddy's eyes. "I am simply sorry," he murmured. "It is too late. Everything is too late. I think I prefer the intoxicated version of you." Tommy leaned back on the sofa, cradling the empty bottle, gradually succumbing to sleep under the influence of alcohol. Chapter 12. When Tommy awoke again. It was already 10 o'clock on Saturday morning. He departed from old Paddy's house in silence, making his way toward the boxing gym. Within the confines of the gym, Lynch remarked, "If you aspire to learn martial arts, the first step is to abstain from alcohol." Tommy, reeking of liquor, nodded in understanding, promising, "I will not indulge again." Lynch remained non-committal, stating, "Just call me Lynch. You have yet to formally become my disciple. At that moment, Little Spider was rapidly advancing under the tutelage of a boxing coach. Although his boxing stance, footwork, and breathing rhythm were still quite rudimentary, his extraordinary reflexes rendered his opponents mere punching bags in his presence. Hey, Lynch, come up and spar with me. Little Spider shouted after defeating yet another opponent, directing his call towards Lynch, who was conversing with Tommy below. What? Are you itching for a fight again? A cold smile crept onto Lynch's face. Little Spider replied, well, you know, I can't really let loose against them. It hasn't even been a month yet. Do you wish to extend it by another month? Lynch reminded him of their previous wager, which had resulted in Little Spider having to clean Lynch's house for a month, and it had only been 3 or 4 days since. Forget it, Little Spider conceded. Tommy, come up. Let me see what you're made of, Lynch beckoned. Neither of them donned boxing gloves, and once they stood on the ring, Tommy first performed a respectful salute before launching an uppercut aimed at Lynch's chin. Tommy's boxing technique was remarkably refined. In the original film, he dispatched yesterday's arrogant opponent in less than half a round. Lynch did not evade, like a viper striking. His right hand intercepted Tommy's fist just before it reached his chin. Immediately after, his other hand shot forward to Tommy's chest, delivering a powerful palm strike. Tommy staggered back, gasping for breath as the wind was knocked out of him. Lynch had neither employed any mystical energy nor exerted excessive force. Yet his exceptional striking technique ensured that Tommy absorbed the full impact of the blow. This was the essence distilled from thousands of years of ancient Chinese martial arts. Although it was merely the most fundamental technique, it far surpassed the crude boxing skills of the West. Without waiting for Tommy to recover, Lynch strode toward him and unleashed a fierce strike akin to a tiger leaping through a ravine, sending Tommy crashing to the ground. In a daze, Tommy felt as if a ferocious tiger was pouncing towards him, causing him to shudder in fear. Get up, Tommy, Lynch commanded, addressing the dazed and overwhelmed fighter. Both Tommy's spirit and body had received a crushing blow. He realized he was no match for Lynch, yet he had not anticipated being utterly powerless to retaliate. Lynch treated Tommy as nothing more than a living punching bag, showcasing an array of symbolic punches from the 12 forms of Xingyi. Dragons, tigers, monkeys, horses, turtles, elephants, swallows, hawks, snakes, chickens, eagles, and bears. These 12 forms of the shape-shifting martial arts encompass for that mimic avian creatures, 6 that emulate terrestrial beasts, 1 from the depths of the sea, and 1 from mythology. Among them, the dragon form is the most challenging to master, as many have never even glimpsed the true visage of a dragon. Lynch, executing a hawk's leap, sprang behind Tommy and delivered a strike reminiscent of an ancient ape's maneuver to the back of Tommy's heart. After completing his series of punches, Lynch gracefully exited the ring, earning applause from the spectators surrounding him. Casting a glance at Tommy, whose body was bruised and mottled with shades of blue and purple, Lynch remarked, Tommy, remember to meet me at the agreed-upon location tonight. Nearby, Little Spider blinked in surprise. The agreed-upon location? 8 o'clock in the evening. Lynch drove to an abandoned factory. Earlier that day, he had exhausted his solitary opportunity to sign in at the boxing gym, which had granted him the knowledge of a medical technique known as Zhu Yu Shu. The term Zhu Yu first appeared in the ancient medical text Huang Di Nei Jing Su 1. Distinct from traditional Chinese medicine, Zhu Yu Shu does not employ pharmaceuticals to treat ailments. Rather, it resembles a form of hypnosis. Within the philosophy of Zhu Yu Shu, healing is achieved by shifting one's spirit and altering one's demeanor, supplemented by psychological suggestions to facilitate recovery. In Lynch's view, it is less about Zhu Yu Shu curing the patient and more about the patient healing themselves. Is it not often said online that a terminal cancer patient, after ceasing treatment, miraculously recovers years later? Although Lynch harbored skepticism towards such claims, he acknowledged that a person's change in mental disposition could indeed improve their condition. Though he did not acquire the ability to heal others, Lynch instead gained the skill of hypnosis. He arrived at a deserted factory, once a bustling textile processing plant with a workforce exceeding 100. However, this establishment went bankrupt last year, and the owner, adhering to loan agreements, had mortgaged the property to the bank. Recently, Lynch approached a familiar bank manager and purchased the 20-year ownership of the factory at a modest price. Subsequently, he enlisted a renovation company, investing an additional $10,000 to refurbish the premises. By this morning, the renovations were substantially complete. The factory space was modest, measuring 50 meters in length and over 20 meters in width, covering more than 1,000 square meters. At that moment, Lynch wielded the custom-made, dragon-patterned alloy longsword he had ordered from Old Jean, practicing the 72 techniques of the exorcising swordplay. His form was ghostly and swift, weaving through the scattered iron columns with grace. The sword's shadow danced ominously, its glimmer as cold and bright as the moon's pallid light. A barely perceptible thread of sword energy sliced through the air, striking the cement wall and leaving a deep scar etched into its surface. Lynch executed a move known as the meteor fall, striking the 15-centimeter thick iron pillar with his intricately designed long sword, leaving a deep 5-centimeter gash. The synergy between the 72 paths of exorcism sword technique and the exorcism internal power was truly remarkable. Under the influence of the exorcism true chi, Lynch's swordplay and movement speed reached an astonishing level. He sensed the true chi remaining within him, realizing it was depleting rapidly. After practicing swordsmanship for merely half an hour, he had exhausted 2 to 3/10 of the true chi at the 5th level of cultivation. After practicing the exorcism internal power a few more times, Lynch paused to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, he pivoted and leaped into the air, thrusting his sword towards the humanoid creature on the ceiling behind him. The little spider had been observing Lynch's sword practice for nearly an hour, yawning in boredom. To his astonishment, Lynch appeared before him in an instant, thrusting his sword towards his chest. In that fleeting moment, the little spider felt his hair stand on end, as everything around him seemed to slow down dramatically. Just narrowly evading Lynch's strike, the little spider immediately shot out a web, attempting to escape through the skylight. However, Lynch appeared to possess an uncanny understanding of his tactics, striking with his sword before the web could be fully launched, effortlessly severing the resilient strands. Undeterred, the little spider attempted to dodge Lynch's longsword while firing off several more threads, only to have them intercepted once again. A smile crept across Lynch's face as he swung his sword towards the little spider, aiming to decapitate him midair. The little spider hastily exclaimed, "Lynch, it's me, Peter Parker." In midair, Lynch retracted his sword, delivering a powerful kick to the little spider's rear, sending him crashing to the ground. "You were a bit too harsh there, weren't you?" The little spider muttered, rising and brushing off the dust, subsequently removing his mask. Lynch feigned surprise, saying, "Parker, what are you doing here?" The little spider replied with a hint of melancholy, "Lynch, don't pretend. You recognized me the moment you saw me. Just look at the grin creeping across your face. Well, you shouldn't have been stalking me. You brought this upon yourself," Lynch remarked. "Not only that, but you also spied on my martial arts practice. In the Dragon Kingdom, it is a grave taboo to learn martial arts without permission. A traditional martial artist would at least blind you in one eye for such an offense. I just wanted to see how you were teaching Tommy." "I didn't intend to learn your skills," the little spider admitted, feeling somewhat sheepish as he scratched his head. "What else with your outfit? You look just like a spider," Lynch pointed out, gesturing towards the little spider's red and blue uniform. Don't you think my costume is quite cool?" "Isn't it embarrassing?" the little spider retorted, covering his lower half. Lynch indicated the area the little spider was shielding. "The design is lacking. I'll have to revise it when I get back." Lynch chuckled. "What? Do you wish to don this attire and become a gallant hero?" Little spider paused momentarily, then resolutely nodded his head in affirmation. "Indeed, keep pushing forward." Chapter 13. "Are you familiar with Xingyiquan, Tommy?" Lynch inquired of Tommy, who stood before him. "I know a little. There are many Dragon Clan martial arts schools in New York that teach this style," Tommy replied earnestly. "What I intend to teach you is the eagle claw technique within Xingyiquan," Lynch stated calmly. He had given this considerable thought. The eagle claw technique is one of the more accessible forms within the 12 animals of Xingyiquan, making it quite suitable for a novice like Tommy. Naturally, he would only instruct Tommy on the foundational aspects related to the first 3 levels of chi cultivation. The exquisite martial arts techniques of China are far too precious for Lynch to impart indiscriminately. Upon hearing this, Tommy felt a twinge of disappointment. He had encountered various martial arts taught at Dragon Clan schools, many of which were superficial and lacking substance, and the Xingyiquan Lynch referred to as notably among them. Nevertheless, Tommy concealed his feelings. Perhaps the eagle claw technique taught by Lynch was indeed the genuine article. Lynch explained, "Xingyiquan aims to enhance the physical body through the imitation of birds and beasts." He placed one claw upon a wooden training dummy, 3 fingers penetrating deeply into the resilient oak, as the muscles in his arms quivered like eels. With a resounding crack, the wooden dummy was torn apart, splinters flying in all directions. "Can you withstand such a strike, honed over 20 hours? Lynch bellowed. Tommy stood transfixed, witnessing the display. Utilizing psychological suggestion through his mastery of hypnotic techniques, Lynch posed the question, "Tommy, tell me, why do you wish to learn martial arts?" "I wish to win the $500,000 bounty that Jay Laley is offering, to support the widow of my fallen comrade, and to cover the medical expenses for my brother's daughter, who suffers from a heart condition and requires costly medication that my brother cannot afford. Is there anything else?" Lynch inquired softly. Tommy inhaled deeply. "I want to confront my despicable father." He refrained from elaborating further, yet Lynch understood his implication. In Lynch's eyes, there are 3 types of individuals who are perpetually unworthy of sympathy: the aggressor, the trafficker, and the abuser. Lynch imparted the training methods for the foundational stage of the eagle claw technique to Tommy, also discussing the prohibitions and considerations necessary for practice. Subsequently, Lynch removed his shirt and demonstrated the eagle claw technique several times, allowing Tommy to observe the rhythm of his muscle movements. Tommy exhibited remarkable talent for martial arts, a rare gift that placed him just a notch below Lynch in skill. After 3 to 4 hours of instruction, Tommy had nearly mastered the eagle claw technique. He performed it once, his movements precise but somewhat disjointed. Tomorrow, go to Chinatown and purchase a diagram of the meridians and acupoints, and memorize the locations and names of all the points in the human body. Lynch stifled a yawn. It was already 2 in the morning. It's time to head back. A master opens the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. Next Saturday, I will assess your eagle claw technique. Tommy hesitated for a moment and said, I have a boxing match next Tuesday, the preliminary round of the bounty competition. Will you be able to come and watch me? I'll check my schedule. If I have the time, I shall attend, Lynch replied thoughtfully. He then handed Tommy a key to the factory, saying, You may come here to practice your boxing. It is serene and free from disturbances. Just remember to lock the door securely before you leave. After Lynch departed the factory, Tommy lingered behind, diligently practicing the eagle claw technique, absorbed in his training like a martial arts enthusiast, until dawn broke at 6 in the morning. Upon leaving the factory, Lynch did not return home immediately. Instead, he made a stop at Central City High School. Check-in location discovered, Central City High School. Big Apple, remaining check-in attempts for today. 1. Check-in attempts available at this location. 1. Would you like to check in? Yes. Congratulations. Host has received a spirit refining pill. Spirit refining pill. Consuming it can purify true energy and enhance one's power. Unlike the last large returning pill, this spirit refining pill was contained within a palm-sized porcelain vial. Lynch opened the vial and glanced inside, discovering a dozen spirit refining pills. This supply would suffice for quite some time. Lynch estimated that it would take at least a month of meditative practice to break through to the 6th level of chi cultivation. However, with the spirit refining pills, he anticipated achieving this milestone in no more than half a month. Check-in attempts at this location have been exhausted. Lynch mentally reviewed the rewards he had received during his week of traversing this realm. Techniques: evil dissipating inner power, 12 forms of Xingyi. Swordsmanship, 72 paths of evil dissipating swordplay. Boxing, Xingyi fist. Lightness skill, grass soaring. Hidden weapons, willow leaf dart. Medical skills, Zhuyu technique. Elixirs, Shaolin returning pill, spirit refining pill. The evil dissipating inner power could be cultivated to a maximum of the 9th level of Qi. Without obtaining any higher level inner power techniques, his cultivation of true energy would stagnate. Nevertheless, he was still some distance from reaching the pinnacle of Qi cultivation, so there was no need for haste. Upon his return home, Lynch noticed that the lights in the neighboring Parker household were still on. Aunt May stood at the door, her eyes brightening with excitement upon seeing Lynch's car. She approached the window, saying, Lynch, have you seen Peter? Lynch parked the car, feeling a sense of confusion. Aunt May, what's wrong? What happened? Aunt May took a moment to compose herself. Peter and Ben had a quarrel, and he ran away from home. Ben went out to look for him and hasn't returned yet. At this, Lynch realized the gravity of the situation and cursed himself for having forgotten about it. The little spider need not worry, yet old Parker is likely in grave danger. Lynch immediately responded, Aunt May, do not fret, I shall assist you in locating Peter. With that, Lynch swiftly set off, driving through several nearby blocks in search of old Parker's figure. He entered convenience store into the car's navigation system, which revealed the addresses of numerous convenience stores scattered across the vicinity. Following the closest routes, Lynch passed by each store in search of old Parker. At the 8th convenience store, he finally spotted old Parker. At that moment, he was standing defiantly in front of a white man wearing sunglasses, engaged in a struggle over something. Suddenly, the man in sunglasses seized a handgun and aimed it at old Parker. Lynch's pupils dilated as he quickly rolled down the car window and, employing a technique akin to a hidden dart, hurled his keys. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and old Parker cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Lynch's keys struck the assailant's arm, preventing old Parker from sustaining a fatal injury. The bullet merely grazed his shoulder. Lynch exited the vehicle and rushed towards the fallen old Parker. Who the hell dares to meddle in my affairs? The man in sunglasses cursed, turning his gun towards Lynch. Bang, 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 bang. The assailant fired 6 shots in rapid succession. Yet Lynch moved with the agility of a specter, evading all the bullets as he continued his advance towards the man. Witnessing this, the assailant's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Was he truly encountering a ghost today? Gritting his teeth, he swung a fist towards Lynch's face. Lynch effortlessly caught the punch, twisting the assailant's wrist with a powerful motion that dislocated his arm. Then, He delivered a forceful kick to the man's right knee, causing his left leg to bend at an unnatural angle, collapsing to the ground in agonizing screams. Lynch paid the assailant no further mind and instead knelt beside the fallen old Parker. Upon inspecting old Parker's injuries, Lynch discovered they were more severe than he had anticipated. An artery in Parker's shoulder had been severed, blood gushing forth profusely, staining his leather jacket. Had Lynch not intervened, old Parker would have had no more than 5 minutes to live before the ambulance arrived. "Hey Lynn, what brings you here?" Old Parker gasped, a semblance of calmness gracing his features. "Do not speak. Conserve your strength. You will be all right," Lynch replied, feeling a pang of concern for old Parker. He assessed the location of the wound and, channeling his inner strength, pressed several points along old Parker's body. Within moments, the flow of blood began to slow, reducing to less than a fifth of its previous rate. At that juncture, the little spider, having meandered nearby, finally arrived on the scene. He approached old Parker with a hint of disbelief. The young spider was somewhat at a loss for words. Lynch regarded him coldly and then, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap. "Running away from home. I thought you had matured, Peter Parker." The young spider was rendered speechless. Old Parker looked at him and comforted. "Peter, I am fine." Lynch lifted old Parker and placed him gently in the back seat of his car, stating, "Our immediate priority is to get him to the hospital." Chapter 14. Lynch, along with the young spider and Aunt May, waited at the entrance of the emergency room for 3 to 4 hours until the doctor finally emerged. Upon receiving the update, the trio heaved a sigh of relief. Under Lynch's intervention, old Parker had escaped death as depicted in the original narrative. However, although he had been granted a second chance at life, he paid a heavy toll, losing one of his arms due to the severity of his injuries. Lynch urged Peter to stay behind and care for the still unconscious old Parker while he took the weary Aunt May home, acknowledging her advanced age and fragile health. The previous night, the robber had been left behind, wailing on the ground, but it was presumed he had been apprehended by the police. After safely delivering Aunt May home, Lynch intended to rest when his phone rang. It was the police, who had captured the robber and learned of the situation from the convenience store clerk. They had reviewed the surveillance footage and traced his license plate, eventually identifying him. The police informed him over the phone to report to the precinct in Queens for a statement. Lynch declined, asserting his right to do so. After taking a shower, he collapsed onto his bed, fatigue overtaking him, and he quickly fell asleep. However, his slumber was short-lived as the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Lynch opened the door to find a balding, middle-aged man in a suit, his face adorned with a friendly smile. "Hello, Mr. Lynn, I am Agent Coulson. And here is my identification. An agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. Lynch paused, momentarily taken aback by Coulson's somewhat familiar visage. "Yes, indeed, Mr. Lynn." He scrutinized Coulson and asked, "What brings you here?" Coulson spoke candidly. "Mr. Lynn, you are a martial artist from the Dragon Nation, correct? The footage of you dodging bullets yesterday caught S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention." Lynch replied, "You are mistaken. In the Dragon Nation, we refer to ourselves as warriors. Only those from Fusang are called martial artists. The terms denote different concepts." Coulson, unfazed, offered a slight smile and said, "Very well, Mr. Lynn. As I understand it, your immigration records from 4 years ago indicate that you were not a warrior at that time." Lynch nonchalantly nodded. "Indeed, that was the case. So, you are a warrior now? May I inquire about your current level?" With a harmonious clash of sinews, akin to the thunderous roar of tigers and leopards, Lynch responded succinctly. The Westerners are not entirely ignorant of martial arts. During the tumultuous transformations of the last century, many individuals from the Dragon Nation traversed oceans to reach foreign shores, showcasing the prowess of their martial artists on the battlefield. Although the Dragon Nation's warriors suffered grievous losses in a particular conflict, their formidable presence compelled the Western nations to cease their reckless incursions into the East. Coulson scrutinized Lynch momentarily before stating, "Mr. Lynch, may I trouble you to accompany me?" "Why?" Lynch inquired. "I need to take you for a health evaluation to ascertain your vitality and to re-register your personal information," Coulson replied. With a resigned sigh, Lynch acquiesced. Following Coulson to his black Ford. "Do you agents have a penchant for black? Black suits, black ties, black shoes, black cars?" Lynch remarked. "Indeed, it does exude a cool demeanor and is less prone to blemishes," Coulson responded. Half an hour later, Lynch found himself before a somewhat dilapidated building. Check-in location identified. Outer office of Big Apple City. Remaining check-in attempts for today, 0. Available check-in attempts for this location, 1 initially. Lynch was escorted to provide a blood sample, subsequently leading him into an interrogation room. It appeared further questioning awaited him. Shortly thereafter, Coulson entered the room, a file folder in hand, and took a seat opposite Lynch. He inquired only about routine matters, jotting down notes in the file. "When may I leave this place?" Lynch asked. Coulson smiled slightly. "At most, Within 24 hours, I have more questions for you. With that, Coulson exited the office. Boredom enveloped Lynch as he sat at the interrogation table, awaiting the passage of time. Presently, a man in his 40s, clad in a white coat, entered. The doctor, upon sitting opposite Lynch, remained silent until he finally lifted his gaze toward him. Upon their eyes meeting, Lynch felt as though the man's gaze was a vortex, threatening to ensnare his very soul. Instantly, Lynch's consciousness wavered, but within a heartbeat, he regained his composure. With the merging of two facets of his soul, Lynch's mental fortitude surpassed that of an ordinary individual, especially considering the hypnotherapy technique he had recently acquired. Therefore, the doctor's hypnotic attempts were rendered ineffective. In a flash of realization, Lynch understood the situation. He feigned a trance-like state, his eyes losing focus. Agent Foley was thoroughly pleased with Lynch's reaction. Having once been a psychologist, he had spent years studying hypnosis, utilizing it to extract wealth from affluent clients seeking psychological guidance. After that, he would erase the memories of others, never failing in his endeavors. This continued until he was approached by his current superior, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., before whom his hypnotic abilities inexplicably faltered. Fury presented him with two choices: either join S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent to atone for his past, or face dire consequences, including the loss of his sight and imprisonment. Thus, left with no alternative, Foley joined S.H.I.E.L.D., leveraging his formidable hypnotic skills to achieve numerous successes, gradually ascending to the rank of Level 8 agent and becoming Fury's trusted right hand. "What is your real name?" Foley inquired nonchalantly, crossing his legs. "Lynch," came the dazed reply, concealing a hint of derision within his gaze. "Do you think you can hypnotize me? Are you even worthy? What is your purpose in my country?" Foley continued, perusing Lynch's dossier. "Naturally, to address the disputes between our nations," Lynch replied. Foley pressed further. "Who did you learn your skills from?" "My grandfather," Lynch answered. Foley nodded, jotting down the information in his files. "Are you familiar with the Spear Bureau?" "I am not." Half an hour later, Foley had thoroughly eliminated any suspicion of Lynch being a spy from the Dragon Nation. The subsequent questions pertained to domestic affairs within the Dragon Nation, and Foley believed he had extracted all pertinent knowledge from Lynch. Finally, he needed to conduct the customary procedure. "Share your thoughts on my country." Lynch, lost in thought yet maintaining a vacant expression, replied, "It is an exceedingly beautiful nation, the most powerful in the world. The people are all talented, articulate, and I greatly admire this country, especially the women here." Foley spat out his drink in disbelief. "What on earth?" Dumbfounded, Foley shook his head, then snapped his fingers at Lynch, instructing, "You will forget everything related to me and awaken in 10 seconds. With that, Foley stood, stretched, and exited the interrogation room. Unbeknownst to him, Lynch watched with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Chapter 15. When Lynch was released, it was already the following morning. "What a waste of my day, and they didn't even provide food," he muttered, casting a glance back at the imposing building. He spoke in Chinese, knowing that even if those inside heard him, they might not comprehend. Fortunately, he had not returned empty-handed. Shortly after midnight, Lynch had chosen to sign in, acquiring a highly useful item, the Mask of Illusions. As its name suggests, it is a treasure that can alter one's appearance. Regrettably, the illusory mask can only alter one's appearance and not one's physique, which presents a significant limitation. Lynch hailed a taxi by the roadside, hastening towards his residence. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and dialed the number of his immediate superior, Zhou Hong. "Hello, Hongjia, may I request a day off?" Lynch inquired. "What is the matter, Lynch?" Zhou Hong responded from the other end. Lynch recounted the incident of rescuing his neighbor and the ensuing visit, after which Zhou Hong consented to grant him a day's leave, urging him to rest well. In truth, Zhou Hong was remarkably diligent and meticulous in her professional endeavors, allowing no room for negligence. However, in her personal life, she exhibited a remarkably easygoing demeanor. Having known each other for 4 years, she had always looked after Lynch with great care. Upon returning to his residence, Lynch quickly consumed some food from the refrigerator before collapsing into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, it was already 3 in the afternoon. As he opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with Shah, his fluffy dog, who gazed at him with an adorably dim-witted expression. Shah barked. Lynch rubbed his eyes, sat up, and gently nudged Shah off the bed. He proceeded to boil a packet of instant noodles in the kitchen, eating while fiddling with the newly acquired illusory mask. This peculiar item was made of a rubber-like material, remarkably lightweight. When he attempted to wear it, it adhered seamlessly to his facial skin, as though merging with his very being. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, prompting Lynch to tuck the illusory mask into his pocket. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Zhou Hong standing there. Unlike her usual black suit, She wore a white floral dress that accentuated her delicate collarbone, her gold-rimmed glasses absent, and her face adorned with subtle makeup. Her lips a vivid crimson that belied her nearing 30 years. She carried a Chanel handbag, and as the door swung open, a gentle fragrance wafted in. Feeling a warmth in his heart at the sight of the elegant Zhou Hong, Lynch exclaimed, "Hongjia, what brings you here?" His gaze instinctively averting. Zhou Hong smiled softly. "I came to check on you, hero." "Hero? You're unaware that you made the news?" Zhou Hong remarked. It turned out that the shooting incident involving Old Parker had made headlines the very next day, with Lynch's act of bravery captured by surveillance cameras and circulated online, swiftly garnering media attention. Videos of Lynch dodging bullets sparked fervent discussions online, rivaling the recent news of Tony Stark's attack at the arena. Now, nearly everyone in New York knew that Lynch, the diplomatic envoy from the Dragon Kingdom, had the uncanny ability to evade bullets. Haha, didn't I tell you the other day that I practiced martial arts? Now you believe me. Lynch chuckled heartily. Zhou Hong shot him a sidelong glance before saying, "Are you planning to keep me standing at the door indefinitely?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chi promptly ushered Zhou Hong into the room and casually closed the door behind them. "Would you like something to drink?" Lin Chi inquired. "I can prepare it." "You can do it?" Zhou Hong replied, intrigued. "Indeed, I have learned the art of mixology. I enjoy cocktails but prefer not to frequent bars, so I decided to teach myself." A charming smile graced Zhou Hong's lips. "Then I shall keenly observe. Please prepare me a martini." Coming right up, Lin Chi approached the bar, adorned with an array of spirits, and selected a few essentials to concoct the martini. This venerable libation is often celebrated as the king of cocktails. There is a saying, cocktails begin with the martini and end with it. The preparation may seem straightforward, yet it demands considerable skill from the mixologist. With 60 milliliters of gin, 20 milliliters of vodka, and 10 milliliters of dry vermouth, Lin Chi swiftly shook the mixture and poured it into a glass containing a large ice cube, then handed it to Zhou Hong. The entire process unfolded seamlessly in under 20 seconds. Zhou Hong took a delicate sip of the freshly crafted cocktail, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Your technique is commendable. I wonder which fortunate woman will benefit from it." Leaning languorously against the bar, her captivating phoenix eyes narrowed playfully, she teased Lin Chi. "Lin Chi, I have known you for 4 years, yet you have never mentioned a girlfriend." Lin Chi rubbed his nose and confessed, "I have no girlfriend. I have never been in a relationship." Zhou Hong's eyes gleamed with surprise. "Never? Surely not. You are already 28. With that, Zhou Hong playfully lifted Lin Chi's chin with her slender finger, exuding an air of playful dominance. "You're not still a virgin, are you? Would you like me to introduce you to someone?" Lin Chi felt a wave of indignation wash over him. He swatted Zhou Hong's hand away and huffed, "No need. You should focus on yourself. You're already 30 and still unmarried." Zhou Hong's expression darkened with annoyance. She seized Lin Chi's ear and twisted it sharply, scolding, "Oh, you've gained some courage, daring to mock your elder." Hey, let go. I was wrong." Lin Chi quickly pleaded. "I admit it, but you started it. Besides, you're already 30. Zhou Hong, incensed, glared at him. Lin Chi grasped Zhou Hong's hand, attempting to free his ear from her grip. Yet he refrained from applying too much force, concerned about hurting her. As he felt the warmth of Lin Chi's hand, Zhou Hong's face flushed slightly, and she released his ear, but Lin Chi instinctively continued to hold her hand. "Let go," Zhou Hong demanded, her eyes wide. "Oh, okay." Lin Chi quickly relinquished her hand. Yet, truth be told, it felt delightful, akin to holding a piece of soft jade. Zhou Hong swiftly consumed the cocktail in her glass, steadying her racing heart, and then remarked, "I merely came to check on you and show concern for my subordinate. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." All right," Lin Chi responded, somewhat at a loss for words. Zhou Hong cast a glance at Lin Chi before turning to exit. As she walked away, an impulsive thought struck Lin Chi, prompting him to call out, "Zhou Hong." Zhou Hong halted, curiously turning her head to regard Lin Chi. I have 2 tickets for tomorrow night's Spartan Bounty tournament. Would you care to accompany me?" Zhou Hong was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes curved into crescent moons, and a smile blossomed on her lips like the fragrant snow lily. "Sure." Chapter 16 The Spartan Bounty Tournament is an event organized by the renowned tycoon, Jellerly, ostensibly centered around boxing, yet conducted under the rules of mixed martial arts. Unlike international competitions, this event is a private undertaking by Jellerly himself. In an interview, Jellerly expressed his passion for boxing, lamenting the lack of satisfactory matches in recent times, which led him to establish this tournament, aptly named the Spartan Bounty. According to the tournament rules, the ultimate victor will receive a staggering prize of $5 million, while the second and third place contenders will walk away with nothing. Moreover, each participant must pay a registration fee of $100. Due to astute marketing strategies, the ticket prices for the boxing event soared to over $100, rendering them scarce and highly sought after. This is merely for the preliminary round tickets. One must concede that Jelali is indeed a shrewd businessman. Lynch drove to an affluent neighborhood in Manhattan, parking his car before calling Zhou Hong. Hello, Hong Jie, I've arrived. Where are you? I see you. Zhou Hong replied before hanging up. She approached Lynch's car in her striking red high heels, opened the door, and settled into the passenger seat. As before, Zhou Hong wore a light makeup that accentuated her features, with her slightly full lips adorned in coral lipstick. She donned a tasteful gray pencil skirt that showcased her smooth, fair legs, exuding elegance and an intellectual charm. Zhou Hong possessed the quintessential features and physique of a traditional Chinese woman, yet her attire leaned towards a Western style, creating a harmonious blend that enhanced her allure. After fastening her seatbelt, Lynch drove towards the venue of the Spartan Bounty Tournament, which was not far away. On Tuesday evening, at the Spartan Bounty Tournament venue in Manhattan, Big Apple City. Check-in location discovered. Spartan Boxing Arena. Remaining check-in attempts today, 1. Current location check-in attempts, 1. Would you like to check in? Check-in. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Shaolin Great Return Pill. Yet another Great Return Pill? Lin Shi felt a surge of excitement, for this was indeed a remarkable treasure. One Great Return Pill equated to the martial prowess of an ordinary individual who had diligently cultivated Shaolin internal energy for 3 decades. With this singular pill, Lin Shi could ascend from the 5th to the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Furthermore, coupled with the previous spirit-refining pills he had obtained, Lin Shi even harbored the confidence to break through to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. With such progress, the pinnacle of the 9th level would soon be within his reach. Lin Shi was in no haste to claim his sign-in reward. He could retrieve it whenever he pleased, for the system would not deprive him of his possessions. He and Zhou Hong ascended to the 2nd floor, arriving at a modest private room. The room was simply furnished, featuring only a tea table and a sofa, with several boxing magazines laid upon the table. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Shi could clearly observe everything happening in the arena. At this moment, there were approximately 15 minutes remaining until the boxing match commenced. I've never heard you mention your interest in boxing, Zhou Hong remarked as she settled beside Lin Shi on the sofa. Indeed, I do not possess a particular interest in boxing. It is merely that my disciple is participating in this match, Lin Shi replied. Zhou Hong's curiosity piqued. Your disciple? Yes. His name is Tommy, and he is my newly accepted student. Given his name, he must be of Chinese descent. What prompted you to take a Chinese student? Zhou Hong inquired. It was somewhat of a fateful coincidence, though I only impart basic techniques to him. He is quite an unfortunate soul, Lin Shi shrugged nonchalantly. Zhou Hong turned her gaze towards Lin Shi. What techniques have you taught him? Eagle Claw Fist. Lin Shi pointed towards Tommy, who stood by the ringside, gazing intently. Wait a moment. Lin Shi stepped out of the private room and waved at Tommy. Master, Tommy exclaimed, immediately approaching Lin Shi with utmost respect. Lin Shi appraised Tommy from head to toe, ultimately focusing on his slightly calloused fingers, and praised, you possess considerable talent. You have managed to grasp the fundamentals of Eagle Claw Fist in just 3 days. It is due to your excellent guidance, Master, Tommy replied in somewhat halting Mandarin. Having devoted over 10 hours daily to practicing martial arts for the past 3 days, nearly to the point of neglecting his own needs, he did not find this arduous. On the contrary, these days had been the happiest he had experienced since escaping the battlefield. No, this is the result of your own hard work. I am merely a guide, Lin Shi responded, waving his hand dismissively. Lin Shi led Tommy back into the private room and introduced him to Zhou Hong. Soon, the preliminary match was set to begin, and Tommy had to return to the waiting area. As the music swelled, the atmosphere in the venue gradually intensified. This event was exclusively sponsored by the Riley Group, welcoming all martial arts enthusiasts to the Sparta Bounty Tournament preliminaries. In the center of the arena, a tall host began to deliver a lengthy monologue. In this competition, only one victor will emerge, earning the qualification for the preliminary round. Now, let us welcome the 2 contestants of the first match, Tommy Conlon and Brandon Conlon. Goodness, they are, in fact, biological brothers, the host exclaimed with feigned surprise. Although this revelation was orchestrated at the behest of the organizers, merely to generate buzz and excitement. On the stage, Tommy gazed with a complex expression at his brother, whom he had not seen for 14 years. Hey, Tommy, Brandon greeted him with a wry smile. He had been informed of Tommy's return by old Patty just days prior. He had envisioned countless scenarios of their reunion, yet he never anticipated that their meeting would occur within the confines of the ring. Brandon, Tommy replied. He had expected to harbor resentment towards his brother, but upon seeing him, a sense of relief washed over him. He nodded at Brandon, choosing to say nothing further. As the referee lowered his hand, the match officially commenced. Tommy refrained from making the first move. Instead, he assumed a boxing stance and beckoned Brandon with a gesture. Brandon, Furrowing his brow, circled Tommy with cautious footwork, tentatively throwing a few jabs in search of an opening. In the VIP box, Lynch merely cast a glance at the two before turning his attention to a conversation with Hong. Given Brandon's boxing skills, he was no match for Tommy, who had trained in the eagle claw style. At that moment, the match appeared evenly matched, yet in reality, Tommy was deliberately allowing his brother a chance. Hong raised his beer and clinked it with Lynch's, saying, "You treated me to the boxing match. Let me treat you to a movie." "Sounds good. What shall we watch?" Lynch replied. "Hasn't Bruce Lee's Dragon Shadow Company recently released a new film? I believe it's titled The Dragon Strikes Back 4. Let's watch that," Hong suggested. In this world, Bruce Lee did not meet an untimely demise as he did in the past. Here, the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom flourished. And as one of the top martial artists, Bruce Lee had reached the realm of Qi blood like a dragon in his 30s. By the age of 40, he had broken the shackles of the physical body and ascended to the realm of Qi, becoming one of the most formidable martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom. In his youth, Bruce Lee had fought in the national boxing arena for many years, remaining undefeated, and had starred in numerous films that popularized dragon culture. It could be said that Bruce Lee was the most renowned martial arts star across Asia, and even the world. Reflecting on this, Lynch found himself intrigued by the film as well. "Great, when shall we go?" he asked. "How about Wednesday? At the Manhattan International Cinemas. I heard there's also a technology expo taking place in the nearby square that day, showcasing some military-grade steel robots." Hong replied dismissively, "TSK, TSK. The country folk really love to show off." Chapter 17. 2 minutes later, unscathed, Tommy seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch that sent Brandon sprawling. Tommy refrained from following up with additional strikes as Brandon, struggling to rise, attempted to continue the fight. Tommy lunged forward and locked him in a Kimura hold, whispering, "I have heard about your daughter's situation. Surrender, for deep down you know you are merely a second-rate boxer. No matter how hard you strive, you cannot defeat me. Moreover, there are even stronger opponents awaiting, such as the Russian champion Buck, who has triumphed for 5 consecutive years, or the world champion Boyka. Not to mention the martial artists from Japan who are also competing." Brandon's gaze dimmed. He realized that the $5 million was now out of reach, which meant he would be unable to afford the medical expenses for his daughter's heart condition, unless he filed for bankruptcy and sought social assistance. However, Tommy continued, "If I win the championship, I will give you half of that $5 million. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope reignited in Brandon's eyes. He moved his lips and slowly uttered, "Thank you, Tommy." He then turned to the referee and said, "I concede." Afterward, Tommy continued to defeat several opponents, some of whom were skilled, yet most were inferior to Brandon. Tommy didn't even need to employ his eagle claw technique to secure victory. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers from the crowd, Tommy received the belt symbolizing his qualification for the preliminary rounds. Once the preliminaries concluded, Lynch first took Hong home, and then, at Tommy's request, drove him to the factory. To Lynch's surprise, Tommy had chosen to live in the factory, having even made a bed for himself. Lynch said nothing. If Tommy wished to stay, so be it. That night, Lynch sat cross-legged on the bed, unsealing a large medicinal pill and placing it in his mouth. As the potency of the medicine began to dissolve, a familiar warmth surged within him. Lynch promptly began to cultivate his internal energy to refine the medicinal power. 3 hours later, having completely absorbed the effects of the pill, Lynch broke through 2 realms, advancing from the 5th to the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Unlike his previous experience with the large pill, Lynch wasted not a shred of its potency this time, perhaps due to increased tolerance. The benefits he gained were less than before. The effect of this pill was only about 70 to 80% of the last 1s. Lynch speculated that perhaps taking another large pill would render such medicine ineffective for him. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just past 1 in the morning. He decided to close his eyes and began to visualize the white tiger from the 12 shapes of Xingyi. In his mind, he meticulously sketched the vivid form of a white tiger, gradually feeling as though he had transformed into one, roaring at the bright moon in the sky amidst the mountains and forests. At that moment, a subtle, invisible essence of moonlight seemed to be drawn towards him, flowing into his brow and gently nourishing his soul. As Lynch regained his senses, he noticed that the moon had mysteriously vanished, revealing a hint of crimson light in the eastern sky. Dawn had arrived. He stood up, stretching lazily, feeling invigorated. After contemplating the 100 tigers painting for an entire night, he found himself utterly awake, brimming with vitality. Lynch made his way to the backyard to practice Xingyi Quan. His movements were at times reminiscent of a poised serpent lying in wait among the grass, at other times like a white ape frolicking in the forest, and at yet other moments, akin to a majestic eagle diving from the sky. Lynch's actions were so swift that they nearly left behind afterimages. Each punch, kick, claw, and palm strike resonated with a vibrant hum, as if the air itself were being torn asunder. The energy of his vital essence surged through his body, continuously refining and fortifying every part of him. Flesh, skin, bones, and even the marrow and internal organs flourished under this invigorating energy. After completing 2 sets of Xingyi Quan, beads of fine sweat and dirt emerged from his pores. As he gradually calmed the turbulent energy within, Lynch sensed that he was not far from achieving the tiger-leopard thunderous realm in his external martial arts. After taking a shower, and just as he intended to prepare breakfast, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Peter Parker standing there, somewhat bashfully raising a hand in greeting. "Hey, Aunt May is preparing breakfast. Would you like to join us?" Lynch assessed the young spider with a stoic expression before letting out a sigh and replying, "All right. How is Uncle Ben?" "He just came home from the hospital and wanted to see you," Peter responded. Upon entering the adjacent room, Lynch found Uncle Ben sitting in a chair, reading the newspaper. He appeared to be recovering reasonably well, though his complexion was somewhat pale. "Hey, Ben, good morning," Lynch smiled at Ben. "How is the recovery going?" "Quite well. I might as well take this opportunity to retire. It seems I've turned misfortune into fortune," Uncle Ben replied, setting down the newspaper and waving with his one arm. His voice cheerful. "Come, sit here. May has prepared some Brazilian meat pies and toast. They are quite delicious." A large platter of meat pies was brought to the table by Aunt May, who smiled at Lynch. "You must try my meat pies. Both Peter and Ben adore them. And I believe you will too." Lynch forked a meat pie and placed it on his plate. After tasting a bite, he gave Aunt May a thumbs up, saying, "Delicious. Rich in flavor. I haven't had such a delightful meat pie in ages." Uncle Ben interjected, "Lynch, I haven't properly thank you for saving my life." "There's no need for that, Ben. I have always considered you my dear uncle," Lynch replied. "Hey, Peter, I heard you're dating someone?" Lynch shifted the topic. The young spider hesitated for a moment before awkwardly responding, Yes. Her name is Gwen Stacy." After finishing breakfast, Lynch bid farewell to the Parker family and, before departing, said to Little Spider, "Peter, come here. I shall escort you to school." In the jeep, Little Spider gathered his thoughts and, with a hint of remorse, addressed Lynch. "Lynn, I shouldn't have." Lynch interjected, "You owe me no apologies. Your regret should be directed towards Uncle Ben. However, it is sufficient that you recognize your mistake. You are 17 now, Parker. In our Dragon Kingdom, you are of legal age. Do not let me down again." After delivering Little Spider to Midtown High School, Lynch drove towards the embassy for work. "Red Sister, what are you engrossed in?" Lynch inquired, handing a document to her desk. Glancing at Johan's computer screen, he discovered she was idly browsing. "A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones?" Lynch read aloud. "Isn't that the book I authored?" Johan cast a quick glance at him and replied, "It's a fantasy novel, serialized on a forum." "So, you enjoy reading fantasy novels, Red Sister?" Lynch asked. "Indeed, the author's prose is quite impressive," Johan praised. "I concur," Lynch agreed. "However, it is work hours. You shouldn't be doing this, should you?" Johan shot him a glare. "And you dare to lecture me? Don't think I am unaware, during work hours. You are either gaming or napping." Lynch shrugged. "It's not much work. I've completed my tasks and am merely taking a break. Typically, the work at the embassy is rather relaxed and less friction arises between the two countries. Even when issues occur, they seldom pertain to the Big Apple City. As the Dragon Kingdom has embassies on every continent, and matters arising in other regions are not the concern of this area." Chapter 18. After breaking through to the 7th level of Qi training, Lin Qi's speed and strength were elevated to a new echelon under the enhancement of his evil-repelling true energy. He calculated that he could unleash 6 to 7 strikes in a single second. On a 100-meter track, utilizing the technique of running on grass, he could complete the distance in a little over 4 seconds, more than doubling the time of the world champion sprinter. Within Lin Qi's factory base, he had just retrieved 200 custom-made willow leaf darts from Old Jin's weapon shop, each weighing approximately 50 grams. Together, the 200 nearly identical darts amounted to exactly 10 kilograms. At that moment, Tommy was practicing Eagle Claw Fist in an open area, executing punches and kicks with impressive vigor, embodying the spirit of an eagle. With high talent and a willingness to toil, dedicating over 10 hours a day to practice. It was no surprise that he mastered Eagle Claw Fist within just a few days. Lin Qi deftly pinched a willow leaf dart between his right hand's index and middle fingers, casually tossing it forth. In an instant, the willow leaf dart traversed over 30 meters, embedding itself into the bullseye of the hardwood target. The dart penetrated the solid wood until it struck the underlying steel plate. Yet the immense kinetic energy caused the target to sway back and forth. Subsequently, Lin Qi swiftly launched a dozen more willow leaf darts, all finding their mark at the center. With his mastery of the willow leaf darts, he rivaled even the finest marksman. Pleased, Lin Qi nodded in approval. These darts were indeed exceptional. He approached the target to retrieve the darts and turned to Tommy, who was still practicing the eagle claw technique. Tommy, when is your next match? Next Tuesday, Master, Tommy replied, pausing to catch his breath. Are you aware of the opponents you might face? Yes, I've reviewed the list. The competitors in my group are not particularly formidable. I am confident I can defeat them. That's good to hear. Lynch removed all the darts and addressed Tommy. Merely practicing relentlessly is insufficient. The realm of harmonious strength cannot be attained solely through repetitive techniques. Engaging in combat is the most effective means of honing one's martial arts. I believe you should consider participating in underground fights, though it carries certain risks. Unlike formal competitions, underground arenas are rife with fighters who are akin to ravenous beasts. While many underground fighters may not excel under regulated conditions, if the restraints are lifted, they are likely to emerge victorious. Tommy hesitated but ultimately accepted Lynch's suggestion, sensing a decline in his progress with the eagle claw technique. The method Lynch proposed intrigued him deeply. No man is devoid of a primal yearning for bloodshed. It is an innate essence woven into the very fabric of masculinity. Do you have a contact, Tommy? Lynch inquired. Tommy nodded and promptly picked up his phone, dialing a number. After a brief conversation, he hung up and said to Lynch, Master, I've spoken with a friend from the underground fight scene. They can arrange a match for me at any time. The first fight will net me $8,000. The more matches I endure, the more I earn. $8,000? A commendable sum. Let us proceed at once. Where is the fight venue? In Hell's Kitchen. After a drive of several minutes, Lynch and Tommy arrived at Hell's Kitchen, the location of the fighting arena being somewhat secluded yet not far from their current position. Sign-in location discovered. Hell's Kitchen. Remaining sign-in attempts for today, 1. Total sign-in attempts allowed at this location, 30. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Congratulations. Host has received a talisman. 1 true talisman of the Four Saints for dispelling calamities. True talisman of the Four Saints. Repels evil and averts disaster. Subdues demons and dispels malevolence. A sacred charm of the Four Saints, commanding respect across the universe. A yellow talisman, no larger than the palm of a hand. Materialized in Lynch's grasp, adorned with cryptic symbols drawn in vermilion that Lynch could not decipher. However, produced by the system, it was undoubtedly not a counterfeit. Not being a practitioner of Taoism, Lynch was unaware of how to utilize this talisman, so he folded it into a triangle and tucked it into his pocket. He followed Tommy, who navigated left and right until they arrived at a small iron gate, where a burly man in a suit and sunglasses stood guard. Dave sent me, Tommy said to the man, who scrutinized them briefly before opening the gate. Evidently familiar with the place, Tommy traversed the interior with ease and approached a bald African-American man, greeting him. Dave. Hey, buddy. Dave stepped forward and embraced Tommy. Who asked this? Before Tommy could respond, Lynch interjected. I'm his coach, here to watch the fight. Coach. Dave appraised Lynch with a critical eye, then dismissed him. Come with me. You're up next. It's been a month. Let us see if you've regressed. Dave clapped Tommy on the shoulder and led him away, leaving Lynch behind. Tommy. Is that your coach? He looks so frail he couldn't even beat a chicken, Dave mocked, using a derogatory term for Asians. I suggest you choose your words more carefully, Tommy replied, his expression unfaltering, eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Despite their camaraderie, if Dave dared to utter another slur against Lynch, Tommy would not hesitate to knock out his teeth, even though Dave was a small-time mob leader in this territory. Dave shrugged nonchalantly and waved his hand dismissively. All right, I misspoke. Don't take it to heart. He was not afraid of Tommy, merely reluctant to lose a lucrative asset. Though at a distance, Lynch could hear their conversation with clarity. He felt no anger at the derogatory remarks. After all, would a tiger concern itself with the insults of a rabbit? However, he was quite pleased with Tommy's attitude, indicating that he genuinely regarded him as a master. The venue for the underground boxing match resembled a small, unfilled swimming pool, about 4 to 5 meters deep, rather than a traditional ring. Here, victory was only declared when one combatant was rendered incapable of fighting, allowing the victor to claim a substantial prize. The more consecutive victories a fighter achieved, the greater the financial rewards. Should they desire, victorious fighters could even escort a particularly exuberant lady from the audience for private affairs. Conversely, the defeated would leave with nothing but injuries, and possibly even their lives. In this arena, there were no referees, and the rules were virtually non-existent. Spectators could even hurl weapons like chain hammers into the fray. If he were to lose, would he be able to survive? It all hinged upon the mercy of his opponent, whether they desired his life. Night Demon. Night Demon. Soon, as a Muay Thai fighter collapsed into a pool of blood, the gentlemen and ladies in the audience erupted into a frenzied chant, revering the title of a towering 2-meter Russian brute. Their faces contorted into grotesque smiles, they shouted wildly, completely shedding their usual elegance and decorum. Here, they had cast off their societal masks, reveling in the thrill of unrestrained primal instincts and the visceral spectacle before them. A small faction of spectators, who had wagered on the Muay Thai fighter's victory, vented their frustrations with loud curses, spewing a torrent of vile language before spitting contemptuously onto the ground and exiting the underground arena. Chapter 19. Two men clad in black dragged the lifeless Muay Thai fighter from the arena, his body unceremoniously shoved into a black plastic bag. Watching this scene, Lynch felt a wave of discomfort. The most intense spectacle he had ever witnessed was from a film titled The Most Disturbed People in the World. Even that film, renowned for its graphic content, paled in comparison to the impact of witnessing such brutality firsthand. However, Lynch's ability to self-regulate was commendable. He quickly acclimatized to the grim reality. "Hey, Tommy, it's your turn. Show this Russian what you're made of," Dave called out. Tommy nodded in acknowledgement. The announcer introduced Tommy to the crowd. "Next up, we have our next contestant. His title is Eagle King." Upon hearing this name, Lynch felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The tastes of the Americans were peculiar. Amidst the jeers and insults from the audience, Tommy approached the arena with calm determination, standing before the imposing Russian giant. He had just witnessed the Russian's match against the Muay Thai fighter. To be frank, the Russian's combat skills were rather mediocre. It was his bulk and raw strength that had overwhelmed the Thai fighter. Had the Muay Thai fighter's strikes been even slightly more powerful, the fate of the Russian would have been sealed. Before practicing Eagle Claw Kung Fu, Tommy had a 60% chance of defeating him. Now, that confidence had only grown. Assuming the stance of Eagle Claw, Tommy resembled an eagle poised to soar. His movements were impeccably precise, leaving even Lin Chi unable to detect a single flaw. As the referee's hand descended, Tommy sprang into action, leaping 2 meters high and swiftly covering the distance of 5 or 6 meters towards the Russian behemoth. He had not forgotten the purpose of his endeavor, not for the sake of profit, but to seek that fleeting spark amidst the brutal struggle between life and death. To comprehend the immense terror that descends before the arrival of death, and to transcend the existing limitations. A warrior, born for battle, is indeed a true warrior. Upon catching a whiff of the long-accumulated stench of blood in the arena, Tommy was transported back to the visceral experience of fighting valiantly on the battlefield in Iraq. Gradually, his gaze became devoid of any emotion. Kill him, Night Demon. Smash his head. Disable him. Break his limbs. Relish in his torment. Poke out his eyes. The curses and jeers from the stands fell on deaf ears as Tommy unleashed a powerful punch onto the neck of the Russian giant. This blow was sure to be fatal. The Russian giant's face was obscured by an iron mesh mask. His eyes, visible through the gaps, radiated disdain. But he soon regretted his arrogance. He raised his robust right hand, attempting to catch Tommy's fist, only to find Tommy swiftly altering his technique. His fist transformed instantaneously into an eagle claw, seizing the Russian giant's wrist. The sinews in Tommy's arm bulged like serpents, erupting with tremendous force in an instant. His thick fingers plunged deep into the Russian giant's arm like nails, blood gushing forth immediately. With a twist of the wrist, Tommy's body spun twice in midair, dislocating the Russian giant's right arm. The giant roared in agony, helplessly witnessing his arm contorted in excruciating pain. Tommy landed firmly, releasing the Russian giant's hand. Then with a precise kick, he sent the howling giant crashing to the ground, stepping forward to plant a foot upon his chest. In the stands, the gentlemen and ladies who had been cheering and cursing just moments ago stood in stunned silence, the entire underground arena falling eerily quiet. Soon after, a greater and more intense cacophony of screams, cheers, and curses erupted, resonating in every corner of the underground boxing venue. Some began to hurl the most venomous insults at Tommy, their losses weighing heavily upon them. Others cheered and shouted, calling out Tommy's name, having been conquered by his violent prowess. Within the arena, countless objects flew toward Tommy: water bottles, cigarette butts, cigars, crumpled paper, even lace lingerie. Tommy shrugged, indifferent to it all. He had long since come to terms with the chaotic nature of the underground boxing scene. His immunity to gunfire was attributed to Dave's meticulous control over the situation. After all, such occurrences were not unprecedented. Tommy cast a glance toward Lynch atop the platform, who smiled and nodded at him. Just as Tommy was about to exit the arena, a sudden malevolent gust swept from behind, causing his hair to stand on end. With no time to ponder, Tommy executed a forward roll, narrowly evading the impending strike. Boom! With a sudden, thunderous crash, Tommy turned to witness the Russian brute, whom he had incapacitated by severing one of his hands, rise once more. Clutching a hefty iron hammer, the man swung it down forcefully onto the very spot where Tommy had just stood. Had Tommy not evaded, the blow would have struck him squarely on the crown of his head. A flicker of anger flashed in Tommy's eyes. Such audacity. He rushed forward, closing the distance in swift strides. The Russian, aware of Tommy's formidable prowess, sought to keep him at bay, swinging the hammer in an attempt to drive him back. Yet, Tommy moved with the grace of a swallow, pivoting in midair to deftly dodge the strike and close in on the brute, gripping the man's wrist with one hand. He effortlessly snapped it, while his other hand seized the brute's throat. In a chilling tone, Tommy uttered a cold statement. Without hesitation, he crushed the man's throat in the gaze of his terror-stricken eyes. Tommy then turned to face the raucous throng of spectators. His icy gaze swept over the audience, who had just moments before hurled insults at him, causing them to fall silent. Still want to fight? You can take home $20,000 if you win, he declared. Outside the arena, Dave watched Tommy with a beaming smile, having just profited handsomely from this bout. Shall we continue? What are the odds for my next fight? Tommy inquired. 18-1, quite favorable, replied Dave. Prepare yourself, the next match is about to commence. Who is my next opponent? Tommy asked. Just like your trainer, he is an Asian. Dave chuckled. At that moment, an elderly white man clad in a white suit entered Tommy's line of sight, flanked by two henchmen in black leather, leading an Asian man cloaked in a black cape into the arena. Look, your opponent has arrived. Go on down, Dave instructed, turning to greet the elderly man with open arms. Hey, Bart, care for a glass of champagne? Bart shook his head, replying, no, I won't be here long. He then removed the Asian man's cape, taking off a metal collar from around his neck. The moment the collar was removed, the Asian man's demeanor shifted dramatically from timid to one of cold, ruthless ferocity. Bart cast a glance at Tommy in the arena and whispered into his ear. Chapter 20. Lynch observed Tommy's opponent with keen interest. The young Asian boy's face seemed familiar. After a moment's reflection, a distant memory surfaced in his mind. Wolfdog Danny. Lynch mused, it must be him. The character Danny in that film had endured even greater misfortunes than Tommy. Orphaned at a young age, he was taken in by Bart, the very man who had murdered his mother and trained in the ways of ferocity to become Bart's loyal beast. Bart's daily routine involves leading his subordinates and Danny to collect debts. Should anyone dare to resist violently, Bart would unfasten the iron collar around Danny's neck, a device akin to a shackle that restrains Danny's ferocious nature. Upon contact with the collar, Danny would, at Bart's command, annihilate the opposition. After each task, however, Danny would be confined once more to a dark underground cage. Bart regarded Danny as nothing more than his pet, rewarding him with scraps when pleased and resorting to beatings and insults when displeased. Even when Danny's head was bloodied, Bart never took him to a hospital. Lynch cast a glance at Bart, whose expression was one of excitement, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Even though Danny was not a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, nor one of his kin, Lynch felt no inclination to spare such a scoundrel as Bart. Admittedly, Lynch had never taken a life and would not do so lightly, but he would not mind extracting a piece of Bart's essence. Danny, crush his head, Bart shouted from the stage. No sooner had he spoken than Danny launched a swift and powerful punch towards Tommy's temple. Observing Danny's movements, Lynch noted the absence of any martial training. Danny's strikes resembled those of an untamed beast, fluid and instinctive. Furthermore, his strength and speed exceeded human limits, nearly rivaling Tommy, who had trained in Eagle Claw for some time and was on the verge of achieving the resonance of sinew and bone. A single word flashed through Lynch's mind. Genius. A once-in-a-million prodigy. Addressing Tommy, who was dodging in the arena, Lynch urged, Tommy, do not kill him. Tommy glanced at Lynch and nodded. Lynch continued, show mercy. Dismantle his joints using the Eagle Claw techniques I taught you. With that, Lynch's gaze shifted to Bart, who was watching the unfolding contest. In the arena, Tommy and Danny exchanged blows, neither inflicting significant harm upon the other, one relying on the finesse of Chinese martial arts, the other on brute strength and instinct. Seizing an opportunity, Tommy delivered a powerful kick to Danny's chest, sending him flying 6 or 7 meters away. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Tommy stretched his muscles. The not-so-tall Asian figure presented an unexpected challenge, yet Tommy believed defeating him would not be difficult. Danny rose, seemingly unfazed, and patted his chest before charging at Tommy once more. Cursing inwardly, Tommy wondered, what kind of monster is this? Bart, witnessing his pet struggle against a worthy opponent and fail to deliver a decisive blow, erupted in anger, shouting, useless. I've been feeding you so well for nothing. Having spoken, Bart turned and made his way towards the restroom. Upon entering, he relieved himself and subsequently washed his hands at the sink. As he lifted his gaze, he was startled to find a young Asian boy smiling at him from behind in the mirror, having appeared unbeknownst to him. What are you looking at? Bart shouted at Lynch. I'm admiring your old man, Lynch replied, glancing at his own reflection. Enraged, Bart retaliated with a punch aimed at Lynch's abdomen. In an instant, darkness enveloped Bart's vision, and a searing pain shot through his eyes. He cried out in agony, clutching his face as warm blood soaked his hands, accompanied by a strong metallic scent. It dawned on him, he was blind. Why did you do this? What have I ever done to you? Bart queried. No vendetta. I simply find you distasteful, Lynch responded, rinsing the blood from his fingers under the tap. Do you even know who I am? Bart threatened. Who are you? Aren't you that second married man who had a woman 8 years his senior? I've heard you are proficient in the arts and have built a company from scratch, Lynch retorted. Bemused. What the hell are you talking about? Bart exclaimed, bewildered. Losing interest, Lynch pondered for a moment. To avert any potential retribution from Bart, he placed a hand atop Bart's head, unleashing his inner energy to devastate Bart's cerebral cortex, rendering him a vegetable. He then extracted the key to the collar from Bart's pocket. Returning to the viewing area, Lynch found Tommy had completely subdued Danny. Moments later, with a decisive motion, Tommy disarmed Danny and pinned him to the ground, officially concluding the bout. Lynch approached Bart's 2 henchmen, patting them on the shoulder. They turned to face him. Lynch employed a technique, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light, and said, Hey, Puru, Bart asked me to inform you that he has urgent business and has left. You should head back quickly. I'll take care of the dog. He gestured towards Danny. The 2 henchmen exchanged glances, sensing nothing amiss, and one replied, Then we'll leave it to you. With that, they made their way towards the exit of the underground fighting arena. Lynch whistled as he descended to the arena floor and placed the collar around Danny's neck. The moment the collar was secured, Danny's ferocious demeanor morphed back into his original innocent and pitiful expression. Tommy stood and reattached Danny's arms, helping him back to his feet. Come with me, child, Lynch said, draping an arm around Tommy's shoulder. Meanwhile, in the restroom of the underground arena, a Caucasian man entered and was taken aback upon seeing Bart lying on the floor, bloodied. A glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes, akin to that of a predator spotting its prey. He lifted Bart as one would assist a drunken friend and led him out of the underground arena, stepping into the enveloping darkness. Subsequently, he opened his mouth to reveal 2 sharp and elongated tiger fangs, sinking them into Bart's neck. Within the factory base, Lynch addressed Tommy, saying, Tommy, I have arranged for this child to stay with you. Please keep an eye on him. Tommy responded, Are you suggesting that I've just acquired a son? Lynch added, I will compensate you with $3,000 each week. Deal. Lynch pointed to Danny and remarked, This lad is a martial arts prodigy. I have decided to take him as my disciple. Henceforth he shall be your junior brother. However, he seems to have some mental issues, as if he has endured significant psychological trauma resulting in a personality disorder. We shall await the healing of his affliction before proceeding. Chapter 21. Having concluded matters concerning Danny, it was already past midnight. Instead of returning directly to his residence in Queens, he made a detour to Hell's Kitchen. Check-in location discovered. Hell's Kitchen. Remaining check-in attempts today, 1. Total check-in attempts available, 29. Would you like to check in? Yes. Congratulations. Host has acquired one of the ancient 10 legendary swords, the Shadow Sword. Shadow Sword, a spiritual weapon, the sword of the ancient merchant emperor. Said to be forged when a dragon split the shadows, and a wild goose forgot its return, hence named Shadow. In Lynch's hand appeared a 1-foot-long wooden sword hilt, intricately carved with lifelike dragon motifs that coiled around the hilt. Following the system's prompt, Lynch channeled his exorcising energy into the wooden hilt. In an instant, a powerful suction emanated from the hilt, uncontrollably drawing Lynch's exorcising energy into it. Simultaneously, a translucent sword shadow, 3 feet long, 2 fingers wide, and as thin as a cicada's wing, coalesced from the hilt, flickering in and out of visibility. Gazing at the enchanting and mysterious spiritual weapon, the Shadow Sword, which shimmered like a nebulous galaxy, Lynch felt a surge of delight. What a splendid treasure. In comparison, his specially forged alloy steel dragon pattern longsword seemed akin to mere scrap metal. With a casual flick of the Shadow Sword, a far more intense suction erupted forth, causing Lynch's exorcising energy to deplete by nearly 10 to 20% in an instant. An imperceptible, yet razor-sharp, sword energy shot forth from the translucent blade, silently slicing through the air, severing a pine tree, thick enough to be embraced by 2 persons, from its base, and continued its trajectory, effortlessly cleaving through a metal lamp post. Witnessing this spectacle, Lynch gasped in astonishment. Fortunately, the night in Hell's Kitchen was sparsely populated, with only gangsters roaming the streets, and Lynch was positioned in a secluded area. As his energy dissipated, the sword blade vanished, and Lynch swiftly concealed the wooden hilt, fleeing the scene. Upon returning home, he hurriedly freshened up and then sat on his bed to practice the anti-evil internal skill. Lin Chi consumed a spirit-cleansing pill, feeling its potent essence unfurl within him, gradually refining his anti-evil true energy. To be frank, most of Lin Chi's true energy was derived from the consumption of drugs, even though it was the esteemed Shaolin's supreme pill. Nevertheless, his true energy remained somewhat chaotic and impure. The more convoluted the true energy, the less controllable it became. diminishing its power and potentially hindering future breakthroughs in cultivation. After 3 hours of practicing the anti-evil internal skill, Lynch began to visualize the white tiger image from the 12 forms of Xingyi. He found that he could now substitute this visualization for sleep, and the vitality he regained the next day surpassed that of conventional rest. After spending a considerable time at the office, it was finally time to clock out. As Lynch uploaded the latest chapter of Game of Thrones to the forum, Zhou Hong happened to enter. "Oh, you also frequent the forum?" she remarked, her hand resting on Lynch's shoulder as she peered at the computer screen. Since that day, she visited him, and he had invited her to watch a boxing match together. The atmosphere between them had warmed significantly. They both understood the nature of their relationship, but had yet to shatter that thin veil, continuing to interact as friends. "Yes, just browsing around." Lynch quickly exited the forum, relieved that Zhou Hong seemed oblivious to his true identity as the author of Game of Thrones. He didn't mind her knowing, but he feared it might alter their dynamic. Zhou Hong adjusted Lynch's slightly disheveled collar, saying, "Work is over. Let us head to the cinema. Are you not going to change clothes, or put on some makeup first?" Lynch inquired. Zhou Hong playfully retorted, "Do you think my outfit doesn't look good today?" Lynch scrutinized her attire, then nodded affirmatively. "It looks wonderful." Today, she wore a violet long dress paired with a white short blouse, tasteful and elegant. One must admit, Zhou Hong's figure was quite commendable. Her curves were accentuated in all the right places, making her look splendid in any attire. Zhou Hong shot Lynch a playful glance. The two arrived at the Manhattan International Cinema, and since it was Thursday, the crowd was relatively sparse. Additionally, a technology expo was taking place in the adjacent square, drawing many attendees away. Lynch gazed at the central stage of the expo, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the scene. "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go?" Zhou Hong exclaimed, tugging Lynch towards the cinema. After waiting for a little over 10 minutes, the movie commenced. The film has been released for some time, so the audience in the theater is sparse, with only about 10 people, including Zhou Hong and Lynch. After watching a portion of the film, Lynch found it somewhat unengaging. Although titled Dragon on the River 4, it did not feature Bruce Lee in the lead role, merely crediting him as a producer. The action sequences performed by the martial artists were commendable, far surpassing those of the actors from the previous Realm of Earth. However, the plot was exceedingly cliché, and Lynch could nearly predict the ending after merely watching the beginning. In contrast, Zhou Hong appeared thoroughly engrossed. This formidable woman, uninterested in romantic films, exhibited a keen fascination with action genres. After a brief glance at the film, Lynch shifted his gaze to Zhou Hong, secretly admiring her exquisite profile. Tentatively, he extended his hand towards her back, yearning to draw her into his embrace, yet hesitated, feeling a nervousness he had never experienced even in the face of armed robbers. At that moment, Zhou Hong turned her gaze towards Lynch with a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic. Lynch's expression faltered as he prepared to withdraw his hand, only to find it captured by Zhou Hong. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She placed Lynch's left hand upon her waist and gracefully leaned into his embrace. The faint scent of violets enveloped him, causing his thoughts to momentarily falter, his body stiffening for several seconds as his heart raced. After a brief interval, Lynch summoned his courage, cupping Zhou Hong's face in his hands, their eyes locking. And then he leaned in for a fervent kiss. Meanwhile, at the technology expo adjacent to the Manhattan International Cinema, Justin Hammer exuberantly tapped his way onto the stage, garnering applause from a gathering of dignitaries and celebrities. "Ladies and gentlemen, for a long time, our brave soldiers have ventured into perilous battles. With the advent of Iron Man, we believed no more lives would be lost. Yet, he refuses to publicly share his advanced technology. This is unacceptable. Such behavior is egocentric. Nevertheless, the Iron Suit is indeed a remarkable invention, consistently making headlines across the globe. However, today, my friends, the major newspapers are facing a dilemma. They might run out of ink." Chapter 22. Two attendants ascended the stage to remove the podium before Justin Hammer. With his hands on his hips and a fervent tone, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, today I shall introduce you to the new face of our national military, the Hammer Iron Soldiers, Army Iron Soldiers, Navy Iron Soldiers, Air Force Iron Soldiers, Marine Corps Iron Soldiers." With a grand gesture, Justin Hammer signaled, and the stage floor behind him split open, revealing dozens of iron robots slowly rising to the astonished gaze of the audience. The assembled audience gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the remarkably advanced and strikingly impressive robotic soldiers. The media's camera shutters clicked incessantly from the moment the Steel Warriors made their entrance. Following this, Hammer provided an introduction to these metallic sentinels, stating, "Although this technology is revolutionary, the battlefield still requires true soldiers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the first prototype of the Comprehensive Threat Response Combat Armor, along with its pilot, Colonel James Rhodes of the Air Force." No sooner had he finished speaking than a suit of armor, akin to Tony's Iron Man suit but in a different color, emerged into view. Colonel Rhodes saluted the audience, and the squadron of steel drones behind him mimicked his gesture. The venue erupted into enthusiastic applause. Hammer, awkwardly mirroring the salute, declared, "Hammer Industries stands ready to serve our nation and allies." Before he could conclude, a dazzling figure streaked across the sky, accompanied by a thunderous rush of air. Tony Stark piloted Armor Number 6, gracefully landing before Colonel Rhodes. The crowd's cheers intensified, surpassing their earlier excitement. "We're in trouble," Stark remarked as he approached Rhodes. Assuming Tony was there to confront him, Rhodes cautioned, "Tony, there are civilians present. I'm acting under orders. Please refrain from causing a scene." Stark waved to the eager audience, stating, "Everyone is in danger. We must find a way to evacuate them. You must trust me. I've tried before, and you nearly decimated me at your home," Stark pointed out, gesturing towards Justin Hammer. "Listen closely. I suspect he has colluded with Vanko, the same Russian who attempted to eliminate me at the Grand Prix." "Vanko is still alive?" Rhodes inquired, astonished. "Indeed," Stark replied, moving stealthily behind Hammer, who was still engaging with the audience. "Where is he?" "What?" Hammer questioned, feigning ignorance. "Where is Vanko? Tell me. What brings you here, brother?" Hammer countered, refusing to answer. At that moment, Rhodes suddenly noticed his armor malfunctioning, the display screen flashing with cryptic symbols. Stark turned to his friend. Realizing that the weapon on Rhodes' shoulder had locked onto his forehead, the steel soldiers behind Rhodes raised their arms, all aimed at Stark. "Get out of here. The entire system has been compromised," Rhodes shouted. The crowd, witnessing this alarming turn of events, began to grasp the gravity of the situation as chaos loomed. Lynch, entwined with Zhou Hong, exited the cinema, preparing to drive her home. Amidst the fervor of the Technology Expo, a sudden and violent explosion reverberated, illuminating the night sky with a blinding blaze. Lynch's expression shifted dramatically as memories surged forth. He hastily ushered Zhou Hong into the vehicle and sped away from Manhattan's bustling commercial district. It is well known that traffic in the Big Apple is notoriously congested, and as the explosion echoed, chaos erupted on the roads, rendering them nearly impassable. Within a mere 100 meters, Lynch found himself ensnared in a gridlock. In the sky behind him, a crimson figure soared, pursued relentlessly by several airborne steel soldiers, who unleashed a barrage of gunfire with ferocious intensity. Stray bullets rained down, striking buildings and the asphalt, leaving deep punctures in their wake. A hapless individual nearby was struck, severed in two, further escalating the pandemonium. Lynch held Zhou Hong close, murmuring reassurances, "Do not fear, we shall be safe." Yet, truth be told, the scene instilled a sense of trepidation within him as well. A martial artist by training, he had heard tales of those in the law realm capable of traversing the heavens and earth, shattering mountains with a single blow. However, with his current martial prowess, a direct hit from such high-caliber bullets would spell either death or grievous injury. Although he had diligently trained for nearly 10 days, reaching the 7th layer of chi cultivation through the use of elixirs, it did not grant him the invulnerability to withstand bullets. These were armor-piercing rounds, traveling at speeds exceeding 1,000 meters per second, unlike the mere revolver rounds that traveled at 200 meters per second. As the elusive Tony Stark maneuvered through an overpass, the pursuing steel soldiers of the Air Force employed even more formidable weaponry, igniting explosions beneath the overpass that obliterated dozens of vehicles, injuring countless individuals and claiming lives. Witnessing this, Lynch grasped the perilous nature of the Marvel Universe. This one incident alone would likely result in the deaths of hundreds. In the ensuing years, Manhattan would face countless crises, both large and small. It was truly divine providence that the populace had not been entirely decimated. Zhou Hong retrieved her phone from Lynch's embrace. Trembling as she dialed a number, the contact for the covert operatives of the Zhuangqing division in their homeland. Unfortunately, the call failed to connect. Ivan Vanko had disrupted the signal. At that moment, an army steel robot leaped off the stage of the expo, its shoulder-mounted missiles aimed at the surrounding crowd. Countless missiles detonated, transforming Manhattan's commercial district into a battlefield, resulting in the immediate deaths of hundreds. Lynch's pupils dilated as one missile hurtled toward him and Zhou Hong. He tightened his grip around her waist, propelling himself off the ground, shattering bricks beneath them as he leapt several meters to evade the epicenter of the explosion. In the aftermath, a powerful shockwave struck Lynch's back, sending both him and Zhou Hong tumbling uncontrollably to the ground, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a halt. Lynch was largely unscathed. His mastery of external energy had reached a formidable level, rendering his physique robust. The shockwave inflicted minimal harm upon him, leaving only his attire disheveled and his hair slightly singed. However, in his arms, Zhou Hong was nearly rendered unconscious by the violent explosion, her pupils dilated and unfocused. Lynch infused her with a stream of true energy, aiding her in regaining composure. After a moment, Zhou Hong finally came back to her senses. "Are you all right?" Lynch inquired softly. She shook her head, burying her face in his embrace and weeping gently. Even this typically formidable woman revealed a vulnerable side. Chapter 23. Oh, such grand fireworks. It has been ages since I last witnessed something so spectacular. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through. Zhang Xian held an ice cream, taking a bite before commenting, "Mr. Lin, it has only been a week since we last met. Yet your cultivation has progressed remarkably. You've reached the later stages of qi training." Lynch took a deep breath and replied, "It is but a modest advancement." Zhang Xian lamented, "It would be a pity for someone of your talent not to join our Xianjing Bureau." Lynch expressed his surprise. "Xianjing Bureau? Has it been renamed?" "Uncle Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhou Hong, nestled in Lynch's arms, looked up. "Did you not call me?" Zhang Xian huffed, displeased. "You usually call me old Zhang, but when there's something amiss, it's Uncle Zhang. And you didn't even inform me about your new boyfriend. Despite how much I cared for you in your childhood." Zhou Hong's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head in silence. Lynch interjected, "We have only just established our relationship." Zhang Xian rolled his eyes. "Oh, is that so? This girl has high standards. She has yet to date anyone, insisting that she must marry the most outstanding young talent. Who would have thought she would fall for you?" Lynch scratched his head in surprise, realizing that Zhou Hong, nearing 30, had also never been in a relationship. Sensing Lynch's teasing gaze, Zhou Hong shot him a fierce glare. "Mr. Lin, are you truly not considering joining the Xianjing Bureau? With your cultivation, you would be more than qualified to serve as a team leader under my command, with benefits far surpassing those of the diplomatic office." Zhou Hong retorted angrily, "Uncle Zhang, do not entertain such thoughts. I am well aware of the nature of the work in your second team. Do you expect me to let my newly established boyfriend undertake such perilous tasks? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Zhang Xian replied, "Oh, for a talent like Mr. Lin, I naturally feel a sense of eagerness. Moreover, as an external agency, some degree of danger is unavoidable for us. And with Mr. Lin's cultivation at the later stages of qi training, few in this world could pose a threat to him." "I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you," Lynch said, grasping Zhou Hong's hand and shaking his head at Zhang Xian. "Mr. Zhang, I quite enjoy my current occupation and will not consider joining the Xianjing Bureau for the time being. Uncle Zhang, could you please escort Hongjia back to the embassy? It is too dangerous here. And what about you?" Zhang Xian expressed surprise, asking, "Are you not aware of the embassy?" Zhou Hong looked at Lin Shi with a puzzled gaze. "I have some matters to attend to," Lin Shi replied, his eyes directed towards the vanishing figure of the golden-red armored warrior. "No, you must return with me," Zhou Hong urged anxiously, her eyes brimming with concern. "Sister Hong, do not worry, I shall be fine. I am a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement," Lin Shi reassured her with a smile. Zhang Xian's gaze towards Lin Shi flickered as he began to speculate about Lin Shi's intentions. Lin Shi retrieved the Chungying sword from beneath the seat of his jeep and addressed Zhang Xian, "Uncle Zhang, I entrust Zhou Hong to you." Subsequently, amidst Zhou Hong's worried stare, Lin Shi executed the grasshopper's lightness technique, leaping onto the rooftop with remarkable speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "His lightness skill is rather rudimentary, yet his speed is not inferior to mine," Zhang Xian mused, observing Lin Shi's retreating figure. The internal martial arts lineage was indiscernible, leaving him to ponder the identity of Lin Shi's grandfather. Once out of sight, Lin Shi donned the 1,000 illusions mask from his pocket, transforming into a man with a Caucasian visage, and returned to the scene of the Tech Expo. A fleeting shadow darted between several armored soldiers, swiftly beheading them with precision. Lin Shi pressed forward, charging towards another armored soldier. His speed was matched with agility, allowing him to change direction without losing momentum. With a flourish of the Chungying sword, he sliced through the soldier's chest. The robust armor cleaved as easily as a hot knife through butter, offering no resistance to the blade. Lin Shi tilted his head to evade a bullet fired from a soldier behind him, swiftly pivoting to strike at that soldier. Within half a minute, he dismantled all the armored soldiers at the expo, moving towards another area. Even armored soldiers posed little threat when confronted by a martial artist up close. It was exceedingly difficult for them to eliminate a practitioner, especially one like Lin Shi, who possessed a distinct speed advantage. Meanwhile, in a valley within a park in Manhattan, a dozen armored soldiers surrounded Tony Stark and War Machine Rhodes, encircling them. Stark and Rhodes exchanged grave glances, quickly donning their helmets. The soldiers, armed with heavy-caliber machine guns, aimed at Stark and Rhodes, with the specter of conflict looming. The armor crafted by Stark utilized the finest materials. Each suit cost millions of dollars, far surpassing the inferior metal of the Hammer Industries robots surrounding them. The bullets that struck Stark's armor merely scraped off a bit of paint, proving virtually ineffective. Amidst a barrage of gunfire, the camaraderie between Stark and Rhodes shone through as they deftly navigated the onslaught of steel soldiers, dispatching the intelligent automatons with remarkable ease. Tony unleashed 3 miniature missiles from the arm of his suit, obliterating 3 of the armored foes. The duo, undeterred and composed, systematically dismantled the ranks of steel soldiers. Yet they soon found themselves besieged by an additional wave of adversaries. "Rhodes, duck!" Tony Stark shouted as he surveyed the ever-tightening encirclement. A crimson beam erupted from the back of his hand, and with a swift pivot, he swung his arm in a graceful arc, cleaving through the advancing soldiers and the trees behind them, leaving silence in his wake. "You should have used that move sooner," Rhodes remarked. "Apologies. That maneuver can only be executed once," Tony replied, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Meanwhile, Black Widow cautioned the duo, "Be careful. One of the steel soldiers is heading your way. This one appears different, with a significantly elevated energy index." Before she could finish, Whiplash descended in his armored suit before Stark and Rhodes, lifting his visor to greet Tony. "Long time no see." He then brandished 2 whips, crackling with high-energy arcs, each extending over 10 meters. Rhodes regarded the formidable Whiplash with concern. "This is not good. I must employ my most formidable weapon against him. Allow me to unleash my ex-wife on him." Chapter 24. Tony, what on earth? A small cannon emerged from Rhodes' shoulder, housing a 20-centimeter long miniature missile. According to Justin Hammer, it contained a newly developed ultra-high-energy explosive capable of easily demolishing a church. The ex-wife locked onto Whiplash, who regarded the missile with an amused nonchalance. In an instant, the projectile was launched. Clang! The missile struck Whiplash's chest plate, falling impotently to the ground, emitting a shower of sparks before being extinguished by the flowing water nearby. "It seems the ex-wife was a bit underwhelming." Stark and Rhodes exchanged glances. Stark remarked, "Hammer's weaponry, right?" "Yes," Rhodes admitted, somewhat sheepishly. "Let me take a shot," Stark said, as the shoulder plate of his Mark VI armor opened to reveal several explosive rounds targeting Whiplash's exposed visage. The projectiles were released, but Whiplash had already lowered his visor. The armor absorbed the rounds, producing mere sparks, failing to even force him back a step. Undeterred by Stark and Rhodes' assault, Whiplash swung his electric whips towards them menacingly. Having long experienced the might of the whip, Stark and Rhodes swiftly evaded, unleashing their utmost firepower. However, the armor of the Whiplash remained unscathed amidst such an onslaught, clearly crafted from materials far superior to the ordinary, much like that of Tony and his companion. With a fierce crack of the whip, Rhodes was unable to dodge in time, resulting in the destruction of his 134 machine gun on his shoulder. Stark ignited his jet boots, propelled into the air by the force of the flames, seeking to evade the reach of the Whiplash's whip and engage in ranged combat. Yet, the Whiplash was all too aware of his intentions. With a swift flick of the whip, he yanked Stark back down to the ground. War Machine, Rhodes drew his submachine gun and circled around the Whiplash, firing relentlessly. The adversary was compelled to release Stark, raising one hand to shield himself from the incoming bullets. Although the rounds could not pierce his faceplate, the tremendous impact resonated against it, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Seizing the moment, Tony Stark lunged at the Whiplash. However, the latter's armor bore a significantly greater mass, and with a mere punch, he sent Stark hurtling away. The Whiplash lashed out with a whip, ensnaring War Machine's neck, and with a forceful tug, he yanked him forward, delivering a crushing blow to War Machine's head. Dazed and disoriented, War Machine found himself engulfed in a cacophony, as if 1,000 alarms were blaring, drowning out all external sounds. Once more, Tony Stark charged in, exploiting the Whiplash's momentary distraction to strike a blow to the back of his helmet. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of jabs that sent the Whiplash reeling, struggling to maintain his balance. The Whiplash retaliated with a headbutt against Stark's helmet, followed by a whip crack imbued with high-voltage energy, striking Stark with a shower of sparks. In terms of close-quarters combat prowess, the Whiplash, a formidable foe, clearly surpassed Stark by a considerable margin. Had it not been for the resilience of his armor, Stark might have succumbed to the Whiplash's electric lash long ago. The Whiplash swung another electric whip, ensnaring Stark's neck and dragging him toward the still-recovering War Machine, delivering a heavy stomp upon his chest. The internal displays of both Stark and War Machine flickered violently from the tremendous surge of electricity, nearly causing a system failure. Stark, employing a familiar tactic, grasped the whip constricting his neck and yanked forcefully, causing the Whiplash to loosen his grip on War Machine's chest. The Whiplash retaliated by lashing out with another electric whip, ensnaring War Machine's neck, maintaining the same positioning as depicted in the original narrative. The only distinction being that he did not arrogantly remove his helmet. Stark communicated with Rhodes, saying, "Rhodes, I have an idea. Do you wish to be a hero?" "What?" Rhodes replied, I need your assistance. Raise your hand, Stark instructed. Rhodes, momentarily speechless, responded, Is that your brilliant plan? Well then, I'm ready. The two raised their palms, aligning them, as a potent beam of energy coalesced between their hands. The Whip of Morning observed the scene before him, a sudden and intense sense of crisis surging within him. He released the electric whips binding the two individuals, his feet igniting with blue flames as he sought to distance himself from the epicenter. At that precise moment, two beams of energy collided, resulting in a remarkable chemical reaction. A tremendous energy collapse ensued, which subsequently formed several pale blue energy spheres that detonated within a fraction of a second. Boom! The overwhelming force swept through the surroundings, obliterating everything in its path, accompanied by a flash that illuminated the sky as bright as day. The three were hurled backward by the terrifying shockwave, leaving the entirety of the wetland park in ruins. After a brief interval, Stark and Rhodes regained their senses from the explosive shockwave. Tony Stark glanced at the flickering visor screen, realizing that both his left arm and leg armor were severely damaged, nearly rendered useless. Stark surveyed the charred battlefield, devoid of any remnants, and inquired, Where is Ivan Vanko? Has he perished? It seems he has been utterly annihilated, Rhodes responded. Is this truly your last resort? In the sky, the Whip of Morning, his own suit bearing significant damage, looked down at the two men and remarked, Cunning alone cannot win a war. He unleashed the last of his high-energy electric whip, sending the two flying before landing on the ground, opening his visor with a triumphant declaration, You have lost, Stark. He placed a foot on Stark's chest, who was struggling to rise, and stated, Your father caused my father's demise. Now it is my turn to take your life. With that, he raised his whip. Despair washed over Stark as he closed his eyes. The Whip of Morning, grinning wickedly, prepared to strike down with his electric whip, while Rhodes shouted in a futile attempt to intervene, unable to rise. Just then, a figure appeared beside the Whip of Morning in an instant, wielding a transparent blade emanating blue light, effortlessly severing the high-energy whip. The severed portion, still crackling with electricity, fell to the ground. The sword in Lynch's hand continued its swift course, piercing the Whip of Morning's forehead. In his final moment, the Whip of Morning could not comprehend what had transpired, nor could he fathom at whose hands he had met his demise. Lynch withdrew his vital energy, and the blue translucent blade began to dissipate from the tip. Crimson and white brain matter oozed from the Whip of Morning's forehead, dripping onto the ground. The formidable and cumbersome armored figure of the terrorist from Russia slowly collapsed. Iron Man opened his eyes to find a completely unfamiliar young man standing before him. Who are you? Lynch inquired. Stark inhaled deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you for saving our lives. May I know your name? You may call me Hannibal, Lynch replied, having initially considered a name reminiscent of a superhero, such as Batman or Flash, but deeming it too trivial, he settled on an arbitrary English name instead. Chapter 25. 1 week later, Stark Tower. Discovery of sign-in location, Stark Tower. Remaining sign-in attempts this week. 1. Sign-in attempts per location. 10. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Congratulations. The host has received a Eugene Shisue pill. Lynch sighed. Ever since that day, he eliminated the villain. The system had sent a notification stating that he had slain a notorious adversary and had thus acquired a measure of self-preservation. Consequently, his daily sign-in attempts had been reduced to once a week, and the likelihood of obtaining high-grade items had slightly increased. Hannibal, I have searched numerous times in the National Population Database, yet I can find no record of you, Stark remarked, handing over a glass of champagne. Who exactly are you? Did I ever claim to be a national? Lynch replied, savoring a sip of the champagne. This is exquisite. A bottle must cost several $1,000s. Typically, I cannot afford such luxuries. Tony Stark, indeed, was one of the wealthiest heroes in the Marvel Universe, second only to Black Panther. That night, after Lynch saved Stark's life, Stark provided him with his contact information, declaring that he recognized Lynch as a friend and that he could reach out at any time. The following day, Lynch visited Stark Tower, engaged in conversation with Stark, and left with a bottle of Stark's prized liquor. In the days that followed, Lynch made it a point to visit Stark whenever he could, not for the sake of the liquor, but to cultivate a friendship with Stark. He could swear on his conscience that this was the truth. Stark sighed in exasperation, feeling utterly perplexed by this enigmatic individual. Returning to his workstation, Stark began tinkering with his Iron Man suit, contemplating ways to innovate and enhance its portability. He had already devised some ideas in his mind. Tony, I would like to ask a favor. Could you assist me in obtaining a legitimate identity? I presume this should not pose a challenge for you, Lynch inquired. Since he had resolved to adopt an alias, he naturally required a lawful identity to avoid being pursued by the government. I thought you were after my liquor again, Stark replied. Acquiring identification unlawfully is not something I will partake in. Come on, the government databases have seen their fair share of your intrusions. Don't give me that now, Lynch retorted. Stark shrugged. All right, if you are so insistent, I shall lend you a hand. He activated a holographic display. 63,226. Whose number is this? That's S. H. I. E. L. D. S. Lynch answered. I do not believe S. H. I. E. L. D. would assist in this matter. If you are unwilling to help, so be it, Lynch stated. Stark replied solemnly. I will help you, but I cannot assist someone of questionable origins, even if they have saved my life. Lynch fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before scrutinizing Tony Stark, saying, Stark, you cannot possibly be one of those who prioritize national interests above all else, can you? I have never held any fondness for the politicians within our government. Stark shook his head, the meaning clear without words. Since his miraculous escape from the clutches of terrorists 2 years prior, he had gained clarity on many matters, including the grotesquely flawed nature of his own country. Racial discrimination, rampant corruption, collusion between officials and businesses, betrayal of public interests, exploitation of the common populace, and the thousands of gun violence incidents each year, not to mention instigating wars abroad for profit. He had long since lost faith in the current government. At times, he even felt that his home was more akin to a hellish battlefield than the war-torn streets of Iraq. After much contemplation, Lynch finally removed his mask of illusion, revealing a strikingly handsome face, imbued with a hint of the uncanny, before Stark. Without needing Stark's instruction, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, promptly recognized Lynch's visage, displaying pertinent information on the screen before Stark. Lynch, born in 1981, graduated from the Diplomatic Institute of Kyoto University with a doctorate, currently serving as the envoy of the Dragon Kingdom to the Great Apple City. He arrived in the country 4 years ago and carries no criminal record, Jarvis announced in its mechanical synthesized voice. An envoy? A playful smile crept across Stark's face. Jarvis, infiltrate the databases of S. H. I. E. L. D. and the Population Census Bureau and arrange a new identity for my friend. Lynch helplessly shook his head and donned his mask once more. Hannibal, what is that thing on your face? Quite intriguing, Stark inquired, curiosity piqued. Lynch replied, merely a little prop to conceal my identity. After all, no one wishes to attract the attention of malevolent individuals, do they? Stark, have you ever considered that revealing your identity as Iron Man could invite malice and greed from certain quarters? I am Iron Man. Who dares oppose me? Stark retorted confidently. Just a few days ago, someone did they not? You may fearlessly face danger, but what of your loved ones? Might they not become pawns used to threaten you? Lynch countered. Stark paused for a moment, then replied with a hint of impatience. This is my affair. You need not concern yourself. I will ensure the safety of those around me. Lynch nodded, falling silent, and walked toward the open balcony. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. At his workstation, Stark remained contemplative for a spell before exclaiming, Jarvis, did he take another bottle of my wine? Sir, I must correct you. He did not take 1 bottle, but 3. Those were the 3 limited edition Dom P. Rignon 1962 bottles you acquired for $800,000 in Switzerland, Jarvis replied. Mr. Hannibal left a wooden box on your coffee table, beneath which lies a note, Jarvis added. Stark approached the coffee table, his curiosity piqued as he opened the wooden box. Inside lay a small orb sealed with white wax. Glancing at the note, he read, Mr. Stark, within this wooden box resides a cleansing elixir from the Dragon Kingdom, capable of thoroughly eradicating the residual palladium within your system. There is no need for gratitude. I simply wish to prevent my newfound friend from succumbing to cancer. Stark's expression shifted, reflecting a blend of astonishment and intrigue. He had heard tales of the myriad miraculous elixirs from the Dragon Kingdom, each with diverse effects. Notably, the cleansing elixir was renowned worldwide for its extraordinary properties. This potion could neutralize toxins, enhance physical constitution, bolster immunity, and even treat cancer, extending one's lifespan. However, such elixirs rarely left the Dragon Kingdom. They were as elusive as they were invaluable, beyond the reach of wealth alone. The last known appearance of a cleansing elixir was over a decade ago, auctioned at a Zurich house for a staggering sum exceeding $100 million. Acquired by a wealthy magnate. The elixir left by Lynch was exceedingly precious. Could it possibly be a forgery? Stark felt a flicker of doubt. Jarvis, please assist me in scanning and analyzing this cleansing elixir, Stark instructed, placing it on the glass surface. A beam of infrared light swept over the elixir. And after a brief moment, Jarvis's synthesized voice chimed in. Sir, the scan reveals that this cleansing elixir comprises rare herbal components, with 63 elements unable to be analyzed. The probability of this elixir being authentic is estimated at 87.9. Chapter 26. Within the factory base, Lynch called out to Tommy, who was practicing his punches. Tommy, come lend me a hand. Tommy hurried over to Lynch's side, assisting him in lifting the other end of the piano, alleviating some of Lynch's burden. Master, why did you purchase a piano? Tommy inquired, having made little progress in his martial arts training over the past few days, although his proficiency in Chinese had significantly improved. Lynch nodded towards Danny, who was huddled in a corner. It's for him. Since bringing Danny to the factory base over a week ago, Danny had remained closed off, uttering not a single word and exhibiting an overwhelming wariness towards both Lynch and Tommy, often retreating to the shadows. This poor child, Lynch thought wistfully. In the original film, Danny had fortuitously encountered a kind-hearted African-American piano tuner, which opened his heart and gradually restored his mental clarity. Hence, Lynch contemplated the acquisition of a piano, hoping it might provide some solace for Danny's plight. Indeed, upon catching sight of the piano Lynch was holding, Danny's eyes brightened momentarily. Tommy asked, puzzled. Together, Tommy and Lynch relocated the piano to a corner, not far from Danny's sleeping area. Lynch rested his fingers on the black and white keys, hesitantly playing F or Elise, a piece he had learned in elementary school during his previous life, only to abandon it for reasons long forgotten. As he played, Lynch gradually rediscovered his initial sensation, becoming increasingly adept. In the corner, Danny crouched, stealing glances at Lynch, his eyes filled with curiosity. He edged closer to the piano, gently pressing a key before swiftly retreating a few steps, turning his back to Lynch. Are you getting used to staying here, young man? Lynch inquired with a smile, his fingertips gliding slowly over the keys. Do you enjoy the piano? I do as well. Danny cast a furtive glance at Lynch. No one here will harm you. There's no need to be so fearful. Tommy, observing with keen interest, had attempted to communicate with the dragonborn youth over the past few days, only to be met with silence. Did you know? Playing the piano is a most delightful endeavor. The enchanting notes that emerge can resonate with one's joys and sorrows. Lynch remarked, turning to glance at Danny, who quickly averted his gaze. It has been quite some time since I last played, and I feel somewhat rusty. Could you assist me by passing me that music book? Lynch pointed to a tome resting on the table beside Danny. Danny's eyes flitted about, seemingly torn between understanding and uncertainty. Ultimately, he hesitantly uttered a single word, picked up the sheet music, and handed it to Lynch. This was the first time he had spoken in days. Come, sit here beside me, Lynch beckoned. Danny timidly approached and took a seat next to Lynch. Have you ever learned to play the piano? Danny, lost in thought, reflected on the familiarity of the piano before drawing a blank. Lynch opened the music book and found a renowned piece titled Nocturne. Oh, I cannot play this piece either. Shall we learn it together? Lynch smiled at Danny. Danny's innocent gaze met Lynch's, and he slowly nodded. For the next 2 hours, Lynch and Danny practiced the piano piece together. Initially, Lynch played in fits and starts, but soon Danny relaxed his guard and joined in. Danny's natural talent for the piano shone through. Before long, he was playing with remarkable skill, a smile gracing his face, one that had not appeared in over a decade. Lynch stood up and gently patted Danny on the shoulder, saying, You can play by yourself now. I shall return in a couple of days to check on you. Danny cautiously nodded in response. Master, I almost forgot to mention. I have a boxing match tonight at 9 o'clock, a tournament where 16 progressed to 8. Tommy suddenly interjected, offering 2 tickets for the bout to Lynch. It had been 2 weeks since the last Spartan tournament's preliminary rounds, during which Tommy had triumphed over 2 opponents, securing his place among the top 16 fighters. Moreover, after diligently practicing Eagle Claw Fist, his physique had significantly improved, and he now felt capable of holding his own against 3 versions of his former self. The opponent is a martial artist hailing from the island of Hong Kong, a disciple of the esteemed Fusang Duanshui Liu, Tommy Dao. To be candid, when confronted by a martial artist, he harbors little confidence in his ability to triumph in the contest. Duanshui Liu? Lynch pondered, taken aback. Is it the same Duanshui Liu I am thinking of? Very well, I shall attend. Thereafter, Lynch drove back to his residence. He gently pressed the doorbell, and after a few moments, a woman opened the door. Where have you been? The meal is almost cold, Zhou Hong lamented. Following the previous assault, she had moved in with Lynch the very next day. As they were in a romantic relationship, cohabitation posed no issue. However, both were rather conservative and traditional in their beliefs, and thus had not yet shared the same bed, refraining from crossing that boundary. I was held up by a few matters, Lynch explained. Did I not take in an orphan from the Dragon Kingdom? Ah, you mentioned him before. His name is Danny. Correct? How old is he? He is around 16 or 17, but he suffers from a severe case of autism, apparently having endured significant trauma in his childhood, making communication quite challenging for him. Leaning against the sofa, Lynch remarked, I discovered he seems to have an interest in the piano. So I ventured to the commercial district and purchased one. Zhou Hong nodded in understanding. I see. Next time, I shall accompany you to meet the child. But for now, let us dine. Zhou Hong's Chinese cuisine was not inferior to Lynch's culinary skills, and they enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, exchanging laughter and conversation as if they were a married couple. Tommy, there is a boxing match at 9 o'clock tonight. Would you accompany me to watch? Lynch presented 2 tickets. Certainly, Zhou Hong replied with a smile. After the meal, Lynch proceeded to clear the dishes while Zhou Hong applied her makeup at the vanity. Once they were ready, they drove to the venue of the prize fight, where many spectators had already arrived in advance. As Lynch surveyed the scene, he noted the bustling atmosphere of the round of 16, where the excitement was palpable and the audience was nearly at full capacity. The commentator in the studio introduced the fighters' records and some basic information for both the live audience and those watching at home. Among the judges were several prominent figures from the boxing world, engaged in hushed conversations, while numerous fans attempted to approach for autographs, only to be firmly blocked by their bodyguards. The fame and influence of this boxing match surpasses my expectations, almost rivaling that of top-tier competitions, Lynch remarked to Zhou Hong beside him. Navigating through the aisle, they took their seats in the front row, which boasted the best view. Lynch, where's the fine wine? Suddenly, a sardonic voice interrupted, and Lynch turned to his left, astonished to find it was Tony Stark. Chapter 27. Is the wine enjoyable? That is a bottle I have cherished for ages. Reluctant to consume, Tony retorted, teeth clenched. Tony was clad in a rather ordinary and inexpensive casual outfit, adorned with sunglasses that obscured half of his face, which is why Lynch failed to recognize him immediately. It's decent, not as delightful as I imagined. Lacking the potency of the Dragon Kingdom's Erguo II, Lynch remarked with a smile. Stark scoffed, you simply lack the palate. You are truly wasting my wine. Lynch shrugged nonchalantly. Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Zhou Hong. Hello, Mr. Stark, it's a pleasure to meet you at last, Zhou Hong greeted with a warm smile. Stark flashed a self-assured grin, addressing Zhou Hong. Ms. Zhou, I have long been aware of you, but our paths have yet to cross. Lynch playfully draped an arm over Stark's shoulder, saying sternly, do not entertain any thoughts about her. Aren't there enough young models for you to pursue? Am I that kind of person? Stark replied incredulously, besides, I'm not engaged in that sort of behavior anymore. I've turned over a new leaf. You see, I am now married to Pepper. With that, Stark raised his left hand, revealing a sparkling silver ring on his ring finger. Huh, even the renowned playboy has found his heart. No wonder your name hasn't graced the gossip columns lately. It appears you have discovered love, Lynch teased, casting a playful glance at Stark. Where's Pepper? Why didn't you bring her along? Stark huffed. She's busy at the company and refused to come. He then patted his bodyguard, happy, and retrieved a colossal beef burger from a takeout box, offering it to Lynch. Care for a burger? No, thank you. I've already eaten. My beloved prepared a wonderful Chinese meal for me, Lynch replied, beaming. Stark took a hearty bite of the enormous burger just as the arena lights began to dim. In the center of the octagonal cage, a black host began introducing the 2 fighters set to appear. First, let's welcome our red corner contestant, a newcomer to the boxing realm, a practitioner of the ancient martial art of Eagle Claw from the Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle King, Tommy Conlon. Amidst the vibrant Eastern music, Tommy made a grand entrance draped in a black cloak, eliciting cheers and screams from the audience, many of whom were his devoted fans. Some had followed him from previous matches, while others had supported him from the underground fight circuits. To Tommy's surprise, he spotted his father, Old Patty, and his brother, Brandon, in the audience. However, he had come to terms with many aspects of his life, having released the pain of his past, and was wholly devoted to the art of martial combat. In this world, he cared for but 2 things, the martial arts and his master, Lynch. The more he trained in Eagle Claw, the deeper his appreciation grew for Lynch's profound martial prowess, thus amplifying his respect for him. Next, let us present the blue corner contestant, a practitioner of the Fusang water-breaking flow martial arts from Hong Kong, the esteemed disciple, Bin Lin. As the words fell, a man clad in a white karate gi, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, stepped into the octagonal cage. Lin Chi gazed at the face, strikingly similar to that of Dawn, and helplessly tapped his forehead. This practitioner of the broken water style, hailing from the island of Hong Kong, was none other than the eldest disciple of the broken water style, unexpectedly intruding into the Spartan bounty competition. Within the octagonal cage, as the referee's hand descended, the match officially commenced. Tommy adopted the stance of the Eagle Claw fist, his feet positioned in a bow stance, arms extended forward and backward, fingers forming the shape of an eagle's claw. It must be said that Tommy was exceptionally gifted, having trained in the Eagle Claw fist for nearly 20 days. His physique had grown substantially, nearly reaching the limits of human capability. Notably, his 10 fingers had become almost as thick as 2 of an ordinary person's, enabling him to effortlessly crush bricks with sheer finger strength. Yet, when faced with the eldest disciple of the broken water style, he dared not underestimate him in the slightest. He could sense that the martial artist before him exuded a vitality that was equally formidable, and merely standing in his presence, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Eagle Claw Fist, Tommy Conlon, he declared in Mandarin. Lin Bin, opposite him, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tommy not only possessed knowledge of the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom, but could also speak Chinese. Broken water style, Lin Bin, he responded. Subsequently, Lin Bin made the first move, stepping forward to deliver a chopping palm strike towards Tommy's shoulder, but Tommy retreated a half-step to evade. The movements of the two were extraordinarily swift and fluid, a sight to behold, as if they had rehearsed this choreography beforehand, rivaling even the finest action films. The arena resonated with the thunderous sounds of palm and claw colliding, accompanied by the powerful shouts of the two combatants. Both were vigorous fighters, and the intensity of their struggle was truly remarkable. The audience, witnessing the back and forth of their duel, could hardly contain their excitement. Even Stark, who stood beside Lin Chi, occasionally exclaimed in admiration. Lin Chi nodded approvingly at Tommy. In just over half a month, Tommy had already set one foot into the realm of resonating bones and muscles. It was likely that within a month, he would fully enter this realm. By that time, each punch and kick would possess a force of 1,000 pounds, rivaling even the esteemed captain of the 5-5 team. Tommy unleashed a move, the eagle strikes the sky, aimed directly at the throat of the eldest disciple of the broken water style. Should this claw find its mark, it could spell dire consequences for his opponent. The perilous situation unfolded rapidly, and as Tommy's claw approached his throat, the eldest disciple's eyes flashed with ferocity. He executed a swift kick aimed at Tommy. Fully aware that this move was against the rules, Tommy, thinking of his own well-being, had no choice but to abandon his offensive and evade the strike. The eldest disciple, creating some distance from Tommy, began to catch his breath, slightly winded. After 3 consecutive rounds, both fighters exhibited considerable fatigue, their strikes noticeably slower than before. I believe that kid named Tommy will emerge victorious. What do you think? Stark inquired. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, came the response. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of combat could discern that Master of the Water Flow had fallen into a disadvantageous position. As time progressed, he was increasingly relegated to a defensive stance, struggling to evade rather than retaliate. Ultimately, with a powerful blow to his abdomen, Tommy secured the victory. The Master of the Water Flow expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the stage, unable to rise. Medical personnel swiftly entered the octagon to assess his injuries. Tommy leaped onto the iron mesh of the octagon, arms raised in jubilant celebration, reveling in the adulation of the crowd and the glory that was rightfully his. At that moment, Lynch's phone rang. He answered to hear the anxious voice of Peter Parker. Lynch, it's Dr. Connors. He's gone mad. I can't handle him. Hey, Peter, slow down. What happened? On the other end, Peter Parker dodged a car that hurtled toward him and spoke rapidly. At the central bridge, Dr. Connors has transformed into a giant lizard. He even recognized an explosive device that contains a green gas. Inhaling it turns you into something like him. I can't hold on much longer. You need to come help. With that, Parker abruptly ended the call. Chapter 28. Tony, we have a situation. Lynch patted Stark on the shoulder. What is going on? Stark asked, perplexed. A greenskin lizard is turning people into lizards on Central Bridge. Stark replied incredulously. Are you telling me a fairy tale? You need to go. I'm not deceiving you. Lynch insisted, pulling Stark from his seat. As if you've never lied before. Darling, Stark and I have some business to attend to, after the fight. Happy will take you home, Lynch informed Zhou. Hey, Lynch, Happy is my driver. You have no authority over him, Stark retorted. Then turned to Zhou with a broad smile. Ms. Zhou, if you wish, Happy can take you home. What is going on so late? Zhou queried, puzzled. To see the lizard. To catch the lizard, Lynch replied. Zhou rolled her eyes, believing him. How childish. On Central Bridge, Spider-Man kicked Dr. Connors down, then used his webbing to suspend a car that had just been thrown off the bridge by the lizard. Behind him, countless other cars hung precariously from the bridge. At both ends of the Central Bridge, police vehicles raced to the scene, blocking access to the structure. Dozens of officers stationed themselves at the bridgehead, awaiting the imminent arrival of a large throng of ordinary citizens, soon to be engulfed by the green toxic gas, transforming into monstrous lizard beings. Director George Stacy fired his weapon, hitting a lizard man towering over 2 meters in height. Unlike Dr. Connors, this creature exhibited no sign of consciousness. It let out a deafening roar, only for the bullet to be expelled from its forehead, tumbling to the ground as the wound healed completely in less than 2 seconds. George Stacy's expression shifted dramatically as he ordered, open fire. All officers at his side, upon receiving the command, swiftly disengaged the safeties of their weapons and directed their fire at the monstrous lizard, aware that his officers were merely equipped with handguns and were severely outgunned. Stacy immediately contacted the National Guard, requesting reinforcements. Meanwhile, at the center of the bridge, Dr. Connors approached Spider-Man with a sinister grin. Connors' voice was rough and hoarse. "I recognize your voice, Peter Parker." In response, Spider-Man removed his mask, concern etched across his face as he asked, "Doctor, what's wrong? What happened?" "I feel fantastic. Better than ever." Connors laughed, his gaze toward Spider-Man brimming with malevolence. "Why are you doing this?" Spider-Man inquired. "I merely wish for them to join me, to evolve into a superior race. Yet, these ungrateful insects not only fail to thank me, but also scurry away, calling me a monster. So, I crushed a few and transformed the rest into beings like myself, monsters." Perhaps the serum had warped his mind. Connors' lizard-like visage betrayed no emotion. Yet his words were twisted and deranged. Spider-Man was rendered speechless by Connors' declarations. As Connors approached, Spider-Man noticed a massive device resembling a rocket launcher strapped to Connors' back. A glass container filled with concentrated green liquid. "What is this? What do you intend to do?" As the question escaped his lips, Spider-Man realized Connors' sinister plan. "You want to turn everyone in New York into lizard people like yourself? You cannot stop me, Parker." Connors did not attack Spider-Man. He merely walked past him. Wait, before he could finish, a lizard man appeared from behind, lunging at him. Spider-Man deftly leaped aside, shooting webbing to swing onto a thick steel beam. Looking ahead, he saw hundreds of lizards trailing behind Dr. Connors, advancing towards the other end of the bridge, targeting the Osborn Group's headquarters, where a launch tower awaited, capable of dispersing the green gas into the clouds. "Hey, kid, I heard you could use some help." Stark, adorned in the upgraded Mark 7, soared towards the young spider. "Mr. Stark, what brings you here?" "I didn't." "Yes, it was Hannibal who implored me to come," Stark interrupted. "Hannibal? Pleaded with you?" The young spider's face was a canvas of confusion. Stark ascended towards the leading Dr. Connors, unleashing a laser hand cannon that struck above his head. Half of Dr. Connors' skull was obliterated, yet within mere seconds, he regenerated. With a furious roar, he hurled a car towards Stark, who effortlessly ascended to evade the attack. Under Connors' command, several lizard-like beings swiftly scaled the cables and lunged at Stark, but he evaded them with ease, utilizing the weaponry equipped on the Mark 7. Eliminating Dr. Connors was a trivial task. The challenge lay in rescuing the innocent civilians transformed into lizard creatures. Stark hovered above Connors, relentlessly firing his hand cannon, severing limbs and tail with precision. However, within moments, Connors sprouted entirely new limbs and a tail, now more robust than before, his height expanding from over 3 meters to more than 4. Stark found himself in a predicament. How could this creature grow stronger with each injury? Connors tilted his head back, roaring at the armored figure above, yet he recognized his impotence against Stark and chose to disregard him. At this juncture, the young spider shouted, "Mr. Stark, destroy whatever he holds. That device can transform everyone in New York into lizards." Stark's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and he immediately targeted Connors, who was climbing towards the bridge. A volley of mini-missiles launched forth, hurtling towards Connors. In a critical moment, several lizard men leaped onto Connors, shielding him at the center. The mini-missiles failed to shatter the glass container, but claimed the lives of several lizard creatures. Damn it! Stark's face darkened, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Dr. Connors, with a provocative glance at Stark, resolutely continued towards the bridge. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared before Connors. A slender, pale blue energy blade sliced through the air, cleaving both Connors and the glass container in half. Viscous green liquid spilled onto the ground. "Where have you been, Hannibal?" Stark inquired. "Do you think everyone possesses an iron suit like you?" Lynch retorted, exasperated. The young spider, intrigued, asked, "Hannibal Lynn, why the name change? And the new face? Did you undergo plastic surgery in Korea? You've turned into a white man." Lynch smacked the young spider's leg with the hilt of his sword, glaring at him. "You insolent brat, are you itching for trouble? This is a disguise, understand? Call me Hannibal." Behind Lynch, the lower half of Dr. Connors regenerated in less than 10 seconds. His slit-like pupils were fixed on Lynch's back, brimming with fury and malice. "Beware." Chapter 29 Beware. Stark and Parker shouted in unison. A warning bell rang in Lynch's mind, prompting him to leap aside just in time to evade Dr. Connors' claws. Connors bellowed at Lynch, "You have shattered all my hopes." Stark and Lynch exchanged a glance before launching an assault on Dr. Connors together. Meanwhile, the little spider flitted around, utilizing his webbing to create obstacles for Connors, restraining his movements, while skillfully binding the lizard men and suspending them in the air. Stark aimed his laser cannon at Connors' head, unlike their previous encounter. This time it inflicted only superficial injuries, and within 2 seconds, Connors had completely recovered. His physique had grown even more formidable. Lynch furrowed his brow, filled with suspicion and wariness regarding Connors' transformation. In both the original film and comic, Connors was never this powerful. Ignoring Stark's attack, Connors merely shielded his vital areas with his arms, his frightful slit eyes fixated on Lynch, radiating hatred and brutality. On all fours, Connors darted towards Lynch with reptilian swiftness. Before he could pounce, Lynch was assailed by a pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs or sulfur. Grimacing, Lynch swiftly retreated and drew the shadow sword, its translucent blue blade materializing in an instant. Then, he countered Connors' fierce advance, appearing before him almost instantaneously, and severing one of Connors' thighs with a single stroke. A tail, thicker than Lynch's waist, lashed out at him, but Lynch managed to slash it off. However, the tremendous force sent him flying 10 meters away. Now, Doctor. Connors towered over 5 meters tall, akin to a small giant. His body had sprouted thick, impenetrable scales, rendering ordinary bullets utterly ineffective against him. As Connors' eyes increased, his cognition began to wane, and he intermittently emitted guttural, incomprehensible roars, hoarse and piercing. Stark ceased fire, clearly realizing that his actions were only empowering Connors further without yielding any benefit. Lynch gazed up at Connors, his expression gravely serious, racing to devise a strategy. What on earth is this monstrosity? Stark cursed, having just been inadvertently flung away by Connors' tail, though he had sustained no injuries. The little spider remarked, "Mr. Stark. He is Dr. Connors, the head of the biological department at Oscorp. How has he become this way?" He utilized an imperfect regenerative gene serum, derived from the self-healing genes of lizards, as explained by the young spider. Not only that, Lynch shook his head. The lizard doctor from the original work was not this formidable. He took a deep breath and strode purposefully towards the lizard doctor, wielding the shadow sword, its blade elongating under the infusion of a substantial amount of exorcism energy. Over the course of more than half a month, his exorcism internal power had ascended to a new level, successfully breaking through to the 8th layer of chi cultivation, leaving him but a step away from the pinnacle. At this moment, the shadow sword in Lynch's hand had grown to an impressive 7 feet in length, the maximum he could currently achieve. His internal exorcism energy surged wildly, with 50% of it flooding into the hilt of the sword. With a sudden, forceful swing, Lynch unleashed 2 strikes, so swift and seamless that onlookers might have believed he had only executed a single blow. 2 brilliant light blue sword energies converged to form a cross, cleaving towards the lizard doctor. At that moment, Connors' beastly instincts failed him entirely. By the time he reacted, the cross-shaped sword energy had already bisected him. The momentum of the sword energy remained undiminished, tearing through several vehicles along its path, leaving behind a remarkably smooth cut and nearly 100-meter-long scar on the ground. For massive chunks of flesh fell to the ground, and Connors' eyes lost their color, yet the chunks wriggled, attempting to rejoin. Witnessing this, Stark immediately opened fire on Connors' remains, unleashing a torrent of firepower that plowed the ground several times until the flesh was nearly charred, before ceasing his assault. Lynch leaned against a vehicle, slightly swaying. The exertion from that strike had been considerable, as Connors had proven to be the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. However, it was a relief that it had all come to an end. Finally rid of him, Stark descended to the ground, lifting his visor and exhaling deeply. The young spider approached Lynch, concern etched on his face. "Hannibal, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lynch replied, shaking his head. "But my toys have been destroyed by you lot. How do you intend to compensate?" A man dressed in a black suit, sporting a thin mustache and a somewhat gaunt appearance, had appeared beside them without their notice. The serpent-eyed man perched on the railing, smiling slyly at the group, his eyes resembling those of a snake with their vertical pupils. He did nothing yet instilled a primal fear, as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. The young spider leaped back, warily observing the sudden apparition. "Who are you?" The serpent-eyed man produced a white handkerchief and wiped his hands. "You may call me Saphra." "Saphra? The one who deceived Eve into consuming the fruit of knowledge, emblematic of treachery in Eden?" Stark inquired, bewildered. "I do not appreciate that moniker," Saphra replied. "When it comes to treachery, who could rival him?" He placed the handkerchief into the pocket of his chest and gestured towards the charred remains on the ground. Addressing the others, "Now, let us discuss matters of compensation. You have destroyed the toy I meticulously nurtured for several months. What do you propose? Perhaps your souls would suffice as recompense." In an abrupt manner, Saphra vanished from his original position and instantly reappeared before Stark among the 3 individuals. His interest in Stark's soul was most pronounced. His hand reached towards Stark's neck, while the 3 were seemingly immobilized, powerless to intervene, merely spectators to the unfolding scene. At that moment, time appeared to stand still, the distance between Stark and Saphra expanding infinitely. Amidst the flickering sparks, a portal slowly materialized, positioning itself between the 2. A figure draped in a yellow cloak emerged gracefully. "Saphra, you have overstepped your bounds." Saphra's gaze was filled with apprehension. "Ancient One? How is it that you still draw breath? The Ancient One remained silent, snapping his fingers and pulling Saphra into the mirror dimension. To Lincoln's dismay, he too was drawn into this realm. Chapter 30. What concern is it of mine if the two of you titans clash? Lincoln lamented inwardly, seemingly sensing Lincoln's gaze. The Ancient One turned and smiled at him. Is your master, Satan, aware of your presence in the mortal realm? What punishment do you suppose awaits you for your clandestine activities? With a wave of his hand, the entire sky appeared to morph into a curtain, collapsing towards Saphra. Simultaneously, the Ancient One continued to weave his incantations, summoning numerous thick crimson chains from the heavens, binding Saphra immovably. Humph! Saphra let out a cold scoff, and in an instant, transformed into a pitch-black serpent, rapidly expanding to an astonishing length of thousands of meters. With a casual sweep of his tail, he obliterated countless structures. Fortunately, they were in the mirror dimension. The crimson chains, overwhelmed by his size, began to snap one by one. To bind me, one would require the direct intervention of Sidorak, Saphra declared coldly. He lifted his head and unleashed a green beam, several meters wide, shattering the collapsing sky above him. Countless fragments of space scattered, raining down like a luminous snowfall. As Saphra surveyed his surroundings, he realized he still resided within the mirror dimension. A multi-layered mirror dimension technique? It seems the Vishani truly favor you. The Ancient One did not respond, casually forming another incantation. This time, a series of crimson fissures appeared on her forehead, marking her as a sovereign of the dark dimension, bearing the sigil of Dormammu. A black hole, measuring over a kilometer in diameter, manifested beside Saphra, its formidable gravitational pull tearing at his very being. Despite Saphra's towering stature, reaching tens of thousands of meters, he found himself unable to escape its relentless grasp, drawing ever closer to the abyss. No matter how fiercely he fought against it, his efforts proved futile. Ancient One, how dare you illicitly wield the powers of the dark dimension, unafraid of Dormammu's wrath? Ultimately, succumbing to the immense force, Saphra relinquished his resistance. Uttering but a single phrase before his form was obliterated. With a chilling gaze, he cast a glance at Lynch, the very source of his decades of preparation unraveling in vain. Is he dead? Lynch inquired. Of course not. It is merely a projection. His true self resides in the Hell dimension, Ancient One replied, turning to Lynch with a smile. Mr. Lynch, please follow me. She spoke in Mandarin, her fluency laced with a hint of a southern accent. Subsequently, Ancient One opened a portal leading to a room steeped in antiquity. With wisps of azure smoke curling in the air, Lynch settled onto a cushion, accepting the tea that Ancient One offered. Master Ancient One, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Lynch asked. With a gentle smile, Ancient One replied, Child, there is no need for such wariness. We are not adversaries. From which sect of the Dragon Kingdom does your martial lineage derive? Lynch felt a twinge of confusion at her inquiry. Logically, with the Eye of Agamotto at her disposal, which could glimpse both past and future, she ought to know his background. Why then did she seek his response? Sensing his bewilderment, Ancient One took a sip of her tea before continuing. Though I possess the Eye of Agamotto, I am not omniscient. I can only catch fleeting glimpses of the future. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom is shrouded by a protective array, and only those from the Celestial Observation Bureau can ascertain what transpires within. The protective array? The Celestial Observation Bureau? Lynch's confusion deepened, his thoughts momentarily stalled. The grand protective formation safeguarding the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Majestic Rivers and Mountains Nine-Dragon Locking Array, was personally established by the previous emperor. As for the Celestial Observation Bureau, it served as the official institution of the Dragon Kingdom, akin to a priesthood, Ancient One elucidated. Her expression tinged with surprise, she queried. You are clearly an envoy of the Dragon Kingdom. How is it that you remain unaware of such matters? Before coming to this country, I was but an ordinary individual. Lynch retorted. Master Ancient One, what precisely is your objective in summoning me? He sensed her intentions were not malevolent, yet she harbored some ulterior motive. After a moment's contemplation, Ancient One set down her teacup, adopting a serious demeanor, her gaze penetrating as she fixed it upon Lynch. Lynch, I perceive that you are not of this world. Or rather, you do not belong to this universe, nor even to this multitude of multiverses. Upon hearing this, Lynch could not help but clench his fists, unwavering as he maintained eye contact. He continued, I can discern that your soul is unlike any other in this world, akin to two electromagnetic waves of entirely different frequencies. Apart from myself, there exist many others who can perceive this as well. I have traversed countless dimensions and innumerable parallel universes, encountering many individuals who share your unique attributes. Some of them run restaurants, others are sorcerers, some are mutants, others have become principals, and some have even succeeded me as the supreme sorcerer in their respective worlds. I have observed that these individuals seem to hail from a distant universe cluster, so remote that I could never reach it in my lifetime. They have stirred great upheavals in their own universes, accomplishing the extraordinary and seemingly foreseeing the future. They have saved some lives, taken others, and altered the destinies of countless individuals. They are typically referred to as travelers. Gu Yi fixed his piercing gaze upon Lynch and stated calmly, I have been watching you for quite some time. You too are a traveler. The weight of Gu Yi's seemingly casual remarks detonated in Lynch's mind like a nuclear explosion. And he stared intently at Gu Yi, the one who had unveiled his deepest secret. Taking a deep breath, Lynch slowly inquired, Master Gu Yi, what do you intend to do? The issue lies not with you, but with me, Gu Yi candidly replied. Do you not feel that this world is rather chaotic? Lynch nodded in agreement. Because the position of this universe lies at the intersection of multiple clusters of parallel universes, the laws of the cosmos are merging under certain forces. Yet they have not completely fused. Many timelines coexist interdependently, and it is predictable that more timelines will converge upon this universe. Gu Yi elaborated, when you appeared, the only future I could observe was disrupted by your presence. Do not be alarmed. I summoned you today merely to converse. With a smile, Gu Yi filled Lynch's ceramic teacup to the brim with tea. What is the extent of your magical prowess? Lynch could not help but ask. Gu Yi responded, I do not know, but among all the versions of myself across parallel universes, I should rank within the top 5. As Gu Yi spoke these somewhat boastful words, a hint of melancholy crossed his face. What does it matter to possess great magical skill? The path ahead has already been severed. In the eyes of many beings, what difference is there between me and an ant? In chapter 31, Lynch queried, Master Gu Yi, do you wish to train me as your successor? To be honest, the prospect was somewhat enticing. If I could learn magic and become a sorcerer, that would be splendid. Especially the portal magic of Kamar-Taj. It is incredibly convenient. Master Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback by the words, then shook his head with a bemused smile. How could you think such a thing? My successor is currently performing surgery in New York. Moreover, you cannot learn magic. I have long since attempted it. Magical energy is incompatible with martial arts chi, and only by forsaking your martial prowess could you ever hope to master it. Besides, why would you choose to tread this narrow path when a grand avenue lies before you? Once you cultivate to the celestial immortal realm, I shall be no match for you. Lin Shi and Gu Yi engaged in profound conversation throughout the night, during which Lin Shi gleaned numerous insights regarded as common knowledge among practitioners, yet shrouded in secrecy and legend to mere mortals. Upon bidding farewell to Gu Yi, Lin Shi returned to his dwelling, where dawn had already broken. Zhou Hong had awaited his return all night, deprived of sleep. Upon seeing Lin Shi, she rushed to him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. After providing her with some comfort, Lin Shi spoke. Honger, I may have to resign from my position at the envoy office. Why? Zhou Hong inquired, furrowing her brow in confusion. Lin Shi fell silent for a moment, then sighed. My martial cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I must seclude myself to break through. The memory of witnessing the battle between Gu Yi and Safra, where even a mere flick of a finger could turn the world upside down, still lingered in Lin Shi's mind, instilling a sense of trepidation. Following another night of discourse with Gu Yi, Lin Shi became acutely aware of the turbulent undercurrents and lurking dangers hidden beneath the world's seemingly calm surface. It was evident that as time progressed, this world would become increasingly perilous. Within this universe, there existed countless entities capable of obliterating the earth, and Lin Shi, in his current state, felt woefully inadequate, struggling even to protect himself, let alone those around him. Even with the assistance of the sign-in system, he remained devoid of any sense of security. He needed to seize every moment, dedicating it to the cultivation of martial arts, striving to advance to a higher level and navigate the impending crises. With both hands cradling Zhou Hong's face, Lin Shi spoke with utmost seriousness. Honger, I do not ask you to resign from your position at the envoy office, as you are the ambassadorial envoy of the Dragon Kingdom stationed in New York. However, I hope that starting today, you can practice martial arts alongside me. I do not expect you to become exceptionally powerful, but you should at least possess the ability to defend yourself against petty thugs. Zhou Hong looked up and met Lin Shi's gaze, slowly nodding in agreement. In truth, I have practiced martial arts before. I trained in the 8 Extremes Fist of the 8 Desolations sect. I reached the realm of resonating bones at the age of 16. But eventually, I gave it up. Why did you forsake it? Lin Shi asked, frowning. To attain the resonating bones realm at 16 is quite a remarkable martial talent. Zhou Hong sighed, gathering her thoughts in her mind before gradually revealing the truth. Zhou Hong, the sole daughter of General Zhou Yong of the Dragon Kingdom, faced a tragic turn of fate at the tender age of 14 when her mother, in a misguided pursuit of cultivation, succumbed to a fatal misstep and perished in a horrific manner. The harrowing sight of her mother's demise extinguished Zhou Hong's passion for martial arts. 3 years later, at 17, Zhou Yong unexpectedly took a new wife, who was a mere 3 years older than Zhou Hong. To add to her dismay, Her father unilaterally arranged for her to wed the second son of the Minister of Revenue, Lynch, a mere pedant of words. Enraged, Zhou Hong fled her home and embarked on a 13-year journey far from the kingdom. During this time, Zhou Yang sent emissaries on several occasions to persuade her to return. But Zhou Hong, resolute in her defiance, threatened to take her own life, forcing her father to relent. Lynch, upon hearing this tale, expressed astonishment, remarking on the absurdity of her father's actions in this era of reform and openness, questioning how a general could revert to archaic traditions by dictating her marriage. There were unspoken thoughts lingering in Lynch's mind. Was it wise for the daughter of a general to marry the son of a minister without fearing the emperor's disfavor? He shook his head, recalling that the imperial authority had long been diminished, with the true power resting in the hands of the 108 elders of the divine mechanism pavilion. Zhou Hong sighed, acknowledging her father's intentions, as their family was indeed steeped in martial legacy, and such alliances were commonplace. If I were to marry you in the future, would I not have to overcome the obstacle of your father? Lynch chuckled, no need for his approval. Zhou Hong, indignant, buried her head in Lynch's embrace. Yet, truthfully, a pang of homesickness tugged at her heart. It had been 13 long years since she last set foot in her home, and the memories of her family were fading. Initially, Zhou Yang's decision to marry her off to the minister's son was made with careful consideration, despite his bookish nature. The young man possessed good character, unlike the debauched scions of other military families who squandered their days in indulgence. Reflecting on this, Zhou Hong felt a measure of her grievances toward her father dissipate, and a sense of longing for home washed over her. She gazed up at Lynch, the man she had known for 4 years, who was a year and a half her junior, and a sweet smile graced her lips. The following day, Lynch submitted his resignation to the envoy office, relinquishing his position as an envoy. To his surprise, Zhou Hong also chose to resign her ambassadorial title. This unprecedented event sent shockwaves through the envoy office, leaving countless colleagues in stunned disbelief. The announcement of an ambassador resigning was inconceivable. But what left them even more astounded was the revelation that Lynch and Zhou Hong were together, seemingly for some time. As they departed in the same carriage, the entire office stood in stunned silence, grappling with the unexpected turn of events. In the ensuing 2 months, Lynch and Zhou Hong remained virtually confined to their residence, dedicating their days to the cultivation of martial arts. They vacated their quaint villa in Queens, each having sold their previous abodes, and invested over $20 million in acquiring a sufficiently spacious villa within the relatively prosperous and stable neighborhoods of Manhattan. It is worth noting that Lynch has never been a man of meager means. His ancestry boasts high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation. As the sole heir, Lynch inherited a substantial fortune, and while $20 million is no trifling sum, it scarcely poses a significant burden upon him. Occasionally, Lynch would visit the factory base to check on Tommy and Danny. Tommy continued his daily practice of the eagle claw fist, sometimes venturing alone to the underground fighting arena to earn some money while honing his skills amidst the brawls. His eagle claw fist now exuded a palpable ferocity, teetering on the brink of achieving the harmonious resonance of sinews and bones. Meanwhile, with the arrival of a piano, Danny blossomed with vivacity, gradually regaining the youthful exuberance befitting his age. He devoted the majority of his days to the instrument, nearly wearing out the sheet music, mastering most pieces to an impressive degree that even the most elite pianist would find faultless. Occasionally, he would curiously observe Tommy's practice, occasionally mimicking his movements. If Tommy is a rare genius in martial arts, then Danny is an extraordinary prodigy, capable of emulating the eagle claw fist after merely 2 viewings, executing the movements with remarkable precision, hardly inferior to Tommy. As time passed, Danny's speech became increasingly frequent, fostering a deep camaraderie between him and Tommy, who took special care of the pure-hearted young man. Upon learning of Danny's background and experiences, Tommy felt a surge of empathy. Since Lynch's departure from Queens, his encounters with Spider-Man significantly dwindled, at times stretching to weeks without a meeting. Following the incident with Dr. Lizard, Spider-Man became acutely aware of his limitations and the reality that there are always greater powers beyond his comprehension. The sudden emergence of the serpent from Eden, Sapphira, cast a lingering shadow over him. Consequently, aside from his daily schooling and acts of heroism, he began to allocate time to enhancing his physical prowess. For several days, he persistently implored Lynch to impart some martial arts skills. With patience, Lynch eventually taught him the monkey fist from the 12 forms. While sternly cautioning him against sharing the knowledge indiscriminately, Spider-Man readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong's progress in her training accelerated remarkably, hailing from a prestigious martial family. Her insights and martial arts proficiency were naturally commendable. Many concepts required no extensive instruction from Lynch. With just a slight nudge, she grasped them instantaneously. At the young age of 16, she had already attained the harmonious resonance of sinews and bones, though she had not practiced martial arts for 13 years. Martial arts inherently embody the principle of relentless progression. Stagnation equates to regression. After 13 years, her vitality and physique had become indistinguishable from that of an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, the foundation of her martial training remained intact, and with Lynch's guidance and support, within just over a month, Zhou Hong had remarkably returned to the realm of harmonious sinews and bones. Lynch imparted the entirety of his 12 forms of Xingyi to Zhou Hong without reservation, as they were allies, and there was no need for concealment. Each week, Lynch would embark on drives, sometimes to Stark's for a drink, other times to Hell's Kitchen, where he would casually deal with some unruly thugs. Stark was perpetually engrossed in his laboratory, diligently developing and upgrading his iron armor. Since narrowly escaping death at the hands of Savra, he had vowed to create a suit capable of confronting the demons of hell. His relentless pursuit of innovation often led him to work for 3 or 4 days without rest, neglecting even Pepper, who oscillated between anger and concern, wishing to dismantle his armor in exasperation. Under this fervent spirit of dedication, Stark's iron suit underwent rapid advancements, evolving from Mark 7 to Mark 17 in a mere 2 months. Lynch, upon witnessing the formidable array of weaponry and substantial armor, could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. During these 2 months, Lynch's martial prowess also experienced swift progression. In terms of external skills, he ascended from the harmonious sinews and bones to the realm of tiger, leopard, and thunder. Without employing true energy, he could effortlessly shatter granite with a single strike, and a mere leap could elevate him to the rooftops of 2-story buildings. The resounding force of his internal vitality echoed like the roar of a tiger and the rumble of thunder, carrying over 100 meters. Moreover, through the visualization of the white tiger diagram, Lynch's spirit underwent a significant fortification, resulting in markedly enhanced reflexes and a refined mastery over his physical form, achieving a state where even the lightest feather could not rest upon him, nor could any insect land. In contrast, his internal cultivation progressed relatively slowly, advancing only from the 8th to the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi training, where he found himself stuck, unable to break through. Lynch's understanding of the innate realm was insufficient, and his accumulation of martial knowledge was lacking. Furthermore, the resources at his disposal fell short of what was required for a breakthrough. Over these 2 months, Lynch had signed 9 times, 4 in Hell's Kitchen and 5 in Stark Tower. In the first week, he acquired a Shaolin Great Restoration pill. Due to developing a certain level of tolerance to its effects, he chose to pass it on to Zhou Hong to prevent wastage. In the second week, fortune did not favor him, as he obtained a rudimentary text on poison titled The 100 Remedies of Poison, which merely detailed the creation of various poisons and their corresponding antidotes, cataloging over 100 poisons, some colorless and tasteless, others capable of causing death upon a mere scratch, and some that could be transmitted through the air. The author of this text was evidently of dubious character. In the third week, Lynch acquired a lightness technique known as Ling Kong Sudo. This remarkable skill can only be mastered by those who have attained the innate realm, allowing practitioners to traverse the void effortlessly and at astonishing speeds, covering distances of 100 meters in a single step, almost rivaling the speed of sound. However, it is accompanied by a substantial consumption of vital energy. The esteemed martial artist who created this technique, having reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, exhausted his vital energy after merely a dozen steps. In the fourth week, Lin Qi obtained the Yijuan Duangu section from the Nine manual. Upon practicing it, he discovered its exceptional efficacy and subsequently shared it with Zhou Hong. However, as Zhou Hong had little experience with internal martial arts, her results did not match Lin Qi's remarkable progress. Although Lin Qi contemplated imparting his Bixia inner technique to Zhou Hong, he ultimately deemed it unsuitable, as its overly masculine and domineering nature could pose challenges for a female practitioner. After all, women training in the Kuei-Hua manual might develop facial hair and a coarse voice. Given that the Bixia sword manual is a derivative of the Kuei-Hua manual, it could yield similar effects. Thus, Lin Qi abandoned the idea of teaching Zhou Hong the Bixia inner technique. In the fifth week, Lin Qi acquired a nearly useless secret technique known as Chenli Zhuizhou. This technique enables one to deduce a multitude of clues from minimal traces, making it exceptionally effective for tracking. In ancient times, it would have been considered an essential skill for wandering the martial world. However, in the technologically advanced Marvel universe, it holds little value. No matter how impressive one's tracking skills may be, they cannot compare to the efficacy of surveillance cameras or satellites. During the sixth week, Lin Qi obtained a Tianqin armor, crafted from the fabled silks of the celestial silkworm. It is astonishingly light yet boasts remarkable defensive capabilities. Even when Lin Qi attempted to cut it with a chainsaw, he could not inflict a single mark. He chose not to don the armor himself or give it to Zhou Hong, instead opting to present it to Stark, curious to see if he could analyze its structure and replicate it. However, after waiting for over 2 weeks, he had yet to receive a response from Stark. In the 7th and 8th weeks, Lynch acquired 2 identical items, 2 enlightenment pills, which enhance one's spirit and perceptiveness. After consuming one, Lynch felt a surge of clarity in his thoughts and an increase in the speed of his cognition. In the 9th week, he discovered a rejuvenation pill, which grants eternal youth but does not extend one's lifespan. Lynch presented the pill to Zhou Hong, who was overjoyed and rewarded him generously. The following day, Lynch found himself leaning against the wall for support. At Stark Tower, Lynch sipped from a goblet of exquisite champagne and inquired of Stark, "Tony, how is your research on the Tian armor progressing?" Stark, engrossed in his work beneath the microscope, replied without looking up, I'm close to replicating the structure." "Lynn, you've been a tremendous help. The silkworm silk you provided is arguably the most resilient protein structure known to man. This structure is impervious to high temperatures and possesses excellent elasticity. My battle attire is due for an upgrade." I pondered, what should I name my new suit? Perhaps I shall call it Anti-Warrior 1. Chapter 33, Where did you acquire such material? Stark inquired, fiddling with the spider silk in his hands as he addressed Lynch. "From the Dragon Kingdom, a family heirloom. This silk is produced by a miraculous silkworm known as the heavenly silkworm found in the Himalayas. It is said that a single heavenly silkworm can yield just over 1 meter of silk in a year," Lynch explained. "Tony, once you manage to replicate this silk, could you craft 2 inner armors for me?" "Certainly, no problem at all," Stark assured him without hesitation. Lynch's request for 2 inner armors made from this extraordinary material was entirely reasonable. After spending 3 or 4 days, Stark completed the 2 sets and presented them to Lynch. Upon inspection, Lynch noted their lustrous silver hue and elegant design, and due to the elastic nature of the heavenly silk, they fit him perfectly. In addition to the replicated heavenly silk, Stark had incorporated some adamantium alloy and vibranium, rendering them slightly heavier, weighing around 5 to 6 pounds. However, for Lynch and Zhou Hong, both warriors of formidable strength, this weight was scarcely distinguishable from that of ordinary clothing. Before long, the Spartan tournament reached its climactic finals, where the champions would be determined between Tommy and a fighter named Basabo from Greece. The previously mentioned Russian boxing champion Buck and the world title holder Boyka were merely ordinary individuals, having been eliminated by other contenders long before the semifinals. This $5 million prize fight attracted a considerable audience, and by now, Lynch had identified over 5 fighters who exceeded the physical limits of ordinary men. Although Basabo was not a martial artist, he was far from ordinary. During the pre-fight strength test, he delivered a punch exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Lynch sensed an almost imperceptible magnetic aura emanating from him. As the decisive battle commenced, Tommy and Basabo tentatively gauged eagle other. Tommy's eagle claw technique was exquisitely refined, complemented by his extensive combat experience. Yet, Basabo was equally formidable. His attacks were straightforward and succinct, targeting vital points without a trace of superfluous motion. Shortly after the first round began, the two became ensnared in a fierce struggle. Their exchanges intensified, causing the iron mesh of the octagonal cage to bend and warp under the impact of their punches, while the floor creaked ominously beneath their feet. In the third round, the iron mesh could no longer bear the strain and collapsed. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. The referee shouted to halt the match, yet both fighters paid no heed, and no one dared intervene. On the platform, they exchanged blows with relentless fervor, and apart from Lynch, few could discern their movements. At this moment, Basabo suddenly let out a fierce roar, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his body, albeit only for a fleeting instant, leaving the audience in disbelief, as if they were witnessing an illusion. Immediately thereafter, Basabo's fists grew heavier and his speed accelerated, as though he had employed some arcane technique to invigorate his physical prowess. He unleashed a straight punch, prompting Tommy to hastily cross his arms in defense, only to be propelled backwards several meters by the overwhelming force. Seizing the momentum, Basabo launched himself at Tommy with a flying kick. Tommy gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the onslaught, evading and defending himself, yet finding scant opportunity for counterattack. Under the immense pressure, Tommy gradually lost his sense of self, becoming oblivious to his surroundings, his focus solely on Basabo's figure. An enigmatic spark of inspiration flashed through Tommy's mind, and he instinctively followed it, narrowly dodging Basabo's powerful punch by mere inches. In that instant, every muscle in Tommy's body began to pulsate like musical notes, coalescing into a singular force. The vitality within him surged like a tidal wave. He unleashed a devastating hook, striking Basabo squarely on the jaw. Basabo's body soared into the air, his eyes rolling back as his jaw shattered under the force of Tommy's blow, sending several teeth and dental fittings flying amidst blood and spittle. He crashed heavily onto the arena floor, blood spilling from his mouth, rendered unconscious. Below, A cacophony of cheers erupted from the audience, with many of Tommy's fans breaching security to lift him into the air, tossing him skyward. In that moment, glory belonged to Tommy. Yet, he cast his gaze toward the smiling, applauding Lynchy, his eyes brimming with respect and gratitude. After the match, Tommy allocated $3 million of his $5 million prize to his brother, Brandon, to cover the medical expenses for his young niece's heart condition. Additionally, he set aside $1 million for the widow of a comrade from the Marine Corps. The remaining $1 million was intended for Lynchy, but Lynchy graciously declined, urging Tommy to keep it for himself. In truth, Lynchy's decision to take Tommy as his apprentice stemmed from an appreciation of Tommy's rare moral character. In his loyalty and sense of gratitude, Tommy surpassed 99% of people in the world. Consequently, Lynchy resolved to formally accept Tommy as his disciple, alongside Danny, the exceptionally gifted dragon-blooded youth. Lynchy imparted the subsequent training methods of the Eagle Claw Fist, including the Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound and the Vitality like a Dragon Realm, to Tommy while teaching Danny the Dragon Fist from the 12 forms of Shingi. Before long, it was early November. Over the past 2 months, Lynchy had yet to break through to the innate realm, but he had solidified his mastery of the external powers Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound realm and brushed against the threshold of the Vitality like a Dragon Realm. Simultaneously, his spiritual cultivation reached a certain level, allowing him to visualize 2 images of the within his mind, thereby doubling the rate at which his mental power expanded. Over the past 2 months, he had signed in a total of 8 times. Among these, 6 times yielded various elixirs that accelerated his cultivation and enhanced his abilities, which he chose to retain, as he had encountered a bottleneck in his inner strength training. Mere consumption of potions would not suffice to transcend the innate realm. To break through this innate state requires profound insights into martial arts and a certain fortuitous opportunity. Furthermore, Lynchy acquired a 500-year-old ginseng from the Chombai Mountains. Measuring over 10 inches in length, its body is smooth as jade, nearly resembling a human form. Lynchy broke off a root, brewed a pot of chicken soup, and upon taking a sip, he immediately felt a surge of potent vitality coursing through him. He promptly executed a sequence of the 12 forms of Shingi to absorb and refine this vitality. He estimated that this ginseng was more than adequate to support his cultivation up to the state of Qi and blood like a dragon. Moreover, with this ginseng, he was confident of breaking through the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound and entering the Qi and blood like a dragon realm within 3 months. During his most recent sign-in, Lynchy obtained a manual capable of guiding him to the pinnacle of innate inner strength, the 9 Yang True Scripture. This scripture harmonized remarkably well with the pure and vigorous energy cultivated through his exorcising evil technique, sharing attributes of utmost rigidity and positivity. The only distinction was its slightly less domineering nature, embodying a more balanced and profound essence. Transitioning to this inner strength technique was undoubtedly his optimal choice. Chapter 34. In the tranquil training chamber, Lynchy sat cross-legged on a cushion, continually reflecting on the contents of the 9 Yang True Scripture, which deepened his understanding of the innate realm. Previously, he had not possessed any inner strength manuals pertaining to this level, leaving him with scant knowledge of the innate realm, compounded by the limitations of his inner strength techniques, thus preventing him from breaking through for over 2 months. After all, he had been training alone, devoid of guidance from a master or the camaraderie of fellow martial artists for discourse. Although he had previously acquired the 12 forms of Shingi, which could lead to the pinnacle of, this technique followed an external-to-internal approach and offered limited assistance in transcending the innate realm. However, with the acquisition of the 9 Yang True Scripture, everything changed. Countless insights from the scripture flashed through Lynchy's mind as he closed his eyes and began to transition to its teachings. The exorcising evil energy that had been circulating within his meridians gradually withdrew back to his dantian. Once he calmed the energy, he endeavored to control it along the path prescribed by the 9 Yang True Scripture. Initially, the process was somewhat awkward, but after a few cycles, he gradually adapted, allowing the energy to flow autonomously along the new route. After circulating the exorcising true energy through the meridians several times, it returned to the dantian. Yet its essence had undergone a subtle transformation. When it fused with the original exorcising true energy, it resembled a drop of hot oil splashing into a bowl of water, resulting in a momentary but delicate clash. Within Lynchy's dantian, the true energy, akin to a tranquil lake, stirred slightly, though the turbulence was manageable. Thus, Lynchy remained in seclusion within the training chamber for 7 days, successfully converting all of the exorcising true energy into the 9 Yang True Energy. During this period, he neither drank a drop of water nor consumed a single grain of food. When Lynchy emerged from the training room, it was the dead of night. He appeared noticeably thinner compared to before his seclusion. His physique had always been lean, and after fasting for 7 days, he now resembled little more than skin and bones. He rummaged through the refrigerator and found an uncut loaf of toast, devouring it ravenously with milk. After finishing the entire loaf, he finally regained some strength, and his complexion began to regain a hint of color. Eat slowly, don't choke, Zhou Hong advised. Lynch nodded as he munched on the toast. You've worked hard these past few days, he said, swallowing the last bite and tousling Zhou Hong's slightly disheveled hair, noting the bloodshot in her eyes. Zhou Hong smiled, saying, "What is hard about this? I worked much harder in my previous job." She looked at Lin Chi with a hint of concern. Lin Chi's week-long seclusion had made her anxious, had he not assured her beforehand that all was well. She would have burst into the training room to check if he was still alive. "I have good news," Zhou Hong exclaimed. "I have now broken through to the Tiger-Leopard Thunder Sound realm, though I consumed nearly half of that 500-year-old ginseng." "You ate half?" Lin Chi's eyes widened. Not out of reluctance to part with the precious ginseng, but astonished that Zhou Hong had managed to digest that half within just a week. That was a rare medicinal herb of 5 centuries, and even with his cultivation level, he could not have digested half in such a short time. Remarkably, Zhou Hong had done it. "I'm not sure how I managed, but after drinking the soup made from the ginseng, I felt even hungrier. So I ate a bit more." "I see," Lin Chi nodded, choosing not to pry further. Perhaps Zhou Hong possessed a unique constitution with strong digestive capabilities. As long as her health remained intact, that was sufficient. He drank some water before taking a refreshing shower. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong entered the training room to tidy up the windowless space. After his shower, Zhou Hong and Lin Chi nestled together in bed, enjoying a peaceful slumber. In recent days, Zhou Hong had suffered from severe insomnia due to her worries about Lin Chi. As soon as they lay down, they fell asleep within a minute. It was not until noon the following day that Lin Chi finally rose from the bed, glancing at the still slumbering Zhou Hong. Lin Chi endeavored to maintain silence as he cautiously exited the bedroom and closed the door behind him. He then made his way to the kitchen to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. "Woof!" The exuberant bark of Air Shah, who had not seen his master for a week, echoed nearby. "Shoo! Silly dog, quiet down," Lin Chi admonished with a glare. He first placed some raw beef, 3 raw eggs, and half a bowl of dog food into Ergo's dish. Subsequently, he concocted a pot of soup using the remaining Chabai mountain ginseng and cooked a rice cooker full of rice. Lin Chi then retrieved his mobile phone and stepped onto the balcony, dialing the number of the finest Chinese restaurant in Manhattan, ordering a plethora of dishes, the majority of which were meat-based. Both he and Zhou Hong, as practitioners of external martial arts, possessed vigorous vitality, necessitating a greater intake of food than the average person. After enjoying lunch with Zhou Hong, Lin Chi paid a visit to Stark. In total, Lin Chi signed in at Hell's Kitchen 17 times and at Stark Tower 9 times, with the remaining sign-in opportunities dwindling. Upon his final sign-in at Stark Tower, he acquired a body-refining technique known as Indestructible Golden Body. While the name suggested formidable prowess, upon delving into his memories, Lin Chi realized that this manual paled in comparison to 12 forms of Xingyi. The Indestructible Golden Body was a method of cultivating hard skills. Yet, even at its pinnacle, it only reached the initial stage of the Dharma aspect and had an inescapable vulnerability located beneath the left armpit. Nevertheless, this hard skill possessed merit. Its defensive capabilities were remarkably robust. Warriors of equal standing found it nearly impossible to breach the protective energy cultivated through the Indestructible Golden Body. In the original work Wind and Cloud, even Wu Ming, who had comprehended the ultimate sword technique, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, was unable to penetrate the defenses of the invincible god when unaware of the hidden flaw. After completing his final sign-in, Lin Chi indulged in a bit of wine at Stark's and then visited the factory base to check on Tommy and the others, noticing their commendable progress in martial arts training. Subsequently, Lin Chi returned home to commence a new round of seclusion. He had now amassed sufficient accumulation to attempt a breakthrough into the innate realm. In the training room, Lin Chi consumed a barrier-breaking pill designed for transcending the innate realm. Upon entering his mouth, the pill transformed into a fragrant liquid, albeit with a slightly bitter taste. As the medicinal liquid settled in his abdomen, Lin Chi immediately sensed a peculiar chill surging towards his Tianqi acupoint, sharpening his consciousness. Under the influence of this cold current, his thoughts gradually became tranquil. With all emotions cast aside, Lin Chi silently activated his technique, and the flow of Jiuyang true energy coursed through his meridians with increasing velocity, escalating from one full cycle in an hour to half a stick of incense for a complete cycle. After the 49th Sunday, Lin Chi swiftly consumed a barrier-breaking pill, subsequently channeling the immense energy of the Nine Suns' true Qi towards a seemingly ethereal portal at the Ling Tai. Chapter 35, Boom. In an instant, Lin Chi was engulfed by a thunderous roar resonating within his mind, akin to a celestial thunderclap exploding beside his ear, rendering his consciousness momentarily numb. Within his body, The elusive portal shattered under the force of his Nine Suns true chi, vanishing into oblivion. As the Nine Suns true chi surged into the realm beyond the portal, an intensely searing stream of energy erupted from Lynch's body, incinerating his garments in an instant. The tangible essence of Nine Suns true chi erupted from every pore of Lynch, rampaging through the training chamber without a hint of respite, causing the surrounding walls to char and the mat beneath him to turn to ash. Remarkably, this blistering energy ignited his clothes and the mat, yet left his hair untouched. When Lynch regained his senses, it was as though he had parted the mist to reveal a clear sky. He could effortlessly perceive everything within a 3-meter radius without opening his eyes. It was akin to possessing a divine perspective, allowing him to discern even the minutest details, penetrating the very fabric of matter. The condition of his body was laid bare under this newfound vision. He could distinctly observe each cell, every corner of his being. He witnessed the flow of Nine Suns true chi coursing through his meridians, while the invisible essence of heaven and earth perpetually invigorated his form. Upon shifting his focus to the outside world, the charred surroundings startled him. He quickly composed himself, retracting the Nine Suns true chi that had surged outward. Following his breakthrough into the innate realm, Lin Chi's true energy seemed inexhaustible, replenishing at a rate that nearly matched its consumption. Furthermore, the total volume of Nine Suns true chi had multiplied tenfold. If it was a lake before, it now resembled a small ocean, continuously expanding as the essence of heaven and earth was refined over time. At this moment, Lin Chi appeared to be at the pinnacle of the early innate stage. Unlike the chi cultivation realm, the innate stage lacks definitive divisions. The strength of two innate warriors is discerned not only through sensing their aura but also by their comprehension of intent. Intent embodies the nascent form of law, manifesting as sword intent, blade intent, fist intent, or even as celestial beings, deities, and the natural world, trees, stones, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. In essence, intent is a manifestation of obsession. The deeper the obsession, the stronger the intent, thereby increasing the likelihood of crystallizing it into a tangible form. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chi found himself enveloped by a surge of thoughts, and to his astonishment, a 3-meter-tall phantom of a white tiger materialized behind him. However, this apparition was exceedingly fragile, almost shattering at the slightest touch. Even Lin Chi himself was taken aback, having just broken through to the innate realm. He had already ventured into the threshold of profound understanding. According to the descriptions within the 12 forms of Xingyi, he could attempt to transcend to the realm of Dharma forms once he cultivated his intent to a near-physical state. As he retracted his thoughts, the white tiger phantom dissipated like wisps of smoke. Following his breakthrough into the innate realm, as he had anticipated, the system once again delivered a notification. The frequency of his weekly check-ins transformed into a monthly occurrence, and the quality of the rewards he received escalated accordingly. Moreover, the system indicated that Lin Chi would no longer draw items or manuals of a level below the innate tier. Emerging from the training room in the nudity of his flesh, Lin Chi was relieved to find the door was iron. Otherwise, his home might have ignited in flames. This time, he had spent less than 2 days in seclusion to achieve his breakthrough. Upon exiting the training chamber, he found Zhou Hong anxiously pacing at the doorway. Upon seeing Lin Chi emerge in the nude, she was momentarily taken aback, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She rushed to embrace him, her voice trembling. "You scared me to death. I heard a tremendous crash from the training room and feared something terrible had happened to you." Lin Chi reassured her, "I am perfectly fine. The breakthrough to the innate realm was quite smooth. I merely lost control of my true energy at the moment of transition." After his breakthrough, Lin Chi refrained from further martial arts training for the time being. Although the cultivation of martial arts was akin to rowing against the current, it also required moments of relaxation. Maintaining excessive tension could lead to regression. Thus, Lin Chi spent his days playing video games and penning novels. Occasionally, he would offer guidance to Tommy and Danny at the factory base, or visit Stark to indulge in some drinks. Before long, December arrived. Hell's Kitchen. Current check-in location, Hell's Kitchen. Remaining check-ins this month, 1. Remaining check-ins at this location, 13. Would you like to check in? Yes. Congratulations. The host has received a Qiankuan ring. Qiankuan ring contains a space of 1,000 cubic units, unable to store living beings. Lin Chi donned the Qiankuan ring on the index finger of his left hand, and following the system's guidance, he engraved his mental imprint upon it. Suddenly, a spatial expanse of 10 meters in length, width, and height materialized within his perception. With a mere thought, he stowed the hilt of the Qingying sword into the Qiankuan ring. He incessantly experimented with placing various items into the system's space, finding immense delight in the endeavor. He even drove his jeep to a secluded corner, resting his hand upon the hood as he attempted to place it into the Qiankuan ring, only to retrieve it once more. Lynch discovered that the greater the mass of the items placed within the Qiankuan ring, the more mental energy it consumed. "Hey, Lynn," the young spider exclaimed, adorned in a striking red and blue suit, as he leaped down from the rooftop to land beside Lynch. "Peter? What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in school?" "It's the weekend," the young spider replied. Lynch inquired, "What is your purpose here?" "I inadvertently stumbled upon a drug manufacturing operation run by a gang," the young spider slowly explained. "It is well known that in the city of New York, robberies occur with alarming frequency. During one such pursuit of a thief, the young spider discovered this narcotics factory, controlled by none other than the notorious kingpin, Wilson Fisk. The young spider dismantled the operation, apprehended everyone involved, and contacted the authorities. In the following days, following the leads he gathered, he succeeded in destroying several more drug factories, sending many of Fisk's henchmen to prison. This devastating loss incited a fierce enmity between Fisk and the young spider. Just moments ago, Fisk set a trap and disseminated information to lure the young spider into his grasp. Although he failed to capture him, he caught a glimpse of the true visage beneath the mask. The young spider's leg was inadvertently struck by a bullet, severely hampering his mobility. At that moment, from both ends of the desolate street, hundreds of gang members clad in black and armed with heavy weaponry emerged. Leading them was a towering figure, a behemoth over 2 meters tall. "I've uncovered your identity, Peter Parker. Will you surrender, or shall I bring your uncle and aunt here to compel your compliance?" Wilson Fisk sneered, disregarding Lynch entirely, viewing him merely as an unfortunate bystander caught in the crossfire. Chapter 36. Fisk approached the young spider, looking down upon him from his imposing height, his grotesque face devoid of any discernible emotion. "I can offer you a chance, if you are willing to work for me. I will not only spare your family, but also bestow upon you luxury cars, beautiful women, wealth, and status," Fisk declared. Lynch couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, patting the young spider's shoulder and winking. "Luxury cars, beautiful women. If you were inviting me, I might just consider it." "Stop joking, Lynn. What should I do?" the young spider lamented, knowing that Fisk had sent henchmen after Uncle Ben and Aunt May. "Who are you?" Fisk queried, puzzled as to why Lynch remained unperturbed in the face of such imminent danger. Lynch barely glanced at Fisk, turning to the young spider and advising, "It's quite simple. Eliminate these scum in front of you, and before the assassins reach your home, take care of them as well. Rest assured, there should be enough time." A flicker of rage ignited in Fisk's eyes as his massive fist, larger than a football, came crashing toward Lynch's head, a fierce gust of malevolence accompanying the blow. Jean Bing is, in fact, an unparalleled master of combat at the pinnacle of the world. He once invested a substantial sum to procure a serum for super soldiers from a clandestine organization, which upon injection, elevated his physical prowess to the utmost limits of humanity. Furthermore, he spared no expense in hiring a boxing instructor from a martial arts academy to teach him various techniques, although they were merely rudimentary skills such as foot jabs, tumbling punches, and hung gar. Nonetheless, these lessons significantly enhanced his physique. In terms of sheer physical strength, even the Spider-Man would find himself outmatched by Jean Bing, a realization that weighed heavily on the latter's mind. In the next moment, Lin Chi appeared to vanish before Jean Bing's eyes. "Your speed is lacking." Lin Chi's figure materialized behind Jean Bing. A flicker of seriousness crossed Jean Bing's gaze as his mind raced to find pertinent information about Lin Chi. "Who are you?" Jean Bing inquired gravely. "You need not know my identity, for you are destined to perish," Lin Chi replied with a chilling smile, the shadow blade materializing in his hand. "You are Hannibal," Jean Bing exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the translucent blue blade, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "How do you know my name?" "Your confrontation with the lizard creature was recorded. Videos of you are rampant across the dark web," Jean Bing explained. With that, Lin Chi turned to face Jean Bing, revealing a distinctly Caucasian visage. "Then your time is up." A razor-sharp surge of sword energy flashed silently, and a crimson line appeared across Jean Bing's throat, followed by his head severing from his body. Blood erupted skyward, splattering 3 to 4 meters high, as the headless corpse slowly crumpled to the ground. The once mighty godfather of New York's underworld, a kingpin who had reigned for decades, met his end so effortlessly on a decrepit street at the hands of an enigmatic dragonborn. Before the 100-odd gangsters could react, Lin Chi moved like a specter, weaving through their ranks and returning to his original position. The entire sequence transpired in under 3 seconds. Lin Chi gradually dispersed the azure blade, and simultaneously, blood gushed from the necks of the gangsters, who clutched their wounds in a futile attempt to staunch the relentless flow. Lin Chi's complexion paled. Initially, he had no intention of taking lives, but upon reflecting on the potential calamity his exposed identity could bring upon those close to him, he made the resolute decision to eliminate all witnesses among the gangsters, leaving no survivors. Yet, Lin Chi was acutely aware that such actions were not foolproof. The risk of his identity being revealed still loomed. A mere investigation of nearby surveillance footage could lead to the unmasking of his true self. Nevertheless, He could only do so much. The young Spider-Man observed with a flicker of compassion, but chose not to voice his sentiments. He understood that the gangsters before them met a fate they deserved. Yet, his kind-hearted nature struggled to bear witness to such a sanguinary scene. Lynch gently patted the dazed little spider and said, "Let us be on our way. If we tarry too long, we shall be late." "Mr. Lin, have you truly considered joining the Mystic Mirror Bureau?" In the Lin household, Zhang Xian was seated on the couch. After taking a puff of smoke, he attempted to shake off the ash, only to realize that there was no ashtray in Lin's home. "Uncle Zhang, why do you persistently linger?" Lynch remarked, bemused. "How many times have you posed this question? Do you not find it tiresome? Furthermore, I have heard from Honger that you were once the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, the predecessor of the Mystic Mirror Bureau, and the second master of the Mirror. A peerless expert at the pinnacle of innate cultivation. Do you not have better things to do than continually visit me?" "Not much, to be honest," Zhang Xian chuckled. "The situation has changed. Previously, you were at the Qi refinement stage, and the most you could aspire to in the Mystic Mirror Bureau was a team leader. Now, however, you have ascended to the innate realm, a rarity even within the entirety of Dragon Nation. Aside from a few core disciples from ancient sects who seldom emerge, the younger generation in Dragon Nation likely has few who could rival you. With your current status as an innate martial artist, you are more than qualified to serve as a consultant." "Consultant?" Lynch inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, as a consultant. You may choose to undertake the missions assigned by the Mystic Mirror Bureau. Participation is entirely voluntary, and no one will coerce you. Additionally, you will enjoy benefits akin to those of the Bureau's spies, albeit with slightly reduced authority." Zhang Xian took a deep drag from his cigarette before discarding the butt into the trash. "Upon completion of tasks for the Mystic Mirror Bureau, you will earn corresponding points and various other rewards." "What is the purpose of these points?" Lynch asked. "They can be exchanged for various items. The most basic being currency. 1 point equals 10,000 yuan. You can also redeem cultivation resources, such as medicinal pills." Zhang Xian produced a porcelain vial from his pocket. "For instance, this vial contains the Tianyuan Woofing Baowan, which can enhance the cultivation of innate martial artists." Zhang Xian opened the vial, releasing a faint aroma reminiscent of Lu Wei Di Huangwan. "May I inquire why it is so essential for me to join the Mystic Mirror Bureau?" Lynch pondered, fixing his intense gaze upon Zhang Xian. "Because our government requires talents such as yourself." Zhang Xian replied with a smile. "Surely, there must be more to it than that," Lynch asserted confidently. "Very well," Zhang Xian sighed. "You will eventually learn the truth, and it matters not if I share it with you now. Have you not noticed that your cultivation speed has accelerated? That the practice of martial arts has become increasingly effortless? Have you observed that? Even in this land ravaged by industry, the essence of heaven and earth is growing ever more potent?" "So what?" Lynch inquired. Zhang Xian inhaled deeply, gazing intently into Lin Chi's eyes, and slowly remarked, "The era of decadence has come to an end. The spiritual essence is awakening, more vigorous than ever. The deities are poised to return to this planet, and the entrances to the secret realms will gradually unveil. Humanity's plight resembles a fragile vessel amidst a tempestuous ocean. The chaos that will ensue in this world is beyond anyone's imagination. The court seeks merely to preserve itself amidst this monumental upheaval, striving to avoid annihilation, which necessitates the collective effort of many." Lin Chi and Zhang Xian conversed late into the night until Zhang Xian received an urgent call, compelling him to depart. Before leaving, Zhang Xian secured Lin Chi's promise to join the Xianying Bureau as an advisor. Chapter 37. The following morning, Lin Chi unexpectedly received a call from Stark, inquiring whether he would be interested in attending an auction. Initially, Lin Chi intended to decline, given his limited time. However, upon hearing that the auction would feature several antiques from the Dragon Kingdom, his interest was piqued. Since the auction was to take place in Manhattan and wouldn't demand much of his time, he acquiesced, planning to have Zhou Hong accompany him. Since Zhou Hong resumed her martial arts training, her physique had grown increasingly robust, her skin fairer and firmer than before, and the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes had vanished. If Zhou Hong had previously appeared as a mature woman in her mid-20s, she now seemed to have reverted to the youthful exuberance of a 16 or 17-year-old, radiating vitality while exuding a touch of the allure and charm of a mature woman. Her attractiveness elevated to new heights. Should she enter a beauty pageant for diplomatic envoys, her victory would be nearly assured. Lin Chi imparted the Nine Yang scripture, which he had acquired through sign-in last month, to Zhou Hong. Unlike the evil-repelling sword manual, which veers towards the unconventional, the Nine Yang scripture is a balanced and righteous cultivation method devoid of hidden dangers. Thus, even though Zhou Hong, as a woman, might not perfectly align with the scripture's essence, Lin Chi felt entirely at ease teaching it to her. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Hong exhibited exceptional talent in internal cultivation. With Lin Chi's guidance, she mastered the basics of the Nine Yang scripture in less than 3 days, and, within a week, ascended to the second level of qi training. As for Lin Qi, his own cultivation saw little advancement. He merely refined the technique of skyward void passage that he had previously acquired. Any technique gained through sign-in, he could grasp in an instant. Yet comprehension and application are distinct matters, requiring personal practice for true mastery. Currently, Lin Qi possessed external skills in 12 forms of Xingyi. Internal cultivation with 9 yang scripture, formidable strength through Indestructible Golden Body, and the agility of skyward void passage. In addition to this, he has mastered a sword technique known as the 72 Paths of Exorcism swordplay and a concealed weapon art referred to as Willow Leaf Dart. However, these rudimentary combat skills are somewhat inadequate for Lynch, who has reached the innate realm. Fortunately, the 12 forms of Xingyi he has learned is sufficiently exquisite to compensate for these shortcomings. During this period, Lynch has devoted the majority of his energy to spiritual cultivation, and he can now simultaneously visualize 4 diagrams of the 12 forms of Xingyi, resulting in a significant enhancement of his mental power. In the training room, Lynch sits upon a mat, visualizing the white tiger diagram. As his thoughts take shape, a 3-meter-tall white tiger materializes behind him. Its form more solid than before, yet still somewhat translucent, reminiscent of a character stepping out of a 3D animation. The white tiger crouches lazily, yawning and squinting as it surveys its surroundings. Simultaneously, the images seen through the tiger's eyes flash into Lynch's mind. Hey, Pepper, Happy. In the underground parking lot of the auction venue, after parking his car, Lynch encounters Pepper and Tony's driver, Happy, greeting them with a smile. Long time no see, Lynn. Pepper replies cheerfully as she steps out of a Rolls Royce. And who might this be? She inquires. This is my fiancé, Zhou Hong, Lynch introduces. Zhou Hong and Pepper exchange pleasantries, and the two women quickly find common ground, engaging in a pleasant conversation. What about Tony? I thought we had plans to meet up. Where is he? Lynch asks. Happy explains, the boss has already gone upstairs to attend the gathering. A gathering? Lynch queries. Happy elaborates, yes. Quite a few prominent figures have arrived for today's auction, and the boss needs to socialize. Such prominent figures include Vice President Donald, General Ross from the military, Vice President Madeline of the Walter Group, and Norman Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp. Such a plethora of notable personalities. Lynch exclaims in astonishment. Are they all here for the items at today's auction? Presumably, Happy responds. What treasures are up for bid at the auction today? Happy shrugs. I heard the boss mention that there will be over 2,000 grams of vibranium, along with the super soldier serum formula that the military has been researching. Additionally, Oscorp, due to consecutive years of losses, is auctioning off a 5% stake. These items pique the boss's interest, he adds. The 4 of them, Lynch, Zhou Hong, Pepper, and Happy, take the elevator to the 4th floor, where the gathering is being held, while the auction will take place on the 5th floor in an hour's time. Inside, glasses clink as dignitaries adorned in splendid attire gather in small clusters, engaging in hushed conversations while holding their drinks. Numerous striking models, adorned in tasteful maid outfits, smile as they serve tea and refreshments to the distinguished guests. This indeed is an opportunity they have painstakingly fought to secure. Should a wealthy merchant or high-ranking official take notice, it could ensure a lifetime free from financial worry. Lin Shi casually picked up a glass of champagne from the tray and took a sip. He sensed a subtle gaze among the crowd observing him. And as he casually scanned the room, he identified the source of the scrutiny. It was none other than Agent Coulson, an 8th-level operative from S.H.I.E.L.D., whom Lin Shi had encountered once before. Could it be that my involvement in the assassination of Jean Bing has been uncovered? Lin Shi pondered. At that moment, a statuesque woman with alluring features and brown hair approached Lin Shi. Good evening, Mr. Lin. I am Natasha Romanoff, Mr. Stark's secretary. The Black Widow offered Lin Shi a slight smile, her eyes unwaveringly locked onto his. Good evening, Ms. Romanoff. Where is Tony? Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. Natasha gestured towards a direction, and Lin Shi followed her indication, soon realizing that Stark was surrounded by a throng of people, which is why he had not spotted him immediately. Feigning casualness, Natasha inquired, Mr. Lin, how did you come to know Mr. Stark? After a careful assessment, she sensed something amiss. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ace operative, her instincts had never led her astray. She had posed the same question to Stark, who had claimed they met at a bar. We both enjoy a good drink, Lin Shi remarked, raising his glass of champagne in jest. What? Do you intend to pursue Stark? If that is the case, I advise you to reconsider. Ms. Pepper and Stark share a true love. Natasha blinked her captivating eyes and replied, Actually, I find myself more intrigued by Mr. Lin. If you could offer a higher price, I wouldn't mind being your secretary. It seems I have caught their attention. It appears I am now under suspicion by S.H.I.E.L.D. Let us not jest about such matters. I'm not one to steal another S partner, Lin Shi retorted with a typical straight-laced demeanor. Ms. Romanoff, while you are undoubtedly stunning, you still pale in comparison to my beloved. With that, Lynch circumvented Natasha and proceeded towards Stark's vicinity. Chapter 38 Lot 14, 5,500,000. Lot 17, 5,600,000. 5,600,000 once. 5,600,000 twice. Lot 25, 5,800,000. Lot 9, 6 million. 6 million once. Lot 12, 6,500,000. Lot 17, 7 million. 7 million once. 7 million twice. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest number 17 for successfully acquiring this piece of art. The auction was presided over by an elderly and seasoned auctioneer clad in a black tailcoat. As the wooden gavel fell decisively, the first auction item, a modern art painting, was purchased by a wealthy merchant for $7 million. The second item up for bid was a self-portrait by the renowned Spanish artist Frida. The auctioneer announced an opening bid of $3 million. Tony, what about the antiques from the Dragon Kingdom you mentioned? Lynch inquired of his companion, Tony Stark. A bronze mirror and 2 wooden carvings shaped like koi fish, Tony replied, scrolling through his tablet to display images of the 2 antiques before Lynch. These artifacts were rather peculiar, their origins obscured by time. They had been acquired by the auction house from an exiled merchant from the Dragon Kingdom a century ago. Despite several attempts to sell them at auctions over the years, they had remained unsold. Lynch examined the 2 images closely. The bronze mirror was tarnished and unremarkable, but the koi fish carvings intrigued him. Each carving was no larger than a palm, resplendent in vibrant orange-red hues, interlocking in a manner that suggested they were one cohesive piece rather than 2 separate sculptures. The carvings were remarkably well preserved, the lacquer intact after a century, appearing as if they had just been crafted. Intricate and unusual patterns swirled across the fish bodies. And as Lynch scrutinized them, he discerned that these patterns resembled a flowchart of some esoteric energy technique. What do you think? Interested? Tony Stark chuckled. Lynch nodded slightly. It's somewhat intriguing. According to the information, the starting bid for these antiques was merely $500,000, a price Lynch could easily afford. The first 10 items at the auction were all art pieces, serving only to enhance the ambience, while the truly valuable items lay ahead. Lynch had little interest in these artworks. After all, art was merely a sophisticated pretense. The auctioneer tapped his gavel, and the next item was brought forth by several staff members. It was an antique, but not from the Dragon Kingdom. As Lynch gazed at the item, he realized it was a stone sculpture, hence the need for multiple bearers. Moreover, he sensed an unusual energy emanating from the sculpture, suggesting it was more than just a mere stone carving, yet he felt no inclination toward it. The 13th auction item was Michelangelo's late masterpiece, the Pete, said to have been blessed by the Pope of the Vatican. The opening bid was set at $50 million, with increments of no less than $1 million. Stark raised his hand high, clenching his fist. The auctioneer noted, number 3 bid $60 million. Lynch, surprised, turned to Stark and asked, Tony, I don't recall you being a Christian. Stark replied matter-of-factly, I'm not religious, but I find this sculpture quite beautiful and wish to display it in my home. Lynch once again experienced Stark's immense wealth, spending $60 million without a flicker of hesitation. Item number 5, $65 million. Item number 14, $73 million. Item number 31, $80 million. Item number 5 again, $100 million. Item number 7, $110 million. Ah, never mind. Stark shook his head, deciding against raising his bid further. Although he desired the stone sculpture, he was not a fool, unwilling to frivolously spend $100 million on a mere decorative piece for his home. $110 million. Once, $110 million twice. A sharp sound echoed. Congratulations to VIP number 7 for acquiring this stone sculpture. With a wave of the auctioneer's hand, the sculpture was lifted away by several staff members, destined to be delivered to the fortunate buyer after the conclusion of the auction. The next item on the block was an ancient bronze mirror from the eastern land of the Dragon Kingdom. This artifact had been consigned to our auction house by a merchant of draconic lineage. Despite the efforts of numerous historians, the origin of this bronze mirror remained elusive. As the mirror was presented upon the auction stage, its visage was clearly displayed on the large screen. It appeared coarse and marred by rust, resembling little more than a green, disc-like piece of scrap metal. The starting bid was set at $1 million, with increments no less than $10,000. Upon the auctioneer's declaration, a prolonged silence ensued, as no one raised a paddle, their interest in this obscure relic utterly non-existent. The auctioneer sighed. Would this bronze mirror also fail to sell? Its appearance was indeed dismal, yet polishing it for aesthetic appeal would likely render it even less desirable, for it was, after all, an antique. Lynch surveyed the surrounding crowd, and ultimately raised his paddle. Number 19, $1 million. $1 million, once, $1 million, twice. A sharp sound echoed. Congratulations to VIP number 19. The auctioneer announced. In the subsequent items, various antiques from other nations were presented, with a carved wooden koi fish placed in the 20th position. In the end, Lynch successfully acquired the koi fish sculpture for $5 million. Throughout this auction, Lynch spent a total of $6 million, a seemingly considerable sum. Yet it paled in comparison to the trivial amount Stark had expended. Stark, along with several prominent figures present, expressed great interest in a piece of vibranium weighing over 2,000 grams, which fetched an astonishing price of over $15 million, ultimately falling into Stark's possession. Additionally, Stark acquired a 5% stake in Osborne Enterprises for the hefty sum of over $1 billion. As for the formula for the super soldier serum presented by the Walter Group, it was merely a defective version. Nonetheless, its value remained substantial, and it was ultimately purchased by Osborne Enterprises for over $3 billion. With the auction concluded, Lynch secured the 2 antiques he desired, bid farewell to Tony Stark, and drove home. Lynch took out 2 antiques and examined them for a while. The bronze mirror, having failed to sell at auction multiple times, proved to be a rather unremarkable object after his extensive scrutiny. Thus, he cast it into the Qianquan ring without further thought. The 2 carved wooden koi, however, were extraordinary. After studying the intricate patterns on them, Lynch discerned that they indeed represented the energy flow diagram of a particular martial art. He meticulously transcribed all the designs of the koi onto paper, ultimately creating a complete map of the energy circulation. Yet, a martial art requires not only the energy flow diagram, but also the corresponding mental incantations. After some contemplation, Lynch decided to crush the wooden carvings, and as he suspected, 2 sheets of parchment tumbled out from within. Overjoyed, he unfurled the parchments only to have his expression shift dramatically. For the martial art revealed itself to be a dual cultivation technique, titled The Art of Fish and Water Entwined. Chapter 39. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was January 2010. Lynch signed in at Hell's Kitchen and acquired a formidable sword technique known as the Eclipsing Sun Sword art. Originating from the world of Feng Yun, this technique harmonized perfectly with his practice of the 9 Yang True Scripture, allowing him to wield the Eclipsing Sun Sword art with remarkable ease. Within merely 2 or 3 days of practice, he had mastered the technique entirely. Snowflakes, light as goose feathers, drifted down from the sky, while the biting wind dislodged the last leaf from the cypress tree. Outside the villa, a blanket of white snow covered the ground, yet within the courtyard, it felt as though one were beside a roaring hearth. The falling snowflakes evaporated before they could touch the ground, consumed by the intense warmth. Bare-chested, Lynch wielded his serpentine-patterned alloy sword, unleashing waves of scorching sword energy that melted and dried the snow in the courtyard. In no time, the ground was nearly devoid of moisture. In truth, Lynch did not even employ the 9 Yang True Qi. This was solely the inherent effect of the Eclipsing Sun Sword art. Since entering the innate stage, his cultivation approach had shifted from accumulating true qi to comprehending and refining intent. Every martial art at or above the innate level possesses its unique intent, such as the hawk of the eagle claw fist, the white tiger of the white tiger fist, or the solar intent of the Eclipsing Sun Sword art that Lynch was currently practicing. There is a distinction in the hierarchy of martial arts, and naturally, intent possesses its own levels. The intent contained within the Eclipsing Sun Sword art far surpasses that of the singular 12 shapes of form and intent. However, if Lynch were to condense the intent of the 12 shapes of form and intent into a transformative Dharma form, the Eclipsing Sun Sword art might pale in comparison. After all, it is merely an innate level sword technique, with limitations that prevent the solar intent from ever attaining the status of a Dharma form. Gradually, Lynch sheathed the serpentine-patterned sword and stored it within the Qianquan ring. It was only then that the snowflakes, previously suspended in the air, resumed their descent into the courtyard. At New York's Kennedy International Airport, Lynch and Zhou Hong pushed their luggage through the waiting lounge as they awaited their flight back home. Accompanied by the announcements resonating through the departure lounge, Lin Chi and his companion navigated through security checks and proceeded to the tarmac, boarding a Boeing aircraft, where they settled into their seats in first class. Their destination was the Tianjin Airport in the esteemed capital of Longhua. Having been away from his homeland for 4 long years, Lin Chi found himself yearning for the familiar landscapes, despite the subtle differences from his previous life. Initially, he had no intention of returning, but the prospect of marrying Zhou Hong necessitated a visit to meet his future father-in-law. It was said that Zhou Hong's father, Zhou Yong, was a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the gang realm. Remarkably, 13 years prior, he had already reached the apex of his power at the age of 51. An achievement that could only be described as extraordinary talent. Now, with 13 years having passed, Lin Chi pondered whether Zhou Yong had ascended to the realm of Fa Xiang. Over the years, Zhou Yong had only made attempts to summon Zhou Hong back home during the first 3 years, afterwards seemingly forgetting about his daughter. At first, Zhou Hong was reluctant to return, yet she found herself acquiescing to Lin Chi's wishes. Besides visiting the Zhou family, Lin Chi had personal matters to attend to during this trip home. His foremost task was to report to the headquarters of the Xianjing division to complete formalities and officially assume his role as a consultant. The second task involved a visit to the ancestral home of his previous incarnation to tidy up and pay respects. As previously mentioned, Lynch's ancestors had once held esteemed positions and enjoyed a prosperous lineage, only to experience a decline during the era of his great-grandfather, leading to a division with the collateral branches of the family. Although Lynch's branch was considered the direct lineage, the dwindling numbers rendered them unable to compete with the collateral relatives, resulting in the inheritance of an ancient residence steeped in history. In Lynch's generation, the family continued to dwindle, as he was raised by his grandfather after the untimely demise of his parents in an accident. Thus, following his grandfather's passing, Lynch found himself the last remaining member of his direct lineage, utterly alone. Disheartened, he sought opportunities in the United States, eventually serving as an envoy for the diplomatic mission. "What are you pondering?" Zhou Hong inquired, waving her delicate, jade-like hand before Lynch's eyes. Startled from his reverie, he chuckled. "I was contemplating how to handle your father and the Zhou family. Not to mention, you haven't yet introduced me to them." With a sigh, Zhou Hong replied, "I can hardly recall what my relatives look like myself." "No worries, just give me a brief overview of your family," Lynch encouraged. "Well, on my father's side, there aren't many relatives," Zhou Hong reminisced. "My grandparents passed away before I was born, and my father has no siblings, though he does have an uncle, my great-uncle, whom I have never met. As for my mother's side, there are many more. My mother is the eldest daughter of Fan Hong, the head of one of the 4 great merchant families. I have 2 uncles and 1 aunt. My relationship with my uncles is rather strained, lacking any genuine emotional connection. The total number of words exchanged between us throughout my life scarcely exceeds 20. Neither of them attended my mother's memorial service upon her passing. However, my aunt has always treated me exceptionally well. Just 2 years ago, she made a special trip to the country to visit me. She is a formidable martial artist, specializing in internal martial arts, and her prowess is nearly on par with my father's, as she holds a position in the Xianyuan Mirror Division." Zhou Hong suddenly gazed at Lin Shi with a hint of pleading in her eyes. "My dear, can we refrain from returning to the Zhou family? Let us spend a few months in Kyoto and celebrate the new year here." Lin Shi laughed heartily. "Weren't you just saying that you weren't afraid? Why do you seem a bit timid now, close to home?" Zhou Hong pouted and replied indignantly, "I'm not scared. I simply don't want to see that stepmother who is only 3 years my senior. We must return to the Zhou family. After all, he is your father. You can't possibly avoid seeing him for the rest of your life, can you?" Lin Shi took Zhou Hong's hand and said, "However, we need not stay at the Zhou family home." "Then where shall we go?" she asked. "To my home," he replied. "Your home? I'm somewhat curious. Where exactly is it? You've yet to share anything about your family with me." Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively and sighed. "There is not much to say about my family. Ever since my grandfather passed away, I have been the sole heir." Zhou Hong noticed that Lin Shi's mood had dipped, so she wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned against his shoulder sweetly, saying, "But you have me now. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are delighted to have you aboard the Kyoto Tianjin Airlines flight. Our aircraft is about to take off. Please ensure your seatbelts are securely fastened. Thank you for your cooperation." The plane raced down the long runway, swiftly ascending into the high skies. Lin Shi sat by the window, watching as the cityscape of New York gradually diminished behind him, ultimately vanishing from view. Below lay a vast expanse of azure ocean, the sunlight reflecting off the jewel-like surface, almost blinding him. Lost in thought, Lin Shi reminisced about the past. Chapter 40. The Dragon Kingdom has stood for over 8 centuries, with a legacy rich in history and profound depth. The founding emperor, Ji Taiyuan, was a once-in-a-millennium terrestrial deity, who overthrew the corrupt Ming dynasty and established a nation through martial prowess. He instituted 3 major institutions to aid him in governing the realm. The first was the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, which handled administrative affairs for the emperor. The second was the Xianyuan Mirror Division, akin to the Ming dynasty's Jinyue, responsible not only for overseeing officials, but also for gathering intelligence on enemy nations. With the emperor's authority to act decisively, their power was immense. Following a significant upheaval over a century ago, it was renamed the Divine Spear Bureau, though for reasons unknown, it has recently reverted to its former name. The third was the Celestial Observation Bureau, which functions similarly to royal priests, monitoring the nation's fortunes, observing celestial changes, and surveying the world's feng shui. This institution is shrouded in mystery, intervening only during dynastic transitions or significant upheavals in the world. It is said that within the Celestial Observatory resides the only terrestrial immortal of Kyoto, the younger brother of the founding emperor Ji Taiyuan from 8 centuries past. The veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Lin Shi and Zhou Hong emerged from the airport, pushing their luggage. Contrary to Lin Shi's expectations of an international metropolis replete with towering edifices, the capital of this world lacked high-rise buildings. instead showcasing an abundance of structures imbued with ancient charm. Some of these edifices, upon a cursory glance, clearly boasted a history spanning at least a century. Flanking the roads. As in his previous life, numerous shops of all varieties thrived, while pedestrians donned a blend of modern attire and traditional Hanfu. Kyoto prides itself on having a martial arts dojo every 10 paces, yet Lynch, after traversing hundreds of meters with his luggage, encountered merely one dojo named Kaidai. Nonetheless, this observation sufficiently attests to the prominence of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. A casual glance down the street would reveal that, while not an overwhelming majority, at least 2 or 3 individuals out of 10 had practiced martial arts. After all, martial arts had long been integrated into the foundational education by the Dragon Kingdom's government decades ago. Those with a notable aptitude for martial arts typically pursued further training. However, the adage wealth in martial arts, poverty in literature is not merely a saying. Children from ordinary families, despite their talents, often find themselves compelled to choose alternative paths after 3 years of compulsory martial arts education. Consequently, martial arts schools emerge to cater to this need. Individuals aspiring to continue their martial arts training without sufficient financial resources could opt to join a dojo and enter into a contract. For instance, a dojo would provide apprentices with resources for 7 years, including vital energy pills and foundational spirit pills. Should an apprentice fail to reach a certain level within that time, they would be required to work for the dojo for several years to repay their debt. Conversely, if the apprentice meets the requirements, they would be exempt from repayment but would be obligated to join the sect associated with the dojo, becoming a formal disciple of that sect. This arrangement bears a resemblance to the trainee system of entertainment companies in his previous life, yet the reality is quite different. The dojos are predominantly affiliated with long-established martial arts sects, such as Wudong Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Longhu Mountain, and Mount Shu, which have preserved their legacies for millennia. Some smaller martial arts sects also establish dojos, but the contracts associated with them are often far more stringent. On the roadside, Zhou Hong flagged down a taxi, while Lin Chi placed their luggage in the trunk. He could easily store everything within his Chinquan ring, yet doing so would risk revealing the possession of such a treasure, inciting envy from others. Driver, to Guangming Avenue in District 9 of Nanshi, Lin Chi instructed, handing over 200 yuan bills to the driver. The taxi driver, an elderly gentleman appearing to be in his 50s, glanced at Lin Chi through the rearview mirror and remarked, "Just returned from abroad, I presume?" Lin Chi smiled and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. How could you tell?" Beside him, Zhou Hong cast a vigilant glance at the driver. Naturally, one could discern the presence of more guests being picked up. The elderly driver chuckled, remarking, "Moreover, not a single piece of clothing you wear is of domestic style. Have you emigrated abroad, young man?" "No." Lin Chi shook his head. "As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, even if the country were to perish, I would not alter my nationality." Such admirable spirit. The driver gave a thumbs up. "Since the reform and opening up, our great Dragon Nation has been flourishing, no less than any other country. You're too young to know, but when I was a child, I often went hungry. Now look at us. If you ask me, those foreign devils harbor sinister intentions. Just recently, they detained our technological products and dumped them overseas." Throughout the journey, the driver spoke incessantly, treating Lin Chi as if he were an old acquaintance, while Lin Chi occasionally chimed in with a word or two. As the taxi sped along the urban expressway, the scenery intrigued Lin Chi. Although he had seen glimpses from his previous life's memories, witnessing it firsthand felt entirely different. The road was lined with buildings, some centuries old, alongside many constructed in the past 2 decades. Ancient residences, elevated roads, towering skyscrapers, wooden telephone poles, an unending stream of vehicles, a cerulean sky. Colossal billboards adorning shopping mall entrances, pedestrians clad in Hanfu, apprentices from martial arts schools dressed in short sleeves, and business elites in tailored suits. These seemingly disparate elements harmoniously coalesced without a hint of awkwardness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of diesel engines approached, and a group of flamboyantly modified motorcycles wove through the traffic. Blue nitrogen flames erupted from their exhaust pipes, the powerful thrust causing the front wheels of the bikes to lift slightly. The riders, a mix of boys and girls adorned with ear piercings and clad in black leather jackets, exuded a sense of avant-garde fashion. None donned helmets, opting instead for wind-resistant black sunglasses. The average speed of the motorcycle convoy was at least 150 kilometers per hour, disappearing from sight in under 10 seconds. "These reckless young scions are courting death. It's peak evening traffic," the driver exclaimed, watching the motorcycles vanish. Lin Chi, puzzled, inquired, "Doesn't the Traffic Management Bureau intervene?" The Traffic Management Bureau, akin to the traffic police in his past life, was responsible for overseeing road safety. Of course they do, but once they're caught, they're released in a couple of days unless a significant accident occurs, the driver explained. The key is that these individuals' parents are high-ranking officials. They merely indulge in reckless behavior without committing any heinous acts, so the Bureau can only turn a blind eye. In short, those without power dare not intervene, while those with power are disinclined to care. However, one day, it may be they themselves who meet with misfortune first. The driver, after more than an hour of travel, finally arrived at the ancestral home of the Lin family. The grand entrance stood ajar, suggesting the presence of many occupants within. Lin Shi and Zhou Hong alighted from the taxi, momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Lin Shi stepped forward and rapped on the brass knocker of the door. A middle-aged man, dressed as a doorman, approached him and inquired, "Whom do you seek? I am returning to my own home, and you dare to question me?" Chapter 41. Lin Shi remained silent, instructing Zhou Hong to wait at the entrance while he strode inside with a stony expression. "Hey, you can't just barge in. Do you realize where this is? This is the Lin residence." The doorman shouted in alarm, attracting the attention of several guards within the ancestral home. As he spoke, he reached for Lin Shi's collar. "Get lost." Lin Shi kicked the doorman to the ground, who writhed in pain, unable to rise. 6 guards emerged from the courtyard, drawing their long blades and surrounding Lin Shi. "Who are you to invade the Lin residence? I have been away for merely over 4 years. How has my family's ancestral home transformed into the Lin residence?" Lin Shi scoffed. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, and one signaled to another, who hurried inside to report. Lin Shi observed calmly, offering no resistance, while the remaining 5 guards refrained from making any rash moves. Moments later, a young gentleman clad in a blue long robe, with a handsome visage and scholarly demeanor, emerged. He cast a cursory glance at Lin Shi and coolly declared, "You have 5 seconds to leave, or I shall break both your legs." Lin Shi, bemused, replied with a chilling gaze, "Break my legs? Feel free to try." Instead of acting, Lin Tianyu regarded Lin Shi and remarked, "You must be the sole descendant of the main lineage. I recall your name is Lin Shi, correct? You would do well to depart quickly and refrain from returning to the ancestral home, lest your life be in jeopardy. Consider this a forewarning." Lin Shi remained silent, scrutinizing him as if he were a fool. "Before you leave, relinquish the title deed of the main residence and the surrounding land." Lin Shi continued to hold his tongue, his gaze towards Lin Tianyu one of disdain. "I grant you 1 minute to ponder this. Understand that the current Lin family is not one you can provoke." "You truly excel at posturing," Lin Shi chuckled. A flicker of irritation crossed Lin Tianyu's eyes, and he retorted angrily, "You refuse to heed the warning." With that, Lin Tianyu swung his palm toward Lin Shi's face with remarkable speed and force, a strike that, if Lin Shi were an ordinary man, would surely result in a concussion. Moreover, within Lin Tianyu's strike resided a trace of venomous true energy. Should a non-martial artist be corroded by this energy, they would at least lose half their life. Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly cold, mocking him for resorting to such brutality over a mere jest. In the next moment, Lin Shi moved with lightning speed, effortlessly seizing Lin Tianyu's wrist. With a jolt of his Jiuyang true energy, he dispersed the sinister energy. Lin Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately summoned all his strength, channeling his true energy to unleash a powerful palm strike aimed at Lin Shi's forehead. The shadow wind palm. In an instant, a chilling gale howled forth, the frigid air assaulting Lin Shi with a force akin to that of a 5th-level Qi practitioner. However, to Lin Shi, this shadow wind palm was utterly inconsequential, akin to child's play. Even if he stood still and allowed the strike to land, he would remain unscathed. Seeking death, Lin Shi retaliated with blinding speed, delivering a slap to Lin Tianyu's face that sent him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, a searing wave of Jiuyang true energy surged into Lin Tianyu's body, ravaging his meridians and ultimately piercing through his dantian. Thus, the sole heir of the Lin family, Lin Tianyu, was rendered utterly useless. "Young master." Several guards surrounding them sensed the dire situation and immediately drew their blades to strike at Lin Shi. To their astonishment, these guards possessed formidable prowess. Lin Shi, however, delivered a swift kick to the fallen Lin Tianyu, sending his body soaring and toppling 2 guards. In one fluid motion, he snatched the blades from the remaining 4 guards. After toppling the 2 guards, Lin Tianyu collided with the surrounding wall, and upon hitting the ground, he coughed up a significant amount of blood. He lay there, face pale as paper, his hair disheveled, no longer resembling the dashing figure he once was. "You dare to cripple me?" Lin Tianyu shouted incredulously, blood spilling from his mouth. "I had no intention of rendering you useless," Lin Shi replied indifferently. "But your treachery and narrow-mindedness compel me to do so. I fear you would play deceitful games otherwise. Do you know who my father is? He will surely kill you." One of the guards interjected. "Head of the family, Lin Xianda, is a congenital warrior. He founded the Hanming Martial Arts Academy, one of the top 10 martial arts schools in the capital. You should prepare for death." "A congenital warrior?" Lin Shi chuckled. "What a coincidence. So am I." In the next moment, Lin Shi appeared instantaneously beside Lin Tianyu, seizing him by the hair and lifting him up. Where is the Hanming Martial Arts Academy? I will take you to confront your father. Lin Tianyu glared at Lin Chi, his eyes brimming with malice, and then pointed in a direction. When you meet my father, you'll see how you die. Lin Chi paid no heed to Lin Tianyu's thoughts. A mere cripple posed no threat to him. Lynch is an exceedingly cautious individual, meticulous in his actions, preferring to extinguish threats in their infancy, as evidenced during his dealings with Bart. Following this incident, he would don the mask of the Thousand Illusions once more, adopting a new visage, seeking an opportunity to eliminate the Lin father and son without granting them a sliver of reprieve. Unbeknownst to him, Lynch's mentality has undergone a profound transformation. From his initial reluctance to take a life, through the discomfort he felt when dispatching members of the New York underworld and Jean Bing, he has now reached a point where he regards killing as trivial. You might say Lynch is ruthless, killing without a flicker of hesitation, yet he has always sought only self-preservation, though for reasons unknown, he often finds himself provoked by the most oblivious of fools. Employing the ethereal step technique, Lynch leapt into the air, finding himself suspended 100 meters above ground. In his grasp was Lin Tianyu, unflinching as he made his way toward the cold shadow martial arts hall. Lin Tianyu, however, was gripped by terror. What kind of technique is this? His expression turned bitter, for it seemed he had drawn a formidable enemy upon himself, his family, and his father. Now he could only hope his father would triumph over Lynch. The distance from the cold shadow martial arts hall to the Lin family's ancestral home was a mere 700 to 800 meters in a straight line. In just 5 or 6 steps, taking less than 2 seconds, Lynch arrived at the hall. Hovering several dozen meters above, he casually released Lin Tianyu, who, devoid of his protective energy, plummeted onto the training grounds of the cold shadow martial arts hall, shattering both legs and collapsing to the ground, bloodied and barely conscious. The apprentices practicing within the hall were startled by the sudden descent. "Isn't that the master's son?" one exclaimed in shock. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from above. "Lin Xianda, come forth and meet me." The apprentices looked up to see a young man standing in the air, exuding an extraordinary presence, akin to a celestial being descending upon the earth. This man, like the hall master, was a congenital martial artist. Chapter 42. Inside his practice room, Lin Xianda's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily exited, simultaneously inquiring through thought, "Which esteemed guest has arrived unexpectedly?" "I am Lin Qi, your grandfather," came the reply. Lin Xianda's countenance darkened, for as the master of the cold shadow martial arts hall, he was a prominent figure in the capital. When had he ever been so insulted? Emerging from his quarters, he looked up at Lin Qi, only to discover that the intruder appeared to be a youth of less than 30 years, which incited even greater ire. "Master, it's terrible. Young master has sustained grave injuries," an elderly servant lamented to Lin Xianda. The hall master's expression changed as he hurried to the bloodied Lin Tianyu, whose bones were broken and whose body lay in tatters. He swiftly channeled several strands of innate energy to stabilize Lin Tianyu's injuries, only to realize, with horror, that his son had been rendered incapable of martial cultivation. He stifled the impulse to strike directly and rebuked Lin Qi. "Who are you? Why have you injured my son and left him incapacitated? I am your elder. How dare you, a mere descendant, seize the ancestral home and resort to violence? It would be merciful of me not to dispatch this unfilial descendant." Lin Qi responded with disdain. "You." Lin Xianda's face flushed crimson, his mind racing to recall Lin Qi's identity, yet he found no relevant memories. When had the Lin family provoked a young innate master? At that moment, Lin Tianyu, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, slowly awakened and exclaimed to his father, "Father, he is Lin Qi, the sole heir of the main lineage." Lin Xianda paused, finally grasping the situation, and glared at Lin Qi with fury, bellowing, "Ah, so you are the wayward scion of the main lineage, returning home without paying respects to me, and yet you dare to cripple my son." Lin Qi coldly replied, "Not only have I rendered your son incapacitated, but I shall also deal with you shortly, you old fool." Lin Xianda sprang into action, leaping into the air and swiftly ascending to Lin Qi's level within mere seconds. He drew a dark blade adorned with 7 golden rings and swung it towards Lin Qi. In an instant, a terrifying blade aura, over 10 meters long, shot forth, tearing through the air with an icy and bone-chilling presence before it even drew near. "Come forth." Lin Qi flicked his sleeve, and in the next moment, a dragon-patterned alloy sword materialized in his grasp. The sword turned gracefully, its tip tracing an extraordinary arc through the air, and then a scorching and domineering white rainbow sword aura surged forth. The sun-eclipsing sword technique, dawn of the white sun. In that instant, it was as if another sun had emerged in the sky, blindingly bright and exuding an overwhelming heat, as if it would ignite everything in its path at any moment. Within a radius of 1 mile, nearly everyone beheld this dazzling sword aura. While the students of the Hanming Martial Arts Academy, closest to the phenomenon, were temporarily blinded by the brilliance, as the blade aura and sword aura collided. The icy blade aura was effortlessly shattered by the sun-eclipsing sword aura, sword intent. Lynch barely managed to evade the white rainbow sword aura while exclaiming in astonishment at Lynch. How old is this boy? Not only has he entered the innate realm, but he has also comprehended sword intent. Perhaps only the core descendants of the 5 sects and 4 clans possess such prowess? He regarded Lynch with a gaze full of uncertainty. Lynch remained silent, continuously wielding the dragon-patterned sword, unleashing a torrent of blinding sword auras that offered Lynch no respite. Under the relentless pressure of this terrifying sword momentum, Lynch found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. Lynch persistently swung the dragon-patterned sword, the terrifying 9-yang true qi coalescing upon the blade, showcasing a golden-red hue that seemed on the verge of melting the sword itself. Following this, an even more explosive sun-eclipsing sword aura erupted forth, resembling a great sun descending from above with immense force. The air grew increasingly scorching, tinged with the acrid scent of charred remnants. The clash of blades stirred the tempest. Molten magma erupted, and in an instant, the Hanming martial arts hall transformed into a purgatory of crimson lotuses. A fiery qilin blotted out the sun. In a daze, Lin Xianda seemed to behold a flame-wreathed qilin soaring through the air, hurtling towards him. Channeling every ounce of his energy, he unleashed the frenzied power of the Hanming Great Technique, summoning his ultimate skill. With the mournful cry of the cold cicada, he brandished his golden blade, striking forth with a flurry of over a dozen blade energies, which appeared to coalesce into a spectral blue cicada, nearly freezing the very air around it. The fiery qilin and the cold cicada collided midair, and in that fleeting moment, the cicada was shattered to smithereens by the qilin, which then surged towards Lin Xianda's original position. Seizing the opportunity while the qilin was momentarily obstructed, Lin Xianda deftly sidestepped, evading the brunt of the descending sword force by a distance of 4 or 5 meters. A thunderous explosion echoed as the sword force struck the training ground, erupting into a violent detonation that obliterated the granite surface within a radius of several meters, leaving behind a gaping pit of 7 or 8 meters deep. The terrifying flames spread outward, affecting an extensive area, yet the apprentices of the martial arts hall had wisely retreated far in advance, escaping the disaster. Only Lin Xianda was unable to entirely evade the onslaught. His vital energy had already been significantly depleted from the previous strike, and his protective aura was overwhelmed by the flames. He was propelled over 20 meters away, landing with his face charred, clothes tattered, and in a most disheveled state. He swiftly rose to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his internal energy in turmoil, suffering severe internal injuries that rendered him nearly incapable of retaliating. As Lin Qi descended, still intent on attacking, Lin Xianda hastily implored, "Wait, dear nephew, let us speak." Lin Qi remained silent, unleashing a blade of energy that severed Lin Xianda's top knot, then pressing a foot firmly on his chest, pinning him to the ground. "Old fool, weren't you quite fierce just now? With such paltry skills, you dare to claim my ancestral home?" Fear, hatred, resentment, fury, and regret swirled across Lin Xianda's face as he trembled. "Dear nephew." Lin Qi responded with a resounding slap, knocking out 2 of his teeth. "Do you still dare to act arrogantly before me? You cannot kill me. Murder is a crime. The authorities of the Xuanqing in the capital will not turn a blind eye." Lin Xianda feigned calm. "Moreover, I am an outer steward of the Xianin sect. Should you take my life, they will not let you go. Is that so?" Lin Qi chuckled. "Did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Your son just compelled me to hand over the deeds to the ancestral home, threatening to kill me if I refused. Truly, you have raised a fine son, adept at alleviating your burdens." Lin Xianda ground his teeth in fury. "That wretched child. I have always taught him to be kind to others, yet he refuses to listen. He deserves his fate. Rest assured, I will not spare that wretch. Do you still desire the land and property deeds?" Lin Qi inquired with a smile. "How dare I? I shall immediately vacate the ancestral home. Furthermore, I can solemnly vow that I shall never return to Kyoto or present myself before you." "Oh, you are indeed quite astute," Lin Qi remarked with a smile, swiftly pressing his hand against Lin Xianda's dantian, unleashing the 9-yang true qi, which shattered Lin Xianda's dantian. Lin Xianda let out a painful wail. The agony of his dantian being crushed was akin to having all his bones shattered. Yet, the physical injury paled in comparison to the emotional torment he endured. After decades of arduous training, overcoming countless trials to become a congenital master, he suddenly found himself reduced to a state of utter helplessness. That sensation was more unbearable than death itself. "How dare you cripple me?" Sweat poured from Lin Xianda's forehead. His face ashen, and even breathing became a challenge. He clutched his lower abdomen, unable to rise from the ground, while the innate true qi within him would dissipate within the next quarter of an hour. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from the sky. "Who dares to cause a disturbance in Kyoto? Is my Xinjing division's sword of law ineffective?" A towering figure appeared, clad in black armor with fiery red hair, casting a cold gaze upon Lynch and his companion. He exuded an imposing presence, reminiscent of a sovereign. Lynch retrieved the badge entrusted to him by Zheng Xian and addressed the imposing man. I am Lynch, a newly appointed advisor of the Xianjing Division. It is an honor to meet you, Senior. Chapter 43. You are an advisor of my Xianjing Division? Indeed. Lynch responded with a slight bow, explaining. I was recruited by Deputy Mirror Master Zheng of the Second Mirror, and I have just returned to Kyoto from the capital. The red-haired giant replied. Old Zheng recruited you? Let me see your badge. Lynch tossed the badge to the red-haired giant, who examined it before nodding in affirmation. It is authentic. May I inquire your esteemed title? Lynch asked. I am Xikong Xian, the Deputy Mirror Master of the Fifth Mirror, tasked with overseeing private duels among warriors in Kyoto. What is the situation here? Xikong Xian inquired, gesturing toward Lynch. Lynch lay slumped on the ground, his face ashen. Upon Lynch revealing his identity, he understood that no one could save him today. Lynch carefully chose his words before stating, This man is Lin Xianda, the master of the Hanming martial arts school, and of my kin. He has unlawfully occupied my ancestral home and attempted to take my life. Xikong Xian waved his hand dismissively, glancing at Lin Xianda, who resembled a lifeless dog. Since this is a family matter, I shall not pry further. Once you have concluded your affairs, remember to visit the Xianjing Division headquarters to complete some formalities. With that, Xikong Xian turned and departed without a backward glance. Corruption and injustice? The law in Long will primarily governs ordinary citizens. For martial artists, as long as their actions do not threaten public safety or national interests, they remain unbound by the law. Even acts of murder, arson, or clan slaughter are often overlooked by the authorities. In Longhua, martial artists are neither constrained by the law nor afforded its protection. I no longer seek your life. Grant me an hour to restore my ancestral home to its former glory, Lin Qi declared, casting a glance at Lin Xianda. Lin Xianda, lowering his head to conceal his resentment, nodded slowly in response. He summoned 3 moving companies, and within a short span, the ancestral residence was stripped bare. With the family retreating in disarray, Lin Qi and Zhou Hong arrived with their belongings, first taking a tour of the expansive ancestral home to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Before lighting incense in the ancestral hall and settling into the room Lin Qi had occupied prior to his departure abroad, the ancestral residence was vast. During the Lin family's prosperous era, it housed over 100 relatives, yet it never felt crowded. Surrounding the estate was a plot of land exceeding 400 acres, a treasure in the thriving metropolis of Kyoto, its value immeasurable. That night, although weary, Lin Qi and Zhou Hong refrained from sleep, each seated cross-legged on their beds. Practicing their internal cultivation, Lin Qi envisioned the 6 images of the white tiger, old ape, majestic eagle, fiery steed, colossal elephant, and mysterious tortoise. As the gentle moonlight permeated the dwelling, strengthening his spirit, Zhou Hong, meanwhile, practiced the 9 yang true scriptures that Lin Qi had imparted to her. Feeling the warm flow of 9 yang energy coursing through her meridians, dispelling the chill of the winter months, akin to a meandering stream nurturing her body. Through this period of cultivation, she successfully ascended to the 2nd level of qi training. Both individuals possessed remarkable self-discipline, unwilling to forsake their martial pursuits for fleeting pleasures. The following morning, Lin Qi did not accompany Zhou Hong to the Zhou family, but instead proceeded alone to report to the Xianjing Division. The headquarters of the Xianjing Division was situated adjacent to the imperial city at the heart of Kyoto. Hailing a taxi, Lin Qi glimpsed the striking edifice from a distance of a kilometer. The building resembled an imposing stone monument, glistening in black, towering at least 500 meters high, resembling an immense finger thrusting upward from the earth, as if a giant lay buried beneath, extending its digit above the surface. Upon entering the outer gate of the Xianjing Division, Lin Qi presented his badge. A Xianjing Division spy glanced at the badge before swiftly retreating to report within. Shortly, a slender woman clad in a turquoise qipao appeared before Lin Qi. Advisor Lin, I am Dongfang Yao, the one in charge here. Please follow me, she said with a smile, gesturing for Lin Qi to accompany her. Exiting the outer hall, they entered a 5-story building imbued with ancient charm, progressing to an office. After completing some paperwork, Lin Qi donned the black uniform of the Xianjing Division, and his temporary badge transformed into an official token, granting him authority over junior and intermediate spies of the Xianjing Division. Through this token, he was able to access certain documents and learn of matters that ordinary individuals were not privy to, such as the earlier mentioned issue of the revival of spiritual mechanisms. Additionally, Lin Qi acquired a piece of exquisite soft armor, crafted from rare materials with remarkable attention to detail. Upon trying it on, he found its defensive capabilities to be merely a few tiers inferior to that of his heavenly silkworm inner armor. After over 2 hours, Lin Qi finally completed all the necessary formalities, then presented his token to enter the intelligence department building of the Mystic Mirror Agency to peruse the records. To his surprise, he encountered the deputy mirror master of the fifth mirror, Sikong Xian, whom he had met the previous day. Lynch courteously greeted him, and Sikong acknowledged him with a slight nod before returning his focus to the documents. Following the dates, Lynch selected a file from the past 2 years and began to read intently. On May 12, 2008, disturbances occurred in the ancient Shu region's demon lair, where a formidable demon, suspected to possess the strength of a terrestrial deity, emerged, resulting in the death of over 10,000 people. The elder of the Shu Mountain Sword sect exited seclusion to confront the demon, and both sustained severe injuries. The demon fled westward, disappearing without a trace. On July 8, 2009, the Kunlun Mountains trembled, and spiritual energy surged, increasing the activity of spiritual mechanisms over a radius of 10,000 miles by more than 20%. On December 24, 2009, the Myriad Corpse Valley in Minnan experienced a collapse of its earth veins, unleashing malevolent energy that led to the uncontrolled rise of corpses. The corpse-driving sect suffered heavy casualties, with 3 golden-armored corpses and 12 bronze-armored corpses escaping, their whereabouts unknown. On March 17, 2010, an entire scientific expedition team vanished in the Taklamakan Desert. A local firefighting rescue team sent to rescue them also disappeared for unknown reasons. The Northwest branch of the Mystic Mirror Agency dispatched late-stage Qi refinement warriors to investigate, discovering traces of what appeared to be the legendary deathworm. In May 2010, Lynch gradually uncovered a series of sealed, esoteric information unknown to the general populace. He became increasingly aware of the hidden dangers in this world. The revelation struck him forcefully, echoing the words of Zheng Xian. The end of the age of decline has arrived. Spiritual mechanisms are reviving, and they will flourish more than ever before. The gods are set to return to this planet, and the entrances to secret realms will gradually open. Mankind's situation resembles a small boat amidst the tempestuous seas. After poring over the records for 5 or 6 hours, Lin Shi finally departed from the headquarters of the Mystic Mirror Agency as the evening approached. As the sun dipped toward the horizon in the west, he murmured to himself, "Indeed, the sun is setting." Suddenly, Sikong Xian appeared beside him. "Master Sikong, would you care for a smoke?" he inquired. Sikong Xian produced a cigar from his pocket, but Lin Chi shook his head. Sikong then retrieved a lighter, ignited the cigar, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "This bustling Kyoto seems beautiful," he remarked, "yet it is like a withered tree on a cliff, unable to withstand the tempests." In the past year, the number of non-natural deaths among the ordinary populace of our Dragon Kingdom has surged to over 3 million. A staggering 10-fold increase compared to 5 years ago. To prevent public panic, this grim reality has been concealed. Among these deaths, some were caused by the turmoil instigated by malevolent forces, others by the nefarious acts of sorcerers, while a few fell victim to the hands of lawless martial artists. Sikong Xiandao gazed at Lin Chi, stating that the Victory Pavilion issues various tasks daily. If one possesses the will, it would be prudent to engage in meaningful endeavors. The Xuanqing Agency will not treat you unjustly. Lin Chi inquired about the number of consultants akin to himself within the Xuanqing Agency. Sikong Su pondered briefly and replied that there are approximately 200 to 300 individuals nationwide, primarily disciples from the 5 sects, for temples, and 3 major factions who have nominally affiliated with the Xuanqing Agency. The 5 sects refer to the Daoist schools with millennia of heritage: Kunlun Mountain, Wudong Mountain, Longhu Mountain, Shushan, and Maoshan. The 4 temples are the revered Buddhist sanctuaries: Shaolin Temple on Songshan, Snow Mountain Temple in Tibet, Diamond Temple in the north, and Lingyin Temple by West Lake. The 3 major factions comprise Huanhua Pavilion, Aojian Hall, and the Corpse Transport Sect. Lin Shi had long been aware of these matters during his time in the kingdom, as due to the decline of spiritual vitality, these martial sects had gradually retreated into seclusion centuries ago, re-emerging only in recent decades. It is said that each sect within the 5 sects, for temples, and 3 major factions is presided over by an ancestor of the earth immortal realm, which enabled their preservation during the upheaval a century ago. In contrast, sects like the Cold Ming sect are relatively new establishments that have emerged in recent decades, lacking even experts of the law manifestation realm. Although Lin Shi had defeated Lin Xianda, the external steward of the Cold Ming sect, he felt no trepidation. He had learned that, including Lin Xianda, there were merely 4 innate martial artists within the Cold Ming sect. With 1 now incapacitated, only 3 remain. Lin Shi had bested Lin Xianda without utilizing even half of his strength, nor had he drawn upon his spiritual weapon, the Shadow Sword. If the Cold Ming sect is comprised of such weaklings, Lin Chi harbors little fear. As Lin Chi and Sikong Su observed the sun dipping beneath the horizon, the evening glow painted the sky in splendid golden hues. The sun sets, Yet it shall rise again, Lynch remarked. Upon returning home, he encountered Shah, who was joyfully playing in the yard. Today, Zhou Hong had just retrieved him from the airport. Shah evidently remembered this familiar abode, having spent 2 years here in his youth, and showed no signs of unfamiliarity with the surroundings. Lynch noted that Shah appeared to possess a greater intelligence than other pet dogs. He comprehended many of Lynch's commands, such as fetching toilet paper, the remote control, or slippers, without needing a second prompt. Furthermore, Shah never relieved himself indiscriminately. He would use the toilet and flush it independently. For the dog that had accompanied him for 6 years, Lynch held profound feelings. He had never regarded it as merely an animal, but rather as family. Zhou Hong had prepared an elaborate meal, and as Lynch returned home, he found her just finishing her tasks and preparing to call him. At the dining table, Lynch said, "My dear, let us visit the Zhou family tomorrow to meet your father, who happens to be in Kyoto. Is it really necessary to rush?" Zhou Hong replied, her chopsticks faltering with nervousness. Though she feigned reluctance, deep down she yearned to return to the Zhou household and see her father, whom she had not met in 13 years. Consider this. You have been back in Kyoto for several days without visiting your father. What will he think? How will he regard me as your husband? Lynch explained. All right, but... Zhou Hong hesitated. Are you still holding resentment towards your father? Lynch asked as he served her a piece of pork rib. Think about it. When your mother suddenly passed, your father was just over 50. For a martial artist of his caliber, that is akin to a youth in their 20s. Moreover, he has only you as a daughter. He must eventually remarry and have a son. We cannot allow the Zhou lineage to end, can we? Zhou Hong retorted. But he cannot just marry a woman in her 20s, only 3 years older than me. Does he expect to find a woman in her 40s or 50s? Lynch chuckled. He was the renowned general of the West and a formidable martial artist. Even if he were to remarry a woman in her 30s, it would likely invite ridicule. Zhou Hong fell silent. In truth, with time, she had come to understand these matters. Yet, she shared her father's prideful nature and was not easily inclined to concede. I fear my father will not approve of my marrying you, Zhou Hong murmured. Lynch smiled confidently. He will approve. By the way, have you prepared a gift for him? Rest assured, I asked Stark to craft a silk inner armor. I believe your father will appreciate it. At dawn the next day, Lynch accompanied Zhou Hong to the Zhou residence, more accurately referred to as the general's mansion. Lynch carried a gift box containing the silk inner armor and knocked on the grand door. Before long, an elderly woman with graying hair opened the door. After glancing at the pair, her gaze settled on Zhou Hong, examining her closely in disbelief. Miss? Feng Ma. Zhou Hong managed a forced smile. Feng Ma quickly ushered them inside, calling out, Xiao Zhuang, hurry and inform the master that the young lady has returned. Shortly after, Feng Ma led them to a side hall, and within a minute, a middle-aged man dressed in a slightly disheveled scholar's robe appeared before them, exuding an air of elegance. He scrutinized Lynch for a moment before addressing Zhou Hong with a cool demeanor. You have finally decided to return? Though his expression remained remarkably composed and his tone exceedingly calm, Lynch could undeniably perceive a profound longing in his eyes. This rather unassuming father-in-law possessed a subtly fervent nature. Zhou Hong, equally misty-eyed, struggled to articulate her thoughts, merely responding with a couple of soft sounds. It's good that you're back. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Zhou Hong nodded. You should join us, Zhou Yong suggested, casting a glance at Lynch. Yes, Lynch replied cautiously. The trio proceeded to a dining hall specifically designated for meals, where 2 attendants promptly served the breakfast that had been prepared in advance. Zhou Hong and Zhou Yong remained silent, while Lynch felt a palpable unease. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Hong, who then reacted. Father, allow me to introduce you. This is my fiancée, Zhou Hong said softly. Zhou Yong turned to Lynch, his expression betraying no discernible emotion. Uncle, my name is Lynch, Lynch began, but was swiftly interrupted by Zhou Yong. I know you are Lynch, the sole heir of the Lin family. I was acquainted with your grandfather. After his passing, you departed abroad, serving as an envoy at the embassy. Your grandfather had once entrusted me with the hope that you would serve under me in the military, but at that time, you declined. Furthermore, I recall that 4 years ago, you had yet to achieve the resonance of your bones, and the Lin family lacked the lineage of internal martial arts. How is it that you have suddenly become a congenital warrior? Zhou Yong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lynch with a steady gaze, his tone devoid of inflection, as though engaged in casual conversation. Yet his words caused beads of cold sweat to form on Lynch's forehead and back. This unassuming father-in-law was indeed formidable. At that moment, Zhou Hong playfully chided, Father, what are you doing? Zhou Yong returned to the present, acknowledging, I was indeed impolite. He then lowered his head to resume his meal. Lynch produced a gift he had brought, an exquisite inner armor crafted from silkworm silk by Stark. Uncle, I possess little of worth to offer, but I hope you will accept this armor, Lynch said. Zhou Yong accepted the box, opened it for a brief inspection, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Yet he quickly closed the box and set it aside. Not bad, Zhou Yong remarked nonchalantly, after finishing his breakfast in just a few bites. Zhou Yong stood and addressed Lynch. Once you have finished, meet me at the training grounds. I wish to see your capabilities. Chapter 45. Once Zhou Yong had departed, Lynch inquired of Zhou Hong, my dear, what martial skills does father possess? Zhou Hong laughed heartily. And here you are, calling him father before we're even married? If he hears you, he'll surely give you a good thrashing. My father, the illustrious general of the Western expedition, is well versed in many martial arts. He is a master of both internal and external disciplines, with peak innate skills and external prowess reaching the realm of the formidable. Zhou Hong smiled and said, as for the martial arts he practiced, his internal skill is the innate Qian Kuan Gong, and his external skill is the great sage Beidou Fist. Both of these techniques are sufficient to cultivate to the realm of earthly immortals. Furthermore, my father is particularly skilled with weapons, especially in the art of spear fighting. He once obtained the renowned 100 birds facing the phoenix spear technique from the famous General Zhao Yun of the Three Kingdoms period in a secret realm. Zhou Hong proudly declared, with this spear technique, he once charged through the artillery fire on the battlefields of Dragon Country and A3 Country, penetrating an army of the Peacock Nation. Lynch asked, so, am I merely going to be a punching bag? He then whispered, your father won't have any objections towards me, will he? Zhou Hong chuckled and shook her head. If my father didn't like you, he would have kicked you out long ago. Don't be afraid. If you spar with my father, he won't harm you. Zhou Hong grinned mischievously. Lin Qi suddenly noticed that Zhou Hong's smile upon seeing her father, Zhou Yong, was much more pronounced than it had been in the previous week. After dinner, Lin Qi was guided by the servants of the Zhou family to the training ground. At that moment, Zhou Yong was practicing his fist technique, bare-chested, evidently performing the great sage Beidou Fist. Lin Qi had heard of this technique, said to be one of the 5 external skills passed down in the Sioux New Jersey Ing Division, characterized by its grand and vigorous movements that overwhelm opponents. It is said that the founding emperor, Ji Taiyuan, remained undefeated against 3 earthly immortals while employing this fist technique and ultimately triumphed. As Lin Qi entered the training ground, Zhou Yong had just finished a full sequence of the great sage Beidou Fist. Unlike most martial artists, Zhou Yong was not heavily muscled. Instead, he possessed a well-proportioned and slender physique, appearing almost slight in his blue robe, devoid of any excess flesh. Lin Qi could clearly see numerous scars on Zhou Yong's bare torso, some deep and others shallow. The longest scar spanned 30 to 40 centimeters. Extending from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, Zhou Yong approached the weapon rack, selecting a standard iron sword which he tossed to Lin Qi, while he himself chose a short spear. Let us practice together. We want to use true energy, and I will only exert 30% of my strength. Understood, Lin Qi replied, taking the long sword with a nod. Standing in the center of the training ground, Lin Qi clasped his hands and said, Uncle, the sword technique I have learned is called the Eclipsing Sun sword technique, and I have already comprehended the essence of the sword. Zhou Yong nonchalantly nodded. Make your move. Without further hesitation, Lin Qi stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Zhou Yong. The sword's shadows fell like rain, launching a flurry of strikes in an instant, delivering a dozen thrusts. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Yong wielded the half-length spear with the grace of a dancing dragon, effortlessly blocking Lin Qi's relentless sword strikes with even greater speed. Each thrust of the spear found its mark on Lin Qi's weaker sword positions, disrupting his technique and launching a counterattack. Neither of them employed true energy. They were merely engaged in a contest of swordsmanship. It is evident that in terms of weaponry, Lin Qi is no match for Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong's marksmanship is truly extraordinary. The short gun in his hand dances like a dragon manipulating the winds amidst the clouds, effortlessly finding weaknesses amidst Lin Qi's fierce sword strikes. Each time Lin Qi manages to build up a bit of momentum, Zhou Yong's short gun interrupts him, forcing him back into a disadvantageous position where he can only grit his teeth and defend. With the light of the setting sun igniting a spark in his eyes, Lin Qi unleashed the most suitable counterattack from the solar eclipse sword technique, a move designed for those in a disadvantageous position. In an instant, his long sword transformed into a blazing sun, blocking the tip of Zhou Yong's gun. With a powerful jolt, he pushed Zhou Yong's short gun back by several feet, leaving Zhou Yong wide open. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi thrust his sword swiftly towards Zhou Yong's chest. However, to Lin Qi's surprise, Zhou Yong suddenly discarded his long gun. With a swift pivot of his body, he caught the short gun midair, now wielding it in an inverted grip. The short gun had morphed into a club, striking fiercely against the spine of Lin Qi's sword. The impact shattered Lin Qi's standard long sword into 2 pieces, its blade soaring in a graceful arc to the edge of the training ground. In the next moment, the tip of Zhou Yong's gun was merely an inch from Lin Qi's throat. I have lost, Lin Qi said with a wry smile. Zhou Yong, in contrast, revealed a hint of a smile, looking at Lynch with appreciation. Not bad. You are stronger than I was at 30. Your sword technique is quite exquisite. A rarity among innate martial artists, yet you have not mastered it fully, revealing too many flaws. Lynch nodded in understanding. I comprehend, esteemed elder. You mentioned that you have grasped the essence of the sword, which indicates your good comprehension. However, one must not neglect the refinement of sword techniques, Zhou Yong advised. For innate martial artists, while intention is important, it is not the only factor. Zhou Yong then pointed out various aspects of Lynch's martial arts training, highlighting his mistakes and shortcomings, providing invaluable insights to Lynch, who had previously been isolated in his own practice. Finally, Zhou Yong suddenly said to Lynch, "You and my daughter should marry within these 2 months. Isn't that a bit hasty?" Lynch replied, somewhat taken aback. "What, are you unwilling?" Zhou Yong asked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. No, of course I am willing. To marry Honger would be the greatest fortune of my life." Lynch quickly responded, noticing the displeasure on his future father-in-law's face. "But is it not a bit too swift?" Zhou Yong waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to be swift about?" Zhou Yong explained, "In 2 months, I will be dispatched to guard the entrance of a large secret realm. And it may be 2 or 3 years before I return to the capital." "Guarding a secret realm?" Lynch furrowed his brow. Zhou Yong replied with gravity. "Do not concern yourself with this matter. Although that secret realm holds certain dangers, it also presents my opportunity. Perhaps I may find a chance to break through to the Dharma manifestation realm there." Lynch nodded in agreement. During lunchtime, the arrival of Zhou Hong and Lynch prompted the Zhou residents to arrange a lavish feast at the renowned Wangxiang Tower in the capital, featuring over 50 exquisite dishes, including medicinal delicacies beneficial for martial artists, costing several million yuan for a single meal. At the dining table, Lynch engaged warmly with the Zhou family members. To be candid, Lynch was rather introverted and reclusive, finding such gatherings somewhat uncomfortable. However, one must adapt to the world around them and cannot always indulge in their own temperament. Lynch also encountered Zhou Hong's stepmother, who appeared to be only slightly older than Zhou Hong, making them resemble sisters when seated together. In truth, Zhou Hong's stepmother was not the malevolent figure often depicted in domestic dramas. Her gentle demeanor revealed her to be a kind and amiable woman, easy to converse with. There had been no significant conflicts between Zhou Hong and her stepmother. Any grievances Zhou Hong harbored were directed at her father, Zhou Yong. Simply put, Zhou Hong was once a spoiled young lady from a wealthy family. The year after Zhou Hong's stepmother married into the Zhou family, she gave birth to a son named Zhou Hong, who had just turned 12. The boy was bright and spirited, unafraid to approach Lin Shi, even addressing him as brother-in-law. It was said that he had inherited his father Zhou Yong's talent. He began training in martial arts at the age of 8 and had already reached the level of resonating bones by 12. With his internal energy cultivated to the first stage of Qi training, Lin Shi jestingly remarked to Zhou Hong that if she did not improve her martial skills, she might soon find herself outmatched by her younger brother, which earned him a fierce glare from her. Truthfully, after meeting the Zhou family, Lin Shi felt fortunate. The Zhou family's values were commendable, and their relatives seemed far from villainous, certainly more agreeable than the distant descendants from the 2 branches of Lin Shi's own family. After the meal, Lin Shi conversed with the Zhou family for a while before returning alone to the Lin family's ancestral home. Zhou Hong had been strongly urged by her father to stay, as he inquired about when Lin Shi and Zhou Hong would marry and live together again. Zhou Hong wholeheartedly supported her father's wishes. Having not returned home in over a decade, she too wished to spend some time in her own house. Lin Shi found himself at a loss for words. He could not contend with Zhou Yong, and even if he could, he certainly wouldn't resort to violence. Thus, he drove back to the Lin family estate alone. Gazing at the vast yet empty old house, Lin Shi, accustomed to having company, felt a sense of desolation. He patted the head of Er Sha, his dog, and said, "Er Sha, it seems tonight it will just be the 2 of us." Er Sha tilted his head, suddenly displaying a hint of human-like expression. "You ungrateful dog, are you complaining about me?" Just then, the ground trembled violently, and a fierce wind surged. Brilliant flashes of white light illuminated the night sky, resembling daylight, yet no thunder accompanied this phenomenon. The radiance was not that of lightning, but rather the luminescence associated with an earthquake. Fortunately, the earthquake was not particularly severe, registering only around 5 to 6 on the Richter scale, and it ceased after merely a dozen seconds. Lynch's expression altered slightly as he stepped forward, finding himself suspended 100 meters above ground. Gazing into the distance, he observed an inexplicable and fierce wind rising abruptly over 10 kilometers to the southeast, expanding outward as several colossal tornadoes gradually formed, each at least 10 meters wide and entwined with one another. Simultaneously, Lynch could sense an intense and overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the direction of the tornadoes, instantly disturbing the spiritual equilibrium of Kyoto. The very essence of heaven and earth, under the influence of this ominous energy, began to mingle chaotically. Suddenly, those tornadoes dissipated as if torn apart by an unseen force. A dense, inky fog began to coalesce, swiftly spreading around, threatening to engulf the entirety of Kyoto. Lynch's complexion paled, and his expression grew exceedingly grave. He could feel the sinister black mist carrying a strange and deadly energy, capable of causing instant demise to any mortal who lingered within it for even a brief moment. Furthermore, the speed at which the black mist expanded was alarmingly rapid. In Lynch's estimation, it would reach him in mere minutes. In addition, Lynch felt an intense shuddering emanating from the fog, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end and his heart to race. It was as though some unfathomably terrifying entity was on the verge of emerging. At that moment, the people in the vicinity of the fog remained oblivious, gazing curiously into its depths. Several frail and rigid figures emerged, carrying a crimson palanquin, as a faint, mournful melody wafted through the air, echoing like a lament. The appearance of the paper figures bearing the palanquin seemed to trigger some kind of switch, causing the black mist to spread even more rapidly, soon enveloping an area of approximately 1 mile. Concurrently, a greater number of spectral entities surged forth from the depths of the fog. A headless corpse rushed out, incessantly shouting, "Where's my head? Who has seen my head?" 2 figures, towering at 3 meters and indistinct in features, floated slowly, their tattered garments revealing hollow emptiness beneath. A group of mischievous children frolicked into the alley, kicking an old, battered ball. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a head that had nearly completely decayed. Several peculiar creatures skittered close to the ground, vanishing into the shadows. An old woman carrying a basket and a gaunt Taoist priest appeared amidst the chaos. Once the black mist had spread to cover a radius of 5 miles, its velocity gradually slowed and eventually came to a halt. At the same time, countless figures surged toward the black fog from the direction of the royal city, and Lynch even discerned a master of the Dharma realm among them. This adept, seemingly a member of the Taoist sect, casually tossed out 24 mystical yellow formation flags, enveloping the darkness within. As the flags descended, the black mist erupted violently, consuming all the formation flags in its wake. At the forefront stands a remarkable figure of the law manifestation realm, the deputy leader of the Eightfold Mysterious Gates. Known by the Dao title of Jingting, he also serves as an esteemed member of the Xianjing division, holding a position and authority that surpasses that of an advisor by several degrees. Within the Eightfold Mysterious Gates, there are no formidable beings of the earthly immortal realm. Thus, despite the sect's considerable strength and profound heritage, it does not rank among the 5 sects, 4 temples, and 3 major factions. Jingting's brow furrowed as he cast a somber gaze upon the encroaching black mist. The moment this mist enveloped his golden-flagged 2-4 Xian Huang banner, he lost all sensation of this semi-spiritual artifact. No matter how fervently he called out with his mind, it was as if a cow had sunk into the sea, yielding no response. The black mist seemed to be an unfathomable abyss. At this moment, Lin Chi also observed that all the citizens of Kyoto consumed by the black mist had not re-emerged. Moreover, wherever the mist stretched, the power supply was abruptly severed. A profound silence enveloped the mist, while those outside sensed something amiss and fled with their families from a distance. Countless police vehicles swiftly arrived at the perimeter of the black mist, establishing a cordon to disperse the onlookers. A dozen helicopters hovered overhead, surveying the situation. Media journalists, akin to kittens detecting the scent of blood, were not far behind the police, capturing footage of the suddenly manifested mist from outside the cordon. These individuals truly seemed oblivious to the concept of peril, Lin Chi mused with a sigh. He then stepped forward, his figure flickering in the air. And in less than 10 seconds, he reached the outer edges of the black mist. After presenting his credentials as an advisor of the Xianjing division to a police officer, he crossed into the restricted area. The closer he approached the black mist, the more he could sense its sinister and suffocating aura. In addition, a distinct odor of decay wafted through the air. Could this black mist have emerged from some ancient tomb? A sudden thought struck Lin Chi. His gaze shifted towards the periphery of the mist, noticing that most of the eerie figures that had initially fled were merely lingering near the edges, with only a few having vanished entirely. Among them were the initial red sedan, the ground-hugging creatures, and the emaciated Taoist. Even now, many figures continued to emerge from within the black mist, lingering at its boundaries. Lin Chi approached the frowning figure of the law manifestation expert, who was surrounded by a dozen innate or formidable martial artists, including a striking red-haired man, the deputy leader of the 5th mirror of the Xianjing division, Xikong Xian. From their auras alone, it was evident that each of these innate masters surpassed Lin Chi in strength. He could even sense that several among them were likely to rival his father-in-law, Zhou Yong, not to mention the law manifestation expert himself. Indeed, Kyoto was a place teeming with hidden talents. Jingting held a geomantic chart in one hand while the other was engaged in intricate calculations. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly. After a prolonged silence, Master Jingting exhaled deeply and spoke. Upon investigation, it has become clear that beneath this ground lies an ancient tomb from 10 millennia past, connected to a hidden realm. The resurgence of spiritual energy in recent years has disrupted the foundational elements of the grand formation enveloping the capital, partially opening the entrance to this secret domain. The clash between spiritual energy and the malevolent, stagnant aura has awakened the ghostly entities, some of which have slumbered for millennia. Xikong Xian remarked, "Thank you for your efforts, Master Jingting. Now that we have clarity, what course of action shall we take?" Master Jingting replied with a wry smile. "Initially, I intended to seal this space with my 24 Xianyuan golden banner, but it seems there exists something within that black mist which has seized my array flags." Another individual beside him furrowed his brow and inquired, "What shall we do now? Can you handle this?" Master Jingting shook his head. "This tomb is inherently complex. Those ghostly figures," he pointed towards the swirling shadows within the black fog, "possess cultivation at least at the initial ghost general level. There may be even more terrifying entities lurking within the black mist and the tomb. Otherwise, my flags would not have been taken. I fear this is beyond my capabilities. It may require the intervention of a celestial being to resolve this matter." At that moment, nearly 100 ghostly soldiers clad in black armor emerged from the mist, wielding long halberds, marching in precise formation. Following them was an intact black carriage, drawn by 8 skeletal horses, their eye sockets glowing with a faint green phosphorescence. The interior of the carriage was obscured by a black curtain, preventing any glimpse of its occupants, though it was reasonable to deduce that something formidable resided within. The onlookers gazed gravely at the marching army and the ominous carriage, drawing their weapons in readiness. Master Jingting summoned an 8 trigrams coiling dragon mirror into his hands. At this juncture, a pale hand gently parted the black curtain. A tall woman clad in a black robe emerged with somewhat rigid steps. Her robe was intricately embroidered with golden threads depicting a phoenix reborn from flames and a 5-clawed golden dragon commanding the winds and rain. She wore a jeweled phoenix crown, her waist adorned with various ornaments, and her feet encased in cloud-treading shoes of 4 inches in height. The woman possessed exquisite beauty, her eyes akin to dragon orbs, her neck graceful like that of a phoenix, with proud and assertive arched eyebrows, her figure slender and proportionate, standing at least 175 centimeters tall. Perhaps it was Lynch's imagination, but he felt a striking resemblance between this woman and Zhou Hong. The expression of the imperial-robed woman was vacant, her gaze somewhat hollow. Initially, she scanned her surroundings with curiosity before fixing her attention upon the poised Xikong Xian, Master Jingting, and the others. Parting her cherry-red lips, she uttered a commanding phrase, "Why do you not bow before me?" Chapter 47. The demon shall perish. A congenital warrior, unable to restrain himself, swung his blade towards the woman clad in imperial robes. Yet, to his astonishment, the woman remained unmoved, and a towering statue of Avalokitesvara, adorned with 8 arms, abruptly materialized, enveloping her within its embrace. One hand of the statue formed a delicate gesture, while the other cradled a jade bottle of exquisite purity, and the remaining 6 arms wielded various weapons. With her eyes gently closed, the statue exuded an aura of compassion, a subtle smile gracing her lips. However, a faint, dark fissure marred the center of her brow, lending an unsettling aura that contrasted with her otherwise benevolent presence. The formidable strike of the congenital warrior, aimed with utmost force, met the statue's crown yet failed to inflict even the slightest damage. The hand wielding the blade was left shattered, the weapon splintering into fragments, and the warrior himself was violently propelled backward. Simultaneously, the statue extended one hand, its movement deceptively slow yet undeniably swift, pointing decisively at the congenital warrior. "Be careful." The onlookers gasped in alarm. At that moment, the Bagua Panlong mirror in the hands of Master Jingting stirred, casting a radiant beam that enveloped the warrior, causing him to vanish from his original position and reappear beside the Taoist. "Brother Ma Tao, are you unharmed?" the Taoist inquired. "It's nothing," Ma Tao replied, shaking his head, then bowed deeply to Master Jingting. "Thank you for your timely intervention." Master Jingting waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. This malevolent entity possesses the strength of the Dharma Avatar realm, far beyond your capacity to confront. You must flee." Suddenly, a white-haired Taoist appeared in the eastern sky, descending upon a flying sword, arriving at their side in an instant. The congenital warriors promptly paid their respects. "We greet the first mirror master." Xikong Xian also inclined his head in acknowledgement. The white-haired Taoist, named Lu Jingqing, was indeed the first mirror master of the Xuanguang sect, his power and status second only to the sect master. "You have finally arrived, Taoist Lu," Master Jingting remarked. I must express my gratitude for your assistance, Lu Jingqing replied. Master Jingting shook his head, saying, I have accomplished nothing. This matter is beyond my handling. Who are you, and why do you not kneel before me? How dare you harbor ill intentions? The woman in imperial robes suddenly admonished, her mind seemingly clouded. The crowd exchanged glances, baffled by the identity of this mysterious figure emerging from the darkness. Soon after, the eight-armed Avalokitesvara emanated an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of a mountain's weight, causing all but the two exalted figures to bend their knees, including Lynch. Yet, none present were easily cowed. They mustered their strength to stand tall once more. The woman in imperial robes cast a fierce glance. You dare to act recklessly in my presence? Lu Jingqing replied coolly, his white robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. A sudden burst of sword intent erupted, forming a resplendent white beam of light that shattered the oppressive black clouds overhead like thunder on a calm day. Lu Jingqing extended his hand, and to his astonishment, a magnificent giant sword shadow composed of starlight materialized in the sky, stretching several hundred meters long, descending towards the eight-armed Guanyin statue with an unmatched force, drawing upon the celestial power of the stars, coalescing into an unparalleled sword shadow. Could this be the legendary Ziwei star sword technique? A martial artist gazed at the colossal starlight sword shadow in awe, whispering in reverence. At that moment, the hand of the eight-armed Guanyin, gripping a precious sword, suddenly swung with great force, unleashing 100-foot black sword radiance woven from dense malevolent and deadly energy, which collided with the starlight sword shadow in an instant. A thunderous hum reverberated, overwhelming the senses and rendering ears deaf. The two sword radiances clashed momentarily, and to the astonishment of all, cracks shimmering with white light appeared along the blade of the starlight sword shadow, before it was ultimately torn apart by the black sword radiance infused with deathly energy. Quite impressive, murmured Lu Jingqing, his brow furrowing. He gestured again, and three even more formidable starlight sword shadows emerged in the sky, encircling the eight-armed Guanyin. From his mouth, he expelled a small purple sword, which grew in size instantaneously, transforming into a weapon of normal proportions. This sword, named Honglu, was crafted by a master at the heavenly crafting platform from 120 rare metals over 7 arduous years. Upon its completion, it was said to have been accompanied by flashes of lightning and 3 thunder calamities, thus becoming a rare spiritual weapon. The Honglu sword, resembling a purple dragon, darted through the air, piercing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, aiming directly at the imperial-robed woman sheltered by the Guanyin's form. It effortlessly penetrated the protective golden light surrounding her, coming within mere feet of the imperial-robed figure. The woman's gaze remained vacant and dazed, however. As the Honglu sword approached within an arm's length, she extended her delicate, pale right hand and gently tapped the sword's tip with her index finger. In an instant, the once razor-sharp Honglu sword twisted and contorted, as if struck by an unseen force, its brilliance dimming as it rebounded. Simultaneously, the 3 starlight sword shadows descended, and the hand of the eight-armed Guanyin, delicately poised with an orchid gesture, gently opened. With a swift motion, she unleashed a palm strike. The skies darkened with tumultuous winds and thick clouds that obscured the stars and moon, as an overwhelming aura of death and malevolence surged forth, seemingly crafting a cage of the heavens, within which countless souls writhed in agony, beset by evil spirits and fallen celestial beings. The 3 starlight sword shadows were enveloped within her grasp, corroded by the suffocating energy, rapidly losing their luster before vanishing without a trace. Moreover, it seemed as though the might of that single palm enveloped an entire kilometer radius, causing those in the immediate vicinity to feel a profound disorientation, as if their very souls were on the brink of separation, drawn into the celestial prison of the eight-armed Guanyin's grasp. Within Lynch's embrace, the 4 sacred disaster relief talisman, obtained months prior, suddenly radiated a golden glow, alleviating the immense pressure he felt and liberating him from the influence of that overwhelming force. The onlookers, situated a kilometer away, had already retreated to a safe distance of 5 kilometers under the enforcement of law enforcement officers, thus escaping the fallout. However, a portion of the local residents, who failed to evacuate in time, were severely affected and collapsed to the ground. In the presence of such formidable beings, ordinary individuals were no different from ants. Lu Jingqing's mind was momentarily affected, lost in a fleeting daze, yet almost instantaneously, a more potent sword intent erupted from within him, rivaling the power of the woman in the imperial robe. His unparalleled sword intent surged skyward, once again tearing through the dense black clouds, showering the heavens with starlight. In an instant, he appeared in midair, eyes gently closed, and at that moment, 81 colossal sword shadows manifested in the sky, forming an incomprehensible array that enveloped the entire kilometer radius. The Great Zhou Heavenly Star Shadow Sword Light Extermination Formation descended with an unmatched force, encompassing the 8-armed Guanin's avatar within a 100-meter radius. Simultaneously, the true man, Jing Ting, took action, with a calculated strategy. The Bagua coiling dragon mirror in his hand emitted a beam of light, ensnaring the woman in the imperial robe. Unlike the previous teleportation effect, this white light sealed off a portion of space, rendering her immobile. The 8-armed Guanin's avatar experienced a momentary disruption, yet even that brief interval was sufficient. As the 81 Starlight Sword shadows descended, she could merely raise her 8 arms to shield herself. Boom! The earth erupted, the space rippling like a disturbed pond, the ground rolling like waves, dust rising in clouds, and the explosive Starlight Sword shadows emitted a blinding white light that rendered all present unable to open their eyes. A fierce gale swept up countless particles of sand and stone, transforming the location of the 8-armed Guanin's avatar into the eye of a storm. The air abruptly fell silent, only to be followed by an even more terrifying tempest that affected the eerie black mist behind the woman in the imperial robe. Those specters, initially hovering at the edges of the black mist, were swept away by the whirlwind, disintegrating into mere dust. As the dust settled, it revealed that all structures within a radius of 200 meters had been reduced to rubble, with not a trace left behind. The position of the woman in the black robe had sunk several dozen feet into the ground. The colossal 8-armed Guanin's avatar, measuring several dozen feet in size, had lost 6 of its 8 arms, leaving only the foremost 2 intact, while its head was shattered beyond recognition, and one leg was reduced to a mere fragment. The woman in the imperial robe had her jeweled phoenix crown tumble from her head, her long, black hair cascading messily down to her waist. She expelled a copious amount of dark blood, her previously pallid complexion taking on a faintly bluish hue. Moreover, her once vacant and listless gaze seemed to regain a flicker of vitality. The woman in the imperial robe turned her eyes to the white-haired Taoist Lu Jingqing, frowning slightly as her slender jade hand emerged from her wide sleeves to perform a calculation. Demon, surrender, and I may spare your life for the time being. Lu Jingqing bellowed. At this moment, his strength was waning. The recent strike had consumed a significant portion of his magical energy, leaving him only able to bluff, concealing his true state from the woman below. Real Master Jing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised the Bagua Panlong mirror once more. The woman in the black robe regarded the two with a semblance of a smile, stepping forward to suddenly appear before Lu Jingqing, pointing a finger at his brow. Lu Jingqing was caught completely off guard, his body stiffening as if struck by lightning. Seeing this, Real Master Jingting was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to wield the Bagua Panlong mirror against the woman. However, the woman merely glared at him, causing him to cough up blood, his ears and nose bleeding, before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. With a mere flick of her hand, the Bagua Panlong mirror flew from Jingting's grasp and into hers. The abruptness of the situation left everyone momentarily stunned, as the two powerful figures lost their ability to resist. Lynch, ever vigilant, stealthily retreated behind the crowd, keeping a wary eye on the woman in the imperial robe. She pointed again at the brow of the white-haired Taoist Lu Jingqing, closing her eyes briefly before reopening them to reveal a look of realization. Casually, she discarded the unconscious Lu Jingqing onto the ground. Has it truly been 600 years? The woman mused, her voice a mere whisper, audible only to herself. In the next moment, she stood before the over 100 black-armored soldiers, waving her sleeve, causing them and the carriage to vanish without a trace. With a single step, she disappeared from sight. The remaining innate martial artists exchanged glances, and after a moment of silent communication, several rushed to the side of the unconscious Real Master Jingting and the Mirror Master Lu Jingqing. After a careful examination, they breathed a sigh of relief, discovering that both had suffered severe damage to their souls. While their injuries were grave, they were still alive, which was preferable to losing their lives. In this era of spiritual resurgence, there might yet be opportunities to mend their soul injuries. Suddenly, a resounding, thunderous noise echoed through the air. The crowd turned their gaze to see the previously stagnant black mist begin to swirl and surge once more, regaining its ominous expansion, as if a switch had been flipped. Countless phantoms of various forms surged forth from the black mist, no longer lingering at its edges. They breached the barricade of the warning line and vanished into the darkness. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Carrying the unconscious figures of Master Jingting and Lu Jingqing, they made a hasty retreat. This group of younger individuals, all of innate realms, possessed little means to deter the swarm of apparitions. Strangely, those specters seemed to avoid them, not charging forward as one might expect. At that moment, the sky erupted with an unparalleled golden light, illuminating the heavens as if a Buddha were descending into the world. Under the radiance of this golden glow, The black mist's expansion slowed significantly. Countless weaker spirits dissipated under the pressure of the light, their essences scattering into the ether. Meanwhile, the more formidable entities among them suffered grievous wounds, howling in agony as they sought refuge in the shadows where the golden light could not reach. A colossal hand, forged from the very essence of the heavens and earth, materialized beyond the clouds, obscuring much of the sky. The golden light emanated from this giant hand, which descended to grasp the black mist, creating a realm of its own within its palm. The black mist, in its frantic attempts to escape, found itself utterly confined by the hand's grasp. Gradually, the hand began to shrink, and the mist was relentlessly compressed under its influence. At last, when the hand had returned to a size akin to that of an ordinary person, the black mist had been reduced to the size of a glass bead, dark as pitch, resembling a black hole. Suddenly, a ragged old beggar appeared beside the black bead. In one hand, he held a half-eaten braised chicken leg, and with the other, he grasped the black bead, rubbing it against his filthy attire before shoving it into his mouth, a look of profound satisfaction crossing his face. He then resumed gnawing on the chicken leg. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Had they truly witnessed an old beggar consuming the black mist as if it were candy? At that moment, the beggar cast a glance over the group, his gaze pausing sharply on Lynch. He descended to the ground, his tone unfriendly. "You there? I believe I have seen you before." Lynch, perplexed, replied, "Senior, you must be mistaken. What merit do I possess to be acquainted with someone of your stature?" "There's no mistake," the old beggar retorted. "You made quite an impression on me, back in the day." However, he abruptly halted, shooting Lynch a fierce glare before storming off, vanishing with a single step. Sikong Shin approached Lynch and inquired, "Brother Lin, who was that elder?" Lynch shook his head in confusion. "I have no idea." Chapter 49. The black mist was swallowed whole by the old beggar. Lynch, along with several innate warriors, ventured to the epicenter of the mist's eruption. They proceeded cautiously, and soon arrived at the center, where they beheld a massive pit, over 10 meters in diameter, carved into the ground. Lynch cautiously peered into the abyss of the pit, which was shrouded in darkness and seemingly bottomless. According to the words of the esteemed Master Jing'ing, this place was believed to be an entrance to a millennia-old tomb, and within its depths lay an entrance to an open secret realm. Recalling the recent events, the group hesitated to venture recklessly into the tomb. However, it was certain that once news of this place spread, various sects would swiftly mobilize towards the capital. The extent of the benefits the court could extract from this secret realm and tomb remained uncertain. Thus, it would be prudent to dispatch a team to explore the tomb and seize any opportunities before the news reached the 5 sects, 4 temples, and 3 major factions. Yet, it was evident that the initial entrance would face the greatest dangers. Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Yong descended gracefully from the air. Upon witnessing a mysterious and powerful figure dispelling the black mist, he felt a sense of relief. At that moment, the most important matter for him was to spend time with his daughter. Due to his long-standing military duties and his lack of eloquence, he had experienced a significant estrangement from his daughter 13 years prior, which had led to her leaving home and not returning since. Nevertheless, seeing her return safely, accompanied by a young man he deemed satisfactory, brought him a sense of contentment. Lynch, the young man, was somewhat superior to the son of the Lin minister. Subsequently, Zhou Yong and his daughter, Zhou Hong, engaged in a heartfelt conversation in the courtyard for 2 hours. Throughout this time, it was Zhou Hong who initiated the topics, asking questions left and right. She understood her father's nature well and knew that his love for her was no less than that of her mother. However, her father often refrained from expressing his thoughts, leading to deepening misunderstandings and conflicts between them. Watching Zhou Hong speak animatedly, Zhou Yong was reminded of his late wife, and his eyes grew slightly misty, though he concealed it adeptly. Eventually, as the night grew deeper, they parted ways and returned to their respective chambers. "Dear, when is our wedding date? Are you in the midst of training?" Zhou Hong first sent a few messages to Lynch via her phone, but upon receiving no reply, she decided to take a shower. After bathing, she stood before the mirror, admiring her flawless figure, and checked again for a response from Lynch. Suddenly, she was startled to see the bathroom door ajar in the mirror, and a woman clad in imperial robes, adorned with a phoenix crown, entered and stood behind her. To her astonishment, the face of the woman in the mirror bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. Zhou Hong attempted to turn around, but found herself utterly paralyzed, unable to move even a finger, and her voice was silenced. The woman in the imperial robe approached Zhou Hong with a smile. Her hand gracefully lifted to caress Zhou Hong's cheek. The moment her fingers made contact, they dissipated like smoke, merging into Zhou Hong's very being. Zhou Hong's pupils dilated sharply as she lost consciousness. Her delicate form teetered, almost collapsing to the ground, yet she regained her footing. In that instant, the warmth and sweetness in Zhou Hong's gaze vanished, replaced by an eerie emptiness, as if she had transformed into another person. It appeared she was lost in recollection. And after a brief moment, a smile graced her lips as she murmured, "Husband?" The following day, upon awakening, Zhou Hong discovered she was clad in a black nightgown. A stark contrast to her usual preference for white. She felt a twinge of confusion but dismissed it without further thought. The events of the previous night eluded her memory. Save for a peculiar dream she seemed to have experienced. In that dream, she found herself transported to a distant ancient era, elevated to the status of an emperor. A ruler disguised as a man. Her name in the dream was Li Mingkong, a rather bizarre appellation. Each day, Li Mingkong engaged in either cultivation or the drudgery of governmental affairs, a monotonous existence. The only source of amusement lay in the manipulation of power, dealing with those ministers daring enough to oppose her and promoting her loyal confidants. The dream abruptly concluded at this juncture. Shaking her head, Zhou Hong chose to cast aside thoughts of that strange dream. Chapter 50. The scene shifts back to last night. Lynch, along with several innate martial artists, had kept vigil by the pit throughout the night, departing only in the morning. Though Lynch had not exerted much effort, the Zhuangqing Bureau was quite generous, rewarding him with 2,000 points the following day. This sum was sufficient to exchange for 2 Bodhi heart-calming pills, known for their ability to eliminate distractions, enhance cultivation speed, and strengthen the soul, a rare boon for those at the pinnacle of innate martial arts. The esteemed Jing Ting and the first mirror master, Lu Jingqing, also awakened the next morning, though their souls bore significant injuries that would require months to heal fully. The Zhuangqing Bureau initiated a manhunt for the woman in the imperial robe, yet no leads emerged, as if she had vanished without a trace. Upon returning home, Lin Shi charged his phone and discovered messages from Zhou Hong, to which he promptly replied, "Yes, I shall visit the Zhou residence shortly. We will discuss the wedding date. Let us aim to finalize the date today." Zhou Hong responded, "All right, I will await your arrival." After a refreshing shower, Lin Shi donned a more suitable outfit and promptly made his way to the Zhou residence. Despite a sleepless night, Lin Shi has already attained the innate realm of cultivation, and his spirit is far stronger than that of an ordinary person. For him, staying awake all night is of little consequence. When Lin Shi encounters Zhou Hong once again, he cannot help but feel a sense of disorientation, as her visage seems to merge with that of the imperial-robed woman from the previous night. "My dear, your hair appears to have grown longer," Lin Shi remarks, puzzled. If memory serves him correctly, Zhou Hong's hair had been a short bob the day before. Yet now it cascades down to her neck, and her demeanor seems to have undergone a subtle transformation. Zhou Hong, equally surprised, touches her hair and responds, "When I awoke this morning, I was taken aback. It seems to have grown quite a bit. However, I do not feel any discomfort. In fact, I sense that my complexion is much better than usual." "That's good to hear. As long as you are well," Lin Shi replies. He then proceeds to another courtyard where he meets Zhou Yong. "Uncle," Zhou Yong says, scrutinizing Lin Shi closely, "you went over there yesterday. You weren't injured, were you?" "Thank you for your concern, uncle. I am perfectly fine," Lin Shi replies respectfully. Zhou Yong waves his hand dismissively. "My daughter is about to marry you. There is no need for such formality between us. You may call me father-in-law." "Father-in-law," Lin Shi responds, and Zhou Yong's eyes sparkle with satisfaction. He then laughs. "Time is of the essence. There was quite a commotion in the capital last night. Let us set the date for your marriage to my daughter today." Lin Shi nods. And soon the two gentlemen, akin to matchmakers, deliberate on the various arrangements for the wedding. They quickly settle on a date, flipping through the calendar to select an auspicious day, February 4th, which coincides with the 21st day of the 12th lunar month and marks the beginning of spring. A favorable time for weddings and sacrifices. At this moment, Feng Ma, the gatekeeper, approaches Zhou Yong to report, "Sir, Deputy Minister Lin has arrived, accompanied by a young man, and they are currently in the main hall." Zhou Yong furrows his brow. "Why has he come? Have I not already annulled the engagement between his son and my daughter? It has been over a decade." Curious, Lin Shi inquires, "Who is this Deputy Minister Lin?" "He is a civil servant from the Ministry of Revenue, with a certain reputation within official circles. It would not be wise to offend him lightly. Come with me," Zhou Yong replies. The two traverse the corridor and enter the main hall, where an elderly man and a young one are seated, sipping tea. Upon seeing Zhou Yong, they rise and bow respectfully. Lin Suxian, clad in a deep green official robe with meticulously arranged hair and a touch of pomade, presents an incongruous appearance. Beside him sits a young man in his 30s, dressed in a crisp white hanfu, standing just over 5 feet 7 inches, exuding charm and elegance. "General Zhou, I apologize for the presumption of visiting your esteemed residence today," Deputy Minister Lin Suxian states. Zhou Yong furrowed his brows and coldly inquired, "What brings you to visit today, Minister Lin?" Lin Suxian's expression stiffened momentarily before reverting to its usual composure. He gestured towards the dashing young man beside him. Smiling as he said, "General Zhou, allow me to introduce my son, Lin Wenjun." Taking a step forward, Lin Wenjun clasped his hands together and respectfully stated, I am Lin Wenjun. It is an honor to meet you, uncle. Zhou Yong acknowledged him with a slight nod, a tacit response. He remembered Lin Wenjun, the second son of Minister Lin, who had been betrothed to Zhou Hong 13 years ago. After Zhou Hong eloped, their engagement fell through, and Zhou Yong had sent a letter of apology to Minister Lin, but received no reply. Thus the matter was naturally laid to rest. Years had passed, and he pondered the reason for their visit today. Lin Cixin spoke with a hint of pride. My son joined the prestigious Shushan sword sect a decade ago and was accepted as an inner disciple by the esteemed Xuanxu Jinren of Shushan. He has just recently returned from his training. Lin Wenjun added boastfully, just a week ago, I broke through to the innate realm, earning my master's approval to venture out and hone my skills in the world. Zhou Yong replied, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. So, you two have come here today to flaunt your accomplishments? With a stoic expression, he continued, it is truly remarkable that such a young gentleman has achieved the status of an innate master. Your future is indeed promising. But may I ask, what is the purpose of your visit? Noticing Zhou Yong's demeanor, Lin Cixin cleared his throat awkwardly and proceeded. I have heard that General Zhou's daughter has returned from the capital and remains unmarried. I wonder if the engagement between her and my son still holds? Lin Qi raised an eyebrow. Are these two here to claim my future wife? Zhou Yong frowned. If my memory serves me correctly, your son married Lady Fong, the daughter of Minister of War Fong, 12 years ago, and has since had a son and a daughter. Before Lin Cixin could respond, Lin Wenjun stepped forward confidently, declaring, I am now an innate warrior, a direct disciple of the esteemed Xuanxu Jinren of Shushan. It is only a matter of time before I reach the realm of Dharma aspect. General Zhou, your daughter is 30 and yet to marry. It would not be a disgrace for her to become my concubine. Zhou Yong was taken aback. A concubine? You want my daughter to be your concubine? Clenching his fists tightly, he felt a mix of fury and incredulity. Just as he was about to expel these two presumptuous individuals, Lin Qi interjected, I apologize, gentlemen, but General Zhou has already betrothed his daughter to me. Zhou Yong glanced at Lin Qi but remained silent. Lin Wenjun, disregarding Lin Qi entirely, waved his hand dismissively and arrogantly stated, since I have taken a liking to Zhou Hong, your engagement with her is hereby nullified. Lin Wenjun assumed Lin Qi was merely an ordinary person, someone he could easily dismiss. Lynch chuckled softly. I have already shared a marital bond with Honger. Lin Wenjun cast a dark, brooding glance at Lynch. What did you just say? Who are you? Me? I am Lin Qi. We are of the same lineage, Lynch retorted, pointing to himself with a sardonic smile. Are you speaking the truth? Lin Wenjun inquired coldly. Of course it is no lie. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenjun slowly turned away, his fists clenching and unclenching in a rhythmic pattern. He took a deep breath, and after a moment, a smile crept upon his face. Yet a trace of deep-seated malice flickered in his eyes. Young sir, I see that you possess martial prowess. Dare you engage in a match with me? Certainly. I have heard that young Master Lin is a distinguished disciple of Mount Shu. I could not ask for more, Lynch replied with an innocent grin. In the training arena, Zhou Yong and Lin Cixin stood at the sidelines, observing as Lin Qi and Lin Wenjun faced each other in the center, separated by a distance of 10 meters. Lin Cixin cautioned, Wenjun, take it easy, do not harm him. He then turned to Zhou Yong and sighed, Brother Zhou, allowing your esteemed son to spar with Wenjun is rather unwise. Wenjun is a preternatural master. What if he cannot control himself and injures your son? Zhou Yong responded. In the arena, Lin Qi, seemingly intent on ensuring his opponent could hear him, shouted, Lin Gongzi, you have already taken the daughter of Minister Fong as your wife. Why do you still yearn for Honger? Won't your wife feel jealous? Moreover, I notice your cheeks are pale and your waist slightly bent. You should consider taking more Luo Dihuang pills. A preternatural warrior is not like a master of the essence realm, while their physical quality surpasses that of ordinary folks. It is not by much. Do take care of your kidneys. At this, veins bulged on Lin Wenjun's forehead, his fists cracking ominously, and the facade of elegance he had maintained crumbled. He glared fiercely at Lin Qi, gritting his teeth in rage. Mind your own business. Without further ado, he struck first, expelling a small sword from his mouth. The next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Suddenly, Lin Qi vanished, delivering a powerful kick to Lin Wenjun's face, sending him hurtling several meters away. Lin Wenjun flipped through the air, spewing a mouthful of blood and several teeth, landing at the edge of the arena. Convulsing like a seizure victim, the small sword fell to the ground with a clatter, devoid of its master's control. Lin Cixin gasped in shock and rushed towards his beloved son. After assessing Lin Wenjun's injuries, he administered a medicinal pill and then yelled at Lin Qi, How dare you? He is the disciple of the illustrious Su Xianren of Mount Shu. Lin Qi innocently raised his hands. I had no idea that a prominent disciple of Mount Shu would be so feeble. He stepped on the small sword with a nonchalant expression. Lin Cixin gritted his teeth. You launched a sneak attack. However, it was only after Lin Xiong made the first move that I acted. Lin Shi maintained an expression of innocence. Lin Suxian took a deep breath, regaining his composure. He gazed at Lin Shi for a few seconds, then silently lifted Lin Wenjun and exited the training ground, leaving the Zhou residence. Once Lin Suxian departed, Lin Shi picked up the small sword at his feet, swiftly concealing it in his pocket. While it appeared to be tucked away, it was actually stored in his Qinquan ring. I did quite well, didn't I? Lin Shi approached Zhou Yong and remarked. Indeed. Zhou Yong replied with a beaming smile. Did you just claim to have become husband and wife with Hong Er? Ah well. Lin Shi noted Zhou Yong's martial prowess seemed to have improved, his external skills now brimming with vigor. Come, let us practice in the training ground. I shall offer you some guidance. Zhou Yong patted Lin Shi's shoulder and walked towards the training area. The conclusion has already been envisioned, and the plot will not disappoint everyone. Chapter 51. Lin Shi, what has happened to you? Zhou Hong looked at Lin Shi, whose face was bruised and battered, with concern. She intended to call him dear, but felt a bit shy with Zhou Yong present. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a little tumble, Lin Shi said, glancing at his composed father-in-law, forcing a smile. Zhou Yong spoke sternly. If you have nothing else, you may leave. Return in 3 days for the betrothal. Zhou Hong chided. Father, what are you doing? I shall take my leave now. Father-in-law, Hong Er, I will return in 3 days, Lin Shi said, scratching his head with an awkward smile, and then limped out of the Zhou residence. Father, why does Lin Shi seem to be limping? Zhou Yong pondered. My daughter, you must tell me, what is going on between you and that fellow? Zhou Yong wanted to inquire but could not bring himself to ask such a question about his daughter's intimate affairs. Zhou Hong looked at her father, who appeared troubled, her mind swirling with confusion about what had transpired moments ago. After leaving the Zhou residence, Lin Shi did not head directly home, but instead visited the Xianjing division, intending to exchange the 2,000 points he had just acquired for 2 Bodhi heart-guarding pills he had long coveted. The aftermath of last night's dark fog had been devastating. The battle between Lu Jingqing and the woman in imperial robes not only obliterated buildings within a radius of several hundred meters, but also damaged some electrical facilities, leaving numerous nearby blocks without power. The conflict claimed the lives of over 1,000 people. Although this number seemed trivial in a city of 30 million, the repercussions were profound and far-reaching. Many had lost loved ones, and countless homes were destroyed, rendering people homeless. Many ordinary citizens who witnessed the chaos trembled at the mere memory of the scenes from last night. Furthermore, according to surveillance footage, it was estimated that at least 200 to 300 specters had escaped from the dark fog. The apparitions pose an exceedingly grave threat to the safety of ordinary lives in Kyoto. The Zhuangqing Bureau has been alerted. Shortly after, a notification was issued, assigning the Fifth Mirror's master, Si Kongshan, and his deputy, Si Kongxian, to take full charge of the matter. Si Kongshan, a practitioner of exceptional skill, took the initiative to pledge a military order to eradicate all malevolent spirits within a month. When Lin Shi arrived at the Zhuangqing Bureau, he fortuitously encountered Zheng Xian, who was returning to report back from overseas. Zheng Xian, a cigarette dangling from his lips, was engaged in conversation with Si Kongxian on the steps. Lin Shi approached and greeted him warmly. Uncle Zheng, it has been a long time. Zheng Xian turned to Lin Shi, chuckling. Ah, it's you, young lad. Uncle Zheng. The first day of the lunar calendar next month marks the joyous occasion of my wedding with Zhou Hong, which will be held at the Zhou residence. I hope you will grace us with your presence. Lin Shi stated. I shall certainly attend. Zheng Xian replied with a hearty laugh. Lin Shi then addressed Si Kongxian courteously. If you have the time, Senior Si Kong, I would also be honored by your presence. Si Kongxian nodded in acknowledgement. He did not give a direct affirmation, and Lin Shi understood that he had pressing matters to attend to. After all, his elder brother, Si Kongshan, had committed to a military order to eliminate all malevolent spirits in Kyoto, leaving little time to spare. Senior Si Kong, do you have sufficient personnel? Lin Shi inquired. With the new year approaching, I fear your bureau may be understaffed. I will have some free time in a few days and would be glad to assist. After proposing to Zhou Hong, Lin Shi would indeed have a period of leisure, and he believed that aiding Si Kongxian in vanquishing those apparitions would be more beneficial than his slow progress in cultivation through meditation. After all, he possessed the Four Saints disaster-relieving true talisman for protection and practiced the supreme Yang technique, the 9 Yang true scripture, which was particularly effective against malevolent spirits, ensuring his safety. Upon hearing this, Si Kongxian's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded, that would be splendid. Brother Lin, if you are willing to help, I can assure you a reward of 5,000 points for each spirit you eliminate. Lin Shi smiled and agreed, then it is settled. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Zheng Xian and Si Kongxian before returning home after exchanging for 2 Bodhi heart-guarding pills. 3 days later, Lin Shi followed Dragon Kingdom traditions and brought gifts to formally propose. In truth, These gifts were arranged with assistance from the Zhou family, giving Lynch a peculiar impression of being a son-in-law. The day after the proposal, countless invitations were dispatched from the Zhou residence, and it was anticipated that nearly 1,000 guests would attend the joyous occasion of Lin Shi and Zhou Hong's wedding. To be candid, Lin Shi was not particularly fond of the boisterous nature of traditional Chinese weddings, especially the raucous customs associated with them. He preferred the solemnity and dignity of Western-style ceremonies. During the subsequent period, Lin Shi and Zhou Hong were not permitted to meet according to custom. However, in this age of advanced communication, they could still exchange messages via mobile phones. In front of a somewhat dilapidated 7-story residential building, Lynch gazed at the direction indicated by the three-dimensional CNC compass holographic screen in his hand. After more than 20 minutes of following the lingering malevolence left by the specters, he finally arrived at this place. The three-dimensional CNC compass was the latest innovation developed by the Central Technology and Taoist Research Institute, integrating modern technology with the ancient arts of crafting, inscriptions, formations, and feng shui. Although still in the debugging phase, his close friendship with the director of the institute enabled him to procure a batch after much persuasion. Lynch had already utilized this holographic compass to locate and exterminate 37 specters. Its efficacy was indeed remarkable. 17 days had elapsed since the day he sought a marriage proposal, during which the Zhuangqing division had dispatched a total of 312 specters, including those slain by Lynch. The number of surviving specters in the entire Kyoto had dwindled to fewer than 10, yet these remaining specters were likely formidable adversaries. To linger in the human realm, specters must absorb human vitality and yang energy. The more they consume, the stronger they become. According to Xikong Xian, he had encountered a peak-level specter a couple of days ago, which not only possessed immense power but also exhibited a hint of rationality, nearly leading to his downfall. With a grave expression, Lynch scrutinized the 7-story residential building before him, sensing an overwhelming aura of resentment and death, nearly manifesting as a realm of specters. It was probable that the inhabitants of this building had all perished. On the 5th floor of Unit 1, a pale, twisted face emerged beside the curtains. 2 pitch-black eyes filled with malice fixed intently upon him. As Lynch cast his gaze in that direction, the visage vanished in an instant. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, Lynch calmly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Xikong Xian's number. "Brother Xikong, please come to my location," he urged. "What's the matter?" came the reply. "It seems there is more than one specter here, and the malevolence is so dense that it is almost forming a specter realm. I fear I cannot handle it alone. The address is Happiness Apartment, Guangtu Road, District 3, East City." "All right, do not enter yet. I will arrive in 10 minutes, Xikong Xian responded nonchalantly. After hanging up, Lynch noticed a man in a delivery uniform stopping in front of the apartment building on a small electric bike, at the entrance of Unit 1. Swiftly, Lynch stepped in front of him, brandishing the Zhuangqing division's token. "You cannot enter. This area is sealed," he stated firmly. The delivery man, head bowed, did not glance at Lynch, stubbornly attempting to push past with his food container, muttering, "I'm going to be late. Only 2 minutes left. And they'll dock my pay." Lynch, growing impatient, reached out to push the man's shoulder, only to suddenly catch a whiff of a foul, decomposing odor, causing his expression to shift dramatically. At that moment, the delivery man was merely an arm's length away. He abruptly raised his head, and beneath the cap was a face nearly entirely consumed by decay, with several white maggots writhing in the eye sockets. The delivery man spoke softly. "Why don't you come inside with me?" With that, he pushed Lin Shi forcefully, attempting to shove him through the entrance of the apartment building. Chapter 52. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shi swiftly evaded, utilizing a technique that allowed him to vanish from sight and reappear several dozen meters away. The delivery man's movements became somewhat awkward. He turned to gaze at Lin Shi, revealing a peculiar smile before stepping into the apartment building, vanishing from view. Was that a specter? Lin Shi exhaled deeply, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It seemed that the entities within this residential building were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Had he allowed that specter to push him inside? Who could fathom what might have occurred? At that moment, the sound of sirens echoed from a distance, several police cars flashing red and blue lights. Hastily arriving near the residential building, armed officers disembarked from their vehicles, quickly erecting a cordon, while others dispersed the gathering crowd. Fortunately, this residential building was situated in a relatively remote area, with few inhabitants, making it easy to clear the vicinity of residents to a distance of 200 meters. A police officer adorned with epaulets approached Lin Shi. After inquiring about the situation, he promptly made a phone call. Lin Shi faintly caught words such as military, missile, explosion, and bombing. Upon hanging up, the officer addressed Lin Shi. "Consultant Lin, please retreat with us to a distance of 200 meters. In 5 minutes, this building will be demolished." Lin Shi was taken aback. "Demolished?" The officer clarified. "Indeed, Consultant Lin. This procedure is standard for areas that are about to form or have already formed a ghost domain. Shortly, the Longway base will deploy a J-20 fighter jet to drop 2 300-kilogram bombs, precisely annihilating this building. Lynch furrowed his brow. What if there are still living people inside? The officer chuckled, gesturing towards the building in a region that has already become a ghost domain. It is impossible for any living souls to survive. Even practitioners at the chi refinement stage would not last long without protective treasures. Moreover, the dangers of a ghost domain far exceed imagination. It gradually expands, radiating into surrounding areas, siphoning the surrounding yang energy and vitality. The black mist that appeared that day was, in fact, a large-scale ghost domain, fortunately extinguished by a remarkable individual. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The remarkable individual the officer referred to was evidently the old beggar. A ghost domain has formed? Lin Chi surveyed the scene, realizing that, unbeknownst to him, the residential building had already been shrouded in a faint black mist, obscuring any view of the interior. Consultant Lin, your task is to prevent any lingering specters from escaping after the building is demolished. Lin Chi regarded the confident officer before him and inquired. You are not an ordinary police officer, are you? May I ask your name? The officer chuckled heartily, introducing himself as Lung Feng, a former member of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces, now a humble police officer with a wealth of experience. At that moment, Sikong Xian finally arrived, and upon seeing that Lin Chi was unharmed, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief interval, Lung Feng received a transmission through his earpiece and picked up the walkie-talkie. Attention all departments, precision bombing is about to commence. Please ensure your safety. Simultaneously, in the distance, a J-20 fighter jet approached at high speed, flying merely 300 to 400 meters above the ground. As it neared the residential buildings, it released 2 300-kilogram bombs. Accompanied by a deafening explosion and blinding flames, the building engulfed by the ghostly domain was instantaneously reduced to rubble. These bombs appeared to be specially designed to combat supernatural entities. Lin Chi sensed a potent energy emanating from the aftermath of the explosion, an essence that transcended mere technological advancement. A gust of wind swept across Lin Chi's face, prompting him to squint his eyes. Through the smoke and debris of the collapsed building, he discerned a shadowy figure. The three-dimensional CNC compass in his hand emitted an alarm. And exchanging a glance with Sikong Xian, they both rushed towards the silhouette. As they approached, Lin Chi finally discerned the figure's appearance. It was a towering, muscular humanoid creature with a greenish face and sharp fangs, garbed in ancient black official attire adorned with a mythical beast, the Bien, clutching a bundle of icy chains. The creature looked disheveled, its clothing tattered with gaping burns, and its hair unkempt, presenting a state of utter disarray. Was this a ghostly enforcer? Lin Chi shook his head, for he could sense a heavy aura of resentment and malice emanating from the entity. If it were indeed a ghostly enforcer, such overwhelming bitterness could not exist. It suggested a profound injustice suffered or numerous lives taken. The green-faced specter slowly lifted its head, staggering forward, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light as they fixed upon Lin Chi and Sikong Xian. Brimming with boundless hatred and bitterness, you mere mortals dare to strike at me. A malevolent aura, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, emanated from the ghastly figure, pressing down upon Lin Chi and Sikong Xian. They exchanged knowing glances and drew their weapons. Lin Chi unsheathed his Jiaoan alloy sword, infusing it with the searing energy of the 9 Yang True Qi, causing the blade to radiate with brilliance as he poised it before him, ready for the impending confrontation. Sikong Xian and Lin Chi stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. The former swiftly retrieved a striking crimson 6-barrel Gatling gun from his storage pouch, accompanied by a massive ammunition box filled with intricately engraved special bullets, all neatly arranged within an elongated belt. Sikong Xian cast a curious glance at Lin Chi and remarked, "My dear Lin, you haven't been relying solely on your sword to vanquish those malevolent spirits, have you?" Lin Chi sheathed his Jiaoan alloy sword and, turning to Sikong Xian, shrugged his shoulders in response to the green-faced specter. Sikong Xian smiled shyly. With a furious roar, the green-faced ghost charged at Sikong Xian, enveloped in a dense aura of malevolence and darkness. Sikong Xian gripped the handles of the Gatling gun tightly, channeling his formidable and fervent true energy through the intricate patterns etched into the gun-ass barrel. In an instant, the barrel spun rapidly, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets, each ignited with crimson flames, aimed directly at the advancing specter. In the span of a second, he discharged over 100 engraved bullets. Initially, the green-faced ghost managed to wield its chains, resisting the onslaught for a brief moment, but soon it was forced to retreat, ultimately suffering a shattered leg. Sikong Xian showed no signs of stopping as countless engraved bullets rained down upon the fallen specter. In its final moments, the green-faced ghost let out a defiant roar before being obliterated into fragments, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Chapter 53, February 1st, morning. In the tranquil chamber. The sandalwood and the purple clay incense burner had burned out, the wisps of blue smoke fading away. Lynch, seated on a meditation cushion, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. News arrived from the Seacone Observatory indicating that the malevolent creature vanquished yesterday was, in fact, the last one, finally granting Lynch some respite. Through this period of rigorous training, his mastery over the soul had surged remarkably, advancing from visualizing 6 images to 7. The speed at which he refined the power of moonlight had also escalated, while his spiritual strength soared in tandem. The ethereal form of the white tiger had been etched with such precision that every detail was vividly apparent, towering over 5 meters in height. Should he succeed in fully materializing the white tiger into a physical entity, reaching a height of 9 zhang, he would qualify for a breakthrough into the realm of. Lynch opened his eyes, exhaling slowly, and stepped out of the tranquil chamber. Utilizing the technique of void passage, he swiftly traversed the air, arriving at the foot of a towering city wall in the heart of the capital within moments. Sign-in location discovered. Imperial City of Longhua. Remaining sign-in attempts for this month. 1. Total sign-in attempts available at this location. 33. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Congratulations, host. Your fortune shines brightly. You have received a drop of heart's blood from the 3-legged golden crow. Lynch felt a jolt of excitement. Could it be the heart's blood of the legendary 3-legged golden crow? Lynch had yet to comprehend the situation when an overwhelming and searing force, as if capable of incinerating all existence, surged from an unknown source within him. A pure white flame manifested upon his skin, enveloping him entirely and instantly reducing his garments to mere ashes. Fortunately, the brilliance of this white flame rivaled that of the sun itself, ensuring that, despite his lack of clothing, no one could behold his form. Lynch's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately employed the technique of ethereal traversal. Disregarding the consumption of his vital energy, with a single step, he traversed hundreds of meters and within moments returned to the ancestral home of the Lin family. At that moment, the system's notification arrived belatedly. Due to the host's insufficient cultivation level, the system has assisted the host in refining the heart's blood of the 3-legged golden crow. Damn it! Lynch exclaimed as he rushed into the meditation chamber. A more intense white flame erupted from his body, and despite his efforts to maintain control, he suddenly felt an inexplicable force invade his mind, disrupting his thoughts. In an instant, he lost consciousness. The increasingly violent and searing energy surged forth from within, melting the walls into molten rock, yet soon after, the white flame was drawn back into Lynch's being. In the upper right corner of his vision, the red tome representing the sign-in system flickered twice, seemingly emitting a sigh. Oh dear. Meanwhile, in a derelict temple in a small town over 100 miles from the capital, an old beggar lay lazily dozing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed toward the direction of the capital, furrowing his brow before lowering his head to calculate. Sun's true fire? 3-legged golden crow? Haven't those foolish birds perished long ago? Lynch gradually regained consciousness, realizing he lay naked upon the ground, surrounded by walls and a floor charred and pockmarked as if reshaped by some cataclysmic force. Attempting to retrieve his phone, he discovered it had been incinerated. Fortunately, the quality of the Qianquan ring on his finger remained intact. He tapped his forehead and hurriedly procured a spare phone from the ring. Upon connecting to the network, the date displayed is February 2nd, and he exhaled in relief. If the refining of the heart's blood of the 3-legged golden crow delayed his impending nuptials, it would be disastrous. Lynch began to keenly sense the changes within his body, entering a state of introspection. Within his dantian, the 9-yang true qi appeared to shimmer with an additional layer of white radiance, transforming the dantian and qi si into a veritable sea of flames, where lava churned incessantly. At the center of this fiery expanse resided a small sun-like entity, radiating intense light. Contrary to Lynch's expectations, he had presumed that the central sun would emit heat. However, after careful observation, Lynch overturned his previous conjecture that small sun was incessantly absorbing heat from the surroundings, subsequently releasing radiance to nurture the 9-yang true qi. Consequently, the temperature of the air surrounding Lynch had plummeted even further. Was this a reduction of entropy? An anti-entropy effect? Those who have attended high school are aware that, according to the second law of thermodynamics, energy invariably flows from regions of higher concentration to those of lower concentration within a closed system, transitioning from order to disorder. Yet, this small sun exhibited a stark contrast, capable of drawing heat from areas of lower temperature, resulting in an exceedingly intense and abundant energy within Lynch's body, while the temperature around him was several degrees cooler than in other locales. Suddenly, a phrase from Laozi's Tao Te Ching echoed in Lynch's mind. The way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and supplement the insufficient. The way of humanity is to diminish the insufficient and augment the surplus. This aphorism elucidates the rationale behind the widening gap between the rich and the poor in human society, regardless of whether it be a capitalist or socialist structure. Contemplating this, Lynch retrieved a windproof lighter from the Qianquan ring and ignited it, applying its flame to his fingertip. Instead of experiencing any discomfort, he felt a subtle, nearly imperceptible warmth flowing into his finger, coursing through his meridians and converging in his dantian, where it was ultimately consumed by the small sun. Lynch rummaged through his belongings and extracted a gasoline torch and a butane canister. Upon igniting it and directing the flame toward his hand, he immediately sensed a powerful surge of heat rushing through his meridians and into the dantian, only to be devoured by the small sun in an instant. A pleasurable hum escaped Lynch's lips. Half an hour later, when the butane canister was depleted, Lynch reluctantly ceased his actions. After absorbing the heat emitted from an entire canister of butane, the intensity of the nine-yang true qi within him had escalated under the small sun's radiance. Lynch proceeded to the bathroom, intending to take a shower. However, upon gazing into the mirror, he was momentarily stunned. The reflection revealed his hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, and within his black pupils, a luminous white flame seemed to be perpetually churning and burning unceasingly. Chapter 54. The initial phases of the wedding progressed remarkably smoothly. The guest list was abundant, comprising half of Zhou Fu's relatives and friends, and the other half consisting of comrades from the martial world. Notably, on the day of the wedding, numerous dignitaries attended, including ministers, generals, esteemed scholars, and various notables. Even the emperor, who had but a dragon throne remaining, sent gifts of congratulation. There were also several practitioners of the Dharma realm present. Among those known to Lynch were the 5th Mirror Master Si Kongshan and the 1st Mirror Master Lu Jingqing. These eminent figures of the Dharma realm were friends of Zhou Yong, possessing an established rapport. Moreover, 2 unexpected guests arrived: Yun Bo, the esteemed disciple of the Xinshu sect, and Lin Wenjun, who had suffered a broken tooth at the hands of Lin Qi. It appeared that these two had long conspired to create a commotion on this day. Yun Bo, emboldened by his identity as a disciple of the Xinshu sect, acted without restraint, proclaiming his intent to seek justice for his junior brother while exuding an aura of innate peak mastery. However, upon noticing the presence of dozens of innate martial artists and several eminent figures of the Dharma realm, Yun Bo was momentarily taken aback, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Meanwhile, his foolish junior brother continued to incite trouble. In a fit of anger, he struck Lin Wenjun across the face, knocking out several of the gold teeth recently affixed in his mouth. He then awkwardly offered apologies, retreating in disgrace. After all, it was a day of great celebration. Despite being immensely infuriated, Zhou Yong refrained from immediately confronting Yun Bo and Lin Wenjun, choosing instead to swallow his anger for the time being. Later, amidst the blessings of the gathering, Lin Qi and Zhou Hong successfully exchanged vows and became husband and wife. Once the formalities were completed, Lin Qi remained to entertain the guests while Zhou Hong was ushered into the bridal chamber to await her husband. In the deep of night, after sending away the rowdy guests, Lin Qi entered the bridal chamber. "Are you done with your tasks, my dear husband?" Zhou Hong inquired. Seated elegantly on the edge of the expansive bed, clad in a resplendent crimson wedding gown, her veil now removed, the gentle fragrance of incense wafted through the room, stirring Lin Qi's heart with anticipation. He hastily approached Zhou Hong, captivated by her exquisite features. Grasping her chin with one hand while encircling her slender waist with the other, he gently pressed his lips against hers. Moments later, as Zhou Hong struggled to catch her breath, Lin Qi finally released her. Their lips parted, leaving a delicate strand of moisture between them. Zhou Hong, slightly breathless and blushing, cast a playful glare at Lin Qi. She gently pushed away the eager Lin Qi and walked to the table, pouring 2 cups of wine. "My dear husband, let us share a cup of wine," she said, her eyes brimming with affection. Lin Qi nodded, moving closer to Zhou Hong, raising his cup to toast with hers. Their arms intertwined as they drank, the sharp liquor flowing down their throats. One hand resting on Zhou Hong's slender waist, Lin Qi half squatted, while the other hand stealthily crept to the curve of her leg. At her startled gasp, he swiftly lifted her, tossing her onto the bed. Without delay, Lin Qi shed his wedding attire, revealing his strong physique. Zhou Hong's cheeks flushed crimson as she willingly removed the red veil and began to loosen her garment. "My dear husband, be gentle. We are an old married couple now," she murmured. "Darling, how about we try something different today?" Lin Qi suggested playfully. "What do you mean?" Zhou Hong asked, leaning against Lin Qi in confusion. Lin Qi retrieved the fish-water union technique from the Qianquan ring. In response, Zhou Hong shot him a fierce glare and exclaimed, "Where did you acquire such dark arts?" "I refuse to partake," Lin Qi calmly explained. "This is from the 2 carved koi fish we obtained at the last auction. I assure you, it is not malevolent." He continued, "If you examine the illustrations and textual explanations within, You will see that cultivating this technique will be beneficial for both of us. I won't practice, she retorted defiantly. Not practicing? Humph, we shall see. Lynch narrowed his eyes, and amidst Zhou Hong's astonished cries, he lunged forward, employing the genuine dark arts. Over 2 hours later, Lynch wiped the sweat from his brow, fixing his gaze intently upon Zhou Hong's eyes. Will you practice now? Zhou Hong, utterly disarmed, blushed profusely and timidly nodded. Lynch smiled gently, pulling her into an embrace as they began to delve into the fishwater union technique together. For the next 3 days, the couple remained ensconced within their marital chamber. They dedicated an entire day to thoroughly mastering the technique, which, while not excessively profound, proved to be quite engaging. At the moment their initial practice concluded, a tremendous surge of Yin attribute energy erupted from Zhou Hong's body, flowing into Lin Qi and racing towards his dantian. Even at the speed of a miniature sun, he struggled to fully absorb it in that instant. Simultaneously, an equally formidable Yang attribute energy surged from Lin Qi, entering Zhou Hong's being. In that moment, their energies began to intertwine, establishing a circulatory flow between them. With each cycle, the quality and quantity of their true energy ascended to a new level. Furthermore, their souls seemed to transcend the confines of their physical forms, merging in an enigmatic state, nurturing one another. Before long, they both drifted into a deep slumber. After some time, Zhou Hong, who had been asleep, suddenly opened her eyes, a serene smile gracing her face. Yet, her demeanor seemed transformed. Her enchanting phoenix-like eyes lingered on Lin Qi's slumbering visage. She gently caressed his face, her lips curving into a soft smile as she softly murmured, "It seems I have known you for eons, my husband." Zhou Hong found herself once again in a dream, a peculiar one at that. This time, it appeared to be a memory preceding her ascension. She was the sole daughter of Li Shimin, the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty. Legend had it that upon her birth, a tempest raged, accompanied by thunder and lightning. As a phoenix descended from the west, enveloped in golden flames, ultimately perishing upon Fengqi Mountain, due to the emperor's prolonged lack of heirs. In a bid to stabilize the populace and silence the courtiers, she was raised as a boy from the moment of her birth. Regrettably, until her father's passing, he had not been blessed with even a single son or daughter. The throne naturally fell into her hands. Throughout this journey, she encountered numerous challenges, such as her royal uncle's usurpation, the exposure of her identity as a woman, conspiracies among ministers, dismissal from office, and the marginalization of imperial power. However, she ultimately resolved these issues with a decisive and formidable approach. By the time she ascended the throne, she had already become a formidable being in the celestial realm, empowered by an inexplicable technique that had emerged in her mind, rendering her unmatched in the entire Tang dynasty. One day, a gaunt old monk and a handsome celestial figure clad in white, adorned with cloud patterns and peculiar three-legged crows, arrived from the west. The celestial figure possessed a unique aura that inexplicably attracted her, and he was well-versed in a myriad of extraordinary tales. He often articulated profound insights with remarkable clarity, presenting innovative and unconventional viewpoints that starkly contrasted with the privileged young gentleman she had encountered during her time as the crown prince. Chapter 55. The sixth day of the Lunar New Year. Lin Qi and Zhou Hong departed from the Zhou residence, while Zhou Yong coincidentally received an appointment to lead a force to guard a significant entrance to a large secret realm. Lin Qi and Zhou Hong were deeply concerned for Zhou Yong's safety, yet he remained remarkably nonchalant, stating that despite the dangers of guarding the secret realm, it also presented an opportunity for him. Perhaps when they reunited in a few years, he would have transformed into a master of the. As disciples from various sects entered the capital to explore the millennia-old tomb and the secret realms that had already opened, the atmosphere became increasingly tense and fraught with anxiety. After all, many sects harbored grudges against one another, and the sight of enemies could easily ignite conflict, leading to potential bloodshed if mishandled. The Sioux New Jerseyers became increasingly busy managing these affairs. It was reported that the first group to enter the ancient tomb encountered a millennia-old corpse, resulting in heavy casualties, with only a few individuals managing to escape. The deepest part of the tomb connected to a secret realm, and according to intelligence from the STI and JIN, the rules within that secret realm were exceedingly bizarre. It was best not to enter without complete assurance. After deliberation, Lin Qi and Zhou Hong decided to return to the United States for their honeymoon and embark on a road trip in a recreational vehicle. The land of Longwo was steadily descending into chaos and peril, with catastrophic events occurring in regions beyond the capital. In contrast, the situation in the United States appeared relatively stable. They resolved to depart from New York, traversing through several major states, with their journey culminating in New Mexico. Once all plans were finalized, Lin Qi and Zhou Hong stored their belongings in the Qinquan Ring and boarded a flight back to New York. Ever since they practiced the fishwater union technique, They had developed a profound appreciation for that sensation. The Fishwater Union technique could not merely be regarded as a martial art. It would be more fitting to describe it as a method or an enhancement. Lynch and Zhou Hong merely needed to assume specific postures to channel their vital energy into a cycle, thereby achieving the desired effects without impeding their respective cultivation practices. If we were to quantify their meditation-based cultivation speed as a 10, then the pace at which they practiced the Fishwater Union technique was elevated by at least 50%. Moreover, this process never felt tedious. During this period, Lynch's spiritual cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, enabling him to visualize 8 images simultaneously. Under Lynch's influence, Zhou Hong's spiritual prowess also surged, allowing her to concurrently visualize 3 images, while her vital energy cultivation, nourished by Lynch's 9 yang vital energy, ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement. Were it known that Zhou Hong had never practiced internal arts just 2 to 3 months prior and had now become a master at the 7th level of qi refinement, it would surely leave many astounded. As the commercial aircraft gained speed, it soared into the sky, with the land of Kyoto, Dragon Country, gradually shrinking behind them. After several hours of flight, upon reaching New York City, it was already night. The plane flew over the Statue of Liberty and through the window. Lynch beheld the blazing inferno below. Indeed, New York remained unchanged. One could only wonder what significant events had transpired during his time away. Gazing at the sea of flames, he noticed the traffic congestion, with neon lights flickering incessantly and the ordinary populace scurrying about like headless flies. A helicopter above was struck by a red beam, resulting in a dramatic explosion in midair. Where were Spider-Man and Stark? Lynch pondered, stroking his chin. What on earth was happening? He gently patted Zhou Hong's hand, reassuring her. It's nothing. It seems another monster has appeared. Isn't that just typical of New York? No sooner had Lynch spoken than the plane suddenly jolted violently, tilting as if it had collided with something. Thick white smoke erupted from the left wingtip vortex generator, which then snapped off, causing the aircraft to lose control and spiral downward at an alarming rate. Lynch and Zhou Hong exchanged a knowing glance, a bitter smile escaping their lips. This was truly unfortunate. Panic ensued in the cabin as passengers screamed in terror, luggage flying about chaotically. A flight attendant, who had been standing in the aisle, collided headfirst with the corner of a hard seat, her head bursting like a watermelon, spraying red and white brain matter across nearby passengers. Just as the plane was about to crash into a skyscraper, the captain desperately attempted to regain control, but to no avail. Hold on to me, Lynch instructed Zhou Hong, steadying her shoulder with one hand. Having endured so much and having resumed her martial arts training, Zhou Hong faced the danger with newfound courage. Her gaze towards Lynch imbued with steadfast trust. With a decisive strike, Lynch shattered a section of the aircraft's body, including the window, creating a large opening. He stepped through, taking Zhou Hong with him, as they found themselves suspended several hundred meters above the ground. In the next moment, the aircraft spiraled and collided with a towering skyscraper, a scene of such grandeur that the explosion's magnitude rivaled that of the tragic events on September 11, 2001, when terrorists commandeered planes and struck the Pentagon. Lynch swiftly escorted Zhou Hong back to her villa in Manhattan. Wait here for a moment. I shall investigate the situation, Lynch stated. Zhou Hong nodded, cautioning, be careful and don't get hurt. She refrained from overly dramatic objections, recognizing that as a martial artist, Lynch could not easily succumb to fear or retreat. Moreover, she held unwavering confidence in his abilities. Rest assured, I shall be safe, Lynch assured her, donning the mask of 1,000 illusions. 20 minutes prior, the speaker addressed the crowd with an air of confidence, acknowledging the distress some felt due to the online footage depicting his thwarting of terrorists, which inadvertently harmed innocent civilians. I merely wish to convey that I share your sentiments. I, too, am deeply saddened, he remarked, microphone in hand, addressing the silenced protesters. No one desires to see the innocent suffer, do they? Unfortunately, the malevolent minds among us do not share this sentiment, and thus, such tragedies occur. His words positioned him alongside the protesters, yet he deftly absolved himself of responsibility, exhibiting no trace of remorse or apology. The attendees, however, were not foolish. His rhetoric did little to quell their fury, instead igniting it further. Initially daunted by his power, their hearts now swelled with unbridled rage. Has this occurred before? One individual seized upon a flaw in the speaker's argument, posing a question. Before he could respond, another interjected, how many times has it happened? No. What I mean is, our goals are aligned, are they not? The speaker, observing the wrathful faces before him, faltered, stammering, that is to protect our nation. Is it only the lives of Americans that warrant protection? A female voice challenged. Certainly not. If you have served alongside those valiant soldiers, you would understand that freedom comes at a cost. He articulated his inner thoughts, inadvertently igniting the crowd's ire further, provoking a torrent of vitriol directed at him. You have no right to speak for us. declared a former black soldier. Patriot, you scoundrel, a butcher indifferent to human life. You are unqualified to represent us. Step down. You have no authority to enforce the law. You should be imprisoned. As the patriot's forehead throbbed with visible veins, he struggled to contain his fury. All right, everyone. Please calm down. Do not let your rage extinguish your reason. Yet, the crowd remained unyielding, their anger surging. Get lost. Step down. Kneel. Murderer. Silence. The patriot gritted his teeth. You have no right to speak for us. Gradually, the crowd echoed in unison. You have no right to speak for us. The patriot's expression darkened ominously. I said, be quiet. You have no right. His face remained impassive, the microphone in his hand crushed to pieces. You have no right. Chapter 56. Silence. The patriot bellowed, his voice overpowering all present. The crowd, momentarily stunned by this tremendous outburst, soon erupted into even more brazen insults directed at him. In the next instant, the patriot's eyes glowed with a crimson light, two scorching beams slicing through the dense crowd, cleaving countless individuals in half. Blood gushed forth, entrails strewn across the ground, and those severed did not perish immediately, writhing in agony. Ha! The patriot's voice, somewhat hoarse, erupted into raucous laughter as he beheld the bloody scene he had wrought, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. You mere mortals dare to offend the divine? Only then did the surviving individuals awaken from their stupor, shrieking in terror and scurrying about like headless flies. A police officer, initially tasked with maintaining order, drew his firearm and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the patriot, the projectile striking his face, yet failing to harm a single hair on him. Once more, the patriot's eyes emitted scorching rays, bisecting the officer. With a grotesque smile upon his face, his eyes flickering with crimson, he swept his lethal gaze across the open square, claiming countless more lives. At that moment, the surrounding officers, shaken from their daze, drew their guns and opened fire on the patriot. The scorching beams once again cut through the air, and several officers wielding toy guns were similarly cleaved in two. Subsequently, the patriot leapt into the crowd, seizing a white youth who had not managed to flee by the neck, his other hand plunging into the young man's chest to extract a still-beating heart. With a bloodthirsty grin on his face, he licked the heart in the presence of the youth's terrified gaze, casually discarding the lifeless body aside. He set his sights on a middle-aged black man. Minutes later, the once crowded square lay littered with bloody corpses, while a nearby office building, under the patriot's searing gaze, was cleaved in two, along with telephone poles, streetlights, and vehicles, all utterly destroyed. The patriot sat at the edge of the podium, resembling a dark lord upon a throne of corpses. Reputation can be shattered in an instant, and now he finds himself facing the relentless pursuit of the U.S. government, as well as the entire world. Not even the What Company can come to his rescue. They might even dispatch superheroes to apprehend him. Everything appears to be lost. The patriot, with a cold sneer, resolved that if this were the case, he would trample the entire world beneath his feet and annihilate all who dared to resist. At this moment, a fleet of riot police vehicles arrived, their heavy artillery troops disembarking from transport trucks, while several armed helicopters circled ominously above. The enhanced sonic cannons originally intended for the Hulk were also deployed from the transport vehicles, now aimed directly at the patriot. From hundreds of meters away atop a high-rise building, snipers prepared their weapons, aligning their scopes with the patriot's forehead. General Ross, seated in one of the armed helicopters, gazed down in astonishment at the patriot below. Just that evening, he had captured Banner, only to be informed by the military of the need to apprehend this individual from the What Company. In truth, General Ross had long been intrigued by the fifth compound of the What Company. However, the company possessed military backing and commanded numerous superpowered individuals, making it unwise for even him to provoke them, let alone take action against the What Company itself. From another armed helicopter, a colonel under General Ross's command brandished a megaphone and declared, "Patriot, kneel immediately and clasp your hands atop your head. Surrender or face the consequences." Me? Kneel? Surrender? Face the consequences? A high-energy thermal beam, forged from molten gold and iron, streaked across the night sky, cleaving the helicopter in two. The beam struck the fuel tank, resulting in a violent explosion that bloomed like fireworks in the night. Debris from the helicopter soared into the air, caught in the jet stream of a civilian aircraft. In the next moment, soldiers armed with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers unleashed a torrent of fire upon the patriot. Two sonic cannons were also activated, emitting deafening, high-energy infrasonic waves that could easily shatter human bodies, encasing the patriot in a prison of sound. Simultaneously, snipers on the distant high-rise squeezed the triggers of their anti-material rifles, sending a 145mm armor-piercing round hurtling toward the patriot's forehead at nearly twice the speed of sound. The patriot roared in fury as his thermal vision instantly obliterated the two sonic cannons. In a flash, he reached out with lightning speed, seizing the armor-piercing round aimed at his forehead. Yet, the Patriot's physical defenses were not infinite. The round, designed to penetrate tank armor, pierced his skin and embedded itself deep within his palm, with a portion of the projectile protruding from the back of his hand. At this juncture, an overwhelming barrage of fire rained down upon the Patriot. However, apart from the initial armor-piercing round, none of the onslaught managed to inflict any harm upon him. Amidst the hail of gunfire, the soldiers of the motherland unleashed two beams of thermal energy, striking down several unprepared soldiers. However, when these beams collided with the armored vehicle, their impact was minimal, leaving only shallow indentations. With a single stride, a soldier from the motherland deftly evaded an armor-piercing round, instantly covering dozens of meters, and dispatched a sniper perched hundreds of meters away atop a skyscraper with a direct shot. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the 20-ton armored vehicle tumbling several times. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the street, a green-skinned giant, grotesque with protruding bone spurs, surged onto the thoroughfare, roaring as he overturned obstructive vehicles, charging towards the American soldiers who relentlessly fired upon the soldiers of the motherland. The creature, filled with contempt, cast a glance at the soldiers of the motherland, undeterred by the bullets, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "I require a more formidable opponent, and you are quite suitable." He lifted a troop carrier as if it were a mere sandbag, hurling it, along with several soldiers inside, towards the soldiers of the motherland. "What kind of monster is this?" The soldier from the motherland furrowed his brow, easily evading the assault. In the helicopter, several officers directed their gazes towards General Ross, whose expression bore a hint of sorrow. "Sir, what are our orders?" General Ross, maintaining his composure, calmly responded into the radio. "Order all military forces to be redeployed to the Harlem district." Chapter 57. Bruce Banner inhaled deeply, resolute in his decision. "Let me go." Banner's girlfriend, Betty, exclaimed anxiously. "What are you saying? Do you think you can control it?" Banner quickly shook his head. "Not control, but utilize. Let me go. Only I can stop them," he urged. "Open the rear cabin door." General Ross regarded Banner intently, ultimately nodding slightly. Previously, he had perceived Banner merely as a monster, one who transformed into a green giant when enraged. Yet at this moment, he genuinely acknowledged Banner's potential. General Ross gestured to the pilot, and the rear door of the armed helicopter descended. With unwavering determination, Banner advanced towards the exit, bidding farewell to Betty with a kiss before plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters. Lynch donned an oversized white robe, his face morphing into a swirling yellow vortex. Wielding the shadow sword in his right hand, he stood atop a building, observing the fierce clash between the soldiers of the motherland and the creature of contempt below. The two combatants were evenly matched. The creature, endowed with formidable resilience and recovery, seemed almost impervious to the thermal beams from the soldiers of the motherland. Meanwhile, the soldiers maintained aerial superiority, forcing the creature to continuously hurl various objects, both large and small, at them, only for these to be swatted away or dodged. The spectacle of battle was truly magnificent, akin to a live-action special effects film. Lynch watched with great interest, nearly tempted to retrieve popcorn, chips, and a soda from his dimensional pocket. Unlike the Hulk, Abomination does not grow stronger with increasing rage. On the contrary, after a period of combat, Abomination's stamina has evidently diminished. With a furious roar, Abomination leaps several dozen meters into the air, concealing a broken lamppost behind his back while extending one clawed hand towards the Patriot. After a fierce exchange, the Patriot finally discerns the truth behind his adversary. In the eyes of the Patriot, Abomination is merely a brute endowed with immense strength, yet lacking in intellect. His thick hide renders it nearly impossible for the Patriot's heat vision to inflict significant harm. With a cold smirk, the Patriot easily evades Abomination's claws, only to suddenly suffer a heavy blow to the back of his head, plunging him into darkness as his body crashes to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a mocking grin, Abomination discards the twisted, malformed lamppost and strides toward the Patriot, placing a foot on his chest. With claws mutated from his toes digging into the Patriot's waist, simultaneously pressing down with over a ton of weight. Cursed, the Patriot shakes his head to regain his senses, only to see the green-skinned monstrosity upon him, unleashing his heat vision in an attempt to force Abomination back, yet to little effect. A powerful fist from Abomination crashes into the Patriot's face, interrupting his abilities, followed by a relentless barrage of punches that create a massive crater in the ground. Though Abomination strikes are heavy, they fail to inflict substantial damage, leaving the Patriot disoriented and in a state of utter disarray. After delivering dozens of blows, one of Abomination's fists is suddenly caught. The Patriot, face contorted with rage, grips Abomination's wrist and bellows, "How dare you? I will surely kill you." Desiring to rise, the Patriot finds himself incapable of exerting any force from his supine position. Abomination coldly retorts you. With that, his other fist, the size of a tire, crashes down once more, leaving the Patriot bewildered. At that moment, a similarly sized green figure delivers a punch to Abomination's head, causing him to stagger. The Hulk effortlessly scoops up the fallen Patriot, grasping his legs and wielding him as a weapon against Abomination. The Patriot initially perceives this as salvation, only to be disoriented once more as he is hurled toward Abomination. Although the Patriot possesses considerable strength, it pales in comparison to that of the two green behemoths before him. The Patriot, raised in the laboratories of the Vortex Corporation and groomed as a superhero from a young age, now finds himself consumed by rage after having taken countless innocent lives, leaving him no path of redemption and thus resolved to become the ruler of the world. In a fleeting moment, two monstrous beings imparted a harsh lesson. The Hulk grasped the feet of the Patriot, wielding his body as if it were a pair of nunchaku, engaging in a fierce battle with Abomination for dozens of rounds. Ultimately, through sheer might, he subdued Abomination beneath his foot. Casually discarding the Patriot's body, Hulk seized a robust iron chain, tightening it around Abomination's neck. Despite Abomination's desperate struggles, his efforts proved futile, and he was eventually strangled to death. At that moment, the battered Patriot ascended into the sky, casting a furious gaze upon the green figure below, his eyes gleaming with a crimson glow as he prepared to unleash his heat vision. Yet, in the next instant, a slender red line appeared on his neck. The Patriot was momentarily stunned, attempting to turn and glance at the figure in white behind him, but his head fell away, a fountain of blood erupting from his severed neck, resembling a crimson geyser. The headless corpse plummeted alongside its lifeless head. On the ground, the Hulk gazed skyward at the pristine figure in white, unleashing a furious roar as he leapt into the air. "I have no desire to fight you," Lynch declared, shaking his head, stepping forward and vanishing from the Hulk's view. Chapter 58. Tony, how have you been lately? At Stark Tower, Lynch made an uninvited entrance onto the rooftop, where Tony Stark was engrossed in his work at the workstation. "Could you possibly use the front door when you come over?" Tony remarked, glancing back at his unexpected visitor, veins visibly throbbing on his forehead. "That would be such a hassle. I'd have to take the elevator. Wasting time." Lynch shrugged, casually opening a bottle of wine. "Have you married Miss Jo?" Tony inquired, noticing the ring adorning Lynch's left hand. Lynch nodded in affirmation. "I apologize. I happened to encounter some issues recently and couldn't attend your wedding with Miss Jo," Tony said regretfully. "It's of no consequence. Whether one attends or not matters little. The gift has been delivered," Lynch replied. Tony responded with a perplexed expression. Lynch reclined on the sofa, taking a sip of the wine. "Tony, given our deep bond, why not craft me a suit of intelligent armor?" Lynch suggested. Tony shot Lynch a disdainful glance. "Lynch, your audacity seems to have grown exponentially." He continued, "The news is rife with reports of your alleged murder of the Patriot, and the government has issued a bounty on you. Aren't you the least bit concerned about exposing your identity, coming here like this? You want to betray my identity. So what do I have to fear?" Lynch retorted, slightly exasperated. "Are these government officials completely devoid of common sense? I eliminated a dangerous murderer for them, and they turn around to hunt me?" Stark shook his head. "According to my sources, the Water Group and General Ross from the U.S. military are now keeping an eye on you. Strangely, after your departure that day, the Patriot and the detestable corpse were transported away by General Ross. Yet the Water Group did not seem to engage in any conflict with him, suggesting that a certain agreement may have been reached between them. With the demise of the Patriot, the formidable team of 7 superheroes has now dwindled to 6, each possessing remarkable abilities. Furthermore, the Water Group commands an indeterminate number of superhuman reserves, whose strength is unparalleled." Contemplating this, Lynch drained his glass of wine and inquired, "Tony, do you believe you can contend with an opponent like the Patriot now?" Tony Stark responded with unwavering confidence. "If you had asked me 2 months ago, I would have hesitated. However, I assure you that the Patriot's heat vision cannot even mar the paint of my armor." Lynch, in a serious tone, replied, "Tony, if I am to take action against the Water Group, would you assist me? Have you lost your mind? Why confront the Water Group?" Tony furrowed his brow. "It is not I who seeks conflict. Rather, they will come after me. Given the Water Group's might, it is only a matter of time before they find me." Lynch shook his head. His greatest vulnerability lay in the aircraft incident that occurred in New York, where he and Zhou Hong miraculously survived. If someone were to pay attention to this anomaly, Lynch would undoubtedly face scrutiny once more, and at that point, he could not evade the truth. The chaos of New York was overwhelming, with countless factions keeping a watchful eye. Lynch continued, "Tony, I refuse to believe that you have not heard anything about the Water Group's nefarious dealings." After a moment of silence, Tony replied, "There are far too many injustices in this world for me to address, and I have no desire to involve myself." Lynch, "Heed my advice. The Water Group's waters run deep, and you should not act recklessly. Consider this, substance V, which can shatter human limits and amplify physical attributes 10 to 20-fold. Even grant superhuman abilities, how many factions worldwide covet it. Yet, it remains securely in the hands of the Water Group, never having leaked out. The Patriot is merely the most powerful superhero the Water Group has chosen to showcase. With a sigh, Tony added, but rest assured, if the Water Group ever moves against you, I will not stand idly by. Lynch gazed deeply at Tony and said, your words are enough, brother. Rising, he made his way to the balcony. The wine is finished. I shall pay a visit to Spider-Man. Wait, Lynch. Lynch turned back, questioning, what is it? Stark held out a sleek black metal case, saying, this is for you. Inside is my latest armor design, lightweight, purely defensive, without any weaponry. It should suit you warriors perfectly. Lynch nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to voice his gratitude, knowing such words might create distance between them. He placed the case into his interdimensional ring and, with a gentle push of his foot, vanished from the balcony of Stark Tower. In the humble abode of the little spider, Uncle Parker, having recently resigned, reclined in a rocking chair at the entrance, perusing a magazine. Although he had lost an arm some time ago, his health had remarkably improved. Lynch approached, carrying a box of traditional Lantern Festival treats from the Dragon Kingdom. Uncle, how have you been? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Uncle Parker set aside the magazine and looked up at Lynch with delight. It's been a while, Lynn. Indeed, Lynch replied, lifting the gift box slightly. I just returned from the Dragon Kingdom, and this is a present for you, Lantern Festival delicacies from my homeland. Uncle Parker accepted the box with a broad smile. Thank you. Come in. I'll have May make you some Spanish meat pies. Sure. It's been ages since I've had one of May's meat pies, Lynch chuckled. Whereas Peter? I haven't seen him. Oh, he went to visit Dr. Octavius, Uncle Parker explained. Dr. Octavius? Lynch furrowed his brow, trying to recall where he had heard that name before. May descended the stairs, beaming as she greeted Lynch. Lynn, it's wonderful to see you. How was your time in the Dragon Kingdom? Lynch raised his left hand, smiling. It was splendid. I married Zhou Hong. May's face lit up with joy. Wow. Congratulations. A love story fulfilled. I regret not being able to attend your wedding. The Dragon Kingdom is quite distant, and I couldn't afford the expensive airfare. Lynch quickly reassured her, I hold no grievance against you, May. As May headed into the kitchen, she remarked, I've recently learned to make takoyaki from the Fusang region, and I just bought several pounds of fresh baby octopus. You must try it. Baby octopus? Lynch suddenly recalled something. May. I just remembered, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Turning back, May's tone shifted to one of displeasure. You're leaving? At least stay for a meal first. Uncle Parker gazed unwaveringly at Lynch. May, it's truly important. How about tomorrow? I promise I'll come. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, May sighed. Very well. Go take care of your business, but you must come tomorrow. Lynch nodded earnestly. All right, May, Uncle, I will certainly return at this time tomorrow. With that, Lynch swiftly exited, making his way to a secluded corner where he donned a loose gray suit and a mask of illusions, transforming into the visage of a middle-aged Caucasian man. He quickly searched for the location of Dr. Octavius' technology exhibition on his phone, pinpointed the direction, and with a flicker of movement, vanished from sight, only to reappear over 100 meters in the air. Dr. Octavius, the future Dr. Octopus, stood at the forefront of an extraordinary technological exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, my wife and I extend our heartfelt welcome to each of you this afternoon. However, before we commence, I would like to inquire if anyone has misplaced a bundle of cash secured with a rubber band? Dr. Octavius inquired with utmost seriousness. The audience exchanged glances. And he continued, we have just discovered the rubber band used to bind the money. Laughter erupted from the crowd, followed by applause. Dr. Octavius chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging. A rather poor joke. Thank you for your attendance. Today, you shall witness the birth of a groundbreaking energy technology based on nuclear fusion, a safe and renewable energy source capable of providing affordable electricity for all. Dr. Octavius proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Now, allow me to introduce my assistant. With a flourish, Dr. Octavius unveiled 4 mechanical arms crafted from a resilient alloy designed to withstand extreme temperatures. These arms were specifically engineered to operate this nuclear fusion system. They are entirely impervious to heat and magnetic fields. Chapter 59 commenced as Dr. Octavius, with his wife's assistance, donned the octopus-like mechanical appendages. As several needles pierced his spinal nerves, he successfully established a mental link with the mechanical arms. The audience gasped at this sight, while Dr. Octavius merely furrowed his brow, remaining unfazed. Peter, I believe this contraption would suit you quite well, a familiar voice remarked. The young Spider-Man turned to find a face he had never encountered before, a Caucasian man. However, recognition dawned upon him immediately. Mr. Hannibal, it has been a long time, he expressed with surprise, though a shiver ran down his spine at the thought of such a painful apparatus. Beside him, his friend Harry Osborn inquired, who is this? Oh, Harry, Allow me to introduce you. This is my friend, Hannibal. Hannibal WIC, a doctor, Lynch added. Harry extended his hand with a smile. Greetings, Mr. WIC. You are the son of Norman Osborn, chairman of Oscorp, I presume? It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Lynch displayed a businessman's demeanor, engaging warmly. True to his usual discord with his father, Harry's expression darkened momentarily at the mention of Osborn, and he shook Lynch's hand perfunctorily, withdrawing his hand coolly, indeed. Unperturbed, Lynch shrugged and redirected his gaze to Dr. Octavius, who stood still, his expression shifting frequently. After 2 minutes, he finally succeeded in operating the mechanical arms. Dr. Octavius slowly raised his hand, and simultaneously, four mechanical arms lifted in unison, their menacing claws unfurling. The onlookers gazed at this sci-fi spectacle, their mouths agape and exclamations of astonishment escaping their lips. These intelligent appendages are governed by my mind, with commands transmitted through my spinal nerves. Nanoscopic wires are intricately embedded in my cerebellum, capable of discerning various electrical signals communicated by my brain. Thus, I am able to manipulate these mechanical arms to perform operations in environments beyond human endurance. A female reporter posed a question. If these mechanical arms are as intelligent as you claim, could it be that you might find yourself under their control? Dr. Octavius smiled and acknowledged. You raise a very valid point. He turned, gesturing to the nape of his neck, addressing the crowd. It is precisely for this reason that I designed this suppression chip, intended to safeguard the functions of my brain, ensuring that I control them, rather than they controlling me. As he spoke, Dr. Octavius turned once more to face the audience, indicating his mechanical arms. Without further ado, let us proceed to the crucial part. Dr. Octavius strode towards the compact, controllable nuclear fusion generator, an instrument he had devoted a significant portion of his life and intellect to perfecting. As he beheld this creation, memories of a certain individual flooded his mind. How wonderful it would be if Howard Stark were still alive. We should have witnessed this pivotal moment in humanity's fate together. Now, only one final element remains. Activate the blue light, Rose, Dr. Octavius instructed his wife and assistant. Following this, he manipulated the control panel, inputting a series of commands, and a glass tube emerged from the safe. Within it lay a spherical object resembling mercury, only the size of half a ping-pong ball. This rare tritium element is essential for system operation, Dr. Octavius stated matter-of-factly, and there are only 25 pounds available on Earth. He expressed his gratitude to Harry Osborn and Oscorp for providing this precious resource. In the audience, the young heir of Oscorp displayed a subtle yet haughty smile, nonchalantly declaring, "We are more than willing to finance your endeavors, Doctor." The gathered spectators cast envious, jealous, and admiring glances towards the handsome youth at the forefront, a medley of emotions swirling among them. Harry relished this moment of attention, a temporary reprieve from the shadow of his father. The tritium sphere, confined within a powerful magnetic field, levitated at the center of the nuclear fusion generator, beginning to spin rapidly, its hue shifting from silver to gold. At that moment, Rose handed Dr. Octavius a pair of goggles, and he looked at his wife with a soft smile. Years have passed, and at long last, the project he had devoted himself to has yielded results. How could his heart not be aflame with excitement? Dr. Octavius, donning his goggles, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment to witness a pivotal point in human history has arrived." A series of lasers shot forth from the emitter, converging upon the central sphere of tritium. Under the influence of the high-energy beams, the tritium atoms entered an excited state. The golden sphere began to spin with increasing velocity, and within moments, it transformed into a small orb the size of a thumb, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light that illuminated the entire hall in a resplendent glow. Lynch was suddenly overwhelmed by an insatiable hunger for that small orb, yearning to consume it immediately. At that moment, everyone was captivated by the luminous sphere within the nuclear fusion generator, which grew larger under the high-energy beams, soon reaching the size of a fist. Abruptly, the high-energy beams ceased, and the orb expanded dramatically, transforming into a sun-like sphere the size of a human head, rotating slowly and spontaneously. Doctor, the nuclear fusion has been successfully completed, an assistant stationed before the computer screen announced. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The temperature in the hall surged, quickly rising to 30 degrees Celsius, causing many to sweat profusely. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware that something was amiss. What a remarkable spectacle, Lynch mused, noting that the surface of the small sun was at least 6,000 degrees, with core temperatures soaring to millions of degrees. In just a few seconds, the energy produced must have exceeded thousands of megawatts. Your vision at the O Group is truly commendable, he remarked, patting Harry on the shoulder. Harry, with a strained smile, replied, "Thank you." As the small sun continued to grow, its diameter expanded to approximately 50 centimeters. even releasing long solar flares that broke free from the confines of the powerful magnetic field, fortunately restrained by the magnetic field controller on the robotic arm. When the sun reached a meter in diameter, Lynch experienced a profound hunger but refrained from making any rash moves. Dr. Octavius gazed at the sun, now within arm's reach, murmuring, "The energy of the sun is now in my grasp." Suddenly, as if an unknown change had occurred, the small sun in the apparatus generated a powerful magnetic force. Breaking free from its magnetic confinement, the paperclip beneath the little spider was drawn towards the sun, and the metal lampshade above the hull began to tilt. The audience, taken aback, observed in astonishment. "What is happening?" someone inquired, but before the question could fully escape their lips, the magnetic force of the small sun intensified once more, yanking several pieces of jewelry from the necks of nearby ladies, which soared towards the sun and vanished within its depths. Even an assistant's tablet slipped from his grasp, drawn into the small sun, which now resembled an unfathomable abyss akin to the one residing deep within Lynch. The crowd gasped at the unfolding scene. Lynch urged the young Spider-Man, "Peter, quickly step outside. The situation appears dire." Nodding in acknowledgement, Spider-Man raised his voice, "Everyone, please take cover. We are too close to that mini-sun." Some heeded his warning and retreated with him, while others cast indifferent glances his way, unmoved. Dr. Octavius reassured the group, "Do not panic. We have merely reached the peak. It will stabilize shortly. However, it is prudent to maintain your distance." Despite his words, a sense of unease stirred within him, as he too was unprepared for certain developments. "Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate the premises," a blonde assistant announced emphatically. At that moment, an alarm blared from the computer, displaying two ominous red words, "System unstable." The metallic walls of the hall succumbed to a formidable magnetic force, detaching and hurtling towards the mini-sun, where they were swiftly consumed upon contact. An assistant cried out, "Doctor, we have a breach." The magnetic force of the artificial sun exceeds the constraints of the stabilizer. Before he could finish, a massive solar flare broke through the magnetic field, sweeping across the ceiling's concrete walls and effortlessly demolishing a significant section. Debris rained down, narrowly missing Dr. Octavius's wife, Rose. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the remaining individuals bolted from the laboratory, leaving only Harry, Lynch, Dr. Octavius, and his wife Rose behind. Recognizing the loss of control over the artificial sun, Harry shouted directives at Dr. Octavius, "Shut it down. Doctor, shut it down immediately." Yet, this creation represented decades of Octavius's dedication. He had waited years for this experiment. And now, when success was within grasp, he was not about to relinquish it easily. Turning to Harry, he insisted, "It will stabilize. Everything is under my control." Harry, exasperated, stomped and shouted, "I am in charge here." At that moment, a massive iron crate, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was drawn by gravity from behind, hurtling towards Harry. Hearing the commotion, he turned, but it was too late to evade it. Lynch intervened, kicking the iron crate away and patting Harry on the shoulder. "Master Harry, you must leave. It is too perilous here." Stunned, Harry looked at Lynch and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Hannibal." With a resigned glance at Dr. Octavius, he clenched his teeth and dashed from the hall. Just then, an even more powerful flare surged past the stabilizer. The magnetic intensity escalated, warping the iron frame of the glass doors over 20 meters away, sending shards of glass flying in all directions. Lynch retrieved the serpentine alloy sword from his storage ring, effortlessly intercepting all the shards of glass that flew towards him, thus saving the screaming wife of Octavius, Rose. Upon hearing her cries, Octavius swiftly turned to check on her, and upon seeing her unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, a tiny flare erupted, destroying the chip embedded in the back of Octavius's neck, unleashing a surge of electricity that rendered Dr. Octavius unconscious in an instant. Lynch shook his head in resignation and moved towards the artificial sun. The immense magnetic force threatened to wrest the sword from his grasp, prompting him to swiftly stow it away in the Chinkoan ring. He lifted the unconscious Dr. Octavius and entrusted him to his wife, Rose. This time, with Octavius's wife surviving, it was hoped that his humanity would not be extinguished, sparing them from a bloodbath. "Thank you, Rose," he said. Lynch shook his head and urged, "You should leave quickly." Rose nodded, immediately dragging her husband's heavy body away from the hall. Once everyone had departed, Lynch finally turned his gaze towards the artificial sun. At this moment, the sun, now uncontrollable, had grown increasingly larger, completely breaking free from the constraints of the magnetic field. Even Lynch could feel a wave of heat emanating from it. He removed the illusory mask and placed it into the Chinkoan ring, then resolutely approached the artificial sun, thrusting his hands into its core. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lynch fully immersed himself within the artificial sun. "Ah, it's warm and quite pleasant," he mused. The immense heat seemed to be drawn toward him, enveloping his body in an embrace reminiscent of a soothing hot spring at 40 degrees Celsius, warming him thoroughly. Endless solar energy surged into Lynch's being, transforming his physique while rapidly enhancing the quality and capacity of his 9 suns' true chi. The tremendous heat was absorbed into the small sun residing in his dantian, causing it to swell before suddenly collapsing into the form of a 3-legged golden crow, radiating an intense flame as it soared freely within Lynch's dantian sea of chi. A peculiar sensation washed over Lynch, as if he had gained an additional body, a new perspective, a heightened awareness. Under Lynch's command, the nascent essence of the 3-legged golden crow gradually came to a halt in his dantian. As Lynch opened his mouth to draw in a breath, the golden crow mirrored his actions. The artificial sun, which had been expanding outside, halted its growth and began to contract, ultimately vanishing entirely as it was consumed by Lynch. He could not help but let out a hearty belch, feeling as though he had never been so full. Observing his physique transform from emaciated to robust, he realized he had gained over 20 pounds of muscle. What a remarkable tonic. Lynch could sense that his physical strength had transcended the realm of blood and chi, surpassing even the might of a formidable practitioner. He felt capable of matching the green giant in an arm wrestling contest. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the small spider standing before him, utterly astonished by his transformation. Lynch, did you consume the artificial sun? What are you? Are you truly the Lynch I know? The small spider exclaimed, his jaw nearly dislocating from disbelief. The recent events had far exceeded his comprehension. Indeed, it was quite delectable, crisp and delightful, Lynch replied unfazed, donning a white robe retrieved from his chinquin ring. He then took out the mask of 1,000 illusions, transforming into the visage of a middle-aged Caucasian man, before stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Chapter 61, Headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Three-winged building. Is there still no lead on Hannibal? Nick Fury inquired, standing before a floor-to-ceiling window, addressing Maria Hill behind him. Not at the moment. That individual moves with remarkable speed, making it difficult for satellites to track his presence. Maria Hill responded coolly. The only certainty is that he is acquainted with Tony Stark, yet Stark steadfastly refuses to divulge his true identity. What about that child in Queens? Maria continued. Should we send someone to approach Peter Parker? Fury rubbed his temples in frustration. Let it be for now. The boy is still quite young. It's best not to involve him just yet. Allow him to continue being a good neighbor. Maria remarked, the pressure from the board is considerable, insisting we ascertain Hannibal's identity within a week. Who are the most pressing figures behind this? The Water Group, Fury noted, shaking his head with a wry smile. It seems they suffered a significant loss. Suddenly, Maria pressed her Bluetooth headset and handed a tablet to Fury, stating, we've just received new information. Dr. Octavius's artificial sun experiment has failed, spiraling out of control and nearly resulting in a catastrophe. A suspicious individual has been identified, believed to be Hannibal. Fury accepted the tablet and tapped on it several times, bringing forth a video. This recording, captured by a journalist intending to gather news material, inadvertently documented Lynch, the small spider, and Harry. It vividly portrayed the sequence from Lynch's emergence to the chaos of the artificial sun, including the dialogue exchanged among Lynch, the small spider, and Harry as they left the hall under the spider's persuasion. Another surveillance video, along with the account from Dr. Octavius's wife, Rose, indicated that when the artificial sun completely spiraled out of control, Hannibal was the only one remaining in the experimental hall, yet mere moments later, the uncontrollable artificial sun vanished. In theory, the tritium element used to manufacture this artificial sun possesses enough potency to engulf the entirety of New York, rendering natural dissipation impossible. Thus, it is conceivable that this Hannibal employed some means to avert this catastrophe. It appears that Mr. Hannibal has once again donned the mantle of a hero. Fury turned to Maria with a smile, recounting how he had first rescued Stark from Ivan Vanko, then thwarted and eliminated the lizard-like creature, Dr. Connors, on the Central Bridge, subsequently neutralized the rogue Patriot, and lastly saved the entire city from the clutches of the artificial sun. Fury squinted thoughtfully and instructed Maria Hill, seek out the Information Analysis Department to analyze this Mr. Hannibal's accent and vocal tone. Create a cranial model based on the visuals to facilitate comparison. I require results within the hour. Maria Hill nodded in response. 40 minutes later, Maria re-entered Fury's office. Director Fury, she reported, the Information Analysis Department has provided an update. According to the cranial model, there is a 90% probability that Hannibal is of Asian descent and simultaneously a martial artist. The department has cross-referenced existing records of his accent and vocal tone, identifying 6 high-frequency matches. Hill swiped her tablet, revealing profiles of the 6 individuals, with Lynch's image prominently displayed. Fury bypassed the details of the other 6 and focused on Lynch. Lynch, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, age 29, was classified as a martial artist at the bone resonance level, proficient in Xingyiquan. He previously served as a diplomat at the Dragon Kingdom's consulate in New York. returning to his homeland on January 7, 2010, and marrying the former ambassador's daughter, Zhou Hong, on February 4. The notation deceased appeared in gray beneath Lynch's photograph. Fury furrowed his brow and continued reading. Cause of death. A thermal vision incident involving a military helicopter resulted in an explosion, with debris impacting the left-wing vortex of a commercial airliner, leading to an uncontrollable crash into a building. Lynch and his wife, Zhou Hong, were aboard this ill-fated flight. Survival probability, none. After reviewing the profiles of the other individuals, Fury pondered, my instincts tell me that Lynch did not perish in this catastrophe. Let us investigate his residence. Meanwhile, in another office of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander Pierce inquired of Crossbones, can we confirm this? Crossbones nodded, replying, no remains of Lynch or Zhou Hong were detected at the crash site, which allows for a high degree of certainty. Pierce stated, in that case, immediately track their whereabouts. Remember, do not alarm them. Given his capabilities, if he did not succumb immediately, the outcome is better left unsaid. We must secure him before Fury becomes aware. The somber expression on Crossbones' face was palpable as he nodded. Hail Hydra. At the New York Metropolitan General Hospital, it was evident that molten metal had penetrated into his spinal cord, intertwining with various nerves, including the delicate tissue at the apex of the spinal column. The precise extent of the damage would only be revealed post-surgery as Dr. Stephen Strange, the neurosurgeon, gestured towards the screen. Rose, consumed with worry for her husband's life, urgently inquired, Dr. Strange, they say you are the finest neurosurgeon in New York. What are the odds of saving my husband? 10 out of 10, Strange replied, casting a sidelong glance at Rose, his tone indifferent. But even if I extricate those metallic filaments, there remains a significant likelihood that your husband may become a vegetable or lose his faculties. Tears welled in Rose's eyes as she disregarded the coldness and sarcasm in Strange's words, pleading, Doctor, please do everything in your power to save my husband. He should not die now. His dreams remain unfulfilled. Strange nodded curtly, then waved his hand with a hint of impatience, stating, it is the physician's duty to strive wholeheartedly to heal, but you would be best advised to wait outside the operating room for the results. The surgery is about to commence, and I cannot be disturbed. Rose nodded, reluctantly stepping out of the operating room. Another physician pointed to the long mechanical arms occupying a significant portion of the space, saying, Dr. Strange, I recommend disconnecting these mechanical appendages and equipment, and if necessary, performing a laminectomy to sever the spinal cord from segments 71 to 12. Chapter 62. Strange pondered for a moment before shaking his head, a commendable thought. But these mechanical arms are not constructed from ordinary steel, and there is insufficient time to remove them. Let us first proceed with the extraction of the molten metal from the brainstem. Before he could finish his sentence, the 4 mechanical arms, previously concealed by white cloth, suddenly sprang to life, causing the assembled doctors to instinctively step back, Strange included. One arm began to sway and lift, its crimson mechanical eye devoid of emotion. Scanning the room's occupants, the doctors stood frozen, swallowing nervously, hesitant to make any sudden movements. Strange discreetly took a small step back, murmuring, I believe we should first remove the battery from this contraption. You would be wise not to undertake such folly, came a voice from nowhere. As a middle-aged Caucasian man in a black suit appeared in the operating room. After taking a bite of the apple in his hand, he strode toward the surgical table. Lynch pointed at the mechanical arm and turned to Strange, saying lightly, haven't you noticed? This device has developed its own consciousness. Any of your actions could be perceived as a threat. Then what should we do? We cannot simply watch the patient perish, can we? Who are you? And how did you get in here? Strange inquired. I'm also a doctor, Lynch replied. Rest assured, he will not perish. You would do best to leave. This situation is beyond your capacity to manage. He is my patient, Strange insisted stubbornly, shaking his head. Before he could finish his sentence, a mechanical arm lunged violently towards him. Strange's pupils contracted, and in a split second, a figure interposed himself before him, deftly deflecting the arm and slamming it into the ground, creating a shallow crater in the concrete. Lynch placed a foot upon the mechanical arm, appearing effortlessly light, yet rendering it immobile, despite its thrashing. The other doctors, witnessing this spectacle, immediately fled the operating room. Lynch turned to Strange and said, still not leaving? You cannot handle this. Strange resolutely shook his head. He is my patient. Lynch sighed in exasperation. Were it not for that individual's regard, I would not even bother with you. As he grappled with 4 mechanical arms, Lynch leisurely consumed the apple in his hand. Then, with a swift movement, he appeared behind Strange, pressing a finger against his carotid artery, temporarily halting his blood supply. Strange's vision darkened, and he collapsed. Before he hit the ground, Lynch grasped the collar of Strange's coat and, with a deft maneuver that avoided injury, tossed him out of the operating room. How can I negotiate and reach an agreement with you here? Lynch turned, and at that moment, Dr. Octavius, who had been lying on the operating table, stirred awake. A mechanical arm gently removed the bandage from his eyes, while 3 others encircled him protectively, glaring at Lynch. Octavius furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. Where am I? Just then, Rose broke through the throng of medical personnel and entered the operating room. Otto, she called out anxiously. Rose. Dr. Octavius said as he rose and embraced his wife. Are you all right? Were you hurt? I'm fine. Rose shook her head. Don't you remember? This gentleman saved me. Dr. Octavius turned to the man standing nearby, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sir, for saving my wife. Rose added. He not only saved my life, but also rescued yours from the out-of-control artificial sun. Lynch waved a hand dismissively. Now is not the time for such discussions. The suppression chip located at the back of your neck has been damaged. If I'm not mistaken, your mechanical arm has developed a consciousness of its own. Octavius frowned as he sensed the disturbance. Indeed, I can feel a voice interfering with my thoughts. It's as though another person has taken residence in my mind. What do you intend to do now? Lynch remarked, your artificial sun experiment has failed, resulting in substantial losses for the Osborne Group. Moreover, the near catastrophe from the artificial sun could have obliterated all of New York, and you are likely facing government charges, with imprisonment looming on the horizon. Doctor. Octavius recalled a previous moment, his complexion paling as he hung his head, murmuring, it cannot be. How could it have failed? I have conducted calculations for over a decade. Such a strong magnetic field should not have arisen. Where did it all go awry? No, I must conduct the experiment once more. My theory is undoubtedly sound. Doctor. Octavius exclaimed excitedly. Lynch, hearing this, poured cold water on his enthusiasm, questioning, conduct another artificial sun experiment? Where will you procure another piece of tritium? Who would finance you? Will you resort to theft? Would the government permit such a perilous experiment again? I have dedicated decades to this research, and results are on the cusp of fruition. Humanity is about to harness clean, pollution-free energy. How can I abandon it so easily? I care not. I must see this experiment to completion. Dr. Octavius cried, his eyes reddening as 4 mechanical arms flailed behind him. He glared at Lynch and shouted, step aside. Do not hinder me. You have truly lost your mind. Before Lynch could respond, Rose had already slapped her husband across the face. Dr. Octavius froze, his mechanical arms drooping like wilted leaves. Lynch nearly succumbed to laughter at the sight. A man's ambition to become a bandit was swiftly extinguished by a single slap from his wife. Tears brimmed in Rose's eyes. Do you truly intend to resort to robbery? Have you lost your senses? Do you remember the question I posed when we wed? I asked you, what is the ultimate goal of your research on the artificial sun? Do you recall how you answered? It was to benefit humanity. Doctor. Octavius's gaze turned distant as he murmured. But this is the culmination of nearly 30 years of our toil, Dr. Octavius lamented. Rose took his hand, gently reassuring him. It's all right. 30 years is but a moment. Should it take another 30, I will stand by you through it all. But I may face imprisonment. Dr. Octavius said with despair. Rose responded resolutely. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Ahem, excuse me, but I possess a more promising solution. Lynch interjected, interrupting their tender exchange. I am acquainted with that dashing heir from Stark Industries. Stark will assist you. There may even be another opportunity to conduct the artificial sun experiment. Dr. Octavius and Rose exchanged glances. Rose inquired, sir, may I ask how to address you? You may call me Hannibal. Chapter 63. Dr. Octavius cleared his throat and remarked, I am acquainted with Tony Stark. We have even had some academic disagreements in the past. I doubt he would be inclined to assist me. Lynch shook his head dismissively and replied, that is not something you need to worry about. Rose cautiously interjected, Mr. Hannibal. I mean no offense, but I fail to comprehend why you are so eager to assist us, or what conditions you might have. Lynch candidly stated, I am motivated by the inherent value you possess. I sincerely hope that one day you will succeed in creating a controllable artificial sun. With a smile, Lynch continued, you need not harbor any concerns. I am not the delusional villain intent on world destruction. Rose and Octavius exchanged a glance, visibly relieved. Suddenly, Lynch furrowed his brow and glanced at the wall to his left. At that moment, 500 meters away, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., secretly affiliated with Hydra, was aiming a sniper rifle at him. Downstairs, another observer was utilizing infrared thermal imaging technology to ascertain Lynch's precise location, continuously transmitting data to the sniper's receiver. A dot, visible only through the rifle's scope, was projected onto the hospital's exterior wall, precisely targeting Lynch's head while adjusting its aim in accordance with his movements. If the sniper were to pull the trigger, a round would traverse over 300 meters in just 0.2 of a second, penetrating the 25-centimeter thick concrete wall and potentially terminating Lynch. Of course, this was contingent upon the sniper's ability to hit him. In the hospital's parking lot, 8 agents of Hydra, disguised in white lab coats, disembarked from a vehicle masquerading as an ambulance. They split into 2 groups. entering the building where Lynch was located through the main entrance and a secure passage. The leader, Crossbones, pressed a button on his wireless earpiece and reported, "Target's precise location locked in. We are approaching." In the operating room, a smile crept across Lynch's lips. Quite swift. He mused. S-H-I-E-L-D? Hydra? The what group? Or perhaps the U.S. military? Never mind. I have no time for your games. He turned to Rose and Dr. Octavius and said, "Gentlemen, it appears we have company. If you wish to avoid incarceration, I suggest you come with me now." Octavius nodded and inquired, "Shall we take the stairs?" "Certainly not. Grab my arm," Lynch instructed, extending his hands to rest upon their shoulders. In a single stride, they found themselves outside the hospital. Without pausing, Lynch took another step, soaring hundreds of meters into the air, and within half a minute, they arrived at Stark Tower in the heart of Manhattan. "Mr. Hannibal, I truly hope I do not have to experience this again." Dr. Octavius gasped heavily, his face pale and his body limp. The recent experience was far more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. Lynch shrugged nonchalantly, stating there was no other option. "This is the quickest and most convenient method." "I didn't expect you to be a superhuman," Rose remarked. At that moment, Stark opened the glass door to the balcony, clad in loose pajamas, and grumbled, "Hey, Hannibal, I can overlook your aversion to the elevator, but why have you brought someone along this time?" "Tony, you should know this one." Lynch gestured towards Dr. Octavius. Stark replied dismissively, "Of course, I know him. Octavius, Ph.D. in nuclear physics, an old stubborn mule." Hearing this, Octavius's expression darkened, and his four mechanical arms seemed to sense his agitation, peering inquisitively at Stark. Lynch waved his hand, saying, "I didn't bring him here for you to argue. You must have heard about last night's news. For my sake, let me arrange for him to stay with you, okay? He is currently being pursued by the government, and you are the only one capable of providing him refuge." Stark retorted sharply, "I do not harbor fugitives here. However, since you've rarely asked for my help, I suppose he can stay for now. Come in." With that, Stark turned with a sense of pride and walked inside. Lynch, feeling displeased, remarked, "Tony, let us be clear. When have I ever begged you? Asking a friend for assistance is not begging." Stark addressed Dr. Octavius. "Otto, despite our differences, I am not one to kick someone when they are down. Moreover, since my friend has spoken, you may stay for the time being. As long as you don't expose yourself, no one will dare to search my premises." "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Stark," Rose chimed in, observing Octavius' still sour demeanor. Stark nodded at Rose, and then turned to Dr. Octavius, saying, "Otto, I told you a decade ago that there were significant flaws in your formula." Octavius shook his head impassively, declaring, "That's impossible. I have verified it countless times. The formula is absolutely correct. The flaw lies in my strong magnetic field controller. The intensity of the magnetic field constrainer is insufficient." Seeing Octavius still entrenched in his beliefs, Stark instructed Jarvis to project a hologram, displaying Octavius's formula and simulating the calculations, ultimately yielding a constant. "Otto, your formula appears flawless, but you have neglected a variable," Tony stated calmly. "Observe this step. You bypassed the correction for the deviation and proceeded to the next step, which has rendered your subsequent deductions entirely erroneous." And here Octavius stood before the holographic image, his eyes bloodshot, shaking his head repeatedly. Lynch remarked, "Dr. Octavius, you may not be aware that Tony has already outpaced you in discovering clean energy. He has unearthed an entirely novel atomic structure." Octavius widened his eyes, gazing incredulously at Tony Stark. Tony nodded, producing a triangular energy chip radiating a blue glow and placing it in Octavius's hand. "A few months ago, by sheer chance, I accomplished this, though I have yet to make it public." Tony refrained from mocking Dr. Octavius further, although he was known for his sharp tongue. He did not lack emotional intelligence. Clearly, Octavius was deeply affected, and there was no need for additional jibes. In truth, aside from their academic rivalry, the two could have forged a solid friendship. Tony was a once-in-a-millennium genius, and Dr. Octavius was no slouch either. There exists a mutual appreciation among those of brilliance. Tony gently said, "For the time being, you may stay here with me. We can collaborate on research and refine your artificial sun device." Octavius, regaining his composure, nodded with a complex expression. Tony, feeling a surge of excitement, touched the mechanical arm behind Octavius and remarked, "Your mechanical arm is quite extraordinary. It has provided me with numerous new ideas." Lynch discreetly picked up a bottle of wine, and, while Tony was momentarily distracted, swiftly concealed it within the confines of his ring, subsequently stating, "Tony, Dr. Otto will be residing here. I have other matters to attend to." Without waiting for Tony's response, he took a step and vanished. Chapter 64. As Lynch and the Otto couple disappeared from the operating room, the agents monitoring Lynch promptly reported, "Boss, the target has vanished." Without hesitation, Crossbones turned and exited the hospital, instructing his subordinates, proceed to the target's villa in Manhattan. Before the villa's entrance, Coulson made another visit. Accompanied by an additional Dragon Heritage agent named May, Coulson rang the doorbell, but no sound emerged from within. Exchanging glances, the two easily scaled the wall. "Excuse me, but according to American law, I have the right to fire upon you for trespassing without permission," Zhou Hong stated, adorned in a striking red qipao, holding a tall wine glass filled with 14 ounces of red wine, addressing the two agents nonchalantly. "Madam, we mean no offense. We presumed no one was home," Coulson replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Then I must kindly ask you to leave," she responded. Coulson produced his credentials, stating, "Madam, we have a few questions we wish to ask. Please cooperate with our investigation." Zhou Hong chuckled lightly. "Indifferent, feel free to ask." "Madam, to my knowledge, the flight you took to New York has crashed. How is it that you managed to land safely?" Coulson inquired succinctly, cutting to the chase. Coulson, unperturbed, regarded Zhou Hong as merely an ordinary individual lacking any formidable prowess. However, Zhou Hong had transcended into an extraordinary master, possessing external martial skills that reached the realm of Qi blood like a dragon and internal cultivation at the 8th level of Qi training. Zhou Hong declared, "Before the aircraft plummeted, my husband and I had already departed." Just as Coulson was poised to inquire further, a figure abruptly materialized, a middle-aged Caucasian clad in a black suit. Lynch removed his illusionary mask and addressed Coulson. "We meet again, Agent Coulson." Coulson gazed at Lynch in astonishment. "It is you. Indeed, you are Hannibal." Lynch nodded. "I see no need for further concealment, as my adversaries on this American soil are few." Regaining his composure, Coulson asked Lynch, "Mr. Lynch, why did you not remain in the Dragon Kingdom, opting instead to come to America?" "We intended to embark upon a road trip in the Dragon Kingdom. But as you are aware, the current climate there is far more perilous than in America," Lynch replied candidly. "That is not necessarily the case." Coulson replied with a wry smile. "Safety in America is not guaranteed. The world has undergone significant changes, though the media has chosen to remain silent." "What do you mean?" Lynch inquired with curiosity. "I can only say that numerous non-human entities have emerged, and many strange occurrences have transpired. As for the specifics, I regret to inform you that this information is classified and cannot be divulged unless you are willing to join S-H-I-E-L-D, Coulson explained. "You certainly have a clever strategy," Lynch remarked. "I should inform you that I have already joined the Mystic Mirror Bureau." Coulson chuckled. "That is of no concern. If you wish, you may hold a position within S-H-I-E-L-D, akin to an advisor from your Mystic Mirror Bureau." Lynch stroked his chin and uttered a cryptic statement that left Coulson puzzled. "Let it be. S-H-I-E-L-D is nearing its demise." Coulson urged, "Mr. Lynch, S-H-I-E-L-D is in dire need of your assistance. Although you hail from the Dragon Kingdom, times have changed. In the face of foreseeable global crises, America will no longer engage in disputes with the Dragon Kingdom. Only through collaboration can we confront the challenges ahead." Lynch waved his hand, interrupting Coulson's rhetoric. "Spare me the bureaucratic platitudes. I am not a naive university graduate who would fall for such tactics." However, after a moment of contemplation, Lynch retrieved a black business card from the Chinquan ring, one that Zheng Xian had left for him during their first encounter, and handed it to Coulson. "I understand S-H-I-E-L-D's intentions. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call this number for assistance." "What is this?" Coulson hesitated. "It is the phone number of Zheng Xian, the deputy mirror master of the second mirror of the Mystic Mirror Bureau," Lynch elaborated. "You just mentioned that America would no longer engage in disputes with the Dragon Kingdom. Recently, I have observed the prevailing trends in social news, and it seems there is indeed a discernible inclination in that direction. If you are sincere in your intentions, you may wish to contact this number. I trust that the Xinjiang Bureau would be amenable to collaborating with your S-H-I-E-L-D, as this endeavor presents a mutually beneficial opportunity." Upon hearing this, Coulson's expression turned grave as he accepted the black business card with both hands. Lynch continued, "Allow me to leave my contact information as well. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, I may be inclined to assist you, provided I am available or in good spirits. Although your government may often engage in egregious actions, such as withdrawing from alliances at the slightest provocation or leveraging issues with Russia or the Dragon Kingdom during election seasons to garner votes. With officials making baseless accusations and defaming the Dragon Kingdom, it is crucial to acknowledge that there are indeed virtuous individuals among the populace, and I do not harbor animosity towards all." Coulson thought to himself, "That is enough. You have said plenty." The atmosphere is also rife with racial discrimination, a disregard for the well-being of the populace by capital interests, and incidents of police brutality, among other pressing issues. Coulson replied, "What you say holds merit. Lynch, observing Coulson's countenance, remarked, "Am I not stating the truth?" Coulson's expression grew bitter as he acknowledged, "You speak the truth, yet." At that moment, outside the villa, several Hydra agents finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Crossbones surveyed the vehicle belonging to Coulson parked at the villa's entrance, his expression fluctuating. Since Coulson had arrived first, he resigned himself to the situation, shaking his head in resignation. Coulson had outmaneuvered him. If they were to contend with Lynch now, the risks of exposure for Hydra would be excessively high. They had been lurking since World War II, painstakingly regaining their strength, and it was not yet time to reveal themselves. "Withdraw," Lynch firmly instructed Coulson. "Agent Coulson, unless you have pressing matters, I kindly ask you to take your leave. I hope you do not inadvertently disclose my identity." Coulson nodded, tucking Zhang Xian's business card into his pocket. "Goodbye, Mr. Lynch." He took his seat in the passenger side as May drove the vehicle swiftly back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters at the Triskelion. Simultaneously, Crossbones and his associates had just returned to the Triskelion. With a stoic demeanor, Crossbones shared an elevator with Coulson in silence. Coulson, ever the familiar face, inquired, "Did you just return from a mission?" Crossbones glanced at Coulson and gave a slight nod. "Was the mission successful?" "Not at all," he replied tersely. "Oh, I am sorry to hear that," Coulson responded. Crossbones offered no reply, the tension evident as veins throbbed on his forehead. The elevator soon reached its destination. One floor below Nick Fury's office, where former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Alexander Pierce had his office. Not wishing to remain on the same floor as Coulson, who had contributed to his mission's failure, Crossbones hastily exited the elevator. Coulson gazed at the swift silhouette of Crossbones, and for reasons unknown, a peculiar remark from Lynch echoed in his mind. "Your S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the verge of decay from its very roots." As the elevator doors opened once more, Coulson shook his head and stepped out, entering Director Fury's office. Without omitting a single detail, he reported the conversation he had with Lin Chi and Zhou Hong to Fury, producing the business card Lin Chi had given him. Upon concluding the report, Fury's gaze deepened, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he instructed, "Elevate Lin Chi's file to level 10. Chapter 65. Time flew swiftly, and before long, March had arrived. During this period, tranquility reigned, and New York was devoid of significant events. Lin Chi adhered to his daily routine of meditation, visualizing intricate images in his mind for hours, while in the evenings, he practiced the harmony of fish and water technique with Zhou Hong. As their training progressed, their mastery of this technique grew increasingly proficient, albeit with diminishing returns. This not particularly profound skill was nearing its utmost pinnacle under their diligent practice. Since refining the essence of the Golden Crow's blood, the distinction of cultivation levels had become increasingly nebulous for Lin Chi. After absorbing the artificial sun, his power had transcended the realm of innate martial artists entirely. The nine-yang true chi within him underwent a qualitative transformation under the influence of the small sun in his dantian, far surpassing the mere concept of true chi. Now possessing attributes akin to magical or demonic power, and flowing ceaselessly. Even when employing the skyward void-crossing technique, Lin Chi hardly perceived any depletion of his true chi. The essence of the Golden Crow had fully integrated into his bloodline, and his physical strength was continually on the rise. Presently, Lin Chi was robust enough to withstand bullets from a rifle solely through his corporeal form. He even sensed that he could hold his own against warriors of the Dharma aspect realm. On the morning of March 1st, as dawn broke, Lin Chi departed from his villa and arrived above Hell's Kitchen. The first rays of sunlight bathed him in a vibrant energy, invigorating his spirit. Under the influence of the resurgence of spiritual consciousness or the mysterious return of the esoteric, the world underwent subtle transformations that were largely unknown. Lin Chi could distinctly sense that many energies, once dormant, were gradually stirring to life. Consequently, whether in martial cultivation, chi training, physical refinement, or the practice of arcane arts such as magic and witchcraft, the paths to mastery became increasingly accessible. Sign-in location discovered. Hell's Kitchen. Remaining sign-in attempts this month. 1. Remaining sign-in attempts at current location. 11. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taiji Zhiyang Miao Fa, an ancient technique cultivated by the celestial emperor of the demon clan, Dong Wang Tai, bestowed by the Tao. Uniquely exceptional. Boom. Lin Chi felt as though his mind had erupted in an instant. A torrent of profound and esoteric information surged into his consciousness. He steadfastly anchored his spirit, striving to prevent himself from losing consciousness, as his brain raced to assimilate the influx of knowledge. It was not until an hour later that Lin Chi fully absorbed all the information, yet to completely digest it would require additional time. The following day, upon Tony's recommendation, Lin Chi procured a mid-sized recreational vehicle. Subsequently, he and Zhou Hong meticulously packed all the belongings they wished to carry, with the Qian Kuan ring to store items. There was no need to load too many possessions into the vehicle. Thus, although the RV space was not particularly large, it felt somewhat spacious. The pair conducted a final inspection of the villa, confirming that nothing was overlooked before locking the doors and windows. They then set off westward, marking the commencement of their road trip. Lynch and Douban were in no rush, thus they drove at a leisurely pace. For the purpose of this journey was to relish the experience, not to impose unnecessary hardship upon themselves. However, unbeknownst to them, their desire to avoid trouble would invariably lead them to encounter it. A week later, Lynch was driving the RV along the highway. The scenery along the way was quite splendid, yet Lynch found it perplexing that the farther they ventured from the city, the weaker the signal became. Consequently, during their leisure moments, accessing the internet to watch television series while in the suburbs proved impossible. I believe we should bring along a driver, Lynch lamented. For driving on these desolate suburban roads was exceedingly tedious. Why not take a break? Douban suggested, applying nail polish. Lynch shook his head. Never mind. According to the satellite navigation, there's a small town a few dozen kilometers ahead. In the interrogation room of the police station, a young white man named Jimmy sat in a daze, unable to accept the reality before him. Just 2 hours prior, he had received an anonymous package containing a peculiar puppet, a ventriloquist-esque dummy. Jimmy had paid little heed to the puppet, instead heading out to a genuine Chinese restaurant to procure some food for dinner. As the skies opened up with heavy rain and without an umbrella, he found himself somewhat drenched. "Darling, I'm back," Jimmy exclaimed upon returning home, having received a complimentary rose from the restaurant's promotional event. Yet, no one responded. The kettle hissed, prompting him to hurriedly turn off the gas stove. "Lisa, what are you doing? Are you trying to burn the house down?" he called out, drying his hair with a towel. Yet, his wife, Lisa, remained silent. "Lisa? I'm here, come to me, Jimmy," came her voice from the direction of the bedroom. Jimmy, with a rose clenched in his mouth and a bottle of wine in hand, made his way toward the bedroom, only to suddenly slip, nearly losing his balance. Shining the flashlight, he discovered a large pool of crimson blood beneath his feet, with splatters decorating the door. "What is wrong, Jimmy?" Lisa's voice sounded ethereal and unreal. He set down the rose and wine, his heart racing. "What happened? Why is there blood everywhere?" "I've prepared a surprise for you, Jimmy," Lisa's voice drifted, as if mingled with another. Dread crawling up his spine, he hesitantly pushed open the door to the bedroom. Upon flipping the light switch, he beheld Lisa sitting on the bed, swathed in a white sheet. "Lisa, this isn't funny." Jimmy took cautious steps closer. A bizarre, light laugh escaped from within the sheet. In a moment of frantic disbelief, he yanked the sheet away, his face draining of color as he collapsed onto the floor. There lay Lisa, motionless, the grotesque side of her mouth seemingly torn open, her jaw dislocated, and her tongue vanished, her wide eyes reflecting nothing but silence and terror. Outside, a thunderclap shattered the night sky, startling Jimmy from his reverie. A police officer entered the interrogation room, shedding his trench coat and hanging it on a rack. Turning to Jimmy, he asked, "Do you know where you went wrong?" "It was that rose," he continued, his tone casual, as if he had seen this scenario unfold countless times. A man gifts his wife a rose, intending to craft an alibi. As he nonchalantly shaved, he appeared to have unraveled the entire situation. "An alibi? Why would I need an alibi?" Jimmy stammered. The officer smirked. "I believe your lawyer would certainly wish you had one." "My lawyer? Wait, are you implying, indeed, the prosecutor will collect your fingerprints? And there are no signs of forced entry in your apartment. You were the last person to see your wife alive. These are quite unfavorable facts," the officer stated, spreading his hands in front of Jimmy. "You think I killed my wife?" Jimmy murmured, his voice laced with despair. "What did you say? I didn't catch that." The officer replied, "I said, do you believe I murdered my wife?" The officer gazed at Jimmy and shook his head. "No, I do not believe so. I am merely assisting your lawyer. He requires more concrete evidence to exonerate you." "Suspicion? If you wish to discuss suspicion, why not start with the package that appeared at my doorstep?" "Oh, that package. Well," the officer replied, taking notes. "You received an unmarked parcel shortly before Lisa was murdered." Jimmy, his tone tinged with agitation, retorted, "Yes, the package contained a ventriloquist dummy." "I see." The officer set down his notes. "The mysterious toy group is on the other side of the hall. This is the homicide unit. Unless you can elucidate how a puppet correlates directly with your wife's murder, I fail to see any connection." The officer scrutinized Jimmy, now harboring doubts that he might be dealing with a potential schizophrenic. After a moment of silence, Jimmy slowly spoke. "In my hometown, ventriloquist dummies are considered ominous harbingers. It is a legend that these dolls bring death to those around them." "All right, Jimmy," the officer sighed. "I have never arrested a dummy for murder, but I have apprehended many husbands." Jimmy glared at the officer, forcefully tapping the table with his finger. "Do you not find it peculiar that the dummy appeared before Lisa's death?" "I'll tell you what is peculiar," the officer interrupted. "You said that just before you discovered your wife's body, she spoke to you. did she not? Yes, but she no longer had a tongue, the officer replied. In fact, according to your account, she was already deceased. To me, that is what one might call strange. Despair washed over Jimmy as he realized the futility of proving his innocence. So what now? Are you going to arrest me? Not at this moment, the officer stated, shaking his head as he scrutinized Jimmy. Currently, I cannot find a motive for your wife's murder, nor is there evidence implicating you. You are free to go, Mr. Ash. Wonderful, Jimmy said sarcastically. This gives me more time to assist you with your work. Jimmy exited the police station and hailed a cab back home, or rather to the crime scene. As the door was marked with yellow tape, the house was desolate, eerie, with blood-stained areas cordoned off by plastic sheeting, which were not to be disturbed during the investigation. He stepped into the bedroom and glanced at the bed where his wife had met her tragic end, the image of her lifeless form flooding him with anguish. He picked up the dummy from the floor and tossed it onto the sofa. Though he knew it was ominous, it was evidence and could not be discarded. He examined the box that had originally contained the puppet, and after tearing away a layer of red fabric, he finally uncovered a clue. Beneath the red cloth lay a layer of stiff paper, inscribed with some information. The Ravensfield Grand Theater, the enchanting performance of Mary Shaw and Billy. Ravensfield is the name of the quaint hometown, while Billy refers to the puppet. Jimmy stared at this clue, his expression as cold as ice. Subsequently, he placed the puppet into a box, secured it in the trunk, and drove towards his hometown. His heart was ablaze with fury. He was determined to uncover the murderer of his beloved wife and ensure that the perpetrator paid dearly for their transgressions. Ravensfield Town. This settlement is nestled in a remote area, with no other habitation within 100 kilometers, positioned on an island in the midst of a vast lake. The town's sole entrance and exit is a bridge approximately 10 meters wide. Lynch and Zhou Hong were unfamiliar with this town. Upon their arrival in Ravensfield, they were astonished to find the entire place in a state of disrepair. Despite it being only 4 in the afternoon, the streets were deserted, devoid of a single soul. Not even a wandering vagrant. The shops lining the streets stood shuttered, cloaked in cobwebs, as if they had not been opened in ages. Dust and debris littered the ground, and a few abandoned vehicles lingered at the roadside. This town possesses a certain intrigue. A smile crept upon Lynch's face as he glanced skyward, observing the ominous clouds that gathered, seemingly poised to unleash rain at any moment. Why does it seem like no one is around? Zhou Hong inquired, puzzled. Indeed, there isn't a soul in sight, yet there are other entities present, Lynch responded, parking the car at the roadside. However, they should pose little threat to us. Zhou Hong grasped Lynch's implication and shook her head. It is prudent to remain cautious. One must not underestimate the dangers that lurk. Though the supernatural beings were subdued by the martial prowess of the skilled, formidable opponents still existed. Lynch, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his temples. Just a week has passed, and without even leaving New York State, we encounter such occurrences. It appears that safety in America is no better than at home. Let us take a stroll around the town and see if we can find anyone. If it turns out that we truly are alone, we might have to spend the night in the car. Lynch drove around the town, eventually halting before a grand estate. Suddenly, they were stopped. A blonde, blue-eyed woman, flanked by several bodyguards clad in black suits, obstructed their vehicle. Excuse me, are you visitors from out of town? She inquired. Yes, we come from New York. Embarking on a road trip, Lynch replied, rolling down the window and smiling as he took Zhou Hong's hand in the passenger seat. My name is Ella. I apologize for stopping you. May I ask your names? I am Lynch, and this is Zhou, he responded, puzzled by the absence of other townsfolk. Ella's smile appeared somewhat mechanical as she explained, Oh, the town's population has always been sparse, predominantly comprised of elderly residents. You see, the elderly rarely venture outdoors. Oh, I see, Lynch said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Ella shrugged her shoulders and invited, Are you two in search of accommodation? I regret to inform you that the inns in this town closed down years ago. However, if you are willing, you may stay at our estate. Lynch inquired, Is that permissible? Would we be a bother to you? Ella smiled and reassured him, Not at all. There are hardly any residents in the estate. Apart from these few bodyguards, it is just my husband and me. Your presence will undoubtedly breathe new life into our vast abode. Then we shall impose on you. Lynch expressed his gratitude. Ella smiled warmly and gestured for Lynch to follow her, saying, Come with me. You are most welcome. As the car window rolled up, Zhou Hong leaned closer to Lynch and whispered, I sense no vitality in them. They seem almost spectral. I believe they are wraiths. Lynch chuckled. Don't you find that rather intriguing? Chapter 66. Lynch drove the RV into the estate, halting before a grand 3-story mansion. The two disembarked and followed the golden-haired beauty Ella into the spacious old residence. Miss Ella, this mansion must be over 50 or 60 years old, right? Lynch remarked, pushing his suitcase as he entered the grand hall on the first floor, surveying his surroundings. Ella turned to Lynch with a smile. Indeed, our family, the Ashes, arrived here over 200 years ago, shortly after the British set foot on the American continent. In fact, this mansion has been standing for more than 170 years. Ah, then this mansion is truly a remarkable antique, Lynch mused. From a room deep on the second floor, an aged voice resonated. The Ashe family was already the wealthiest in Ravensfield town over 80 years ago, owning 80% of the land. Who is that? Lynch queried. Ella replied, that is my husband, Edward Ashe. I apologize. He suffered a stroke 2 months ago and is unable to come downstairs to greet you. Please follow me. I will arrange a room for you. I am sorry to hear that, Lynch said, sensing Ella's reluctance to elaborate further. She took his suitcase and ascended the staircase, with Lynch and Zhou Hong closely trailing her. The corridor on the second floor was dimly lit, contributing to the eerie silence that enveloped the mansion, as though apart from Lynch, Zhou Hong, and Ella, no other souls resided within. Zhou Hong inquired, Mrs. Ella, how many people inhabit this ancient mansion? Why is it so quiet? Ella chuckled lightly. Oh, apart from you two. It is just my husband and me, along with the bodyguards and a few servants you just encountered. Where are those servants? Zhou Hong asked. They are busy in the kitchen, preparing dinner, Ella explained as she pushed open the door to a room. The windows were tightly shut and the curtains drawn. A faint musty odor lingering within, nearly imperceptible to an ordinary person. Welcome, you may stay here tonight, Lynch said, pulling back the curtains to let the sunlight flood into the room. The space contained only a 2-meter-wide double bed, accompanied by a rocking chair, upon which sat a puppet, approximately 50 centimeters tall, wearing an eerie smile. Mrs. Ella, it seems rare for outsiders to visit your quaint town, Lynch remarked. Ella nodded, indeed. The last time visitors like you came was last year. As the evening approached, she continued, how about joining my husband and me for dinner tonight? Thank you kindly, Lynch replied. Ella gestured towards Lynch and Zhou Hong. I shall return to inform you when dinner is ready. She then exited the room, closing the door behind her. Lynch flicked the switch of the incandescent light. It flickered momentarily before stabilizing, brightening the room considerably. Zhou Hong, somewhat disdainful, touched the white bed linens, commenting, the sheets are a bit dirty, covered in dust. Lynch picked up the puppet from the rocking chair and examined it closely, noting its unusual characteristics. It seemed to be inscribed with intricate patterns akin to formations, enabling remote manipulation, reminiscent of the puppetry described in the legendary Douban's texts. However, this puppet possessed an uncanny semblance of life, as if infused with a soul. Such a peculiar artifact, Lynch mused, casually placing the puppet into the Chincoan ring. He then opened the window, allowing a gust of cold wind to sweep into the room, dispelling the musty odor. Dark clouds rumbled overhead, heralding an impending storm. Just then, a red sports car entered the estate, parking next to the caravan. A white man clad in a brown leather jacket emerged from the vehicle, none other than Jimmy, freshly bereaved. He surveyed Lynch's caravan before approaching the ancient residence and knocking forcefully on the door. Moments later, Ella answered. Jimmy, she exclaimed, visibly excited, stepping forward to embrace him warmly. Jimmy appeared taken aback, unsure of the identity of this blonde beauty before him. I am truly sorry for your loss, yet I am so glad you have returned home, Ella said, gently caressing his face. Jimmy looked on, bewildered by the unfamiliar woman. Ella, realizing his confusion, chuckled. Oh dear, you must think me quite rude. We are not acquainted. I am Ella, and I believe I am your stepmother. Your age appears not much older than mine, Jimmy replied, his expression neutral. Is my father at home? Yes, of course, Ella smiled. Please, come in. Whose caravan is that at the entrance? Oh, those two guests arrived today. They have just come to town, rumored to be on a road trip passing through this quaint little place. Jimmy nodded, refraining from further inquiries. His sole focus was to apprehend the murderer of his wife. Regarding your father, there are certain truths you must grasp. I have learned all that is necessary. Jimmy replied with a hint of indifference. At that moment, a frail voice echoed from the second floor, belonging to Jimmy's father, Edward. Ella, who are you with down there? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jimmy's expression faltered. Ella reassured him, your father will no longer harm you, Jimmy. He will not harm anyone again. Jimmy retorted coldly. Then the man you married is not the father I once knew. At this remark, a fleeting chill and bitterness crossed Ella's face, though Jimmy remained unaware. Ella. Edward's call resounded once more. Jimmy pushed open the door to the room from whence Edward's voice emanated, his expression frozen in shock. There, by the window, sat his father slumped in a wheelchair, a breathing mask affixed to his face. Damn chair is stuck, Edward complained. I'm here, let me assist you, Edward. Ella hurried to his side, turning the wheelchair to face Jimmy and removing the breathing mask before stepping to the side behind Edward. Edward looked at Jimmy, nodding slightly. My son, you have returned. What a surprise. Jimmy gazed at his father, bewildered. What has happened to you? Ella interjected. Your father suffered a stroke 2 months ago, leaving him paralyzed from the neck down. Why was I not informed? Edward shook his head at Jimmy. You never answer my calls, nor do you ever reach out to me. Jimmy averted his gaze, because I do not know what to say to you. Edward's face was pale, marked with gray scars, his eyes sunken and murky. Appearing gravely ill, yet his voice carried strength. I realize I was not easy to deal with in the past, but I have changed, Edward stated. Really? Yes. The stroke has transformed me, Edward replied. Jimmy's cold response came. That is only because you no longer possess the ability. Edward shook his head. Listen to me. I regret the circumstances surrounding your wife. Confusion washed over Jimmy. He had not disclosed his wife's death to his father. How could he possibly know? Do not worry. I will call Henry Walker from the funeral home to bring your wife's body back. No, I will handle it myself. Jimmy shook his head in refusal. Jimmy, do not be this way. As your father, I must do something. It is my duty, however small. Jimmy coldly remarked, throughout my life. You have only offered me the slightest assistance. Now, your late charity is unwelcome. Was your return to Ravensfield merely to remind me of my shortcomings as a father? Given recent events, I had hoped we could mend our rift. However, that is not my purpose for this visit. Jimmy lowered his head, reflecting. Do you recall the poem Mother used to recite to me when I was a child? Do you remember it? Ella and Edward Ashe exchanged glances. What poem? Ella interjected. When Mary Shaw glares at you, she has no children, only dolls. If you see her in a dream, remember not to scream, Ella supplemented. You know? Jimmy asked, bewildered. Parents often recite this poem to ensure their children behave. Jimmy shook his head in disagreement. No, that is more than a nursery rhyme. Even adults believe in it. I remember it vividly. And what of the townsfolk? Why did I not see a single one upon my return? Edward replied, Our town is both remote and small. The youth have all departed, and the elderly seldom venture out, so it is natural you would see no one. Superficial individuals perpetuate shallow superstitions. One ought to believe in science, Jimmy. Jimmy shook his head once more. I recall when I left, there were still quite a few people. Times have changed, Jimmy. This small town has fallen into decay, Edward remarked. Stay the night, Jimmy. I will have the servants prepare a room for you, Ella offered. No, I do not intend to linger. At the very least, you must stay for dinner. The servants are already preparing it. Jimmy nodded slightly. Very well, and without another word. He exited the room. Jimmy, Edward called after him, yet Jimmy feigned ignorance. Jimmy, please wait a moment, Ella pursued him. Where are you going? Your father has truly changed. He is no longer the man you remember, and you need not act this way. Is that so? Jimmy turned back. His gaze fixed upon the oil painting hanging on the wall, which should have depicted him alongside his mother and Edward. Yet, the space meant for his mother was defaced. Do you see? Jimmy exclaimed, pointing at the painting. Mother was meant to be in this picture with us, but he drove her to suicide. He then descended the stairs, patting another painting that was missing a figure. As for his second wife, she wisely departed from this portrait. Fortunately, you will outlive him, madam. So no one shall erase your likeness. Meanwhile, in the room occupied by Edward, Jimmy's father, Lynch cast a glance at Ella below before silently entering the room. Edward sat motionless in his wheelchair, his head bowed. Approaching Edward, Lynch gently kicked his body, but received no response. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, squatting before Edward and scrutinizing him closely. Intriguing. This puppet bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being. Alas, it was a flawed creation, its insides utterly decayed. Still, Miss Ella was truly perfect. Lynch reached out and stowed the doll fashioned from Edward's corpse into the spatial ring, returning to his own room before Ella re-entered. With a crucial puppet now absent, how would this performance unfold? Lynch mused to himself, intrigued. As night fell, the chill wind outside grew increasingly fierce. Despite the thunder rumbling in the sky, rain failed to descend. The entire town lay in hushed silence, devoid of life and shrouded in darkness. With not a single household illuminating a lamp, Lynch and Zhou Hong followed Ella to the dining room on the ground floor, where two maids in uniform stood at the door, blinking at fixed intervals. Where is Mr. Ashe? My husband is feeling unwell and will not be joining us for dinner, Ella replied coolly. Once Lynch and Zhou Hong took their seats, Jimmy entered the dining room. And who might this be? Lynch inquired. Ella introduced him. This is Mr. Ashe's only son, Jimmy Ashe. Hello, I am Lynch, he greeted, and this is my wife, Zhou Hong. Greetings, Jimmy nodded faintly. Lynch had anticipated that Ella might employ some trickery with the food, perhaps poisoning it, but to his surprise, the meal was quite delectable. After sampling a modest amount, Lynch and Zhou Hong excused themselves from the table. Are our guests dissatisfied with tonight's meal? No, we are quite satisfied. Only our appetites are modest, and we have had our fill. I see, Ella smiled. In that case, why not stay a little longer at our estate? Allow us to extend our hospitality. Lynch and Zhou Hong exchanged glances before smiling in agreement. We would be delighted. When I arrived, I wandered around the town and noticed a theater called the Puppet Theater. Indeed, that theater is located by the Lake of Despair, but it has been abandoned for 3 or 4 decades, Ella replied. At this mention, Jimmy's expression shifted as he recalled the lifeless puppet. Ella, you seem to know a bit about that place. Could you share more about the theater? Ella maintained her smile, looking at Jimmy. Certainly, I do possess some knowledge. It is said that in the 1950s, shortly after World War II had ended, there was a ventriloquist named Mary Shaw in Ravensfield Town, whose husband perished on the battlefield. Ella narrated. Mary Shaw, a diligent performer at the puppet theater in town, possessed remarkable ventriloquism skills and an exceptional talent for crafting puppets. One year during a performance, while she was on stage with her puppet, a child suddenly shouted that he had seen Mary Shaw's lips move. This infuriated Mary, as such a statement was tantamount to an insult for a ventriloquist. In Chapter 67, within the puppet theater, a plump little boy dressed in finery exclaimed loudly, "I saw your lips move." The surrounding adults turned to glare at the unruly child, hushing him. The figure on stage froze momentarily, and the puppet Billy slowly turned his eyes toward the boy, asking, "What?" Mary Shaw furrowed her brow and peered down at the audience, inquiring, "Who said that?" Undeterred by the admonitions of the adults, the boy persisted, "It was me. I saw your lips move." A faint smile crossed Mary Shaw's face as she addressed the puppet Billy. "Do you have something to say?" "The young Michael believes you are not real." The puppet Billy replied. "What do you mean, mother?" "He thinks you are a fake, claiming your voice is merely my creation." The puppet's eyes rolled as he shook his head, indignantly stating, "But that is impossible. All those marvelous lines could not possibly be solely yours." Laughter erupted from the audience. "Never mind, Billy, there will always be skeptics," Mary Shaw reassured him. "I do not wish to forget, mother. I believe we should show this young boy just how real we are. I am as real as he is." The puppet Billy insisted. "No, let us continue the performance." Billy declared loudly. "No, I am as real as you, just watch." As Billy spoke, Mary Shaw interjected, "Do not act like that, Billy. I want him to see." "Mother, listen, enough. I am as real as you. Enough." These two statements were nearly shouted in unison, as Mary Shaw skillfully countered the boy's claim. The theater fell abruptly silent, only to erupt into resounding applause, with the audience captivated by Mary Shaw's artistry. Only the initial boy gazed at the puppet and Mary Shaw, his eyes filled with fear. "Now, who is the puppet?" Billy slowly turned his head to look at the boy. Weeks later, the skeptical boy vanished without a trace, seemingly having disappeared into thin air. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that Mary Shaw was somehow involved. Shortly thereafter, Mary Shaw was murdered. Jimmy inquired, "Who did it?" Ella shook her head. "No one knows, but it is said that the boy's parents suspected Mary Shaw of having harmed their child." The boy's parents were prominent politicians from New York State, wielding considerable power and influence, which ultimately led to the matter being swept under the rug. Mary Shaw expressed in her will her desire to be buried alongside her dolls. Jimmy interjected, "Wasn't she murdered? How could she leave a will?" "Who knows? Perhaps she anticipated that the child's parents would place the blame on her, resigning herself to her inevitable demise." Mary Shaw referred to her dolls as her children, numbering 101 in total. Lynch chuckled upon hearing this, asking, "Mrs. Ella, have you lived in this town since childhood? How do you know so much about this matter?" Ella's expression stiffened momentarily before she replied softly, "These are all things Edward told me." According to Henry Walker from the funeral home, Mary Shaw not only wished to be buried with her dolls but also requested that she be fashioned into a doll herself. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and torrential rain poured down, plunging the room into darkness. The power was out. Fortunately, several candles were placed on the table, preventing complete blackness within. As the flickering candlelight danced, Jimmy was startled to see Mrs. Ella's face transform momentarily into a pale, wooden visage, with cracks extending from the corners of her mouth to her chin and her lifeless, pallid eyes fixed intently on him. Alarmed, Jimmy leaned back in his chair, rubbed his eyes, and looked again, only to find Mrs. Ella's face restored to its normal appearance. Was it merely an illusion? Jimmy, still shaken, rubbed his chest. Ever since Lisa's tragic demise, he had been suffering from insomnia, and this was not the first time he had experienced such a vision. This decrepit little town always loses power during thunderstorms. Ella lamented, then stood up to close the window by the bed. "I apologize, everyone, but we must make do tonight. Workers will come to repair the electricity tomorrow." Mrs. Ella lit a few more candles and placed them in the wall sconces, causing the dim dining room to brighten slightly. "Madam, what happened next? You haven't finished your tale." "I find this atmosphere quite fitting," Lynch remarked with a smile. "On a stormy night, in a powerless old mansion, listening to a ghostly woman recount decades-old ghost stories. How thrilling." Mrs. Ella shot Lynch a surprised glance, then smiled in return. "Very well, Mr. Lynch. Since you were so keen to hear, I shall continue." Jimmy felt a shiver run down his spine, but given that Mrs. Ella's narrative was entwined with the death of his girlfriend, he steeled himself to listen. Since Mary Shaw's death, Ravensfield had been plagued by a relentless stream of fatalities. Households had suffered tragic losses, both adults and children, found with their tongues missing. Ella produced a stack of photographs from somewhere and handed them to the others. The victims depicted had milky white eyes and mouths grotesquely agape, their faces seemingly torn apart, tongues vanished without a trace, with a visage marked by sheer terror. As if the deceased had witnessed an unspeakably horrific scene in their lifetime, the victims were arranged in poses reminiscent of a family portrait, seated gracefully upon a sofa. Jimmy gazed at these photographs, overwhelmed by a profound sense of fear and sorrow. The likeness of the victims bore an uncanny resemblance to his beloved wife, Lisa. How did you come into possession of these photographs? Jimmy abruptly rose, his eyes fixed intently upon Ella, his voice raised in inquiry. Moreover, I have never divulged the news of my wife's tragic fate to anyone. How did you acquire this information? Ella remained unperturbed, her smile unwavering as she elucidated. These photographs were obtained from Henry Walker. He captured them all. The news of your wife's demise was relayed to me by Edward, as you know. He holds a certain standing and is acquainted with numerous officials. Did he send someone to surveil me? The sheer outrage coursed through Jimmy, prompting him to seize a candle and storm toward the second floor. Edward Ashe, come forth, you despicable wretch. Ella's expression shifted momentarily as she witnessed Jimmy's fervor. Yet a sinister smile soon crept upon her lips. She rose to follow him upstairs, but her wrist was suddenly grasped by Lynch. Mrs. Ella, your tale remains unfinished. Ella met Lynch's gaze for a brief moment before resuming her seat. If Mr. Lynch is so eager to listen, I shall continue. Pray tell, what transpired with Jimmy? Lynch inquired with genuine curiosity. Ella's emerald eyes bore into Lynch's as she responded wistfully. His newlywed wife passed away mere days ago, her death mirroring that of the individuals in these photographs. Prior to her demise, he received an anonymous package containing a ventriloquist dummy. At that moment, Jimmy rushed back down the stairs, hastening to Ella's side, one hand resting on the back of her chair as he fixed her with an intense stare. Where's my father? Ella, feigning confusion, replied, is he not resting in the bedroom? A familiar, aged voice echoed from the attic. Jimmy, I am here. Upon hearing this, Jimmy dashed back upstairs, while Ella attempted to follow, only to be restrained once more by Lynch. Mrs. Ella, disregard him, continue your narrative. I am still yearning for more. Forgive me, Mr. Lynch, but I must attend to my familial matters. I shall resume the story tomorrow, Ella pleaded, trying to extricate her wrist. Yet Lynch's grip was unyielding, as firm as iron, rendering her efforts futile. Not so fast. If you do not conclude the tale today, I fear I shall be unable to find rest, Lynch insisted. Ella's countenance darkened considerably, her gaze icy as she regarded Lynch, her lips parting ever so slightly to deliver a chilling warning. I advise you against courting your own misfortune. At that moment, a knock resounded upon the ancient door of the mansion. Lynch released Ella's arm, and she promptly went to open the door. Standing at the threshold was a Caucasian man clad in a gray trench coat, drenched and adorned with a cowboy hat. I sincerely apologize for this intrusion, madam. Is this the Ashe residence? He inquired. Indeed, Lynch replied on Ella's behalf. I am James Eyre, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Philadelphia Police Department. Here's my identification, Eyre stated, producing his badge from within his coat and extending it toward Lynch, evidently mistaking him for the owner of the estate. Lynch accepted the badge with an air of nonchalance, illuminating it momentarily with his phone's flashlight before returning it to Officer Eyre. Please, come in, Officer Eyre, Lynch invited, stepping aside to allow him entry. Meanwhile, Ella glared at Lynch with a fierce intensity, yet remained silent. Is Jimmy Ashe at home? Eyre inquired. He is upstairs, Lynch responded, leaning his head towards the upper floor and calling out, Jimmy, there's an officer looking for you. Before his words fully resonated, Jimmy descended the staircase with a candle in hand, shouting at Ella, why have I searched the entire second floor without finding my father? I don't know. How could this be? He was just upstairs, calling your name. Ella exclaimed, bewildered. Perhaps he is playing hide and seek with you. Jimmy fixed a piercing gaze upon Ella. My wife's death is undoubtedly linked to you. I will uncover the truth, so be cautious. Hey, Jimmy Ashe, are you threatening this lady? Officer Eyre reprimanded, adding, and I've told you not to leave the city. I came here to bury my wife. Do you have a problem with that? Jimmy replied, placing the candle on the table and raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. None at all, Eyre replied coolly. Except that I fear you may be burying more than just her. So, you're following me? Jimmy retorted with a chuckle. Eyre removed his trench coat and plopped down onto the sofa. You've compelled me to frequently invoke the term sinister of late. Jimmy, unwilling to engage with the insufferable officer, turned to seek Ella, only to find her presence had vanished. Where's Ella? At that moment, an inexplicable gust of wind extinguished all the candles within the ancient mansion, plunging the interior into darkness. I am here, Jimmy, Ella's voice echoed from a room on the first floor. Jimmy, I am here, came the voice of his father, Edward, from the second floor. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated directly behind Jimmy. It was Lisa's voice. Jimmy, come here. A chill ran down Jimmy's spine, and he hurriedly fumbled for his lighter, struggling to ignite it until it finally flickered to life, as the dim glow illuminated his surroundings. Jimmy was horrified to find himself at the center of a stage, standing upon a decaying wooden floor that creaked ominously beneath his weight, as if it might splinter at any moment. As Jimmy's eyes gradually adjusted to the dimness of the environment, he observed that the audience below was entirely composed of lifelike puppets. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were quietly fixed upon him. Just as he was about to exclaim in shock, a nursery rhyme echoed in his mind. The sheriff and the two guests who had been beside him had vanished without a trace. When Mary Shaw gazes at you, she has no children, only dolls. If you encounter her in a dream, be sure not to scream. Jimmy hastily covered his mouth, stifling his impending cry. Cautiously, he descended the stage and made his way toward the central exit at the back of the audience. As he approached the seating area, a familiar figure caught his eye on the left. It was his stepmother, Ella, or rather, a puppet that bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Ella sat silently in the audience, beside her an elderly man whom Jimmy recognized as Henry Walker from the funeral home. In the audience, Jimmy spotted many familiar faces, childhood friends who had mysteriously disappeared, officers and detectives from the Ravensfield Police Department, doctors from the clinic, and even his mother. Jimmy. A voice called out from somewhere in the audience. Instinctively, he scanned the crowd and indeed saw Lisa's figure. Lisa too had been transformed into a puppet. A mix of fear and anger surged within Jimmy, prompting him to mutter a curse. Jimmy, come here, Ella's voice echoed from the right. He turned to see the puppet identical to Ella twisting its head to look at him, an eerie grin plastered across its face. Instinctively, Jimmy took 2 steps back. Jimmy! Jimmy! The calls from the audience grew louder, as one by one, the puppets turned their heads towards him. Jimmy stumbled backward, inadvertently tripping over the steps and falling to the stage floor. The cacophony of calls intensified until all the puppets were staring at him, and an unsettling silence enveloped the entire theater. Then, in unison, all the puppets cried out, "Jimmy, come to us." His heart raced wildly as he scrambled to his feet, clambering back onto the stage and darting towards the curtain. Yet, from behind the curtain came a synchronized sound of footsteps as several puppets, their movements somewhat stiff, pulled back the curtain, blocking his path. "Jimmy, where do you think you're going?" An elderly woman in a long, grayish-purple dress emerged from behind the curtain, her tall, thin figure resembling a cone. Her complexion was ashen and withered, and her murky, triangular eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Jimmy, with 2 lines stretching from the corners of her mouth down to her chin. Remarkably, her skeletal features bore a striking resemblance to Ella. Chapter 68, Mary Shaw. Jimmy gritted his teeth and uttered a statement. "Yes, I am Mary Shaw." Mary Shaw looked down at Jimmy from her elevated position. At that moment, the puppets had silently approached behind him, seizing his limbs and rendering him immobile. Aware that his fate was likely sealed, Jimmy calmed himself and asked coolly, "Did you kill my wife?" "No, you misunderstand," Mary Shaw replied, her face contorting into a rigid smile. "It was Billy, but I commanded him to do so." "Why would you do this?" Jimmy's anguish was palpable. "We should have no enmity between us. Everyone in this town is my enemy," Mary Shaw stated. "And you are the last." "What about my wife?" Jimmy shouted, filled with rage. "She was innocent." Mary Shaw erupted into a hysterical laugh, her mirth sharp and piercing. "And what of it? The disappearance of that child years ago had nothing to do with me, yet I was made a scapegoat. Has anyone ever uttered a single word of justice on my behalf?" She commanded the puppets around her, "Open his mouth. Do not be afraid, Jimmy. After I remove your tongue, I will transform you into a puppet, one of my children, and together we shall enjoy immortality." "Such bitterness, Mrs. Shaw." "This performance is truly captivating," came a somewhat mocking voice. Mary Shaw lifted her gaze to see a figure who had mysteriously appeared in the audience, holding the head of a puppet that bore a striking resemblance to Sheriff Al. A spark ignited in Lynch's hand, and the puppet's head was instantly reduced to ash. "This puppet is remarkably lifelike. Even I nearly fell for it," Lynch said with a grin directed at Mary Shaw. "By the way, should I refer to you as Mary Shaw, or should it be Ella Ash?" Mary Shaw regarded Lynch with a hint of trepidation. "Mr. Lynch, this matter does not concern you. Leave Ravensfield now, and I shall pretend I have not seen you. From the moment you conspired against my wife and me, this matter became very much my concern," Lynch replied with curiosity. "You surprise me. Typically, spirits or vengeful entities are lost in their anguish, completely driven by their grievances. Yet you maintain your rationality." Mary Shaw replied coldly, "I warn you one last time. Leave this place." Lynch produced 2 puppets from his dimensional ring, one being the puppet from the room he shared with Joe Hong, and the other, that of Jimmy's father, Edward Ash. "That won't he do, Mr. Ash graciously permitted me to extend my stay." "Isn't that right, Mr. Ash?" Lynch manipulated Edward Ash's puppet, mimicking his tongue and saying, "Indeed, that is correct." This act infuriated Mary Shaw. "You have indeed stolen my puppets." Before she could finish her sentence, several puppets lunged at Lynch, their movements fluid and rapid. devoid of any stiffness. One remarkably lifelike puppet appeared to traverse through darkness, instantaneously materializing before Lynch, its hand reaching towards his mouth. In the next moment, without any discernible movement from Lynch, the puppets that lunged at him shrieked in agony, disintegrating into fine ash. Lynch ambled towards Mary Shaw, extending the index finger of his right hand, from which a small flame of blinding white emerged. This seemingly diminutive flame radiated an intense brightness, illuminating the entire theater. Simultaneously, it unleashed an overwhelming heat, elevating the temperature in the vicinity by several degrees in an instant. Mary Shaw cried out in pain, her essence fading to a translucent state as she hastily dove into a puppet. The brilliance of that intense white flame emitted a potent, penetrating energy, inflicting significant damage on her ethereal form within mere seconds. "Who are you?" The puppet inhabited by Mary Shaw transformed back into the visage of the young, beautiful blonde, Ella. As she staggered back several steps, alarmed, and called out to Lynch. Lynch remained silent, the white flame at his fingertip morphing into a palm-sized, lifelike white swallow that soared towards Mary Shaw. The puppets obstructing her path instantly screamed and disintegrated into ash. Witnessing this, Mary Shaw let out a piercing scream, producing an excruciating sound wave that halted the swallow mid-flight, preventing any advancement. The shrill noise easily ruptured Jimmy's eardrum, blood gushing forth as his eyes rolled back, his head feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer, leading him to faint. "What a racket," Lynch remarked, digging into his ears and frowning. Subsequently, he stepped forward, appearing behind Mary Shaw, gripping her neck and lifting her off the ground. Her scream was abruptly silenced as she writhed in agony, a dark liquid oozing from her mouth and dripping onto the floor. The white swallow, previously suspended in midair, penetrated Mary Shaw's chest without the sound wave's interference. In an instant, she let out a harrowing wail, disintegrating into ash like the puppets before her. Was Mary Shaw truly so easily vanquished? Certainly not. One must remember that the theater was populated by hundreds of puppets. Following the destruction of the puppet embodying Mary Shaw, another immediately transformed into the likeness of the blonde beauty, Ella. With a venomous glare directed at Lynch, Mary Shaw waved her hand, commanding the puppets to surge towards Lynch on the stage like a pack of wolves. Meanwhile, Mary Shaw swiftly retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Such formidable power. Her mastery of dark magic is commendable, Lynch mused. Yet, due to the need to protect the young white man beside him, he found it unwise to pursue directly. At this moment, Lynch's form suddenly radiated an unparalleled brilliance, transforming him into a blinding sun, akin to a deity of light descending upon the earth, rendering him impossible to gaze upon. The luminescence pierced through the dilapidated roof of the theater, illuminating the sky, and in an instant, the entire town of Ravensfield was bathed in daylight. Those rushing towards Lynch were consumed by the radiance, disintegrating like snowflakes encountering a searing furnace, vanishing as if they had never existed. Ignoring the still unconscious Jimmy, Lynch stepped forward, his figure disappearing from the theater, only to reappear in the high skies above Ravensfield. His body continued to emit a powerful glow, illuminating the surrounding area for miles as if it were midday. An immense heat radiated from him, dispelling the storm clouds that had been pouring rain moments before, revealing a bright and enormous full moon that emerged from behind the clouds, casting down its silvery light. The once terrifying and eerie atmosphere of Ravensfield was now replaced by an eerie silence. In a subterranean chamber, Mary Shaw muttered a curse under her breath, her eyes filled with boundless malice. Her 10 fingers deftly intertwined as she recited incantations that buzzed like flies, conjuring a magical sigil in the air. This sigil, no larger than a television screen, was dark and smooth, resembling a mirror crafted from obsidian. A subtle wave of magical energy emanated from the sigil, spreading outward at subliminal speed. Before long, the sigil trembled slightly, revealing an image. On the other side was a dimly lit church, within which could be discerned a sculpture resembling a crucified figure, akin to the suffering Christ, its arms nailed to a cross, and broad black wings unfurling from its back. Dark blood flowed ceaselessly from its hollow neck and palms, staining half of the statue's body. The upper half was a sickly pallor, while the lower half was engulfed in darkness. The entire scene appeared inexplicably eerie, as if the figure were a fallen angel, tragically nailed to the cross and beheaded. Before the sculpture stood a priest clad in white garments, his profile turned towards the image. His hair was neatly combed and grayed, with fine wrinkles adorning his forehead, and a pure silver cross hung from his neck. He held a volume of scripture bound in black leather, his eyes closed in prayer. The priest paid no heed to Mary Shaw, continuing his supplications. Thus, she could only wait in silence, too apprehensive to make a sound. After a few minutes, the priest opened his eyes, turned, and calmly inquired, "Have you completed the task I entrusted to you?" Mary Shaw swallowed hard and stammered, "I am truly sorry. I have let you down. You have failed?" The priest replied with a dispassionate tone. "Yes." Mary Shaw knelt, clasping her hands before her chest. The priest's expression remained utterly unchanged, then returned to receive your punishment. A flicker of relief crossed Mary Shaw's eyes as she exhaled. "But I have thwarted your grand endeavor." "No." The priest shook his head. "That item is no longer required." "Who has sabotaged your mission?" The priest gazed at Mary Shaw with indifference. "I do not know his identity. I only know his surname is Lynch, and he hails from the Dragon Nation." A gray flame enveloped Mary Shaw's hands, forming the visage of Lynch. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Father, I am no match for him. I may not even be able to escape safely from his grasp. I cannot assist you." The priest in white shook his head. "However, over 500 kilometers to the southwest, there is another member of ours named Bai Meng. You may seek his aid." With that, the priest abruptly ended the call. Mary Shaw sighed and said to the puppet Billy beside her, "Let us go, Billy. From this point onward, we must rely solely on ourselves." "Very well, Mother," the puppet Billy replied, his movements stiff as he followed closely behind Mary Shaw, taking Henry's hand. They appeared as a real mother and son. Upon entering a shadowy area, Mary Shaw whispered an incantation, invoking her most adept dark magic, shadow traversal. When they re-emerged, they found themselves within another shadow several dozen meters away. Utilizing this spell, Mary Shaw navigated through the shadows with remarkable agility, swiftly arriving outside a small town, beneath a gnarled tree that could be encircled by 3 or 4 individuals. Casting a glance back at the sky, where a golden light radiated like a divine presence, she noticed he had not detected her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Shadow traversal was not an esoteric form of dark magic, but it was exceedingly practical. She had previously employed this technique to effortlessly break through encirclement during a siege by several demon hunters dispatched by the Vatican. Now, having distanced herself from Ravensfield, Mary Shaw finally felt at ease, convinced she had evaded the mysterious man from the Dragon Nation. Suddenly, the light in the sky behind her dimmed, and she turned to find no trace of Lynch. Had he given up? Before she could finish her thought, a mocking voice rang out before her. "Where do you think you are going?" Lynch seized the puppet Billy by the neck, bringing him close for a scrutinizing gaze. "How intriguing. Has this puppet come to life?" Mary Shaw turned to witness the scene, shouting at Lynch, "Let go of Billy, you scoundrel." With that, he lunged directly at Lynch, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a sharp slap. Lynch smirked and remarked, "Please, with that expression of yours, one might think I am the villain here." He casually tossed the small puppet aside and addressed Mary Shaw. "I have been pondering the depth of your grievances. What could compel you to transform the entire town as populace into puppets, even going so far as to include the descendants of those from years past? I am quite curious about the events that transpired." "Mother." Billy rushed over and embraced Mary Shaw, presenting a picture of maternal dependence. Mary Shaw appeared lost in reminiscence, her tone remarkably serene. "Since you wish to know, I shall divulge. After that little boy went missing, it was not long before his parents arrived at my door. They tortured me to extract information about the boy's whereabouts, and then commanded their 2 henchmen to commit unspeakable acts against me. Ultimately, they set fire to my home along with all my puppets. Billy was the sole survivor. They hanged me, then pinned a suicide note in my voice, instructing old Walker from the funeral home to turn me into a puppet as well. Though I hail from a lineage of ventriloquists, I had not yet descended into madness to the point of transforming corpses into puppets. Initially, old Walker was reluctant to comply, but under the duress and temptation from that gang, he could not refuse. In death, my resentment lingered, and thus I was reborn to embark on my path of vengeance. I shall turn all who have wronged me, and those who stood by idly, into puppets, allowing them to experience the sensation of being turned into one themselves." Mary Shaw grew increasingly animated, her final words nearly a shout. Lynch kicked her down once more, applauding mockingly, "What a splendid tale you've woven. Yet, do not presume that I am some benevolent soul who would grant you mercy due to your tragic past." Chapter 69. Upon hearing this, Mary Shaw's face drained of color, and she slumped to the ground, utterly surrendering to despair. However, just as Lynch was about to end her life, she lifted her head, her gaze filled with venom. "The Godfather will not spare you." In the next moment, Mary Shaw's body, along with her soul, was reduced to ashes by Lynch's flames. The Godfather? Lynch raised an eyebrow. Was there another individual or organization behind Mary Shaw? He glanced at the trembling puppet Billy nearby, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Do you desire life or death?" Billy's voice quivered as he replied, "Of course I wish to live, my master." Lynch chuckled, "You're quite agreeable. However, it seems you are of little use to me. Your stature is so diminutive that you likely cannot even drive." No. Billy retreated a couple of steps, hastily asserting, "I can drive." As he spoke, a plume of black smoke erupted from within him, enveloping his form. When the smoke dissipated, puppet Billy had transformed into a small, well-dressed man standing approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall. The stark contrast of his black and white eyes spun around, appearing no different from that of a living being. Indeed. Lynch was immensely satisfied. He then turned and began to walk towards the town. Come with me. You shall be my driver from now on. Your name is Billy, is it not? Yes, master, came the reply. Let us change that. From now on, you shall be called A. Wong. And do not refer to me as master. Simply call me Mr. Lynch. Understood, Mr. Lynch. Zhou Hong displayed no concern for Lynch's safety, for no one understood the extent of his current power better than she did. Since that day, he signed in and obtained the essence of the Golden Crow, followed by the consumption of an artificial sun. Lynch's strength had far surpassed any conventional understanding of innate realms. The 9 Yang True Scripture and the 12 forms of Xingyi he had previously cultivated no longer provided him with even the slightest benefit. Only the visualization diagrams of the 12 forms of Xingyi offered some effect. Fortunately, Lynch had acquired the Taiji Supreme Yang method during his last sign-in. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding his path of cultivation. This Taiji Supreme Yang method was exceedingly profound and obscure, to the point that even with the system's assistance, Lynch could only grasp the most superficial aspects. Nevertheless, even this scant understanding propelled his strength to grow at an exponential rate each day. It seemed he had embarked on a path distinct from martial arts. The system's classifications of martial realms could no longer be applied to him. If one were to draw a parallel to his current realm, he was perhaps stronger than the average Dharma manifestation realm, yet still far weaker than an earthly immortal. Time swiftly advanced to April, and the trio of 2 individuals and 1 puppet had arrived in Los Angeles, California. Los Angeles, known as the City of Angels, is situated on the west coast of the United States and stands as the nation's second-largest city, following New York, with a population of approximately 18 million. Additionally, Los Angeles is the largest metropolitan city in the western United States and boasts the country's largest seaport. Logically, in this chaotic Marvel universe, such a grand city would be rife with supervillain activities. However, in stark contrast, Los Angeles remained remarkably stable compared to other cities, primarily due to the presence of a superhero known as Hancock, colloquially referred to as a rogue. Lynch instructed A. Wong to drive the RV into the city center, parking it at the entrance of the municipal building. Finally, he heard the system's prompt. Sign-in location detected. Los Angeles Municipal Building. Remaining sign-in attempts this month. 1. Current location sign-in attempts available. 1. Would you like to sign in? Yes, Lynch silently affirmed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the collection of Zhejiang Mountain's refinement techniques. Lynch closed his eyes, continuously absorbing the information transmitted by the system into his mind. The secret record of treasure refinement from Zhejiang Mountain is a compendium of artifact crafting techniques passed down by an enigmatic immortal residing in Zhejiang Mountain. This tome encompasses a total of 103 methods for refining various treasures, from the most rudimentary 1-foot square storage pouch and standardized flying swords to the intricate flying boats, formation plates, and magical garments. It includes 72 methods for crafting magical tools, 18 for semi-spiritual implements, and 9 for spiritual artifacts. The remaining 4 pertain to the creation of celestial instruments. A look of elation briefly flickered across Lin Chi's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a tinge of frustration. Despite his mastery of these crafting methods, he lamented the adage that a skilled artisan cannot forge without materials. Lacking the requisite components, how could he possibly create these treasures? Not to mention the myriad of mysterious metals, gemstones, and woods. He did not possess even a single spirit stone, the most fundamental material needed for crafting. Could one forego the spirit stones? Might some of the scarce materials be substituted with alternatives? Such thoughts suddenly surged in Lin Chi's mind. Attention all teams. Attention all teams. A whistle has been blown to signal the pursuit of a suspect. Maintain your distance. The adversary is armed with light machine guns and other heavy weaponry, and they have taken a hostage. The suspect is fleeing eastward in a white vehicle along Amidst Boulevard. The assailants are 3 men of Mexican descent. The Marine Corps has dispatched aerial support. Be advised of the heavy firepower. Everyone, please note that gunfire has erupted. Alerts have been previously issued, and civilians have been evacuated from the elevated roadway. A medium-sized white vehicle is racing eastward, trailed by several heavily armored police cars maintaining a distance of over 30 meters. One of the Mexican men, clad in a striped shirt and wearing sunglasses, brandished a submachine gun, leaning out of the window to unleash a barrage of fire upon the pursuing police vehicles. While the submachine gun's penetration power is not particularly high, the bullets struck the armored glass of the police cars without breaching it, sparing the officers inside from injury. However, a few rounds ricocheted off the ground, striking a police car's tire. The left front tire of that police vehicle was blown out, causing the car to careen uncontrollably into a nearby barrier. And it continued to roll violently, nearly tumbling off the elevated bridge. The remaining police cars found themselves obstructed by this vehicle, rendering them unable to continue the chase of the white car ahead. The Mexican man returned to the passenger seat, exuding confidence as he spat out his chewing gum, casually inserting a disc into the player, unleashing a cacophony of heavy metal rock music from the speakers. Within moments, a helicopter descended from the sky, swiftly catching up and hovering above the white vehicle. Yet, the same Mexican man, with the assistance of a companion in the back seat, retrieved a shoulder-fired rocket launcher, aimed it at the armed helicopter above, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The rocket launcher struck the helicopter in the sky with remarkable precision, resulting in a powerful explosion that shattered the aircraft into fragments. At that moment, the left rear door of the vehicle swung open. A bank employee, held hostage, seized the opportunity to escape, risking being caught beneath the vehicle as she activated the door's switch and leaped out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Hancock lay sprawled on a lawn chair by the roadside, soundly asleep and reeking of alcohol. Beneath the chair lay several empty bottles, which rolled into the middle of the sidewalk as a gentle breeze blew. It was yet another morning after a heavy night of drinking. A young boy, carrying a backpack, approached Hancock and nudged him. When he received no response, he gave his belly a hearty slap. "Hancock," he called out. Hancock lifted his knitted hat, squinted, and shook his head, his expression one of irritation as he glared at the boy who had interrupted his slumber. "What do you want, kid?" The boy rolled his eyes and pointed at the television screen behind him, exclaiming, "There are bad guys." The screen displayed footage of a white vehicle fleeing eastward on an elevated road. In a casual manner, Hancock, embodying a rogue demeanor, retorted, "Looking for a fortune cookie? Get lost." The boy huffed in annoyance and turned away, muttering, "Jerk. What did you say?" Hancock snapped back. "What did you hear me say?" The boy shouted defiantly. Hancock frowned, picked his nose, and retrieved a pair of sunglasses from beneath his chair, placing them on his nose. Seizing the moment, he discreetly pinched the rear of a passing voluptuous woman. Initially intent on expressing her indignation, she recognized Hancock and begrudgingly muttered, "Jerk." This term had nearly become Hancock's exclusive nickname. In Los Angeles, uttering this word would invariably conjure thoughts of Hancock among the populace. So much so that the citizens had almost forgotten his actual name, referring to him solely as the Jerk. Although Hancock, the so-called Jerk, was indeed a hero who had saved many lives, he was simultaneously a drunkard and a rogue, stealing alcohol from shops and ice cream from children. Each time he rescued someone or apprehended a criminal, the economic damage he inflicted upon the city was comparable to that of any supervillain. Despite his reckless behavior, he remained unrepentant, and attempts to restrain him proved futile, leading the citizens of Los Angeles to harbor a mix of affection and resentment towards him. From beneath his chair, Hancock retrieved his last bottle of vodka, uncapped it, and took a swig before leaning forward to scrutinize the television, pinpointing the location of the robbers. With a powerful push from his feet, he propelled himself into the air, soaring to a height of 100 meters in an instant. The lounge chair beneath him disintegrated under the immense force of the recoil. Hancock, utilizing his flight abilities, wobbled through the towering buildings, occasionally taking swigs from a bottle of spirits. A flock of seagulls approached, one nearly colliding with his liquor bottle. "Get out of the way, you foolish birds," he cursed as he navigated through the avian swarm, narrowly avoiding a recently departed commercial Boeing aircraft. "Damn it," he exclaimed, continuing his pursuit of the fleeing criminals until he reached the highway where the white vehicle was located. Hancock tilted his head back for another drink and, distracted, crashed into a metal signpost on the overpass. The sign toppled onto a pursuing police car, flipping it over, while another police vehicle collided with the sign, losing its roof in the process. The chain reaction resulted in the destruction of all police cars involved, fortunately, without any fatalities among the officers. "Phew, that bottle nearly shattered," Hancock muttered, glancing back at the remnants of his liquor, relieved, before pursuing the white vehicle. "It's Hancock," one of the criminals in the backseat exclaimed in terror. Almost immediately, Hancock tore off the car's roof and settled into the back seat. Two Hispanic gangsters aimed their guns at him, shouting nervously for him to exit the vehicle, speaking in a rapid-fire Spanish that Hancock could not comprehend. "Listen, I don't care what you've done. I'm not concerned," Hancock replied, appearing as if he were still intoxicated. "You guys are stuck in here with no booze, no women, and this awful music. But if you don't surrender, I swear to the heavens, I will stuff your heads where the sun doesn't shine." He gestured emphatically, humorously asserting that their heads would end up in his behind if they failed to comply. Enraged, the two Hispanic thugs opened fire on Hancock, unleashing a barrage of bullets that failed to graze him even slightly. Once their magazines were empty, Hancock's sunglasses lay shattered, and his liquor bottle was in pieces. "What is wrong with you? Shoot me if you must, but why destroy my drink?" he fumed. He then stomped his foot down with great force, breaking through the base, his feet embedding deeply into the concrete, leaving a long, deep trail. The white vehicle came to an abrupt halt, rendered inoperable. The three gangsters inside were propelled forward by the sudden inertia, colliding with the windshield and becoming disoriented. Thankfully, the windshield held firm, preventing them from being ejected. Ignoring their potential injuries, Hancock seized the rear of the car and lifted it into the air, soaring towards the Los Angeles City Hall. "Release us, you rascal," one of the terrified Mexican men exclaimed. "What? I'm not from the land of the rising sun, my friend. Please, let us down." Hancock retorted with a grin. "Oh. So now you speak English, do you? Come on, let us down." Hancock growled menacingly. "You shattered my sunglasses and ruined my last bottle of liquor. I apologize. It was unintentional. I will compensate you for my Ray-Ban sunglasses." As they collided with the rooftop of a relatively low building, the three men were nearly paralyzed with fear. Observing their terror, Hancock ascended several dozen meters higher. "Let us down," they pleaded. "You wish to descend? Very well, my landing skills are unparalleled." With that, Hancock soared to the pinnacle of the Los Angeles City Hall's lightning rod. He casually tossed the damaged vehicle upward and, with a powerful thrust of his feet, the white car became launched on the lightning rod. Lynch, watching from below, couldn't suppress a smirk. This is utterly reckless. No wonder he is labeled a rogue. When will this typhoon subside? Chapter 70. The television broadcast depicted a white sedan impaled on the lightning rod, while three Mexican men screamed for help, completely devoid of their earlier bravado as ruthless criminals. This was Hancock's latest so-called feat. The preliminary estimate of the financial damage reached a staggering $9 million. A reporter at the City Hall, microphone in hand, vocally condemned Hancock's atrocious actions. If the figures are accurate, this notorious loner has just set a new personal record, the reporter sarcastically remarked. As before, Hancock declined to comment on his actions. The damage to the concrete surface, coupled with stray bullets and previous calamities such as floods and fires, had resulted in economic losses for Los Angeles amounting to at least several $billion. The scene shifted to a furious African-American man, the mayor of Los Angeles. "If it weren't for this troublemaker, our city would be far more harmonious. He has never sought accolades, nor has he ever collaborated with me. Not once." The enraged mayor shouted at the camera, fully aware that Hancock would be watching. "Why not go cause chaos elsewhere? New York could use a taste of this. Why is the crane here?" The mayor bellowed, turning to his aides. "You fools. Can a crane even lower someone from a lightning rod? Hurry and move it, you useless imbeciles." Hancock undoubtedly has an ulterior motive. He seeks to exploit our city to achieve goals known only to him. Soon, a helicopter will capture aerial footage, showcasing the removal of vehicles from iconic landmarks. At this moment, Hancock is seated in a bar, indulging in strong spirits. His daily existence oscillates between acts of heroism, combating crime, and drowning his sorrows in alcohol, numbing his senses with the bottle. The citizens of Los Angeles are well aware of this. Typically, few dare to provoke him. "Keep staring at me, and I'll kick you in the backside, madam," Hancock remarked, reclining against the sofa, addressing an elderly woman who persistently cast glances in his direction. The woman, intimidated, promptly diverted her teasing gaze away from him. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Hancock, a sharply dressed elderly gentleman, adorned with a gemstone-studded cane, exuding the demeanor of a businessman. Hancock was certain he had never encountered this man in Los Angeles. "I'm not in a good mood. If you don't wish to have your posterior kicked, it would be wise for you to leave," he warned. Unfazed by Hancock's brusque remarks, the old man continued. "Despite all the good deeds you've performed and lives you've saved, you remain largely unappreciated. Here you are, a demigod among mortals, yet you anxiously seek their validation. How absurd." Hancock rose, visibly irritated, and demanded, "Who the hell are you? You need not be so defensive. I am here to assist you." The elderly man replied with a smile. Hancock retorted coldly, "Assist me? I require no one's assistance." He could tell the old man was not to be trusted and had no inclination to engage with such individuals. With that, Hancock pushed the old man aside and picked up the last bottle of liquor, heading towards the bar's exit. "However, what if I could help you regain your memories?" the old man suggested. Hancock paused, turning to face him with a furrowed brow. "Who are you?" "You may call me Mephisto," the old man replied with a grin. Hancock approached Mephisto, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the diminutive figure before him. "You claim you can help me recover my memories?" "Indeed, Mr. Hancock," Mephisto affirmed. "Are you aware of my identity?" "Certainly. In fact, I recognized you over a century ago. Regrettably, I was not present in Miami when you were gravely injured. Otherwise, I would have ensured you did not lose so much blood and suffer memory loss. Later, when I sought you out again, you had vanished. It was only recently that I caught a glimpse of you on the news, which prompted my immediate journey to Los Angeles." Hancock scrutinized Mephisto, withholding judgment on his assertions. "You claim you can help me recover my lost memories. How do you intend to accomplish that?" Well, a faint expression of discomfort crossed Mephisto's face. "In truth, aiding you in reclaiming your memories presents quite the challenge. After all, It has been a full 80 years since your amnesia occurred, and the damaged tissues within your brain have since healed. Hancock raised an eyebrow. So what? Are you incapable of doing it? Are you mocking me? Even in your state of forgetfulness, your rudeness remains unchanged, Mephisto lamented. He then reached into his pocket and produced a piece of parchment. I assure you, I can indeed assist in restoring your memories spanning millennia, my friend. However, the process will require a considerable expenditure of my divine power, which will result in a significant loss for me, he continued. Though we are old acquaintances, I am a businessman, and a businessman never engages in unprofitable transactions, even with friends. Hancock scrutinized the parchment in Mephisto's hand, noting the inscriptions in Latin and various other languages, none of which he could decipher. Thus, I believe we must draft a contract. I will help you regain your memories, but in return, you must provide me with something of yours. A subtle, sinister smile crept across Mephisto's lips. What is it that you seek? I must inform you that I am penniless, having just exhausted my funds on alcohol. I have no interest in your money, Mephisto waved dismissively. What I require is, before he could finish, a hand landed on his shoulder. Lynch, with a grin, leaned closer to Mephisto. May I take a look at the contract you hold? Mephisto was momentarily taken aback, unable to react as the parchment was snatched from his grasp. Handed over, Lynch scrutinized the parchment, discovering he understood not a single word, and casually tucked it into his spatial ring. You, Mephisto glared at Lynch, forcefully pushing away the arm that rested on his shoulder. He subtly cast a minor curse at Lynch, yet the curse dissipated without effect, vanishing into the ether. As Mephisto regarded Lynch's countenance, a flicker of recognition crossed his eyes, replaced by a graceful smile. I know you, Lynch. Saphra has placed a bounty on your soul, offering the price of 10,000 wicked souls. Lynch, taken aback, replied, Is that so? Surely you jest? What does he want with me? The one who last bested him was not I, but Ancient One. Has he lost his mind? Mephisto relished in his misfortune. It is because you killed that lizard man, thereby thwarting his meticulously devised plan that he had orchestrated for over a century. That was to be the vessel for his descent into the mortal realm. At that moment, Hancock, visibly displeased, interjected, Who the hell are you? What are you two discussing? Lynch offered a smile to Hancock. Pork, you may not recognize me, but you surely know him. Lynch pointed at Mephisto. Upon hearing this, the expression on Lao Mei's face subtly shifted. Before he had the opportunity to respond, Lin Shi continued, You are undoubtedly familiar with this ancient figure. His name is Mephisto, the infamous demon and one of the 7 sovereigns of the hellish dimensions. His favorite pastime involves forging contracts riddled with traps, and over the millennia, he has ensnared thousands. Are you truly willing to enter into an agreement with such a notorious demon? Lin Chi gazed at Hancock. Do you wish to sell your soul to him? Hancock remained silent for a moment, casting a glance at Lin Chi and Mephisto, his heart filled with indecision. Observing his hesitation, Mephisto quickly interjected, Young man, do not slander me. I have not compelled him to sell his soul. I merely require something of little significance to him. Hancock turned to Mephisto and inquired calmly, What is it that you need in exchange for assisting me in reclaiming my memories? Are past recollections truly that vital to you? Lin Chi remarked, Mephisto, if you aid him in regaining his memories, you shall claim half of his divine power. Is that not a fair exchange? As he spoke, Mephisto produced a piece of parchment from his cloak, which Hancock reached for, but before he could make contact, the parchment disintegrated into ashes before his eyes. Mephisto fixed a cold stare on Lin Chi and said, Opposing a dimensional demon is not a wise choice. Lin Chi retorted with a smirk. If your true form were here, I might be wary. But as it stands, you are merely a projection. What right do you have to issue threats? Hancock glared at Lin Chi, indignation written across his face. On what grounds do you presume to make decisions for me? Lin Chi replied, What if I too could help you recover your memories? And I would require nothing in return. Hancock, taken aback, asked, You can help me retrieve my lost memories? Lin Chi did not respond immediately, but turned his gaze back to Mephisto, stating, Will you leave on your own accord, or shall I assist you in departing? Mephisto scrutinized Lin Chi and slowly said, I sense a unique power within you, yet it still falls short of the level of a demiurge. Who grants you the audacity to threaten a dimensional demon? Before he could finish, a brilliant white flame erupted from Lin Chi's hand, an extraordinary fire, one that belonged solely to him. Hancock swallowed hard, feeling the terrifying energy within the flame, which instilled in him a profound sense of danger. Lin Chi clenched his fist, and the flame abruptly vanished, only to reappear enveloping Mephisto's form. In less than 2 seconds, Mephisto was reduced to ashes, a faint wisp of black smoke escaping the white fire. A voice, laced with fury, echoed through the air. You had better pray that you never fall into the depths of the hellish dimensions, for your soul shall not escape my grasp. Now, it is time to address your matters. Lynch cast a glance at Hancock and introduced himself, saying, I am Lynch, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Hancock nodded and inquired, "How can you assist me in regaining my memories?" "In truth, I cannot help you recover your memories," Lynch replied, "but I can aid you in finding your wife." "My wife?" Hancock was taken aback, suddenly recalling those 2 movie tickets for Frankenstein that he had in his pocket when he awoke in a Miami hospital 80 years ago. "Do I truly have a wife? If so, why hasn't she sought me out? Is it possible she has passed away?" Hancock's tone grew anxious. Lynch promptly reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. Your wife is alive and belongs to the same species as you. All your questions can wait until we find her. And you can ask her in person." "Where's my wife?" Hancock demanded. "Follow me," Lynch instructed, and with a single step, he vanished to a height of 300 to 400 meters. Hancock, propelled by an impulse akin to a rocket launch, swiftly soared to join Lynch. Below them, the asphalt ground bore a newly formed crater, as if it had just been blasted by high explosives. "Let me think," Lynch murmured, striving to recall the plot of the movie from his previous life. "It seems your wife married a public relations manager." "What?" Hancock exclaimed, his expression one of shock. "Are you saying my wife married someone else?" He felt an overwhelming wave of disbelief. "Indeed," Lynch confirmed. "Her name is Mary, but do not act impulsively. You do not remember her now, so what does it matter? The most crucial task at hand is to recover your memories." "You are right." Hancock sighed deeply, attempting to calm himself. On a main thoroughfare in Los Angeles, public relations manager Rain Borey, feeling somewhat dejected, opened his car door. His proposal had just been rejected, rendering over a month of effort futile. His boss's gaze had also shifted, casting doubt upon his capabilities, and if things continued this way, he would not be far from being dismissed. For a middle-aged man, losing his job felt akin to a disaster. Ray dialed his wife's number, but no one answered. So he left a message. "Hey, dear, you might be at the store. I'm on my way back now. My meeting with the client went well. Actually, it did not go well at all. My proposal was rejected." Ray took a sip of coffee, attempting to uplift his spirits. "But I believe there will be future opportunities to collaborate with them." Behind him, vehicles began honking incessantly. Frustrated, he shouted back, "What's the rush? It's not Global Honking Day." As he turned around, he noticed a freight train speeding towards him at 50 or 60 miles per hour. Its distance closing in to less than 100 meters. His vehicle was ensnared in the central railway lane, rendering him unable to move either forward or backward. In a state of mild panic, Lay incessantly honked the horn, urging the cars ahead to advance. Yet, the vehicles in front remained immobile. "Hey, drive on. The train is approaching. Can't you hear the horn blaring?"